Department of Justice announced on Tuesday that it is forming a new domestic terror unit. The announcement comes just days after the first anniversary of the January 6th Capitol riots, where hundreds of former President Donald Trump supporters stormed the building. The unit will combat domestic terrorism as national security officials warn of rising threats of violent extremism within the United States.
Israel introduces the next generation of tank drivers. Scientists have taught goldfish there to drive. The team at Ben Gurion University mounted a camera to their vehicle to mimic their movements in the tank, and using food as a reward got them to steer hook, line, and sinker. Before you go out and catch a fish taxi, a word of warning: as you can imagine, they constantly forget directions, and they are always fishtailing.
All right. Athens, Georgia is going to the Dogs this weekend. That is because the city is celebrating their national champs on Saturday. They're going to have a massive parade followed by a ceremony at the stadium. The Georgia Bulldogs returning home yesterday. You see them there after they turned the tide on the Crimson Tide of Alabama on Monday night. They won their first title in over 40 years, and it just seems like Alabama was in it and wins it almost every year, so it is nice to see someone else get a trophy.
What a turnaround. I'm sure they are celebrating right now as we speak.
And they know how. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Your news continues right here on NBC and our NBC stations. See you tomorrow.
Today, we call on Congress to get done what history will judge. Pass the Freedom to Vote Act. Pass it now.
There is no widespread effort to suppress minority voting rights in America. It's non-existent. It doesn't exist.
Today, the battle over voting rights may come to a head as both sides dig in and your vote is hanging in the balance.
Dr. Anthony Fauci calls one senator a moron over a financial disclosure question as heated COVID hearings took place in the midst of record-setting Omicron cases.
Call it a miracle, but everyone aboard this mangled medical helicopter managed to survive a crash just feet from the front steps of a church.
This morning, new surveillance of a well-coordinated smash and grab that goes beyond petty theft, now known as a highly threatening takeover robbery.
And have you heard the one about the goldfish who could drive? Someone alert Ted Lasso. Stat early today starts right now.
Good Wednesday morning. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. The president went down to battleground Georgia to put pressure on the Senate to pass voting rights protections. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer set a goal of holding a vote by the end of this week, but Republicans are unified in their opposition to the bills. NBC's Chris Pallone starts us off.
President Biden in Atlanta backing Senate Democrats' attempts to pass voting rights legislation despite long odds in the equally divided chamber.
We call on Congress to get done what history will judge. Pass the Freedom to Vote Act.
The renewed push comes after 19 states passed new voting laws following the 2020 election.
Their end game, to turn the will of the voters into a mere suggestion.
Democrats argue the new laws make it harder for people to vote, especially minorities and the poor.
Some of what we're seeing happening right now, the only thing that can actually stop it is we're going to have federal legislation.
Republicans accuse Democrats of trying to take over state elections to make it easier for them to win. Republicans use a Senate rule called the filibuster to require 60 votes to pass most bills.
To protect our democracy, I support changing the Senate rules, whichever way they need to be changed to prevent a minority of senators from blocking action on voting rights.
The Senate Minority Leader warns if Democrats change the filibuster, it will change the Senate.
Not in ways that reward the rule breakers, not in ways that advantage this president, this majority, or their party. I guarantee it.
Some Georgia voting rights advocates skipped the president's speech, and one of the most prominent Georgia Democrats, Stacey Abrams, had a scheduling conflict. Their absence seen as a signal that some are tired of words and now want action.
We want him to use his full weight. We know that the White House, when it really wants something done, they have a lot of influence that they can use.
Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says the Senate will vote by Martin Luther King Day next week. Chris Pallone, NBC News, Washington.
A coalition of political activists in Georgia refused to attend President Biden's speech. Voting rights advocates are demanding more action and less speeches. NBC's Blaine Alexander has more on the growing frustration among those groups.
Organizers tell us it's a race against the clock to pass Democrats' new voting legislation.
Democracy hangs in the balance.
But they're worried President Biden is speaking up too little, too late. His Georgia trip marks a return to the state that gave Democrats the Senate majority. But he's being met with an icy reception from some of the very organizers behind those victories. While some voting rights activists are in attendance, others choosing to skip the speech, calling anything short of a concrete plan to pass Democrats' legislation unacceptable, an empty gesture. Georgia has progressively become more progressive, narrowly flipping for Biden in 2020 by less than 12,000 votes. Now, the groups that helped drive record Democratic turnout say to bring voters out again, it's time for a return on their investment.
What is your biggest fear if this legislation does not pass?
Our biggest fear is we have nothing to say to these voters as to why they should come out again in the midterms and make their voices heard, because this administration has given us there's no meat on the bone.
Republicans are defending Georgia's controversial new voting law, slammed by critics as voter suppression. Governor Brian Kemp says it's the opposite.
Georgia's Elections Integrity Act makes it easy to vote and hard to cheat.
Last year, President Biden told Georgia Democrats electing 2 Democratic senators would mean a green light for his agenda.
The power is literally in your hands.
Now the pressure is on from Democrats for him to deliver. And some of those activists told me that they liked what they heard in the speech, but they wanted to hear the president call out some of the holdouts in his own party. In Atlanta, I'm Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
Everyone on board survived a dramatic medical helicopter crash outside of Philadelphia on Tuesday. The pilot, a crew member, a nurse, and a 2-month-old baby all managed to escape that wreckage on their own before firefighters and police arrived. It's being hailed as a miracle, a label all the more fitting because it happened right by a neighborhood church. Deanna Durante from our Philadelphia affiliate WCAU reports.
It was like literally in the sky, a huge object coming towards you, so it was insane.
On the ground, Joshua James and his family saw it coming.
I slowed down, and I literally see the chopper in the sky, like right there. And so I'm stopped, but then there was a moment where I realized this is going to hit the ground, so that's when I pulled into reverse.
What they didn't know, others saw the chopper and started calling for help.
We received dozens of 911 calls, beginning with concerns that there was a plane in distress, a helicopter in distress.
Police were out already looking.
And an aircraft down. Many of us are familiar with Senator Hines' tragedy at a school. To hear that an aircraft has hit a church here in a residential neighborhood, and then, for the first few minutes when we learned it was a medical flight, and then an infant was on board, it's some dramatic moments early.
After seeing what can happen, Tim Boyce and other responders thought they'd find fire, injuries, and death.
We're blessed as a community because this could have been much worse.
The pilot, co-pilot, and nurse, as well as an infant aboard, all escaped major injury. And for those on the ground,
it's like a miracle on Vermont Road.
This is absolutely a miracle from the Lord that not only we didn't get hurt, when we found out, we were looking at the news, found out that there was an infant in the car. Nobody there got hurt. It's an amazing situation.
It truly is. Our thanks to WCAU's Deanna Durante for that report.
As the Omicron variant is breaking U.S. case records with more than 1.3 million recorded Monday, many are altering their behavior once again to avoid infections. According to a new Axios Ipsos poll, 57% of Americans have socially distanced in the last week. That's a number that hasn't been seen since last May. And 44% of people are masking at all times, up from last month's 38% and the highest rate since May. And a whopping 73% currently believe traveling on a plane or mass transit is a large or moderate risk to their health. This as the nation's top officials in the COVID battle faced harsh criticism over what senators called their confusing and often conflicting guidelines. Our Miguel Almaguer has the details.
On the very day COVID cases tallied a staggering record high, 1.3 million new infections reported in 24 hours, key members of the White House COVID task force were blasted over their handling of the pandemic.
And I'm not questioning the science, but I'm questioning your communication strategies. no wonder that the American people are confused.
Testifying on Capitol Hill as new hospitalizations soar, up 83%, Dr. Fauci and Dr. Walensky faced withering criticism over perceived missteps and miscommunication.
The American people don't trust the words coming out of your mouth. Every day you appear on TV, you do more damage than good.
A frustrated Fauci caught off camera on a hot mic after a series of heated exchanges.
What a moron. Jesus Christ.
As the Biden administration pushes for more testing amid a serious lack of supplies and overwhelming demand,
tests are hard to find, they're costly.
Frustrated lawmakers also called out the CDC's evolving guidance over shortened isolation times for those who contract COVID, as pressure mounted from big business short on staff.
You are scientists, not politicians. Nevertheless, you are being made subject to the political whims of various political individuals, and that comes at a high cost.
4-hour hearing, at times personal.
What happens when he gets out and accuses me of things that are completely untrue is that all of a sudden that kindles the crazies out there, and I have life that threats upon my life.
So for you to somehow suggest that somehow I or people who dare to oppose you are responsible for threats, that's insulting.
The contention reflective of our national divide.
And the purpose of the committee was to try and get things out, how we can help.
As our nation braces for what could still be the worst of the spike in the days ahead, there was also this sobering warning as hospitals struggle to manage the current surge.
I think it's hard to process what's actually happening right now, which is most people are going to get COVID.
Sonoma County, which is famed wine country, is asking residents to voluntarily stay home for the next 30 days because of the spike in cases. The county's also banning large gatherings, which would include weddings and conferences. It's a region popular with tourists. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you.
A new report has revealed the enormous cost of extreme weather last year. According to NOAA, weather and climate disasters caused more than $145 billion in damage in 2021, making it the third costliest year on record. There were 20 different disasters that cost at least $1 billion. $75 billion came from Hurricane Ida alone. But there were also the western wildfires, the deep freeze in Texas, and several tornado outbreaks. These 20 disasters killed 688 people.
All right, let's check in with NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb and see if we're going to get any relief from this recent Arctic blast. Janessa, I don't remember the last time I felt temperatures like that. I mean, or not felt because I was so numb from it.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, in the Northeast, it's been about 3 years, and still the chill is intact this morning. So no relief this morning. Still have everything bundled up if you're going to be out and about, because look at some of these wind chills. We're still in the teens in some sections, 14 below across Caribou, Maine. But the slow and steady warm up really starts to happen as we go into your afternoon. Look at some of these highs. We're back in the 40s. Wind chills will be down. This will be about a 48-hour event before going into the weekend, and another chill headed our way. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. If you're across the deep south, this is where you want to be. We're back in the mid-60s, a ton of sunshine across Texas into the deep south. We're watching another storm system headed your way going into the weekend. Still dealing with that flooding rain, landslides across the Pacific Northwest. We'll take a look at that forecast coming up.
All right, looking forward to that. Janessa, thank you. MLB, the Major League Baseball, they will finally meet with the Players Association to try and end the lockout. It is the first talk since trouble started on December 2nd, and it comes just 5 weeks away from spring training.
The New York Mets are honoring a legend this summer. The team announced it'll retire Keith Hernandez's number 17 jersey. The former All-Star turned broadcaster played with the team for 7 seasons.
And the cutest competition is back. Puppy Bowl returns for the 18th year. The Animal Planet releasing pictures of all the pups competing on February 13th. We'll be right back.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
In today's News by the Numbers, during a 2.5-hour confirmation hearing on Capitol Hill, Fed Chairman Jerome Powell says the Federal Reserve is prepared to raise interest rates to keep inflation in check. It's currently close to a 40-year high.
A troubling trend of smash and grab robberies is on the rise throughout the country. In California, authorities are searching for 10 suspects who were caught on camera using hammers to take over a California shopping center. The alleged criminals got away with over $100,000 worth of valuables. Here's NBC's Gotti Schwartz.
New surveillance video showing a violent and highly coordinated robbery. 10 men storming 3 jewelry stores in a Northern California shopping center. Police say this is an escalation of the smash and grab robberies that have been plaguing the area. The criminals armed with hammers, forcing customers to the ground, ordering staff members to hand over valuables under threat.
A takeover robbery is very different from a standard smash and grab or what we've seen recently with retail mall thefts. These individuals actually forced their way into the store, and by saying takeover robbery, they demanded everybody to get on the ground. They forced people who were present, including staff members, to do their will.
Investigators say the group of 10 stole more than $110,000 in valuables from the San Jose shopping center last week as employees ran for cover. Police say the group is still at large. The California Attorney General sounding the alarm after this troubling trend continues to spiral out of control.
The coordinated criminal activity we've seen in retail stores and online through the resale of stolen goods is not shoplifting or petty crime. It is organized. It is serious crime. And it's going to take an organized and a serious strategy to put a stop to it.
Local reports say police officers and security guards have increased patrols at most shopping centers in the San Francisco Bay Area, but crime continues to surge. While the surge of these crimes grab headlines, police say robberies are down, though critics blame the state for what they call a soft-on-crime approach to sentencing criminals that may entice them to commit these acts.
I think the problems with these cases are more evidentiary than laws that are soft on crime. It's just really hard to convict people or to even charge people of crimes when all you have is a video with a bunch of masked people smashing counters. Those are tough cases, and the investigators have to have time to build them backwards and build those cases.
All right, Gotti, thanks.
Still to come, we've got horror hijinks, why the Foo Fighters are gearing up to fight supernatural forces.
Plus, why this goldfish has taken over the driver's seat with some fish's skills. Stay with us.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold.
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
This is not just a creepy rock and roll house. It allows spiritual entities to cross into our world.
Oh my God!
These days are looking a little spookier for the Foo Fighters. Based on a story by frontman Dave Grohl, Studio 666 follows the rock stars as they attempt to record an album whilst fighting off supernatural forces in a haunted mansion. Comedians Whitney Cummings, Will Forte, and others also star in the horror comedy hitting theaters on February 25th.
It's fun to watch that. Can't wait for that.
Yeah.
Right now to the ultimate fish out of water story. Israeli scientists have taught goldfish to drive on the open road. The team at Ben Gurion University mounted a camera to their vehicle to mimic their movements in the tank, and using food as a reward, got them to steer, hook, line, and sinker. But before you go out and catch a fish taxi, a word of warning, they're constantly forgetting directions, and they're always fishtailing.
I mean, why though? Why?
Why even try? Why even try to make you do this? Because they can.
Yeah, because they can. It's a good video. All right, Janessa will have an early look ahead at our weekend forecast next.
And third time's the charm. Bonnaroo releases its star-studded lineup after 2 years straight of canceled festivals.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold.
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
Good morning, everyone. Do want to get you prepared for a storm system that we are watching going into your weekend. It starts in the Rockies, upper Midwest, sections of the Midwest as we go into your Friday, but drops into the mid-Tennessee Valley, into the Ohio Valley for your Saturday. We're not going to talk about snow accumulation, but travel impacts even for the Northeast early next week.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, he's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's an old school sport that's got the attention of a younger generation. NBC's Tom Llamas is on the squash court and takes us inside a program that's changing lives on and off the court.
At 4'11", Reina Pacheco may not look intimidating, but in the game of squash, she's a giant, running opponents like me all over the court.
There we go. Now I'm working you. Now I'm working you.
It's a game she takes seriously because it taught her to dream big.
There were points in my childhood that I just wasn't sure. And when you're undocumented, nothing is secure, right?
At times homeless and constantly in fear of being deported, this type of racket sport was nowhere on Reina's radar until a squash program came to her school in San Diego.
We take low-income students from areas that are often never seen squash before, so they spend half of the time studying and half of the time training squash.
I had to take a bus ride at 4 a.m. in the morning to get to the squash courts by 7 a.m. And I would go to school and do it all over again at night.
The work ethic she developed paid off. Reina would go on to earn a scholarship and play at Columbia University, later joining the Pro Tour. She's now an investment banker on Wall Street.
Pick your spots.
Her first coach gets emotional when he looks back. Proof, he says, this program works.
It's more than a sport. Yeah, it's life, you know.
Currently, there are more than 2,000 kids enrolled in Squash and Education Alliance programs across the U.S. Organizers say 94% of their kids graduate and go to college.
Did squash give you confidence?
Yes, I think that when you step on a squash court and in a different country, in a different court with a different language, and you do it consistently, you become really good at adapting and you become really good at being brave.
Learning to first navigate the court to later lead in life. Tom Llamas, NBC News, New York.
Wow, what a path she is taking, what a journey she'll be on.
Yeah, it's amazing what kind of access you can get when you get access to things like that.
All right, festival goers can grab their flower crowns because Bonnaroo is back. The annual music festival announced its 2022 lineup filled with some of music's biggest names. We're talking about J. Cole, The Chicks, Stevie Nicks, some of the headlining artists set to take the stage, and even more are scheduled to perform during the 4-day event. The festival, which was canceled back in 2020 due to the pandemic, and in 2021 after Hurricane Ida, is set to make its comeback this June in Manchester, Tennessee. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Tune in tomorrow on Today for an NBC News exclusive. Craig Melvin and Kamala Harris discussing the new voting rights legislation. Have a good one.
President Biden calls on Democrats to get tough and drop the filibuster in favor of passing voting rights legislation. But Republicans are building for a fight.
With each passing day, another COVID record as cases soar from coast to coast. And almost 2 full years into the pandemic, new mask guidance could be on the way. Our Tom Costello breaks it down.
A medical helicopter crash lands at the foot of a church in broad daylight. No one on the ground is hurt, and all passengers survived.
Our Stephanie Rule on the new warning from the IRS and why your 2021 tax refund could be delayed big time.
Plus, is Major League Baseball able to avoid a looming lockout? Early Today starts right now.
Good Wednesday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera. As the Omicron variant continues its siege across the country, more and more vaccinated people are getting infected. In an Axios Ipsos survey, 36% of Americans who are fully vaccinated have tested positive or thought they had the virus. It's up from 22% in December. Meanwhile, United Airlines is cutting flights after about 3,000 workers called out sick with COVID-19. 96% of the staff are inoculated. Now to Jay Gray for more on the current surge.
The hearing opens with a warning. Omicron is spreading out of control.
A massive, unprecedented surge in the United States.
Driving case counts to unprecedented heights here in the United States.
The 7-day average, more than 750,000 new infections every 24 hours, a 53% increase over the previous week, and a pandemic record. Hospitals across the country again running short on beds and staff.
Every time you start to feel a little bit hopeful and really try to build on your resilience as a nurse, as a healthcare worker, as a parent, as somebody, anybody in the community right now, then here comes another surge, and that's hard.
Difficult in the classroom as well, where the surge is hitting students and teachers.
Teachers want to be in the classroom with students and are doing everything they can to keep them in person. That operationally, we're going to have to see some closures, unfortunately.
While lawmakers are criticizing the administration and Centers for Disease Control for recent public messaging on the pandemic, specifically new quarantine guidance, with the agency failing to recommend testing for patients before leaving isolation.
You created skepticism and mass confusion.
The White House is promising to deliver 500 million at-home testing kits, but most won't be available until the end of the month. Jay Gray, NBC News.
With the massive increase in the spread of the virus, you may be wondering how you can better protect yourself in addition to the vaccine. Well, many experts are now recommending N95s or KN95s as opposed to cloth or surgical masks. NBC's Tom Costello has what you need to know.
From the best masks to those at-home test kits that can all be confusing, some answers. The N95 hospital-grade mask remains the top choice for filtering out airborne particles. Certified by the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, NIOSH, it should carry the stamp. The more comfortable KN95 is made in China and also offers very good protection. So does the KF94 mask, which is made in Korea. The difference?
N95s have two straps that go around the head, as opposed to a KN95 usually will have ear loops.
The typical medical procedure mask provides decent protection, but doesn't seal tightly around the nose and mouth.
So you're concerned about this gap here, right? You want it completely tightly sealed.
That's correct. And you will know if it's not sealed if your glasses fog up.
In short supply 2 years ago, the CDC recommended against using N95s for the general public. Now, with plenty available, they're the best option. But beware, there are many fake masks online. Look for that NIOSH certification stamp on N95s. This website, projectn95.org, is a nonprofit with links to certified masks. This is also important. Experts say cloth masks provide very little protection against the Omicron and Delta variants.
Those two variants are more transmissible, and that is why we're recommending that people wear a higher quality mask.
Meanwhile, insurance companies will now pay for everyone to receive 8 at-home test kits per month. Most experts say the antigen tests are very accurate, though you could get a false negative in the first 48 hours of infection.
If you have symptoms and you have a negative test in that first day or two, you could still have COVID. So you should still isolate. You should wear a mask around others.
Evolving guidelines in an ever-changing pandemic. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
The midterm elections are coming this year, and voting rights are now in the spotlight. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has vowed to hold a vote on new election laws by the end of the week. And President Biden has thrown his support behind changing Senate rules to get the bills passed. Here's NBC's Peter Alexander.
President Biden casting this new voting rights push as a critical turning point for America.
Will we choose democracy over autocracy, light over shadows, justice over injustice? I know where I stand.
Framing this effort through the lens of the civil rights movement, the president in Atlanta first visiting Martin Luther King Jr.'s grave, as well as the church where he preached. Asked if he has the votes to pass the bills.
Keep the faith. I ask every elected official in America, how do you want to be remembered? You want to be on the side of Dr. King or George Wallace?
Despite threats of Republican retaliation, President Biden endorsed a major change to long-standing Senate rules that would end the 60-vote requirement to avoid a filibuster, specifically on voting rights, so that Democrats can approve that legislation alone with just 50 votes.
I support changing the Senate rules, whichever way they need to be changed to prevent a minority of senators from blocking action on voting rights.
It's a reversal for the president, who as a senator spent decades defending the filibuster.
At its core, the filibuster is not about stopping a nominee or a bill. It's about compromise and moderation.
But moderate Democrat Joe Manchin earlier reiterated his opposition to changing those Senate rules, which would sink the Democrats' effort.
We need some good rule changes to make the place work better, but getting rid of the filibuster doesn't make it work better.
Notably absent today, top Georgia Democrat Stacey Abrams citing a scheduling conflict. The Democratic legislation includes requiring all states to allow mail-in voting, making Election Day a national holiday, and loosening state voter ID requirements. Republicans accuse Democrats of orchestrating fake hysteria.
There is no widespread effort to suppress minority voting rights in America. It's non-existent. It doesn't exist, and this has nothing to do with this. This has to do with power.
The president gambling on a new campaign for voting rights legislation without the votes right now to make it happen. Peter Alexander, NBC News, the White House.
Well, you won't be able to use your super fast 5G cell phone service at some of the nation's biggest airports. The FAA released a list of 50 airports that'll have buffer zones when AT&T and Verizon turn on that new service 1 week from today. That includes airports in New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago, Vegas, Detroit, Dallas, Miami, and more. The FAA says the new signal can interfere with flights.
During a 2.5-hour confirmation hearing on Capitol Hill, Fed Chairman Jerome Powell says the Federal Reserve is prepared to raise interest rates to keep inflation in check. It's currently close to a 40-year high.
It could have been another disaster in a year that has already seen tragedy. But when a medical helicopter crash landed west of Philadelphia, no one on the ground was hurt and all on board survived. Among them, a 2-month-old baby. Gabe Gutierrez is at the scene.
Good morning. This medical helicopter was on its way to a children's hospital in Philadelphia when it ran into trouble in the air and had to make an emergency landing. Now authorities are crediting the pilot with some quick thinking that apparently saved lives.
That's a helicopter.
It may be hard to believe, but everyone, including an infant who was in this mangled medical helicopter, is alive. And incredibly, no one on the ground was hurt.
I literally see the chopper in the sky, like right there. And so I'm stopped. But then there was a moment where I realized this is going to hit the ground. So that's when I pulled in the reverse.
This man was driving his family in a neighborhood just west of Philadelphia and barely dodged a catastrophe.
This is absolutely a miracle from the Lord.
A miraculous landing, witnesses say, right next to a church.
It's an absolute miracle. Here, what you see behind you, how this, and there's no debris, no wires down, no trees.
The chopper had been flying to a children's hospital in Philly, carrying 2 crew members, a nurse, and the infant. All 4 of them were able to escape the wreckage, even before emergency crews arrived.
Everyone's out of the helicopter.
No word yet on what caused the crash. The NTSB will investigate.
It was absolutely insane. I've never seen anything like this.
But authorities here are crediting the pilot.
This was a miraculous landing.
And perhaps a higher power for a remarkable landing against all odds. Authorities say the pilot ran into trouble about a mile from here in the air and then had to maneuver this chopper in successfully landing it next to this church. What really strikes you here on the ground is just how close this chopper came to that church. And again, remarkably, no one was killed. Back to you.
That is a miracle. All right, Gabe, thank you.
Let's turn now to NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb, who joins us with a look at the weather and if we'll get any relief from these frigid temperatures. Janessa, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, that's the thought of everyone. We want a warm up, and it's happening for the central U.S., just not for the East Coast right now. This afternoon, you're going to start to notice a change of about 10 degrees warmer in some spots, so that's going to be really helpful. You can see wind chills still in D.C., 15 degrees. We're in the sub-zero range across northern New England, but as we go into the rest of your Wednesday, even Thursday afternoon, you're going to notice the difference. It's for the weekend. Another plunge in our temperatures. We're back in the 20s by Saturday. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. If you're across the deep south, you're seeing milder temperatures and a ton of sunshine for Texas into the desert southwest. Things finally clearing up across Florida, partly sunny skies. Tampa, 75. We do have a winter storm that we're watching for your weekend. We'll take a look at that forecast coming up.
All right, Janessa, thank you. Talk to you in a bit. Police say it was raining glitter at a crime scene in Florida. 2 women are accused of throwing several containers of glitter at a guy, and now they are facing felony assault charges. Arrest records say the women broke into the victim's apartment around 3 a.m. and started throwing the sparkly stuff during an argument. The police tracked down their car and say that they found glitter inside. That's a new one.
Yeah, and they don't seem too upset, smiling in their mugshots there. A new study touts the health benefits of olive oil against Alzheimer's disease.
And our Stephanie Rule goes inside the IRS delays to your 2021 tax returns. We're back in 60 seconds.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock. I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing.
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go.
CNBC, get yours.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing.
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go.
CNBC, get yours.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Leading the news, olive oil could reduce your risk of Alzheimer's. That's according to a Harvard-led study of 90,000 Americans over 28 years. It found that those who consume more than half a tablespoon a day had a 29% lower risk of a neurodegenerative disease compared to those who had little or no olive oil.
An openly trans black woman by the name of Andrea Jenkins has been elected Minneapolis Council President in an historic move. The Minneapolis Democrat, who previously served as the council's vice president, first made national headlines in 2017 after becoming the first out black trans person elected to public office in the U.S. According to the LGBTQ Victory Fund, there are currently more than 1,000 LGBTQ plus elected officials nationwide.
Major League Baseball will finally meet with the Players Association tomorrow to try and end the lockout. It is the first talk since troubles started on December 2nd, and it comes just 5 weeks away from spring training. Players are fighting for higher salaries and changes to improve competition among clubs. This is the league's first work stoppage since 1995.
Up next on Early Today, bomb, James bomb. An explosive end to the Daniel Craig era makes Hollywood history.
And get ready for an especially taxing tax season, why your return might take longer than ever this year.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin?
Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruzes. See? Power. I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just 1 more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. and she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Apparently there was another one for the most high explosive in one shot. The record was for 65 kilograms of high explosive in one shot. We had 140 in our one. Explosions.
The Daniel Craig era of James Bond ended with a record-setting bang. Guinness has confirmed that No Time to Die's massive final explosion was the biggest ever captured in one shot. As the movie's special effects coordinator just told us, the previous record was for 65 kilograms of high explosives. This one used 140 kilograms.
Even more reason for me to get on it and watch that finally. All right. Wow. You might want to file your taxes early this year because the IRS says the COVID pandemic continues to create challenges which might delay your refund. NBC's Stephanie Rule has more.
Assistant school teacher Lauren Tracy filed her taxes online for the first time last year.
We got everything squared away. It wasn't that complicated.
But then she realized because she had been furloughed from a previous job, she was due a bigger refund.
I filed $1,050 through my amended tax return and on paper, and I've heard nothing about it. Everything is showing as received.
9 months later, Lauren is still waiting for that refund.
There are over 6 million individual returns that have not been processed.
And that's from last year.
Correct.
And this year, Treasury Department officials have a warning for taxpayers. Prepare to be frustrated. Due to the pandemic, the IRS is entering tax season with a significant backlog, and the department is facing staffing shortages. Last year, fewer than 15,000 workers had to handle 240 million calls. The IRS's workforce is the same size as it was in 1970, with a budget nearly 20% less than 10 years ago. And COVID has only increased challenges in the agency, especially for paper returns.
IRS employees have to be in the building to process their paper returns. COVID, with the social distancing, restricting the employees in the building, it limits how many employees can work at one time.
To avoid delays in getting your refund, experts advise file online, triple check for errors, and choose direct deposit. And if you have to file a paper return,
the IRS will work first in, first out. So the sooner you can get your return in, the sooner you are in the beginning of the process.
And if you do end up waiting for a refund, at least you'll collect some interest. Stephanie Rule, NBC News.
There you go. All right, Janessa's looking ahead at our weekend forecast next.
And the elite new team set to take on domestic terrorism in the wake of the Capitol riot.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Extreme weather events did over $145 billion in damage across the United States last year. According to a new report from NOAA, there were 20 different disasters with a price tag of over $1 billion. Hurricane Ida alone cost $75 billion. But there were also wildfires, the deep freeze in Texas, and several tornado outbreaks.
All right, let's bring back NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb for a look at the weekend ahead. Hello again, Janessa.
Hi, it's never too soon to look at the weekend, especially I'm tracking a storm system that will impact some folks as we go into it. It's the upper Midwest for your Friday afternoon, and this storm system really starts to expand into Ohio, Tennessee Valley for your Saturday. Not going to talk snow accumulation just yet, but this will cause widespread travel impacts going into your Sunday and Monday, guys.
All right, we appreciate the heads up. Janessa, thanks. Your top stories and the scientists who taught a goldfish to drive pretty well, too. Next.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have 2?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
My name is Travis. I am the founder and CEO of Uber. And contrary to what you might have read, I am not a monster.
Showtime is driving an uber amount of drama to your streaming screens. Super Pumped, The Battle for Uber, follows the meteoric rise and fall of Joseph Gordon-Levitt as Travis Kalanick, the founder and former CEO of the rideshare app. The series, based on the Mike Isaacs book of the same name, premieres on February 27th.
In today's top stories, investigators are searching for answers after a fire broke out in a New York high-rise, killing 17 people. 2 tenants have filed a $3 billion class action lawsuit against the building's current and former owners, the City of New York and the Housing Department. Last night, a vigil was held for the victims who died due to smoke inhalation. 8 of the 17 were children. New York Attorney General Letitia James vowed to investigate the fire fully.
UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is facing criticism this morning after ITV News reported he hosted a bring your own booze party in the garden of Downing Street during the country's first COVID lockdown in May of 2020. According to the report, his private secretary had invited over 100 people via email. Johnson's office declined to comment on the report, and NBC News has not independently obtained or confirmed the authenticity of the email.
The Department of Justice announced on Tuesday that it is forming a new domestic terror unit. The announcement comes just days after the first anniversary of the January 6th Capitol riots, where hundreds of former President Donald Trump supporters stormed the building. The unit will combat domestic terrorism as national security officials warn of rising threats of violent extremism within the United States.
Israel introduces the next generation of tank drivers. Scientists have taught goldfish there to drive. The team at Ben Gurion University mounted a camera to their vehicle to mimic their movements in the tank, and using food as a reward, got them to steer hook, line, and sinker. Before you go out and catch a fish taxi, a word of warning, as you can imagine, they constantly forget directions, and they are always fishtailing.
All right. Athens, Georgia is going to the dogs this weekend. That is because the city is celebrating their national champs on Saturday. They're going to have a massive parade followed by a ceremony at the stadium. The Georgia Bulldogs returning home yesterday. You see them there after they turned the tide on the Crimson Tide of Alabama on Monday night. They won their first title in over 40 years, and it just seems like Alabama was in it and wins it almost every year, so it is nice to see someone else get a trophy.
What a turnaround. I'm sure they are celebrating right now as we speak.
And they know how. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Your news continues right here on NBC and our NBC stations. See you tomorrow.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, critical vote, a battle over the future of American democracy. This morning, Congress under pressure to expand voter protections, with Senate Democrats planning a vote on 2 new bills as soon as today. This after a call to action by President Biden, who expressed his support for changing filibuster rules to pass the legislation.
The battle for the soul of America is not over. Protect our democracy. I support changing the Senate rules, whichever way they need to be changed to prevent a minority of senators from blocking action on voting rights.
We have the latest on the growing confrontation and reaction, including the 2 Senate Democrats who could put an end to the president's plan. Strained, the U.S. struggling to recover from COVID's winter wave. Hospitals and hospital workers overwhelmed by Omicron patients, with the number of new cases now at a pandemic high and staffing critically low. Now, some workers reporting for duty even if they have the virus themselves. This as the nation's top health officials face questioning on Capitol Hill about those mixed messages on guidelines for isolations, and teachers being pushed to the brink as the surge takes a toll on the education system. More on the fallout 2 years into the pandemic. And officials are calling it an absolute miracle. 4 people, one of them just 2 months old, survive after a medical helicopter crashes just steps away from a church. The incredible story of survival and the investigation now underway. Finally this morning, a squashing success, a story about overcoming the odds, how an immigrant from Mexico found comfort and confidence through the game of squash. That's a good one we'll have later for you this hour. And it's not in our headlines, but it is still very cold out here.
It is still very cold, but warmer, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit
Less
better.
windy.
Hopefully that's the case for some of you, too, waking up in the Northeast or the Midwest. We begin this morning, though, with a renewed push for action on voting rights as President Biden calls for a major change to Senate rules.
Democrats want to move quickly. The Senate could vote on 2 federal voting rights bills as early as today. In a speech in Atlanta yesterday, President Biden lambasted the Senate for not taking action and framed this issue as one for the history books.
I ask every elected official in America, how do you want to be remembered? Do you want to be on the side of Dr. King or George Wallace? Do you want to be on the side of John Lewis or Bull Connor? Do you want to be on the side of Abraham Lincoln or Jefferson Davis? This is the moment to decide.
NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now from Washington. Carol, good morning to you. So the president's speech marked really a big reversal for President Biden, an institutionalist who spent years defending the filibuster while serving in the Senate. So how exactly is the White House planning on getting this done? Can they realistically do it?
Yeah, Joe, look, they're going to try, but the votes just aren't there right now. And you're right, this is a really significant reversal for President Biden, who spent decades in the Senate and for years now has said he opposes changes to the filibuster. But yesterday in his speech in Atlanta, he said things are different now. Take a listen.
Sadly, the United States Senate, designed to be the world's greatest deliberative body, has been rendered a shell of its former self. Gives me no satisfaction in saying that as an institutionalist, as a man who was honored to serve in the Senate. But as an institutionalist, I believe that the threat to our democracy is so grave that we must find a way to pass these voting rights bills.
So how's the White House going to get this done? Look, unless they can get all 50 Democrats to support getting rid of the filibuster altogether, this is impossible because they need 67 votes in the Senate to do anything short of what's called the nuclear option. So anything, something like a carve out for voting rights or the talking filibuster, as it's known, forcing senators to stand on the Senate floor and talk through a filibuster. So it's just looking increasingly like this is a non-starter, Joe.
I mean, Carol, it's worth noting so far no Republicans in the Senate have come out in support of these bills. Obviously, they're not needed if the filibuster rules change. But how are Republicans reacting to the president's call for change yesterday?
Right. Republicans have been blocking this voting rights legislation, which is why Democrats are talking about changing the filibuster. And no surprise, they were sharply critical of the president's speech. And Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell even said if Democrats were to go down this path and try to get rid of the filibuster, that he would really make it harder for them to get anything done in the Senate. Take a listen.
If my colleague tries to break the Senate to silence those millions of Americans, we will make their voices heard in this chamber in ways that are more inconvenient for the majority and this White House than what anybody has seen in living memory.
So other Republican senators came out and were criticizing the president, saying that his speech was overly political. But look, Joe, that wasn't the president's audience. The president's audience were Democrats in the Senate and the Democratic base, who's been really putting a lot of pressure on him to make a speech like this and lean into a push for voting rights legislation.
Of course, ultimately what matters here are the moderate Democrats, Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema. They've said they oppose changing Senate rules. That, of course, sinks the Democrats' efforts, as you pointed out. How does the White House plan to get them on board? Because that's everything for them right now.
It is. You're absolutely right. And look, they're saying, hey, we're going to have all these conversations with senators. We're going to use the bully pulpit. The president will continue to hit on this issue publicly. And the president said yesterday that he's had conversations with Democratic senators in recent weeks about this. But all of that talking is not going to change the fact that even Senator Manchin, for instance, has really dug in on his opposition to getting rid of the filibuster. And absent that, it's just hard to see where this goes.
Carol Lee reporting from the White House. Carol, thanks so much.
Now, notably absent from President Biden's speech in Georgia yesterday were some key voting rights activists. Some of them have slammed the White House, saying anything short of a concrete plan to pass voting rights legislation is unacceptable. Meanwhile, Republicans say they're not trying to restrict voters. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is in Atlanta with the latest.
I'm Blaine Alexander in Georgia, where organizers tell us it's a race against the clock to pass Democrats' new voting legislation.
Democracy hangs in the balance.
But they're worried President Biden is speaking up too little, too late. His Georgia trip marks a return to the state that gave Democrats the Senate majority. But he's being met with an icy reception from some of the very organizers behind those victories. While some voting rights activists are in attendance, others choosing to skip the speech, calling anything short of a concrete plan to pass Democrats' legislation unacceptable, an empty gesture. Georgia has progressively become more progressive, narrowly flipping for Biden in 2020 by less than 12,000 votes. Now, the groups that helped drive record Democratic turnout say to bring voters out again, it's time for a return on their investment.
What is your biggest fear if this legislation does not pass?
Our biggest fear is we have nothing to say to these voters as to why they should come out again in the midterms and make their voices heard, because this administration has given us there's no meat on the bone.
Republicans are defending Georgia's controversial new voting law, slammed by critics as voter suppression. Governor Brian Kemp says it's the opposite.
Georgia's Elections Integrity Act makes it easy to vote and hard to cheat.
Last year, President Biden told Georgia Democrats electing 2 Democratic senators would mean a green light for his agenda.
The power is literally in your hands.
Now the pressure is on from Democrats for him to deliver. And some of those activists told me that they liked what they heard in the speech, but they wanted to hear the president call out some of the holdouts in his own party. In Atlanta, I'm Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
This morning, the out-of-control Omicron variant is putting a bigger strain on the nation's hospitals.
Yeah, COVID hospitalizations have now reached a record high, with more than 145,000 people currently admitted with the virus. That means about 1 in 2,300 Americans are hospitalized with COVID right now. As nurses and doctors try to treat thousands of new patients, the nation's top health experts were on Capitol Hill yesterday trying to defend the CDC's mixed messaging on Omicron and quarantine guidelines.
A core part of CDC's mission is to translate science into recommendations for best practices and real-world circumstances. As we will learn more, we will continue to update accordingly. Omicron is likely not to be the last curveball this virus throws at us, but we have the tools to prevent further spread of this virus.
Hospitals right now, they're trying to fight the curveball Omicron has thrown at them. They're running out of hospital beds and workers as some staff come down with the virus themselves. That includes doctors in North Carolina, where we find NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards. She joins us now from a testing site in Charlotte. Erica, good morning. So let's talk about the hospitalizations first, just there where you are. How is it in the Carolinas? Are the hospital systems holding up with this Omicron surge?
Yeah, hey, Savannah, good morning. I'll tell you what, cases here in the Carolinas have absolutely exploded in the past few weeks. What's more, that means people who are getting COVID-19 are sick enough to be hospitalized. Check out some of these numbers. In South Carolina, the number of COVID-related hospitalizations has risen more than 1,100% in the past 2 weeks. Unbelievably, that is not a typo. In North Carolina, hospitalizations are up 768% in the past 2 weeks. Compare that to the national numbers, not doing much better. Hospitalizations have quadrupled in the past 2 weeks. Now, despite this, we talked with an infectious diseases expert at Wake Forest who said that there's a bit of good news here. People who are hospitalized aren't necessarily as sick as they were earlier in the pandemic. Take a listen.
We're about 25% higher than we were at this time last year. And last year was obviously the previous big peak for hospitalizations. But we are seeing fewer people in the ICUs compared to last year, and also even compared to Delta in August and September. So there's a little bit of a silver lining there.
Still, Dr. Ohl said the sheer rise in cases is absolutely crippling the healthcare system. Savannah, Joe?
Erica, we just heard CDC Director Walensky defend her agency's messaging. That includes the guidance on quarantines. Even with the shorter 5-day isolation period now, a lot of hospital workers still can't get back to work right away. What is the impact on those who are going to the hospital for things other than COVID?
Put simply, they cannot get the care that they need. Let me give you an example. At Duke University Hospital in the Raleigh-Durham area, there were more than 1,000 healthcare workers out sick in isolation because of COVID-19 within the past week. And that means that there are fewer doctors, fewer nurses to take care of those routine, everyday illnesses. We talked with Dr. Cameron Wolf of Duke University Hospital. Here's how he explained the problem.
Someone who was due to get an elective surgery can't, it gets cancelled. It means someone who sits in the ED for their broken leg likely sits there for many more hours. It means someone who needed a clinic visit may have that clinic visit cancelled at the last minute because we can't get staffing for that visit. It bleeds into other areas of healthcare, not just COVID.
Dr. Wolf said that in a matter of about 3 weeks, they went from having 60 hospitalized patients with COVID-19 to 260. That's a faster rise than they'd seen before in the pandemic.
Wow, yeah. Now, Erica, also the testing site you're at, as many across the country have seen, are seeing this major rise in positive test results. One of the issues, though, that we're hearing about is access to testing. If you're not at one of these sites like you're at, you can't get your hands on an at-home test, that type of thing, which also may mean we're actually way above the numbers that we're reporting here in terms of positive cases. What are they doing in that state to make sure people do have access to testing?
Yeah, that's really happening at the local level. Local governments, local healthcare systems are trying to help fill that gap and that void. In Durham County, to my northeast, local health officials there distributed thousands of free at-home rapid test kits to the public. Masking is another huge way that they're trying to sort of rein in this problem. Durham County also sent out tens of thousands of masks. Here in Charlotte, the large hospital system Atrium Health announced just yesterday that it's donating 200,000 of those KN95 masks. Those will go to the local health department. That's where those masks will be distributed to testing sites like this one, where they'll go to the public and the healthcare workers actually doing that testing.
All right, Erica Edwards in North Carolina. Erica, thank you.
Let's now bring in Dr. Amish Adalja. He's a senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. Dr. Adalja, always great to see you. Thanks for being with us. So just a moment ago, at the beginning of when we first started talking to Erica, we heard from a doctor who spoke about this silver lining with this Omicron surge. So despite the high number of hospitalizations, fewer are ending up in the ICU. Obviously, that is a little piece of good news. What do you think that tells us about the severity of Omicron? And does this mean maybe we get past this surge in a way that's hopefully not too far off?
What these anecdotes tell us is that what we saw in South Africa, those early reports of less severity, less ICU bed utilization, is likely true. However, this is something that is just a silver lining. It's not completely a way that we're going to dodge any bullets with Omicron, because it's still severe enough to put hospitals into problems, especially hospitals that had already been hit hard with Delta, hit hard with staffing problems. But it is something that I even noticed myself rounding this weekend, that I didn't see as many sick patients with COVID-19. I saw a lot more people who were testing positive who were admitted for other reasons, which is clearly different than what we saw in the past. And I think that's good, but we still have a couple of weeks to really get through to make sure that our healthcare system doesn't collapse.
And I think that's an important distinction there when we talk about the numbers. People who have COVID but are hospitalized not necessarily because of COVID, which to your point is different than in the past. I want to ask you now about schools. So this morning, the Biden administration announced increased access to testing for schools nationwide. That includes 5 million free rapid tests for schools each month, an additional 5 million PCR tests a month for any individual, and pooled testing needed, and also an expansion of community testing access. So we've seen the concerns about teachers, like, for example, in Chicago, about returning to the classroom, and here in New York City, hundreds of students actually staged a walkout over COVID concerns yesterday. Is this level of testing enough to ease students' and parents' minds? What else do you think needs to be done to make the classroom safe?
Testing is going to be a major component of keeping kids in school. The CDC has really great guidance on something called Test to Stay, where you don't have to quarantine an entire classroom for an exposure. But the success of that type of program is really premised upon having enough tests to be able to do that. So it's going to be important for the foreseeable future that schools have ability to test. It's also true that schools need to have vaccination rates higher. We know that children tend to be one of the least vaccinated groups in this country. Having more vaccinated children makes a school more resilient. It's also something where teachers need to be vaccinated, because if teachers aren't vaccinated, they may call out sick more frequently. They may get severe disease. We want teachers to be vaccinated almost as a condition of employment, if that can be possible in a school district. And then masking and social distancing are going to be important based upon what's going on outside the classroom walls.
And Dr. Adalja, quickly, another question on testing for you as it relates to the Omicron surge. So the Abbott at-home COVID test, something a lot of us might recognize at this point in the pandemic, can detect most infectious Omicron cases. Now, there's been a lot of concern about whether a lot of these rapid tests that you're just able to buy yourself at a drugstore can effectively detect this particular variant. If people think they have COVID, what should they do? Should they get one of those tests? Should they also get a PCR test? What should people do, especially if they are symptomatic?
If you're symptomatic, the first step should be one of those antigen tests, because if it's positive, that gives you your answer. But if it's negative, you still have to figure out what you're sick with. Is it COVID? Is it influenza? Is it strep throat? So you should still isolate and then get more formal testing. And whether that's a COVID PCR test or a formal antigen test at an urgent care center, or get tested for flu, that's kind of all the steps that you need to take. You shouldn't just ignore you shouldn't just ignore your symptoms if you have a negative test. You need to figure out what you're sick with.
All right, Dr. Amish Adalja, great advice there. Thanks so much. And as you all at home have probably noticed, we talk to doctors here every day, and we want to know what you want to know. If you have a question about COVID, maybe this variant, maybe you're unvaccinated and have concerns, we want to get questions straight from you to our doctors. Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com. There it is right there. I know it's a long one. With your questions for our doctors, and we'll get them on the show.
COVID has been dimming the lights on the Great White Way over the past few weeks. As we've extensively reported, Broadway bounced back to standing ovations last September, but now the surging Omicron variant is shuttering some of New York City's top shows. This morning, we're hearing from those directly impacted by those closures. The almost wildfire-like spread of Omicron threw a wrench into the holiday peak that Broadway has grown accustomed to. 4 productions shuttered their doors early. The play, Thoughts of a Colored Man, and the musicals, Jagged Little Pill, Ain't Too Proud, and Waitress. For many in the Broadway community, it felt eerily similar to the 2020 shutdown.
I think all of us have emotional impacts of that shutdown that we have probably not fully dealt with, myself included, by the way. So it's almost like having PTSD.
Broadway's initial closure nearly 2 years ago sent shockwaves throughout the entertainment industry and New York City.
We were planning for a 2-week to a month shutdown, and even that was tragic. When it became obvious that there was going to be a longer shutdown, it became almost crisis.
But hope returned in the summer of 2021. Thanks to rigorous health and safety protocols in September, Broadway was back.
You can't overstate what 18 months without Broadway is like for people that love Broadway, but certainly for the people that work on Broadway as well. So I think everyone is really happy about that. But of course, there's anxiety with Omicron and COVID in general.
That anxiety was well-founded. According to the Broadway League, revenues the week before Christmas fell 26%, dropping from $30.5 million to $22.5 million in a single week. Audience numbers also plummeted by more than 60,000 people.
When we got the announcement that we were closing, we got it over a Zoom meeting. And usually when you get a closing announcement, it's backstage, a producer calls a meeting, everyone knows what it's about.
Joshua Henry has been on and off Broadway since 2008, most recently playing Dr. Pomatter in Waitress after the reopening.
I've been really blessed to close a lot of shows under circumstances that are not COVID related. So this one hurt.
The abruptness of Waitress closing early shows just how unpredictable the pandemic has become.
I think every time anybody tries to think of what's coming next, COVID is like, LOL, best of luck figuring this out, because anything could change in any 24-hour period.
I mean, we were being tested every day, antigen and PCR tested, and I'm still kind of wrapping my mind around it.
But the curtain has not come down on Broadway like it did in 2020. In fact, as of January 7th, 27 out of the 28 shows open on Broadway were performing. A full stop of productions has not been considered.
I just want to make it real clear, Broadway is open and we have no intentions of shutting down. None. We have 17 shows that have not opened yet that are coming this spring, and to date they are all planning to come.
The ability to stay open is a testament to the protocols in place, with the league following the advice of 3 different epidemiologists.
One of which actually works directly with us, and we coordinate with the unions the protocols to ensure that the cast, the crew, and that the audience is safe.
Science and vaccines have also changed the morale and atmosphere on Broadway over these closures.
I just try to remember that the world of today with vaccines is a very different world than March 2020.
For Joshua Henry, this break off the stage gives him time to work on his music, spend time with his 3 kids and wife, and admire the fortitude of theater in New York City.
I'm happy that there are shows that are open right now, and I mean, that's just a testament to, like you said, Broadway's resilience.
If you've been to a Broadway show, you know for the audience, there are just a lot of precautions. You have to be vaccinated. You have to wear a mask. There are people who go around, and if that mask is below your nose, they do say something to you. So it is, but for the performers, it's harder because they don't wear masks, obviously, when they're performing. So,
yeah. Oh, and you just feel for them. What great interviews they're hearing from them, their accounts. But he's right. The resiliency is what's really cool to see.
They're still pushing through.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Joe. Yep. Now, this morning, Harry Reid, a giant of the Senate, will lie in state at the U.S. Capitol. Reid passed away last month at the age of 82 after a battle with cancer. A pivotal figure in Congress and in the Democratic Party, Reid represented the state of Nevada for 30 years. He also became one of the longest-serving Senate Majority Leaders ever. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now. Hi, Leanne. Good morning. So first, just tell us what we can expect from today's ceremony.
Good morning, Savannah. So yes, Senate then Majority Leader Harry Reid will lie in state at the Capitol today. We expect Speaker Pelosi, Majority Leader Schumer, and Vice President Kamala Harris to give their remarks today. The ceremony is going to be this morning at around 10:30 a.m. and then he will remain in the Capitol until about 4 or 4:30 p.m. when he is then removed and flown home to Searchlight, Nevada. Savannah.
And now, Leanne, Reid spent 8 years as the Senate Majority Leader during a hugely important period. It included the Great Recession and actually most of President Obama's time in office. Tell us, what were some of his biggest accomplishments? How would you sum up his legacy?
Yeah, so Senator Reid was someone who was instrumental not only in President Obama, then Senator Obama running for president, but also President Obama's agenda in key in passing the Affordable Care Act, being able to keep all 60 senators together, 60 Democrats together in order to pass that legislative accomplishment for the former president. And at a memorial service in Nevada over the weekend, President Obama spoke about how important Senator Reid was to him and his legacy. Let's listen.
Harry cared so much about his fellow Americans and so little about what anybody thought of him. It was all searchlight, no spotlight.
During my time in the Senate, he was more generous to me than I had any right to expect. He was one of the first people to encourage me to run for president, believing that despite my youth, despite my inexperience, despite the fact that I was African American, I could actually win.
So he had a big imprint on people's lives. I'm also from Las Vegas, and so I know what sort of imprints he's had on that state and on that city. I have a lot of friends who work for him, and they say that he is one of the most generous, loyal people they've ever met.
Oh, that's great to hear. Leanne, quickly before I let you go, let me switch gears here and ask about some other Hill news, the latest on the January 6th investigation. The House committee subpoenaed 3 more people close to the Trump family. Tell us the latest there.
Yeah, they sure did. 2 of Donald Trump Jr.'s top political strategists, and then 1 person who was a speechwriter for the former president. The January 6th committee wants to know any sort of information they have on the lead up to January 6th, including the process of writing the former president's speech on January 6th at the Ellipse. Now, 2 of those people have not responded to requests for comment from NBC News, but one of them, Andy Sarabian, said that he will cooperate with the committee, but he doesn't understand why he was subpoenaed. He has no information to give. Savannah.
All right, Leanne Caldwell, thanks so much for covering all of that for us this morning. And let's now get a check on your morning news now weather, which means it's time for Bill Karen to join. Bill, you got a quiz for me this morning, or what's happening?
No, I mean, Joe wasn't happy yesterday with, you beating him. So, we'll just, we'll just keep it nice and kosher.
We'll take a break for a bit.
So,
okay.
All right. So yeah, exactly. So let me give you this forecast. So northern New England is still cold, but it is warming up significantly. So we're getting rid of that Arctic air mass during the day today. It's a chilly start, though. But, we're still at -8 in Caribou, Maine. So Maine will be the last location to get rid of that really cold air. More typical teens right now around Boston. New York City's at 25. DC's at 27. And this afternoon, it's going to be hard to complain. Temperatures will go all the way back up into the 40s, even mid-40s in D.C. New York breaks 40 degrees. So this is a vast improvement over what we dealt with yesterday. But a heads up for Saturday. Saturday now is looking very cold in New England. High temperatures will be in the single digits in Burlington, only 20 in New York once again. That'll be similar to yesterday. And watch out for that football game. New England is playing at Buffalo on Saturday. High temperature of 10, likely game time temperature will be in the single digits, wind chill in the negative numbers. So that could be an interesting watch, just to watch what it looks like them to play in that colder weather. And as far as the only troublesome weather out there today, the Pacific Northwest, we have a rainstorm for you. Snow elevations are very high, so we do worry about the chance for avalanches, but we're definitely concerned with the flooding potential. The green shows you flash flood watches, where you see those little red or maroon rectangles. That's where we have flash flood warnings that are in effect. So we are already seeing some significant issues there because of the heavy rain and the snow melt, and we are concerned with flooding and mudslides. So the forecast for today, pretty quiet in the middle of the country. In Savannah, you survived yesterday. You get to enjoy a little warm-up. Next hour, your weekend forecast, and stay tuned. We have a very big winter storm heading across the country, so details ahead.
All right, that is a tease. And yes, it was freezing yesterday. I did still do my usual walk home. I questioned that decision, 50% of the way through or so, but I completed it. All right, yeah, thanks, Bill. Coming from an Ironman, that means a lot. All right, see you in a bit. Coming up, an incredible story of survival.
It's an absolute miracle here, what you see behind you. How this, and there's no debris, no wires down, no trees.
Up next here on Morning News Now, the quick thinking that's being credited for saving everyone after a medical helicopter crash, including a 2-month-old baby. After the break.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
I'm going to change your life. Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin.
Here in Nashville.
From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Welcome back, and time to take a look at what's making news around the world this morning. Matt Bodner is with us from Moscow. Hey, Matt.
Savannah, good morning. Well, we'll start today off with an update on the saga of Novak Djokovic. The Serbian tennis star has admitted that he took an interview with a journalist while knowing that he had tested positive for COVID-19. Djokovic is unvaccinated, and there are now questions over a vaccine exemption that he received to participate in next week's Australian Open. The Australian government, by the way, is currently considering deporting him for that. Moving along now to Quebec, where the premier of the French-speaking Canadian province has announced that adult residents who refuse COVID-19 vaccinations will be fined. The justification here is that unvaccinated adults are a burden on the healthcare system, and the entire tax-paying population of Quebec should not be on the hook for that. The premier specified that this would not apply to those with medical exemptions. We finish this hour with some animal news. Archaeologists now believe that medieval horses were, in fact, about the size of a modern pony. This is at least according to a study published in the International Journal of Osteoarchaeology. That is the study of skeletons. The study examined the shape and size of almost 2,000 horse bones from animals that lived between 300 AD and 1650 AD. It is believed to be the largest study of horse bones ever conducted. Savannah?
Huh. That's interesting and not something I had ever wondered about, but I'm happy to now have that information, Matt. Thank you very much.
Now we know.
Exactly. All right, now to an incredible story of survival. A medical helicopter carrying an infant crashed in a residential neighborhood near Philadelphia. Now, miraculously, everyone inside made it out alive. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has this unbelievable story.
Good morning. This medical helicopter was on its way to a children's hospital in Philadelphia when it ran into trouble in the air and had to make an emergency landing. Now, authorities are crediting the pilot with some quick thinking that apparently saved lives.
That's a helicopter.
It may be hard to believe, but everyone, including an infant who was in this mangled medical helicopter, is alive. And incredibly, no one on the ground was hurt.
I literally see the chopper in the sky, like right there. And so I'm stopped. But then there was a moment where I realized this is going to hit the ground. So that's when I pulled into reverse.
This man was driving his family in a neighborhood and barely dodged a catastrophe.
This is absolutely a miracle from the Lord.
A miraculous landing, witnesses say, right next to a church.
It's an absolute miracle. Here, what you see behind you, and there's no debris, no wires down, no trees.
The chopper had been flying to a children's hospital in Philly, carrying 2 crew members, a nurse, and the infant. All 4 of them were able to escape the wreckage, even before emergency crews arrived.
Everyone is out of the helicopter.
No word yet on what caused the crash. The NTSB will investigate.
It was absolutely insane. I've never seen anything like this.
Authorities here are crediting the pilot.
This was a miraculous landing.
And perhaps a higher power for a remarkable landing against all odds. Authorities say the pilot ran into trouble about a mile from here in the air and then had to maneuver this chopper in successfully landing it next to this church. What really strikes you here on the ground is just how close this chopper came to that church. And again, remarkably, no one was killed. Back to you.
Oh, just incredible. Gabe Gutierrez, thank you for that story. Now, coming up, the key to your health may be sitting in your kitchen. Up next, what researchers are saying about the many benefits of olive oil, plus more medical headlines in our weekly checkup.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Crewses. See? Power.
All right, welcome back. This is something. A judge has upheld the LAPD's decision to fire 2 police officers Forget this, ignoring a robbery while they were hunting for Pokemon. According to court documents, the two officers were parked nearby when a radio call came in for officers to respond to a robbery at a Macy's department store back in 2017. But camera footage from their car shows that instead of pursuing robbers, they were playing that Pokemon Go video game and decided to pursue a relatively rare Snorlax. Seriously, the officers were charged with multiple on-duty misconducts, including making false statements during an investigation. Now, they pled guilty to 2 of the 6 counts, but then claimed the city violated their rights by using the police car's video system as evidence. Told you, this is something. All right, now it's time for your weekly checkup. We have NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar here with us to discuss the latest health headlines you may have missed. Hi, Dr. Azar. Always great to have you. So let's start with this analysis from the American Heart Association. It shows the majority of adults with type 2 diabetes are not meeting their heart health goals. Tell us what those goals are, and also how many people does this impact?
Right. So, I always like to start with why this is important. Well, about 34 million Americans have type 2 diabetes. That's about 11% of the population. And we know that adults with type 2 diabetes are twice as likely to die from heart attacks, strokes, and heart failure. Here are the doctor's orders for you. And I think this is really important. A lot of folks who have diabetes appropriately really concentrate on controlling their blood sugar, and they need to, but there are other targets that need to be met as well. Things like quitting smoking, reducing drinking, staying active, making sure cholesterol is okay. Less than 20% of patients with type 2 diabetes actually are meeting those other targets, Savannah. And of course, the other thing is also your mental and your emotional health. Those psychosocial factors and determinants in health are also really important and need not to be neglected.
Yeah, ooh, good information there. All right, Dr. Azar, here's the one we just teased. I'm sure people will be happy to hear about this. I am, because I use olive oil every night when I cook, and a new study shows that using more of it is linked with a lower risk of death from things like cardiovascular disease and cancer. So tell us, I'm sure there's everything in moderation. How much olive oil should we be consuming? What's the takeaway here?
So this is great, because you always want to have some take home that's really kind of easy to accomplish. And this is it. You only need to consume greater than half a tablespoon. And by the way, that's not a lot. On a daily
no, not at all.
To reduce your risk of dying from cancer, cardiovascular disease, neurodegenerative diseases, respiratory diseases. And they looked at olive oil. That was a Freudian slip. Olive oil consumption that's used in salad dressing, adding it to food or bread, and even used in baking. So, of course, doctors' orders are that you need to try to find ways to substitute out those saturated fats as much as you can. Use flavored olive oils instead of butter. You can, even something as simple as using it on popcorn, you can do it. And of course, as you point out, moderation is key, as my mom has always said.
I think some people may contend also that alcohol has helped them in their longevity, but that is really great to hear. Okay, now here's a fun one, interesting one, kind of blows my mind. According to a new brain imaging study, dogs can distinguish between different languages. Okay, Dr. Azar, how did these researchers figure this one out?
Okay, so first of all, anyone who's a dog owner out there truly believes that their dogs understand their language. They do. Dogs have actually...
Yes, we always say Lucy speaks English.
I know, right? I mean, I think they said at one point dogs can know up to 200 words. That's a lot. That's a lot more than a lot of little kids out there, right? So basically, these dogs were trained to understand language, and they basically they trained the dogs to lay motionless in a brain scanner, and then they played excerpts of a story. Look at this picture, Savannah. I sent this to my sister, and I said these dogs must have been sedated, but they actually weren't. They weren't trained. My dog would never do that. So anyway, they listened to a story that was read in 2 different languages, and then they measured their brain activity, and they found that the dogs, of course, had owners who had read them the story previously, and different parts of the brain lit up when they were listening to the story in the language that they had listened to it. So, and this was the first time apparently that a non-mammal animal was actually shown to understand language. So the take home here, continue to make your dog a part of the family, read them stories if you want to. They definitely understand. And you can teach old dogs new tricks, because you know what? The older dogs did better than the younger dogs.
You know what, Dr. Azar, isn't it interesting, though, that I'm pretty sure no is the same in many languages, and somehow Lucy seems to forget what that one means quite often. All right, that's a fun one, though. Thank you so much. Great to see you. And coming up, sick and tired. COVID's winter wave taking a toll on hospital workers, many now working while infected with the virus themselves. More on the situation that's sparking outrage. Plus, new accounts shedding light on Bob Saget's final hours. Up next, what we're learning about the comedian's last show from those who attended. You're watching Morning News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Some hospitals are taking a dramatic step to fight COVID-19. They're allowing nurses and doctors with COVID to come into work only if they are asymptomatic. Officials say the move is needed to ease staffing shortages, but many are outraged by this move. So what could this mean for patients? NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson explains.
Record COVID cases and hospitalizations are putting an enormous strain on hospitals, leading some to take dramatic action. Across the country, hospitals battling staffing shortages now taking an astonishing step, asking healthcare workers with COVID to return to work.
What went through your mind when you heard that news?
This seemed like a slap in the face.
California emergency room technician Gabriel Montoya says he was disgusted when over the weekend the state announced that through February 1st, staff who test positive and are asymptomatic may return to work immediately without isolation and without testing. Those staff must wear N95 masks.
If you're relying on the science, then you shouldn't be putting people's health at risk based on staffing issues.
The move comes as the nation's hospitals are facing a double whammy. Daily case counts and the hospitalization rate hitting record highs, while hospital workers out with COVID are creating severe staffing shortages. The combination prompting the CDC to update return to work guidelines for healthcare workers.
It's very callous and, it's putting our patients and ourselves in grave danger.
The president of the California Nurses Association says this isn't the answer.
Our patients are in the hospital because they're sick. And for someone to go in there who is positive for the virus, it's a major disaster waiting to happen.
Experts, however, say the change isn't unheard of outside of the U.S.
This is about cohorting, right? This is about having people who are already infected, taking care of infected people. We did this for Ebola in West Africa. It's not one of the first things you'd put in the playbook, but it is in the playbook, but towards the end.
California isn't alone. Hospitals in Hawaii, Arizona, Maine, and Rhode Island also changing their policies. One hospital in Rhode Island even confirming an instance of a positive asymptomatic staffer working with patients who didn't have the virus. The hospital posting on their website the move was made due to staffing constraints and that it hasn't led to a COVID outbreak at the facility. Now, a nursing home in the state bringing back positive staff too.
No one could have anticipated the depth of the staffing challenge that we find ourselves in right now. And this latest surge of Omicron is like nothing we've seen.
An unprecedented move for an unprecedented moment. And experts I spoke with say if a healthcare worker is asymptomatic and wearing that N95 mask and an additional mask and a face shield, they should be okay and those patients should be protected. That said, there is still a lot of debate around whether or not patients should be informed that they're being cared for by someone who's positive for COVID. And the same with nursing homes. If loved ones should be informed that their senior who's in a nursing home is being cared for by someone with COVID.
Priscilla Thompson, thank you.
Now, the Omicron variant is also fueling a nationwide teacher shortage that's putting a strain on our education system. As COVID-19 case counts rise around the country and many frontline workers are hit hard, educators and experts are sounding the alarm. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esemwa has more.
As Omicron surges on, teachers are calling out with COVID, leading to a potential crisis across the nation's schools.
We would like our students to test negative.
In Chicago, in-person classes resume Wednesday. The teachers union reaching a deal with the city after a heated standoff.
Nearly everyone and every student and every staff member in the building had an interaction with someone who had COVID.
The pandemic amplifying a teaching shortage that was already brewing. Nationally, the ratio of educator hires to job openings is on the decline. In June 2021, the ratio was 0.65 hires for every open position. By September 2021, just 0.38. This shortage fueled further by the raging pandemic.
We are underestimating how difficult the job is right now.
Kate Diaz is currently a substitute teacher and president of the Connecticut Education Association.
We're exhausted. I have teachers telling me, I'm barely having time to, go to the bathroom, let alone actually do some work.
The tension palpable, extending through the educator pipeline.
I have personally been involved with several of our superintendents who have actually been contemplating suicide. They've had to deal with the controversies over whether schools should open or not open. And most recently, this thing with critical race theory.
Dan Domenech says superintendents typically managing teachers now find themselves back in the classroom. In Boston, Superintendent Brenda Casalias says she taught an elementary school class in early January because of teacher absences.
Said, I'll clear my calendar and I'll go over and teach a fourth grade class.
In West Contra Costa, California, school was canceled Monday and school office staff were deployed to cover staffing shortages. The superintendent, Chris Hurst, even substitute teaching at an elementary school. But this teaching shortage is not just bringing educators to the classroom. St. Louis Cardinals player Harrison Bader was even tapped to substitute teach in a St. Louis elementary school.
If there are any substitute teacher openings, let me know.
Still, amid the lighter moments, a grim reality.
As long as we don't have the high level of vaccination on our population, it's going to continue.
What is the impact on students?
You really have a transient teacher population covering. Those kids don't have the same experience. They don't develop a relationship. There's not a consistency, a normalcy to that class.
All right, thank you to Zincle for that report. And now, if you or anyone you know is struggling, please call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 800-273-8255, as you can see there, or text TALK to 741-741.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Henao is with us this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. So Pfizer is cutting a few hundred sales positions. This reflects a changing environment involving fewer face-to-face meetings with doctors and healthcare providers and more virtual and telehealth settings during the pandemic. Pfizer says it will try to offset some of the cuts by creating jobs in new areas focusing on digital efforts. Wells Fargo will stop charging customers fees for bouncing checks and waive some overdraft fees by the end of March. The move follows a similar announcement yesterday by Bank of America. Wells will also give customers 24 hours to bring their balance above zero before charging them a $35 fee. It will start giving people who get direct deposit access to those funds up to 2 days in advance. The changes come amid growing scrutiny of overdraft fees by regulators. And consumers spent $170 billion on mobile apps worldwide last year, according to a new report by App Annie. That's up 19% from 2020. People are also spending more time on apps, an average of 4.1 hours, than watching TV. The most used apps for Gen Z: Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, and Netflix. Millennials prefer Facebook Messenger, Amazon, and WhatsApp. Gen X and baby boomers are using the Weather Channel, Alexa, and Ring.
Yeah, that's pretty funny, that difference. Yeah.
They're using the Farmer's Almanac and Friendster. Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
Thank
the weather
you,
app. Yeah. All right, now we're learning more about Bob Saget in his final hours before he was found unresponsive in a Florida hotel room.
Those who saw his final comedy show last weekend say he was in good spirits. Authorities have not released any new information about how he died, and autopsy results could take up to 12 weeks. As we wait, the tributes continue to pour in.
Just like having
This morning, fans are searching for answers after the tragic death of beloved TV dad Bob Saget. Just days before he died, Saget joked about previously having COVID on a podcast with hosts Tom and Dan.
It does not feel good. I had it. And,
Yeah.
I don't know if I had Delta or I might have had a combo. Maybe at one point they were working together.
Saget did not say when he had COVID or discuss his symptoms, but experts say that information, along with his medical history, will be looked at by the medical examiner.
There is a slight increase in risk of cardiovascular events like a heart attack or stroke after COVID infection. I don't know the rest of his medical history, but that in and of itself could increase his risk.
Saget was found dead Sunday inside an Orlando hotel room. According to the incident report, hotel security found him on his bed with no pulse. Authorities say they found no signs of foul play or drug use. His death came just hours after the seemingly healthy 65-year-old had been on stage. You guys are awesome. His final show, a 2-hour-plus performance, was full of joy and energy, according to those who witnessed it.
Very high energy, very happy, and he kept saying over and over, "I'm just so happy to be here."
This morning, his heartbroken friends and co-stars are sharing their grief and shock at his passing. Full House co-star Candace Cameron Bure called Saget the glue of their TV family, writing, "You weren't just like a father, but one of my closest friends in life." His loved ones mourn. One of Saget's closest friends is remembering how Bob used to say goodbye. Touring partner Mike Young told Savannah how Bob would finish every conversation.
He always ended it with "I love you." He was an "I love you" guy. And he was full of love, man. And he loved his job, and he loved the crowds, and he loved touring, and he loved what he did.
Those who were at Saget's final show say he spent much of the night telling stories and joking warmly about his family, even getting emotional at one point when speaking to a man in the audience who was there with his 3 daughters. Saget, of course, also had 3 daughters, both in real life and on Full House, the TV show that we know him so well from.
Absolutely. We're thinking about those 3 daughters.
Absolutely. People continue to pay tribute.
Yes. All right. Coming up, more than just a game.
Up next, how a racket sport led an immigrant from Mexico to a scholarship even the pros. This is Morning News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this? What are you you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in primetime and streaming live. It's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We're ending this hour with the story of a young Mexican-American woman and the program that taught her to dream big.
Top Story anchor Tom Llamas has more on how the racket sport of squash allowed her and now thousands of students to succeed both on and off the court.
At 4'11", Reina Pacheco may not look intimidating, but in the game of squash, she's a giant, running opponents like me all over the court.
There we go. Now I'm working you. Now I'm working you.
It's a game she takes seriously because it taught her to dream big.
There were points in my childhood that I just wasn't sure. And when you're undocumented, nothing is secure, right?
At times homeless and constantly in fear of being deported, this type of racket sport was nowhere on Reina's radar until a squash program came to her school in San Diego.
We take low-income students from areas that are often never seen squash before, so they spend half of the time studying and half of the time training squash.
I had to take a bus ride at 4 a.m. in the morning to get to the squash courts by 7 a.m. and I would go to school and do it all over again at night.
The work ethic she developed paid off. Reina would go on to earn a scholarship and play at Columbia University, later joining the Pro Tour. She's now an investment banker on Wall Street. Her first coach gets emotional when he looks back. Proof, he says, this program works.
It's more than a sport. Yeah, it's life, you know.
Currently, there are more than 2,000 kids enrolled in Squash and Education Alliance programs across the U.S. Organizers say 94% of their kids graduate and go to college.
Did squash give you confidence?
Yes, I think that when you step on a squash court and in a different country, in a different court with a different language, and you do it consistently, you become really good at adapting and you become really good at being brave.
Learning to first navigate the court to later lead in life. Tom Llamas, NBC News, New York.
Squash, by the way, is not easy.
No, it's not. I was going to say that too. I mean, I'm sure no one's surprised that it's difficult for me, as sporty as I am, but it's not. You're right.
Good for her. Thanks, Tom, for that story. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, unrelenting. A staggering new headline on the rapidly spreading Omicron variant this Wednesday morning. The latest mutation now makes up 98% of new cases here in the U.S. Healthcare systems at a breaking point, hospitalizations at record highs, and staffing shortages becoming more and more prevalent. The nation's top doctors facing a grilling on Capitol Hill over their responses to the virus, with several contentious exchanges between officials and lawmakers. This as the CDC considers altering its guidance on masks once again. We're going to bring you everything you need to know. Battle on the Hill, voting rights and the success of President Biden's entire political agenda taking center stage on Capitol Hill this week. Commander-in-Chief stumping for expanded access to mail-in voting and additional ballot box policies. Bills now stuck in legislative limbo. The president, a Senate veteran, now voicing support for changing one long-standing Senate rule to further his agenda.
No option but to change the Senate rules, including getting rid of the filibuster for this.
But moderate Democratic voices in the Senate, Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, have both come out against changing the filibuster, how they're reacting to the president's speech. A little help from my friends. Inflation and the U.S. economic condition also hitting the hill this week. Fed Chair Jerome Powell reiterating that the American economy is indeed healthy during his Senate confirmation hearing, but he's hinting at a series of interest rate hikes in the coming months to control rising prices. So what does all that mean for your bottom line this year? We'll explain. Plus, new year, new you. If you're looking for a fresh start in 2022, a new job could help you get there. Turns out January is one of the hottest months of the year for job seekers. So later in the hour, we're going to chat with Glassdoor's CEO on some of the best places to work in these uncertain times. Right now, most people probably craving any place warm, is what I'm guessing.
Exactly, especially in the Northeast or Midwest.
Exactly. More on that in a little bit. We're going to begin this morning with COVID and this latest unrelenting wave.
Yeah, with new infections and hospitalization rates shattering pandemic records, many are asking, is it time for Americans to upgrade their masks? NBC News correspondent Tom Costello spoke with an expert on this and has the latest this morning.
Yeah, a lot of scrutiny on the White House and the CDC over the shortage of tests over confusing messaging. Today, word that the administration is going to start shipping test kits to schools nationwide, and the CDC is expected to urge all of us to upgrade our masks as Omicron is spreading unchecked across the country. Overnight, new data showing the highly contagious Omicron variant now makes up almost all new COVID cases in the U.S., a staggering 98%. It happened at lightning speed, too, spreading in just over 1 month. With COVID cases surging and hospitalizations hitting all-time highs, the CDC is now considering whether to update its own mask guidance, potentially recommending Americans choose higher quality options like N95s or the Chinese-made KN95.
They are really, really tight fitting, and they help filter out very small airborne droplets of COVID.
The typical surgical mask provides decent protection, but doesn't seal tightly around the nose and mouth. The Biden administration also taking a big step to keep kids in school, announcing this morning it will hand out 5 million rapid COVID tests and another 5 million lab-based PCR tests to schools nationwide every month for free. Meanwhile, the nation's top health officials faced a grilling on Capitol Hill. Tuesday's testimony punctuated by this very concerning message.
Most people are going to get COVID.
The experts were blasted over their mixed messaging and criticized for their confusing changes in guidelines.
The American people are right to be confused. It seems like you all don't talk amongst yourself.
Lawmakers also demanded answers over the critical test shortage.
Our frustrated constituents cannot find rapid tests.
A contentious hearing that turned personal at times.
You are totally incorrect.
Dr. Fauci clashing with Republican Senator Roger Marshall, and later heard on a hot mic.
What a moron. Jesus Christ.
Senator Rand Paul and Fauci also sparring again.
You're not an objective scientist. You've lost that long ago.
Fauci accused a Kentucky Republican of putting him, Fauci, in danger, citing a case last month of an armed man arrested with a hit list.
The police asked him where he was going, and he was going to Washington, D.C. to kill Dr. Fauci.
Back now to the mask issue, and beware of the many fake masks that are popping up online. The CDC is warning that about 60% of the KN95s, the Chinese made, that are in the United States are actually counterfeit. When buying masks, it's important to look for the NIOSH certification stamp that you will see on the N95. That's an official government stamp. By the way, there's also a nonprofit. It's called ProjectN95.org. You can go online. They have links to certified and vetted masks. Back to you.
All right, definitely checking that out. Tom, thanks so much. Let's bring in Dr. Aditi Nerurkar, a physician at Harvard Medical School. Doctor, good to have you with us. So we know Omicron surged in New York first. Now the state's governor is signaling that we might be past the peak here, with New York reporting a daily caseload below 50,000. Believe it or not, that's a good number for the first time since before Christmas. If that's the case, what does this tell us about Omicron? What could it mean for the rest of the country? Or are we on the other side of the surge anytime in the coming weeks?
You know, Joe, this is a real glimmer of hope, and we're hoping that this trend really holds. We're seeing these key metrics that we're tracking: caseloads, ER visits, and case positivity rates, we're still not out of the woods. 1 in 5 New Yorkers are testing positive, but we are hoping that this is really stable. We also we understand that we're going to see a rise in hospitalizations and deaths, unfortunately, in the coming week because these are lagging indicators. But all signs point to the peak perhaps surpassing, and now we're probably going to see a downward trend.
Doctor, let's get back to masks. We just heard from Tom about concerns over those fake N95 masks being sold online. Some people might already have these masks at home. Maybe they don't even realize that they are fake ones. What should they do? And if it is a fake one, I mean, does that provide any level of protection? Should someone just throw it out or what?
You know, Savannah, early in the pandemic, all of us as healthcare workers were really thinking about our masks and whether we were getting authentic or counterfeit. As the CDC reports, about 60% of N95s on the market right now are counterfeit. And the CDC website has a very clear distinction and real telltale signs of what we can do to test whether our masks are authentic or not. The NIOSH, the National Institute of Occupational Health and Safety, also has an approval system which should be used. And the CDC website has a list of masks that are approved.
And Dr. Narukar, Spain's prime minister is suggesting that the European Union should start treating Omicron like the flu, saying, quote, "I think we have to evaluate the evolution of COVID to an endemic illness." Do you think that's the approach the U.S. should take? Are we anywhere near calling this an endemic here?
Joe, this is much too premature for any country leader to even consider endemicity. Endemicity does not cause this scale of human suffering and death. We are currently in a humanitarian crisis with healthcare systems collapsing or being overwhelmed. This is not the definition of endemicity, though we hope that we will get there eventually.
All right, Dr. Aditi Narukar, as always, thanks for your expertise.
And as you all at home, of course, know we talk to doctors here every day, and we want to know what you want to know from them. So if you've got a question about COVID, maybe it's about this variant, maybe it's about masks, or maybe you're unvaccinated and have concerns, we want to get questions straight from you to our doctors to get you those answers. Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions for our doctors. Now to the effort by Democrats to revive the push for voting rights legislation. President Biden is back in Washington this morning after a fiery speech in Atlanta where he called on the Senate to change its rules to get rid of the filibuster and overcome a stalemate by Republicans. NBC senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has these details.
Good morning. The president is going big on this issue, but he can only persuade. He has no direct power to change voting rights laws or change the rules of the Senate. The bills we've been talking about would guard against states enacting discriminatory practices and would nationalize rules for things like early voting and mail-in ballots. While the president's power is limited, he says protecting the country's democracy is very much his job.
Let's go get this done.
This morning, President Biden is defining a stark choice for senators as pressure builds to expand voting rights.
Do you want to be on the side of Dr. King or George Wallace? This is the moment to decide, to defend our elections, to defend our democracy.
As early as today, Senate Democrats are expected to again try to pass voting rights protections. But their slim majority is short of the 60 votes needed to overcome a Republican Senate filibuster. Republican Mitt Romney called the president's message divisive.
He charged that voting against his bill allies us with Bull Connor, George Wallace, and Jefferson Davis. So much for unifying the country.
The president, who for decades backed the long-standing filibuster rule, says he supports a limited change and has been urging lawmakers to act.
I've been having these quiet conversations with the members of Congress for the last 2 months. I'm tired of being quiet.
The president focused his argument through the lens of history, visiting the seat of the civil rights movement in Atlanta with the vice president, placing a wreath at the burial place of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., while some civil rights advocates have grown impatient with Mr. Biden.
The reality is we still have no plan to get to 60 votes or 50 votes with the filibuster carve-out.
Georgia's Stacey Abrams did not attend, citing scheduling. The NAACP's national president reacted, "It's time for this administration to match their words with actions." Asked if he has the votes when he stopped at Dr. King's Ebenezer Baptist Church, the president said, Senate Democrats say it's time to up the pressure by forcing votes this week to show where senators stand. Names we've heard often, Democrats Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema oppose changing Senate rules, but there may be other Democrats who do too, and all Republicans are against that. The filibuster was meant to encourage consensus by going beyond a simple majority. But critics say it has been abused too often. So the next few days will be critical, and the debate over all of this will be intense. Back to you.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, thank you so much.
As Kelly mentioned, those two prominent moderate Democratic senators, Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, are now feeling the pressure from the White House. Both said they support the voting rights legislation, but oppose altering the filibuster. And without those votes, Democrats can't change the rules to get around that 60-vote threshold. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from Charleston, West Virginia. That's the state represented by Manchin. So, Vaughn, this isn't the first time Manchin and Sinema have found themselves at odds with the majority of the Democratic Party, really the rest of the party. So what kind of impact, if any, has the president's speech had on those holdouts?
And Joe, we've known this now for a year, that this is how it was going to play out. When Joe Biden was sworn into office last January, that Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema would fundamentally be responsible for whether the Democrats are able to pass not only voting rights, but several other key legislative priorities. And that is where this upcoming Monday, Chuck Schumer, the majority leader within the Democratic Party in the Senate, has laid down as his deadline to bring to the floor these major pieces of voting rights legislation. And the question, though, is, will the likes of Senator Joe Manchin and Senator Kyrsten Sinema vote to change the rules on the filibuster so that it doesn't require 60 senators to allow those pieces of voting rights reforms to come to a vote? Listen to the latest from Senator Joe Manchin.
Filibuster is what we have, our rules. We need some good rule changes to make the place work better, but getting rid of the filibuster doesn't make it work better. We need some good rules changes, and we can do that together. But you change the rules with 2/3 of the people that are present. So it's Democrats and Republicans changing the rules to make the place work better. Getting rid of the filibuster does not make it work better.
And this is a heck of a nuanced conversation, but ultimately, the rule that the Democrats need to bring up those major pieces of voting reforms up to a vote, well, those are not the rule changes that Joe Manchin at this time is saying that he's considering voting on, it, which would be essentially upending the filibuster.
Now, Vaughn, Manchin might be a Democrat, but where you are, West Virginia, is a traditionally red state. President Trump won there by a wide margin. Is this a big issue there? How are people there reacting to his opposition to eliminating the filibuster?
And I think this is the difference, if I may, first with Kyrsten Sinema from Arizona, where she won by a narrow victory 2 years ago. Joe Biden won just by 10,000 votes. When you're talking about Joe Manchin, the Democrat from West Virginia, this is the state that Donald Trump won by 39 percentage points in 2020. This is a heavily now Republican state. Now, Joe Manchin, he is well regarded here in the state of West Virginia, and why he has consistently been reelected here. At the same time, that doesn't negate the fact that there is frustration among Democrats, who initially put Joe Manchin into office and pushing him to have this carve-out exemption for passing voting rights legislation and moving past some of these more broader legislative issues here that Democrats are hoping to focus on that maybe necessarily the rest of West Virginia is not.
Vaughn Hilliard in West Virginia. Vaughn, thank you.
Now to the frigid weather gripping much of the Northeast as that blast of Arctic air sent temperatures plunging into the single digits in many areas across New England. Forecasts point to warmer weather today across the region, but will it stay that way for very long? NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss is out braving the elements for us yet again. She joins us from Bryant Park in New York City. Steph, good morning. I always feel bad tossing you for this.
I can feel the empathy in your voice, Savannah. And the one thing keeping me from freezing to death this morning is that empathy. So I thank you for it. You know, a meteorologist from Massachusetts described this cold as coming from the, quote, far reaches of the planet, which sounds a little dramatic, but honestly, if you've had to do anything out here the last couple of days, that's kind of what it has felt like. Those temperatures are going to rise later today, but for now, the Arctic air has a firm grasp. Across the Northeast, an Arctic blast for the record books.
It's cold, cold. This is brutal out here.
The coldest air in years gripping the region, bringing bone-chilling temperatures and sub-zero wind chills Tuesday.
Coming out here and it's single digits even in the middle of the day. Crazy.
Enough to suspend a fork full of spaghetti in midair on top of Mount Washington and create this ice disk in a river in Maine. Even in Portland, a city known for its brutal winters, this cold felt particularly chilly.
It's kind of got that next level cold feeling, honestly. I got some extra layers on.
Throughout New England, folks bundling up to brave the bitter cold.
New England layers, right? How often do I get to wear my double-line mittens?
In Massachusetts, snow and wind created a wintry mess across Cape Cod and dangerous travel conditions on the roads. Meanwhile, in Cambridge, students at an elementary school were forced to evacuate in single-digit temperatures after a small fire broke out in the building. Police and fire crews rushing in to quickly put out the flames. Meantime, in New York City, the air cold enough to freeze this fountain. New Yorkers powered through the day amid freezing temperatures, the coldest daytime high the city has seen in nearly 3 years. Masks during a pandemic, pulling double duty.
This week I started wearing the N95, but if you wear the cloth one over it, I feel like I'm protecting and my face is warm.
The temperatures could reach 40 here in New York, but it is going to be a short reprieve. Then they drop again, and there is snow in the forecast for the weekend, Savannah.
All right, well, there we go. Steph Gosk, stay warm. Thanks so much.
Let's talk more about the cold weather roller coaster and then check on your morning news now weather.
Yeah, and I think we've got a tease for information on that snowstorm. Hi, Bill.
Yeah, it's going to be a big storm. This will easily be the biggest winter event that we've had, as far as affecting the most number of people as we head into Saturday, Sunday, Monday, right through the holiday weekend into Martin Luther King Day. As far as today goes, we'll just start with this. It's pretty simple. It's a little cold in the Northeast. It warms up pretty rapidly, so no complaints there. Even in the Northern Plains, it's a pretty nice day. I mean, even Montana is going to be 50 degrees. Just that rain in Seattle and Washington we're still watching. And that's not just for today. That's even for tomorrow. So the first hint that something's going to happen is on Thursday with the cold air beginning to return to northern portions of the plains, northern Minnesota and South Dakota. You have to have cold air in place to get a storm. So here's what the thinking is. So on Friday, snow breaks out in areas of the Dakotas, Minnesota. Watch out in Iowa. This could be a pretty decent snow shot for you come on Friday. Already winter storm watches for those areas. Then this storm will dive all the way down towards Arkansas and Louisiana. We'll definitely be dealing with mostly rain, some thunderstorms in Mississippi and Alabama. But to the north of that, from Kansas City to St. Louis, right through Missouri, a good chance of snow for you in Indiana, especially through Kentucky, maybe southern Ohio. And then on Sunday, this thing makes its way to the East Coast. Now, at this point, we don't know if it's going to be off the coast and colder, so more snow, or if it's going to go right along the coast, which would mean more of a snow to ice to rain. So we'll iron that out in the days ahead. But regardless, very difficult travel day on Sunday for much of the eastern seaboard. So how much snow? Well, I'm not going to give you exact amounts yet. It's just too early. But what we've done is we've actually kind of colorized this map to show you where it could be light, which is white, moderate, which is blue, and the potential for at least heavy snow would be shown in the purple colors. So that does show you down through Minnesota and Iowa, possibly right up through areas of the Northeast. And what's interesting, guys, is that both of our long-range computer models are in excellent agreement. This is the Euro forecast. We'll iron out those details, but there could be a lot of flight cancellations and travel cancellations this upcoming weekend. So start making the backup plans in your mind.
Ooh, right. Good advice there.
Or just stay home.
Yeah, really. Might be better off. All right, thanks, Bill. And coming up, remembering one of the worst maritime disasters in recent memory.
We're going to revisit the Costa Concordia tragedy 10 years later. Next.
I'm going to change your life. Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Now, it was one of the worst maritime disasters this century. 10 years ago, the cruise line Costa Concordia ran aground off an Italian island.
32 people lost their lives that day when the ship struck the island's rocks, capsized, and began to sink. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now with more on the sobering anniversary. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning to you, Joe. Yeah, hard to believe it's been 10 years since that disaster. It's still very much fresh in the minds of the people who suffered through it. Those lucky passengers who made it off the ship alive. It was supposed to be a dream cruise, sailing around the Mediterranean Sea for a week in mid-January. But 10 years ago this week, it turned into a nightmare for the over 4,000 passengers and crew on board. The liner crashing into the rocks after dark, seawater rushing in. Janice and Ian Donoff were on their honeymoon. Do you still think about that day 10 years ago?
I think it's the feeling of panic. This is what's carried through over the 10 years, and it's just as strong now.
The captain had been performing a sail-past salute of Italy's Giglio Island and went too close. The ship lost all power and tilted on its side. Its terrified passengers disoriented and struggling to escape in complete darkness.
The people were shoving and pushing.
A feeling of helplessness.
When I was on a ladder trying to get out, a big man literally pushed in front of me and trod on my foot. I literally fell off the ladder.
Eventually, they made it out, But because the ship was tilted, the lifeboats wouldn't drop down. They and hundreds of others were stranded, perched on the side of the ship for hours in the cold, while passengers clambered down a rope ladder, the equivalent of 11 stories. Eerie video taken by divers from inside the ship revealing the damage. The captain left the liner before all of the passengers were off. The Italian Coast Guard screaming at him to get back on board and help with the rescue. Nate and Carrie Lukes from Alaska were on board with their 4 daughters, trying desperately to keep the family together.
When everybody was rushing for the lifeboats, that I felt like they were going to get trampled, and putting my arms around them and letting the sea of people go by us.
The rush to get to the lifeboats was chaotic.
It's really a melee there. The best way to describe it is it's very similar to the movie Titanic. People were jumping onto the top of the lifeboats and pushing down women and children to try to get to them.
The accident forced changes in the industry, like carrying more life jackets and holding emergency drills before leaving port. After a 16-month salvage operation, the stricken ship was refloated and towed away to be scrapped. Today, survivors like Ian and Janice still grateful to be alive.
I said that, if we survive this, then our marriage will have to survive forever.
The captain of the ship was eventually found guilty of manslaughter and is currently serving a 16-year prison sentence in Italy. Costa Cruises did offer compensation to all of the passengers, but Joe and Savannah, all of the survivors we spoke to said the same thing. They said they have never been on a cruise since. Oof. Guys.
Can't blame them. Kelly, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's now take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Matt Bodner joins us from Moscow. Matt, good morning.
Joe, good morning. We'll start this one off in the UK, where Prime Minister Boris Johnson has just apologized for attending an event held in the back garden of Number 10 in May of 2020. That, of course, a time when the public was prohibited from their own gatherings under strict COVID-19 control measures. Johnson said that he attended for 25 minutes before going back inside for work, claiming that he presumed it was actually a work function, or else he would have sent everyone back inside. Moving along now to Zimbabwe, where a freelance reporter for the New York Times is on trial on charges that he helped 2 times journalists illegally enter Zimbabwe from South Africa using fake credentials. The New York Times has pointed out that even Zimbabwe's government has acknowledged at least one time that the charge is, quote, practically baseless. If found guilty, the reporter faces up to 10 years in prison. And we move along now to Canada for a very Canadian social media controversy. A local politician in Nova Scotia is under fire for taking a picture of his wife, who is a registered nurse, shoveling snow, from their driveway after a long frontline shift. After posting on social media with a caption celebrating her and sharing his plans to make her breakfast, he was heavily criticized for not going out to help her. She later got on social media to clarify the situation. She simply wanted to shovel after a very long shift, wearing an N95 mask. It's a good exercise and fresh air for her.
Yeah, that's very Canadian. I wanted to rest and relax, so I went shoveling. So, all right.
Also, that's so social media these days. You don't know what's going on there. No need to chime in. All right, Matt, thanks.
Coming up, the economic buzzword of the past few months, grabbing headline after headline, the supply chain crunch.
But things seem to have quieted down on the shipping front. So what happened? Our Jolene Kent speaks one-on-one with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. That's next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The 94th Oscars ceremony is bringing back a familiar tradition for viewers this year, a Master of Ceremonies. This year's Academy Awards will feature the first host since 2018 when Jimmy Kimmel filled the spot. The following year, there was no host because Kevin Hart stepped down following the discovery of past homophobic tweets and stand-up comedy routine. The show continued without a host in 2020 and 2021. Viewership for Hollywood's biggest night has been declining over the past decade, with last year's show drawing just under 10 million viewers. Most award shows have been struggling with ratings over the past few years. What we don't know is who is the host going to be.
Yeah, I was just thinking, did I miss you say that?
Yeah, no, they got to find. It's not easy to find someone nowadays because other folks don't want to go through the scrutiny. They're comedians. They've said things that might be controversial because they're comics, and then they don't want to go through all that. So we'll see who they come up with.
Twitter. You never know what you're going to find. It's taking a lot of people down. All right, now to those supply chain issues still creating problems for American consumers. The Department of Transportation recently announced $240 million in grants to modernize ports and hopefully streamline the flow of goods. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jo Ling Kent had an exclusive interview with Pete Buttigieg, who of course oversees that department, and she joins us with this now. Hi, Joe. Good morning.
Hi, Savannah. Good morning. You know, the supply chain crisis is actually far from over. There are some empty grocery store shelves in certain parts of the country, out of stock warnings online, signaling that this ongoing labor shortage and all these backlogs show no signs of abating. And this persisting backlog has prompted Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg to visit the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles this week. That's where we caught up with him to get an update on how the ongoing delays are going and what the federal government is trying to do to fix it. Take a look.
We've already seen major progress, right?
We asked Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg the question on so many consumers' minds.
When do you think the delays are going to end?
Well, what we know is as long as there is a pandemic, it will be creating disruptions. Now, the good news is we found a lot of steps that we can take, including in the short term, that have made a huge difference. Making sure that empty containers don't pile up, getting in the way, including holding the owners or shippers of those containers accountable if they let them accumulate.
He's talking about the $100 a day fine imposed on containers that overstay their welcome. The Transportation Department has also announced $241 million in new grant money to modernize port facilities in 19 states.
So if you were to explain to a shopper where the biggest pain point is right now, is it here at the ports? Is it on the railways? Is it in the warehouses? Where is it?
You know, the truth is, if you see a ship offshore here waiting for a chance to unload its goods, there's a good chance the reasons have to do with something 1,000 miles inland, like an issue with labor capacity in trucking. Right now we have something like 300,000 truck drivers leaving that job every single year.
How much should truckers be paid?
Enough to show respect and regard for the fact that they are the very definition of essential workers. It's not just how much, but how. Truckers right now are often not paid for their time. And right now, in too many environments, from warehouse environments to port environments, there is no cost to wasting a trucker's time. We've got to fix that.
Some supply chain experts say to really fix the backlog, make more stuff here in the U.S. and shorten that long distance between factories and shoppers.
What are you doing to bring more jobs back in order to prevent supply chain disruptions in the future.
Yeah, you know, one thing you'll hear about a lot in this administration, from the president on down, is constantly looking at ways to buy America, build America, keep it made in America, make more things in America. We're always going to trade with other countries, but if we have to bring in so many goods from overseas that a shipping issue or a factory closure thousands of miles away stops us from getting what we need, that's a problem.
Now, there's also been some reporting about Secretary Buttigieg's political future, of course, especially if President Biden does not run for re-election. I asked him if he would run for president again if President Biden decides not to. He told me nothing could be further from his mind at this time. He says he's earned the trust of the administration. He's trying to use that to work on aviation safety and supply chain issues. And guys, he's the dad of twins, a new dad. We also talked sleep regressions. Back to you.
All right, and in true politician fashion, that's not a yes or a no, so we will have to see. All right, Jo Ling, thanks so much.
Now, here's something else that's disrupting businesses, the Omicron variant, as cases continue to break records in some states.
Yeah, Texas has experienced a massive surge, like many other states, of infections in recent weeks, creating more headaches for small businesses and service industry workers struggling to get through this latest wave of the pandemic. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Dallas. Hey, Morgan, good morning. So first, just give us an overall sense of how Texas is faring right now. How are hospitals holding up with this rise from the Omicron surge?
Yeah, Joe Savannah, good morning. There's not one aspect of life here in Texas that has not been impacted by the Omicron variant. We're here in Dallas's Deep Ellum neighborhood. This is a hot spot for nightlife, a lot of bars and restaurants around here. And they made it through the pandemic until the vaccine came out. Then they thought that would be the answer. And yet here we are with the Omicron variant spreading rapidly through the state. At last check, the hospitalization statewide, 11,500. Houston Chronicle reporting that it's currently on pace to shatter the all-time hospitalization record, and there is still no plateau in sight. And so there is a lot of concern on business owners here in this area, on hospital staff that we've spoken to, that as bad as it is right now, it could keep on going. Guys.
Now, Morgan, we know you spoke to several workers and a business owner in the restaurant industry there in Dallas. How are they navigating all this?
It's certainly a moving target, right? They try to come up with kind of rules and regulations for their own business as the state kind of left it up to the business owner in order to kind of make it through the pandemic. And then whenever the vaccine started coming out and we were kind of in that summer period where it seemed like the worst of the virus had gone away, they brought staff back that had otherwise had to be laid off sooner. And I want you to hear how one business owner describes kind of this ongoing situation at a Dallas bar. Take a listen.
At this point, we're just kind of riding it out every week. I would say it's a week-by-week basis, but maybe honestly a day-by-day basis, whether or not a bartender is going to be infected or not, and we're going to have to restaff, and same with performers and DJs and the like. We just don't really know until we open those doors what we're going to have. And I didn't think that day to day, week to week, I'd be scrambling to keep this place open, both for the employees that I love, the patrons I love, the performers and DJs I love. And I really hope we can get through this.
And it's not just what happens at a place of business. That gentleman's business partner wasn't able to be interviewed when we stopped by because his wife had been exposed to COVID, and as a result, he had to quarantine at his home. So there's this kind of domino effect in so many areas of life right now that's proving to be a real obstacle for businesses and, of course, those behind hospital walls.
Running a restaurant is hard enough without a pandemic, so we're thinking of all those hard workers and restaurant owners out there. Morgan, thanks so much.
Thank you. And now we've got a lot more on deck in this hour of morning news. Now, first, we're diving deeper into your money in 2022. Now, the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell has teased a series of interest rate hikes to tame inflation this year. We'll break down what that means for your bottom line.
Plus, if you're thinking about changing jobs to get the new year started, stick around. We've got the CEO of Glassdoor with us next on some of America's best places to work and what you can do to stand out while on that job hunt. That's next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Some breaking news right now. The Bureau of Labor Statistics has just released the country's latest inflation numbers.
Yes, Silvana Henao joins us to break it down. Hey, Silvana, can you tell us what these numbers mean for consumers?
Hey guys, the Labor Department just released this number. It's the latest consumer price index. Inflation up 7% year over year. That's the biggest increase since 1982, so almost 40 years. And those higher prices, they also play a role in online sales, which hit a record $204 billion over the holidays, with consumers paying 3.1% more in December online compared with the prior year, and that's according to Adobe. This all means that the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, he actually told a Senate panel yesterday the central bank will use its tools to mitigate rising prices if it sees more persistent inflation. What that means is that raising interest rates will happen a little bit more over time to try and control all of that inflation and keep prices in check. Guys, back to you.
All right, Silvana, thanks so much. And as she just mentioned, one of the ways to tame inflation is for the feds to raise interest rates. And Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell says the central bank is prepared to raise rates this year. Speaking at his confirmation hearing before the Senate Banking Committee yesterday, Powell said the economy is in healthy shape and ready for tighter monetary policy. What does that mean? NBC News senior business reporter Ben Popkin joins us now. So, Ben, talk us a little bit about why Powell believes rates could be rising sooner rather than later.
Well, just like you saw, inflation is coming in super hot. Supply chains are being hit by robust consumer demand. That's helping drive up prices. Consumers, they've got stimulus spending checks. They've shifted spending from services to goods. Meanwhile, there's been a little bit of market consolidation over the past few decades among different companies that have allowed them to charge higher prices. And we're seeing them also increase profit margins along with these price increases. 2/3 of companies have actually increased their profit margins since pre-pandemic. Senator Warren brought up in that confirmation hearing yesterday. Also, we're seeing that tight labor market driving up wages. That's good for folks, but that's also gives them more money to drive up demand, and the cycle continues. So what we're seeing is what we once thought was transitory due to these supply chain snarls. There's some deeper economic effects going on, and that's why Powell wants to have 3 taps on the brake for next year to curb some of these interest rates, to curb some of this inflation with higher interest.
And Powell spoke about this yesterday. Let's take a listen to some of what he had to say.
We know that high inflation exacts a toll, particularly for those less able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. If we see inflation persisting at high levels longer than expected, then we will, if we have to raise interest rates more over time, we will. We will use our tools to get inflation back.
So, Ben, let's break this down. What would it mean for everyday Americans, these higher rates? And could that be enough? Will it be enough to rein in the high inflation we're seeing?
Well, higher interest rates might eventually temper prices in the supermarket, but it's going to cost you in your credit card at checkout. Higher interest rates, that means higher rates on a broad array of consumer loan products. Higher interest rate on your credit card if you carry a balance. You're going to pay more for mortgages, more for car loans. Silver lining, if you're a saver, if you're one of those people who have socked away those stimulus checks, you'll start earning a little bit higher interest rate in there. But these tools that the Fed use, they work at the large scale over a long period of time. These higher interest rates, it's not going to enough to be noticeable to the average consumer in terms of lower prices for 2022. We're not really going to see a measurable effect until maybe 2023.
Ben, let me ask you maybe about the flip side of this. What are some of the risks of raising rates too quickly? Should Americans be prepared for any potential downsides here?
One word, recession. If the Fed moves too fast, dries up credit, companies, they can't expand, they can't hire, that could send us into a recession. That's why folks are watching this closely. It's definitely a risk, but only once the total effect of the rate hikes and the balance downsizing as they taper those bond purchases becomes more significant. Again, this is also probably not going to be a 2022 thing, more like 2023, and that Fed is going to be watching all the indicators closely to make sure that they don't overcorrect.
It's a balance they have to strike. Ben, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
All right, you've probably heard the phrase new year, new you. And for some people, that might mean new job. But now might be the time to try to make that change. Experts say January is one of the best times to look for a new job because a lot of companies post new positions in the new year. So what should you be looking for if you are thinking about making that change? Here to answer that and share some job hunting tips is Christian Sutherland Wong. He's the CEO of Glassdoor. Christian, thanks so much for joining us this morning. So first off, just tell us, why is January such a popular time for job hunting? Is it that new year, new you type of attitude? And also, do you think the so-called great resignation that we've been reporting on, a lot of people not returning to the workforce that we've seen in the last several months, is having an impact on the search this January?
Yeah, we've always seen a big spike in the amount of job seeking activity happening on our platform in the month of January. Typically, we'll see about a 20% increase in the number of applications in January versus any month of the year. And what you see happening here is, companies, it's the beginning of the year, they've got their plans for the year, what they want to get done, so they're out hiring. And likewise, job seekers are coming back from the holidays and certainly applying this mantra of new year, new you. Now, with COVID going on and the great resignation, we're seeing massive talent shortages. And so you have companies really fighting to get talent into their companies. And so we're seeing unprecedented demand right now for job seekers and unprecedented levels of open positions.
That's some good news for some people who might be listening. Now, the pandemic has also made flexibility and work-life balance more important for workers, having the choice maybe to be remote, that type of thing. What other qualities should job seekers look for in potential employers? What makes a company stand out? What are they offering?
Yeah, so we've been running Glassdoor for the last 14 years, and what we've seen on our platform is 3 themes that rise to the top and what employees and job seekers look for in the best places to work. They are that the companies are mission-driven, that they feel a sense of purpose in their company. Second is that the senior leaders are inspirational and leaders who are seen as being transparent in how they operate. And the third factor is that these are companies that invest in the career development of their employees. And these are how the best companies stand out. And you're right that with COVID and this new flexibility that companies are offering, this is now what you're seeing employees demanding more and more from companies. And we're seeing this rise up into the way companies get reviewed and also making our award list for best places to work.
Yeah, so let's talk about these best places to work. So you mentioned that Glassdoor has been around for 14 years. You're also just releasing your 14th annual Employees' Choice Awards. It honors the best places to work in 2022. Tell us, which companies took the top spots this year?
Yeah, we've been running this list for the last 14 years, and it's truly the premier list for us to identify what are the best places to work from the people who know them best, their employees. This year's winner was NVIDIA. NVIDIA has made our list a number of times, but this is their first time on the top of the list. And what we hear from NVIDIA employees is that they really respect that NVIDIA throughout the pandemic has been in very employee first and family first. Their employees very much respect their CEO, and he has a big impact, Jensen Huang, on the employee experience as a person who is seen as transparent, approachable, and a person they believe in. And it doesn't hurt the fact that NVIDIA's had wonderful stock market performance as a company over the course of the last 12 months as well.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, people can check out that list now. I'm sure it will help them as they start to search for a new year, new job, new you, all that. Christian, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up on Morning News Now, NFTs. What exactly are they? How are people making seemingly insane amounts of cash off of online artwork? And perhaps more importantly, what does non-fungible, the NF of NFT, what does it even mean? We're going to take a deep dive right after the break.
Plus, blazing her own trail in the male-dominated world of baseball, the Yankees' first female manager. Those stories are up next.
We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin. Here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock. Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Crewses. See? Power.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
More people are turning to a new way to get people to invest in their art or in their products.
They're switching to NFTs, and like a lot of people, you might be wondering how they work. It's a market that's exploded recently. In just the third quarter of 2021, NFT trading hit nearly $11 billion, with more and more people jumping on board. Josh Katz is here to help us understand how NFTs work. He's the CEO of Yellowheart, a company that focuses on NFTs for music and ticketing. Josh, good morning. Thank you for the charity that you are doing right now, which is explaining this to us. And my first question is, what is a non-fungible token and what does non-fungible mean?
Good morning. So a non-fungible token is a digital store of record that is immutable and cannot be changed. And essentially what it does is it takes a digital asset, which is something that is in our lives every day, every email, text, photo, file in our digital world, and it actually gives provable ownership for the first time of who actually owns that NFT, and also provable scarcity to how many of those actually exist.
So we've seen NFTs a lot in the world of digital art. It's also taking off in the music world. So when it comes to these, you've worked with Kings of Leon, Maroon 5, Brandi Carlile, one of my favorites, just to name a few. So how have NFTs worked for musicians so far, and how do the fans benefit from it?
So for musicians, NFTs are really the next frontier, because what NFTs allow artists to do is have provable ownership over their files, their music files, and then it allows for them to go direct to their fans over the blockchain. So when you take a music track or a ticket or anything that you're selling, you're able to memorialize the ownership. And the best part about it is actually the payment rails, where these files could then be sold directly to fans and the fans pay the artist directly. So it essentially eliminates the middleman population, which within the music and entertainment business has been rampant, for many, many years.
Now, Josh, with more people starting to understand how this works, probably thanks to you in this segment right now, what does the future hold for them? Where do you see NFTs taking us 10, 20 years from now? I mean, what does this digital ownership look like?
Yeah, well, our entire universe is moving digital. Everything we do is on our phones, our computers, and the physical world is moving away. We all have heard about the metaverse. And what this does is this NFT format or non-fungible tokens allow us to have ownership and prove ownership in the future. So when you look at even physical goods, there'll be physical goods that come out with what's called digital physical pairings that allow you to prove authenticity, prove ownership, and essentially eliminate what's right now been middlemen or trusted third parties, where now you will no longer need that.
Do you think, is this market overpriced right now? Do you think prices are going to drop? Do you think they're going to go up? Well, what's going to happen with that, do you think?
Well, when it gets to NFTs, the NFTs really kicked off last year with art. We've had a world of digital art, memes, JPEGs, things that have never been monetized. And the first 1.0 use case of NFTs has been the monetization of digital art. It's very early days. We're seeing adoption now into many industries, the luxury industry, obviously the music industry, entertainment. It will go into all types of other industries. Basically, any industry that has what we call a rent-seeking middleman that needs to be the authenticator will no longer be needed. So it's going to be pretty interesting times ahead, but it is very early days. So I believe prices of these NFTs will only keep going up.
Wow. All right. Josh Katz, thanks so much for helping us out. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, it's being called a historic first for a sport that dates back more than 150 years. Professional baseball will soon welcome its first ever woman manager.
NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander introduces us to the woman who will take the helm next season.
It's an historic step.
Nice.
The New York Yankees announcing Rachel Balkovec as the new manager of the Tampa Tarpons, a team in their minor league system.
Even your follow through.
The job makes Balkovec the first full-time female manager in the history of affiliated baseball. For Balkovec, it's not her first time being the first. She's made a career of breaking barriers, working in strength and conditioning for the St. Louis Cardinals and the Houston Astros. In 2019, she joined the Yankees as the minor league's first female hitting coach. But her success did not come without her share of struggles. Despite extensive experience and multiple master's degrees, at times, Balkovec couldn't even get a job interview.
I applied for a bunch of jobs and just got crickets, nothing back.
At one point, she shortened the name on her resume from Rachel to Ray.
It's an advantage that I was discriminated against, because I had to work harder.
In recent years, more women have taken on powerful positions within professional baseball.
What got me to where I am?
Kim Ng is the first female general manager of a major league team, hired by the Miami Marlins in 2020. And Bianca Smith became the first black woman to coach professional baseball when she was hired by the Red Sox organization last year. Small steps toward a more inclusive playing field.
My end goal really is to impact and empower as many people as possible.
Empower as many people. How cool is that? And our thanks to Blaine for that story.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, critical vote, a battle over the future of American democracy. This morning, Congress under pressure to expand voter protections, with Senate Democrats planning a vote on 2 new bills as soon as today. This after a call to action by President Biden, who expressed his support for changing filibuster rules to pass the legislation.
The battle for the soul of America is not over. Protect our democracy. I support changing the Senate rules. whichever way they need to be changed to prevent a minority of senators from blocking action on voting rights.
We have the latest on the growing confrontation and reaction, including the 2 Senate Democrats who could put an end to the president's plan. Strained, the U.S. struggling to recover from COVID's winter wave. Hospitals and hospital workers overwhelmed by Omicron patients, with the number of new cases now at a pandemic high and staffing critically low. Now, some workers reporting for duty even if they have the virus themselves. This as the nation's top health officials face questioning on Capitol Hill about those mixed messages on guidelines for isolations, and teachers being pushed to the brink as the surge takes a toll on the education system. More on the fallout 2 years into the pandemic. And officials are calling it an absolute miracle. 4 people, one of them just 2 months old, survive after a medical helicopter crashes just steps away from a church. The incredible story of survival and the investigation now underway. Finally this morning, a squashing success, a story about overcoming the odds, how an immigrant from Mexico found comfort and confidence through the game of squash. That's a good one we'll have later for you this hour. And It's not in our headlines, but it is still very cold out here.
It is still very cold, but warmer, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit
Less
better.
windy.
Hopefully that's the case for some of you, too, waking up in the Northeast or the Midwest. We begin this morning, though, with a renewed push for action on voting rights as President Biden calls for a major change to Senate rules.
Democrats want to move quickly. The Senate could vote on 2 federal voting rights bills as early as today. In a speech in Atlanta yesterday, President Biden lambasted the Senate for not taking action and framed this issue as one for the history books.
I ask every elected official in America, how do you want to be remembered? Do you want to be on the side of Dr. King or George Wallace? Do you want to be on the side of John Lewis or Bull Connor? Do you want to be on the side of Abraham Lincoln or Jefferson Davis? This is the moment to decide.
NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now from Washington. Carol, good morning to you. So the president's speech marked really a big reversal for President Biden, an institutionalist who spent years defending the filibuster while serving in the Senate. So how exactly is the White House planning on getting this done? Can they realistically do it?
Yeah, Joe, look, they're going to try, but the votes just aren't there right now. And you're right, this is a really significant reversal for President Biden, who spent decades in the Senate and for years now has said he opposes changes to the filibuster. But yesterday in his speech in Atlanta, he said things are different now. Take a listen.
Sadly, the United States Senate, designed to be the world's greatest deliberative body, has been rendered a shell of its former self. Gives me no satisfaction in saying that as an institutionalist, as a man who was honored to serve in the Senate. But as an institutionalist, I believe that the threat to our democracy is so grave that we must find a way to pass these voting rights bills.
So how's the White House going to get this done? Look, unless they can get all 50 Democrats to support getting rid of the filibuster altogether, this is impossible because they need 67 votes in the Senate to do anything short of what's called the nuclear option. So something like a carve out for voting rights, or the talking filibuster, as it's known, forcing senators to stand on the Senate floor and talk through a filibuster. So it's just looking increasingly like this is a non-starter, Joe.
I mean, Carol, it's worth noting so far no Republicans in the Senate have come out in support of these bills. Obviously, they're not needed if the filibuster rules change. But how are Republicans reacting to the president's call for change yesterday?
Right. Republicans have been blocking this voting rights legislation, which is why Democrats are talking about changing the filibuster. And no surprise, they were sharply critical of the president's speech. And Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell even said if Democrats were to go down this path and try to get rid of the filibuster, that he would really make it harder for them to get anything done in the Senate. Take a listen.
If my colleague tries to break the Senate to silence those millions of Americans, we will make their voices heard in this chamber in ways that are more inconvenient for the majority and this White House than what anybody has seen in living memory.
So other Republican senators came out and were criticizing the president, saying that his speech was overly political. But look, Joe, that wasn't the president's audience. The president's audience were Democrats in the Senate and the Democratic base, who's been really putting a lot of pressure on him to make a speech like this and lean into a push for voting rights legislation.
Of course, ultimately what matters here are the moderate Democrats, Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema. They've said they oppose changing Senate rules. That, of course, sinks the Democrats' efforts, as you pointed out. How does the White House plan to get them on board? Because that's everything for them right now.
It is. You're absolutely right. And look, they're saying, hey, we're going to have all these conversations with senators. We're going to use the bully pulpit. The president will continue to hit on this issue publicly. And the president said yesterday that he's had conversations with Democratic senators in recent weeks about this. But all of that talking is not going to change the fact that even Senator Manchin, for instance, has really dug in on his opposition to getting rid of the filibuster. And absent that, it's just hard to see where this goes.
Carol Lee reporting from the White House. Carol, thanks so much.
Now, notably absent from President Biden's speech in Georgia yesterday were some key voting rights activists. Some of them have slammed the White House, saying anything short of a concrete plan to pass voting rights legislation is unacceptable. Meanwhile, Republicans say they're not trying to restrict voters. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is in Atlanta with the latest.
I'm Blaine Alexander in Georgia, where organizers tell us it's a race against the clock to pass Democrats' new voting legislation.
Democracy hangs in the balance.
But they're worried President Biden is speaking up too little, too late. His Georgia trip marks a return to the state that gave Democrats the Senate majority. But he's being met with an icy reception from some of the very organizers behind those victories. While some voting rights activists are in attendance, others choosing to skip the speech, calling anything short of a concrete plan to pass Democrats' legislation unacceptable, an empty gesture. Georgia has progressively become more progressive, narrowly flipping for Biden in 2020 by less than 12,000 votes. Now, the groups that helped drive record Democratic turnout say to bring voters out again, it's time for a return on their investment.
What is your biggest fear if this legislation does not pass?
Our biggest fear is we have nothing to say to these voters as to why they should come out again in the midterms and make their voices heard, because this administration has given us there's no meat on the bone.
Republicans are defending Georgia's controversial new voting law, slammed by critics as voter suppression. Governor Brian Kemp says it's the opposite.
Georgia's Elections Integrity Act makes it easy to vote and hard to cheat.
Last year, President Biden told Georgia Democrats electing 2 Democratic senators would mean a green light for his agenda.
The power is literally in your hands.
Now the pressure is on from Democrats for him to deliver. And some of those activists told me that they liked what they heard in the speech, but they wanted to hear the president call out some of the holdouts in his own party. In Atlanta, I'm Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
This morning, the out-of-control Omicron variant is putting a bigger strain on the nation's hospitals.
Yeah, COVID hospitalizations have now reached a record high, with more than 145,000 people currently admitted with the virus. That means about 1 in 2,300 Americans are hospitalized with COVID right now. As nurses and doctors try to treat thousands of new patients, the nation's top health experts were on Capitol Hill yesterday trying to defend the CDC's mixed messaging on Omicron and quarantine guidelines.
A core part of CDC's mission is to translate science into recommendations for best practices and real-world circumstances. As we will learn more, we will continue to update accordingly. Omicron is likely not to be the last curveball this virus throws at us, but we have the tools to prevent further spread of this virus.
Hospitals right now, they were trying to fight the curveball Omicron has thrown at them. They're running out of hospital beds and workers as some staff come down with the virus themselves. That includes doctors in North Carolina, where we find NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards. She joins us now from a testing site in Charlotte. Erica, good morning. So let's talk about the hospitalizations first, just there where you are. How is it in the Carolinas? Are the hospital systems holding up with this Omicron surge?
Yeah, hey, Savannah, good morning. I'll tell you what, cases here in the Carolinas have absolutely exploded in the past few weeks. What's more, that means people who are getting COVID-19 are sick enough to be hospitalized. Check out some of these numbers. In South Carolina, the number of COVID-related hospitalizations has risen more than 1,100% in the past 2 weeks. Unbelievably, that is not a typo. In North Carolina, hospitalizations are up 768% in the past 2 weeks. Compare that to the national numbers, not doing much better. Hospitalizations have quadrupled in the past 2 weeks. Now, despite this, we talked with an infectious diseases expert at Wake Forest who said that there's a bit of good news here. People who are hospitalized aren't necessarily as sick as they were earlier in the pandemic. Take a listen.
We're about 25% higher than we were at this time last year. And last year was obviously the previous big peak for hospitalizations. But we are seeing fewer people in the ICUs compared to last year, and also even compared to Delta in August and September. So there's a little bit of a silver lining there.
Still, Dr. Ohl said the sheer rise in cases is absolutely crippling the healthcare system. Savannah, Joe?
Erica, we just heard CDC Director Walensky defend her agency's messaging. That includes the guidance on quarantines. Even with the shorter 5-day isolation period now, a lot of hospital workers still can't get back to work right away. What is the impact on those who are going to the hospital for things other than COVID?
Put simply, they cannot get the care that they need. Let me give you an example. At Duke University Hospital in the Raleigh-Durham area, there were more than 1,000 healthcare workers out sick in isolation because of COVID-19 within the past week. And that means that there are fewer doctors, fewer nurses to take care of those routine, everyday illnesses. We talked with Dr. Cameron Wolf of Duke University Hospital. Here's how he explained the problem.
Someone who was due to get an elective surgery can't, it gets cancelled. It means someone who sits in the ED for their broken leg likely sits there for many more hours. It means someone who needed a clinic visit may have that clinic visit cancelled at the last minute because we can't get staffing for that visit. It bleeds into other areas of healthcare, not just COVID.
Dr. Wolf said that in a matter of about 3 weeks, they went from having 60 hospitalized patients with COVID-19 to 260. That's a faster rise than they'd seen before in the pandemic.
Wow, yeah. Now, Erica, also the testing site you're at, as many across the country have seen, are seeing this major rise in positive test results. One of the issues, though, that we're hearing about is access to testing. If you're not at one of these sites like you're at, you can't get your hands on an at-home test, that type of thing, which also may mean we're actually way above the numbers that we're reporting here in terms of positive cases. What are they doing in that state to make sure people do have access to testing?
Yeah, that's really happening at the local level. Local governments, local healthcare systems are trying to help fill that gap and that void. In Durham County, to my northeast, local health officials there distributed thousands of free at-home rapid test kits to the public. Masking is another huge way that they're trying to sort of rein in this problem. Durham County also sent out tens of thousands of masks. Here in Charlotte, the large hospital system Atrium Health announced just yesterday that it's donating 200,000 of those KN95 masks. Those will go to the local health department. That's where those masks will be distributed to testing sites like this one, where they'll go to the public and the healthcare workers actually doing that testing.
All right, Erica Edwards in North Carolina. Erica, thank you.
Let's now bring in Dr. Amish Adalja. He's a senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. Dr. Adalja, always great to see you. Thanks for being with us. So just a moment ago, at the beginning of when we first started talking to Erica, we heard from a doctor who spoke about this silver lining with this Omicron surge. So despite the high number of hospitalizations, fewer are ending up in the ICU. Obviously, that is a little piece of good news. What do you think that tells us about the severity of Omicron? And does this mean maybe we get past this surge in a way that's hopefully not too far off?
What these anecdotes tell us is that what we saw in South Africa, those early reports of less severity, less ICU bed utilization, is likely true. However, this is something that is just a silver lining. It's not completely a way that we're going to dodge any bullets with Omicron, because it's still severe enough to put hospitals into problems, especially hospitals that had already been hit hard with Delta, hit hard with staffing problems. But it is something that I even noticed myself rounding this weekend, that I didn't see as many sick patients with COVID-19. I saw a lot more people who were testing positive who were admitted for other reasons, which is clearly different than what we saw in the past. And I think that's good, but we still have a couple of weeks to really get through to make sure that our healthcare system doesn't collapse.
And I think that's an important distinction there when we talk about the numbers. People who have COVID but are hospitalized, not necessarily because of COVID, which to your point is different than in the past. I want to ask you now about schools. So this morning, the Biden administration announced increased access to testing for schools nationwide. That includes 5 million free rapid tests for schools each month, an additional 5 million PCR tests a month for any individual, and pooled testing needed, and also an expansion of community testing access. So we've seen the concerns about teachers, like, for example, in Chicago, about returning to the classroom, and here in New York City, hundreds of students actually staged a walkout over COVID concerns yesterday. Is this level of testing enough to ease students and parents' minds? What else do you think needs to be done to make the classroom safe?
Testing is going to be a major component of keeping kids in school. The CDC has really great guidance on something called Test to Stay, where you don't have to quarantine an entire classroom for an exposure. But the success of that type of program is really premised upon having enough tests to be able to do that. So it's going to be important for the foreseeable future that schools have ability to test. It's also true that schools need to have vaccination rates higher. We know that children tend to be one of the least vaccinated groups in this country. Having more vaccinated children makes a school more resilient. It's also something where teachers need to be vaccinated, because if teachers aren't vaccinated, they may call out sick more frequently. They may get severe disease. We want teachers to be vaccinated almost as a condition of employment, if that can be possible in a school district. And then masking and social distancing are going to be important based upon what's going on outside the classroom walls.
And Dr. Adalja, quickly, another question on testing for you as it relates to the Omicron surge. So the Abbott at-home COVID test, something a lot of us might recognize at this point in the pandemic, can detect most infectious Omicron cases. Now, there's been a lot of concern about whether a lot of these rapid tests that you're just able to buy yourself at a drugstore can effectively detect this particular variant. If people think they have COVID, what should they do? Should they get one of those tests? Should they also get a PCR test? What should people do, especially if they are symptomatic?
If you're symptomatic, the first step should be one of those antigen tests, because if it's positive, that gives you your answer. But if it's negative, you still have to figure out what you're sick with. Is it COVID? Is it influenza? Is it strep throat? So you should still isolate and then get more formal testing. And whether that's a COVID PCR test or a formal antigen test at an urgent care center, or get tested for flu, that's kind of all the steps that you need to take. You shouldn't just ignore you shouldn't just ignore your symptoms if you have a negative test. You need to figure out what you're sick with.
All right, Dr. Amish Adalja, great advice there. Thanks so much. And as you all at home have probably noticed, we talk to doctors here every day, and we want to know what you want to know. If you have a question about COVID, maybe this variant, maybe you're unvaccinated and have concerns, we want to get questions straight from you to our doctors. Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com. There it is right there. I know it's a long one. With your questions for our doctors, and we'll get them on the show.
COVID has been dimming the lights on the Great White Way over the past few weeks. As we've extensively reported, Broadway bounced back to standing ovations last September, but now the surging Omicron variant is shuttering some of New York City's top shows. This morning, we're hearing from those directly impacted by those closures. The almost wildfire-like spread of Omicron threw a wrench into the holiday peak that Broadway has grown accustomed to. 4 productions shuttered their doors early. The play, Thoughts of a Colored Man, and the musicals, Jagged Little Pill, Ain't Too Proud, and Waitress. For many in the Broadway community, it felt eerily similar to the 2020 shutdown.
I think all of us have emotional impacts of that shutdown that we have probably not fully dealt with, myself included, by the way. So it's almost like having PTSD.
Broadway's initial closure nearly 2 years ago sent shockwaves throughout the entertainment industry and New York City.
We were planning for a 2-week to a month shutdown, and even that was tragic. When it became obvious that there was going to be a longer shutdown, it became almost crisis.
But hope returned in the summer of 2021. Thanks to rigorous health and safety protocols in September, Broadway was back.
you can't overstate what 18 months without Broadway is like for people that love Broadway, but certainly for the people that work on Broadway as well. So I think everyone is really happy about that. But of course, there's anxiety with Omicron and COVID in general.
That anxiety was well-founded. According to the Broadway League, revenues the week before Christmas fell 26%, dropping from $30.5 million to $22.5 million in a single week. Audience numbers also plummeted by more than 60,000 people.
When we got the announcement that we were closing, we got it over a Zoom meeting. And usually when you get a closing announcement, it's backstage, a producer calls a meeting, everyone knows what it's about.
Joshua Henry has been on and off Broadway since 2008, most recently playing Dr. Pomatter in Waitress after the reopening.
I've been really blessed to close a lot of shows under circumstances that are not COVID related. So this one hurt.
The abruptness of Waitress closing early shows just how unpredictable the pandemic has become.
I think every time anybody tries to think of what's coming next, COVID is like, LOL, best of luck figuring this out, because anything could change in any 24-hour period.
I mean, we were being tested every day, antigen and PCR tested, and I'm still kind of wrapping my mind around it.
But the curtain has not come down on Broadway like it did in 2020. In fact, as of January 7th, 27 out of the 28 shows open on Broadway were performing. A full stop of productions has not been considered.
I just want to make it real clear, Broadway is open and we have no intentions of shutting down. None. We have 17 shows that have not opened yet that are coming this spring, and to date, they are all planning to come.
The ability to stay open is a testament to the protocols in place, with the league following the advice of 3 different epidemiologists.
One of which actually works directly with us, and we coordinate with the unions the protocols to ensure that the cast, the crew, and that the audience is safe.
Science and vaccines have also changed the morale and atmosphere on Broadway over these closures.
I just try to remember that the world of today with vaccines is a very different world than March 2020.
For Joshua Henry, this break off the stage gives him time to work on his music, spend time with his 3 kids and wife, and admire the fortitude of theater in New York City.
I'm happy that there are shows that are open right now, and I mean, that's just a testament to, like you said, Broadway's resilience.
If you've been to a Broadway show, you know for the audience, there are just a lot of precautions. You have to be vaccinated. You have to wear a mask. There are people who go around, and if that mask is below your nose, they do say something to you. So it is, but for the performers, it's harder because they don't wear masks, obviously, when they're performing. So,
yeah. Oh, and you just feel for them. What great interviews they're hearing from them, their accounts. But he's right. The resiliency is what's really cool to see.
They're still pushing through.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Joe. Now, this morning, Harry Reid, a giant of the Senate, will lie in state at the U.S. Capitol. Reid passed away last month at the age of 82 after a battle with cancer. A pivotal figure in Congress and in the Democratic Party, Reid represented the state of Nevada for 30 years. He also became one of the longest-serving Senate Majority Leaders ever. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now. Hi, Leanne. Good morning. So first, just tell us what we can expect from today's ceremony.
Good morning, Savannah. So yes, Senate then Majority Leader Harry Reid will lie in state at the Capitol today. We expect Speaker Pelosi, Majority Leader Schumer, and Vice President Kamala Harris to give their remarks today. The ceremony is going to be this morning at around 10:30 a.m. And then he will remain in the Capitol until about 4 or 4:30 p.m. when he is then removed and flown home to Searchlight, Nevada. Savannah.
And now, Leanne, Reid spent 8 years as the Senate Majority Leader during a hugely important period. It included the Great Recession and actually most of President Obama's time in office. Tell us, what were some of his biggest accomplishments? How would you sum up his legacy?
Yeah, so Senator Reid was someone who was instrumental not only in President Obama, then Senator Obama running for president, but also President Obama's agenda in key in passing the Affordable Care Act, being able to keep all 60 senators together, 60 Democrats together in order to pass that legislative accomplishment for the former president. And at a memorial service in Nevada over the weekend, President Obama spoke about how important Senator Reid was to him and his legacy. Let's listen.
Harry cared so much about his fellow Americans and so little about what anybody thought of him. It was all searchlight, no spotlight.
During my time in the Senate, he was more generous to me than I had any right to expect. He was one of the first people to encourage me to run for president, believing that despite my youth, despite my inexperience, despite the fact that I was African American, I could actually win.
So he had a big imprint on people's lives. I'm also from Las Vegas, and so I know what sort of imprints he's had on that state and on that city. I have a lot of friends who work for him, and they say that he is one of the most generous, loyal people they've ever met.
Oh, that's great to hear. Leanne, quickly before I let you go, let me switch gears here and ask about some other Hill news. The latest on the January 6th investigation. The House committee subpoenaed 3 more people close to the Trump family. Tell us the latest there.
Yeah, they sure did. 2 of Donald Trump Jr.'s top political strategists, and then 1 person who was a speechwriter for the former president. The January 6th committee wants to know any sort of information they have on the lead up to January 6th, including the process of writing the former president's speech on January 6th at the Ellipse. Now, 2 of those people have not responded to requests for comment from NBC News, but one of them, Andy Sarabian, said that he will cooperate with the committee, but he doesn't understand why he was subpoenaed. He has no information to give. Savannah.
All right, Leanne Caldwell, thanks so much for covering all of that for us this morning. And let's now get a check on your morning news now weather, which means it's time for Bill Cairns to join. Bill, you got a quiz for me this morning, or what's happening?
No, I mean, Joe wasn't happy yesterday with, you beating him. So, we'll just, we'll just keep it nice and kosher.
We'll take a break for a bit.
So,
okay.
All right. So yeah, exactly. So let me give you this forecast. So northern New England is still cold, but it is warming up significantly. So we're getting rid of that Arctic air mass during the day today. It's a chilly start, though. But, we're still at -8 in Caribou, Maine. So Maine will be the last location to get rid of that really cold air. More typical teens right now around Boston. New York City's at 25, DC's at 27. And this afternoon, it's going to be hard to complain. Temperatures will go all the way back up into the 40s, even mid-40s in D.C. New York breaks 40 degrees. So this is a vast improvement over what we dealt with yesterday. But a heads up for Saturday. Saturday now is looking very cold in New England. High temperatures will be in the single digits in Burlington, only 20 in New York once again. That'll be similar to yesterday. And watch out for that football game. New England is playing at Buffalo on Saturday. High temperature of 10, likely game time temperature will be in the single digits, wind chill in the negative numbers. So that could be an interesting watch, just to watch what it looks like them to play in that colder weather. And as far as the only troublesome weather out there today, the Pacific Northwest, we have a rainstorm for you. Snow elevations are very high, so we do worry about the chance for avalanches, but we're definitely concerned with the flooding potential. The green shows you flash flood watches, where you see those little red or maroon rectangles. That's where we have flash flood warnings that are in effect. So we are already seeing some significant issues there because of the heavy rain and the snow melt, and we are concerned with flooding and mudslides. So the forecast for today, pretty quiet in the middle of the country. In Savannah, you survived yesterday. You get to enjoy a little warm-up. Next hour, your weekend forecast, and stay tuned. We have a very big winter storm heading across the country, so details ahead.
All right, that is a tease. And yes, it was freezing yesterday. I did still do my usual walk home. I questioned that decision, 50% of the way through or so, but I completed it. All right, yeah, thanks, Bill. Coming from an Iron Man, that means a lot. All right, see you in a bit. Coming up, an incredible story of survival.
It's an absolute miracle here, what you see behind you. How this, and there's no debris, no wires down, no trees.
Up next here on Morning News Now, the quick thinking that's being credited for saving everyone after a medical helicopter crash, including a 2-month-old baby. After the break.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and time to take a look at what's making news around the world this morning. Matt Bodner is with us from Moscow. Hey, Matt.
Savannah, good morning. Well, we'll start today off with an update on the saga of Novak Djokovic. The Serbian tennis star has admitted that he took an interview with a journalist while knowing that he had tested positive for COVID-19. Djokovic is unvaccinated, and there are now questions over a vaccine exemption that he received to participate in next week's Australian Open. The Australian government, by the way, is currently considering deporting him for that. Moving along now to Quebec, where the premier of the French-speaking Canadian province has announced that adult residents who refuse COVID-19 vaccinations will be fined. The justification here is that unvaccinated adults are a burden on the healthcare system, and the entire tax-paying population of Quebec should not be on the hook for that. The premier specified that this would not apply to those with medical exemptions. We finish this hour with some animal news. Archaeologists now believe that medieval horses were, in fact, about the size of a modern pony. This is at least according to a study published in the International Journal of Osteoarchaeology. That is the study of skeletons. The study examined the shape and size of almost 2,000 horse bones from animals that lived between 300 AD and 1650 AD. It is believed to be the largest study of horse bones ever conducted. Savannah?
Huh. That's interesting and not something I had ever wondered about, but I'm happy to now have that information, Matt. Thank you very much.
Now we know.
Exactly. All right, now to an incredible story of survival. A medical helicopter carrying an infant crashed in a residential neighborhood near Philadelphia. Now, miraculously, everyone inside made it out alive. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has this unbelievable story.
Good morning. This medical helicopter was on its way to a children's hospital in Philadelphia when it ran into trouble in the air and had to make an emergency landing. Now authorities are crediting the pilot with some quick thinking that apparently saved lives.
That's a helicopter.
It may be hard to believe, but everyone, including an infant who was in this mangled medical helicopter, is alive. And incredibly, no one on the ground was hurt.
I literally see the chopper in the sky, like right there. And so I'm stopped. But then there was a moment where I realized this is going to hit the ground. So that's when I pulled in the reverse.
This man was driving his family in a neighborhood and barely dodged a catastrophe.
This is absolutely a miracle from the Lord.
A miraculous landing, witnesses say, right next to a church.
It's an absolute miracle here, what you see behind you. How this, and there's no debris, no wires down, no trees.
The chopper had been flying to a children's hospital in Philly, carrying 2 crew members, a nurse, and the infant. All 4 of them were able to escape the wreckage, even before emergency crews arrived.
Everyone's out of the helicopter.
No word yet on what caused the crash. The NTSB will investigate.
It was absolutely insane. I've never seen anything like this.
Authorities here are crediting the pilot.
This was a miraculous landing.
And perhaps a higher power for a remarkable landing against all odds. Authorities say the pilot ran into trouble about a mile from here in the air and then had to maneuver this chopper in successfully landing it next to this church. What really strikes you here on the ground is just how close this chopper came to that church. And again, remarkably, no one was killed. Back to you.
Oh, just incredible. Gabe Gutierrez, thank you for that story. Now coming up, the key to your health may be sitting in your kitchen. Up next, what researchers are saying about the many benefits of olive oil, plus more medical headlines in our weekly checkup.
We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, welcome back. This is something. A judge has upheld the LAPD's decision to fire 2 police officers for, get this, ignoring a robbery while they were hunting for Pokemon. According to court documents, the 2 officers were parked nearby when a radio call came in for officers to respond to a robbery at a Macy's department store back in 2017. But camera footage from their car shows that instead of pursuing robbers, they were playing that Pokemon Go video game and decided to pursue a relatively rare Snorlax. Seriously, the officers were charged with multiple on-duty misconducts, including making false statements during an investigation. Now, they pled guilty to 2 of the 6 counts, but then claimed the city violated their rights by using the police car's video system as evidence. Told you, this is something. All right, now it's time for your weekly checkup. We have NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar here with us to discuss the latest health headlines you may have missed. Hi, Dr. Azar. Always great to have you. So let's start with this analysis from the American Heart Association. It shows the majority of adults with type 2 diabetes are not meeting their heart health goals. Tell us what those goals are, and also how many people does this impact?
Right. So, I always like to start with why this is important. Well, about 34 million Americans have type 2 diabetes. That's about 11% of the population. And we know that adults with type 2 diabetes are twice as likely to die from heart attacks, strokes, and heart failure. Here are the doctor's orders for you. And I think this is really important. A lot of folks who have diabetes appropriately really concentrate on controlling their blood sugar, and they need to, but there are other targets that need to be met as well. Things like quitting smoking, reducing drinking, staying active, making sure cholesterol is okay. Less than 20% of patients with type 2 diabetes actually are meeting those other targets, Savannah. And of course, the other thing is also your mental and your emotional health. Those psychosocial factors and determinants in health are also really important and need not to be neglected.
Yeah, ooh, good information there. All right, Dr. Azar, here's the one we just teased. I'm sure people will be happy to hear about this. I am, because I use olive oil every night when I cook, and a new study shows that using more of it is linked with a lower risk of death from things like cardiovascular disease and cancer. So tell us, I'm sure there's everything in moderation. How much olive oil should we be consuming? What's the takeaway here?
So this is great, because this is, you always want to have some take home that's really kind of easy to accomplish. And this is it. You only need to consume greater than half a tablespoon. And by the way, that's not a lot. On a daily
no, not at all.
Right? To reduce your risk of dying from cancer, cardiovascular disease, neurodegenerative diseases, respiratory diseases. And they looked at olive oil, that was a Freudian slip. Olive oil consumption that's used in salad dressing, adding it to food or bread, and even used in baking. So, of course, doctors' orders are that you need to try to find ways to substitute out those saturated fats as much as you can. Use flavored olive oils instead of butter. You can, even something as simple as using it on popcorn, you can do it. And of course, as you point out, moderation is key, as my mom has always said.
I think some people may contend also that alcohol has helped them in their longevity, but that is really great to hear. Okay, now here's a fun one, interesting one, kind of blows my mind. According to a new brain imaging study, dogs can distinguish between different languages. Okay, Dr. Azar, how did these researchers figure this one out?
Okay, so first of all, anyone who's a dog owner out there truly believes that their dogs understand their language. They do. Dogs have actually.
Yes, we always say Lucy speaks English.
I know, right? I mean, I think they said at one point dogs can know up to 200 words. That's a lot. That's a lot more than a lot of little kids out there, right? So basically, these dogs were trained to understand language, and they basically they trained the dogs to lay motionless in a brain scanner, and then they played excerpts of a story. Look at this picture, Savannah. I sent this to my sister, and I said these dogs must have been sedated, but they actually weren't. They were trained. My dog would never do that. But anyway, they listened to a story that was read in 2 different languages, and then they measured their brain activity, and they found that the dogs, of course, had owners who had read them the story previously, and different parts of the brain lit up when they were listening to the story in the language that they had listened to it. So, and this was the first time apparently that a non-mammal animal was actually shown to understand language. So the take home here, continue to make your dog a part of the family, read them stories if you want to. They definitely understand. And you can teach old dogs new tricks, because you know what? The older dogs did better than the younger dogs.
You know what, Dr. Azar, isn't it interesting, though, that I'm pretty sure no is the same in many languages, and somehow Lucy seems to forget what that one means quite often. All right, that's a fun one, though. Thank you so much. Great to see you. And coming up, sick and tired. COVID's winter wave taking a toll on hospital workers, many now working while infected with the virus themselves. More on the situation that's sparking outrage. Plus, new accounts shedding light on Bob Saget's final hours. Up next, what we're learning about the comedian's last show from those who attended. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone.
Golf now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank, back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have 2?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Some hospitals are taking a dramatic step to fight COVID-19. They're allowing nurses and doctors with COVID to come into work only if they are asymptomatic. Officials say the move is needed to ease staffing shortages, but many are outraged by this move. So what could this mean for patients? NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson explains.
Record COVID cases and hospitalizations are putting an enormous strain on hospitals, leading some to take dramatic action. Across the country, hospitals battling staffing shortages now taking an astonishing step, asking healthcare workers with COVID to return to work. What went through your mind when you heard that news?
This seemed like a slap in the face.
California emergency room technician Gabriel Montoya says he was disgusted when over the weekend the state announced that through February 1st, staff who test positive and are asymptomatic may return to work immediately without isolation and without testing. Those staff must wear N95 masks.
If you're relying on the science, then you shouldn't be putting people's health at risk based on staffing issues.
The move comes as the nation's hospitals are facing a double whammy. Daily case counts and the hospitalization rate hitting record highs, while hospital workers out with COVID are creating severe staffing shortages. The combination prompting the CDC to update return to work guidelines for healthcare workers.
It's very callous and, it's putting our patients and ourselves in grave danger.
The president of the California Nurses Association says this isn't the answer.
Our patients are in the hospital because they're sick. And for someone to go in there who is positive for the virus, it's a major disaster waiting to happen.
Experts, however, say the change isn't unheard of outside of the U.S.
This is about cohorting, right? This is about having people who are already infected, taking care of infected people. We did this for Ebola in West Africa. It's not one of the first things you'd put in the playbook, but it is in the playbook, and it's towards the end.
California isn't alone. Hospitals in Hawaii, Arizona, Maine, and Rhode Island also changing their policies. One hospital in Rhode Island even confirming an instance of a positive asymptomatic staffer working with patients who didn't have the virus. The hospital posting on their website the move was made due to staffing constraints and that it hasn't led to a COVID outbreak at the facility. Now, a nursing home in the state bringing back positive staff too.
No one could have anticipated the depth of the staffing challenge that we find ourselves in right now. And this latest surge of Omicron is like nothing we've seen.
An unprecedented move for an unprecedented moment. And experts I spoke with say if a healthcare worker is asymptomatic and wearing that N95 mask and an additional mask and a face shield, they should be okay and those patients should be protected. That said, there is still a lot of debate around whether or not patients should be informed that they're being cared for by someone who's positive for COVID. And the same with nursing homes. If loved ones should be informed that their senior who's in a nursing home is being cared for by someone with COVID.
Priscilla Thompson, thank you.
Now, the Omicron variant is also fueling a nationwide teacher shortage that's putting a strain on our education system. As COVID-19 case counts rise around the country and many frontline workers are hit hard, educators and experts are sounding the alarm. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamoah has more.
As Omicron surges on, teachers are calling out with COVID, leading to a potential crisis across the nation's schools.
We would like our students to test negative.
In Chicago, in-person classes resume Wednesday, the teachers union reaching a deal with the city after a heated standoff.
Nearly everyone and every student and every staff member in the building had an interaction with someone who had COVID.
The pandemic amplifying a teaching shortage that was already brewing. Nationally, the ratio of educator hires to job openings is on the decline. In June 2021, the ratio was 0.65 hires for every open position. By September 2021, just 0.38. This shortage fueled further by the raging pandemic.
We are underestimating how difficult the job is right now.
Kate Diaz is currently a substitute teacher and president of the Connecticut Education Association.
We're exhausted. I have teachers telling me, I'm barely having time to, go to the bathroom, let alone actually do some work.
The tension palpable, extending through the educator pipeline.
I have personally been involved with several of our superintendents who have actually been contemplating suicide. They've had to deal with the controversies over whether schools should open or not open. And most recently, this thing with critical race theory.
Dan Domenech says superintendents typically managing teachers now find themselves back in the classroom. In Boston, Superintendent Brenda Casalias says she taught an elementary school class in early January because of teacher absences.
Said, I'll clear my calendar and I'll go over and teach a 4th grade class.
In West Contra Costa, California, school was canceled Monday and school office staff were deployed to cover staffing shortages. The superintendent, Chris Hurst, even substitute teaching at an elementary school. But this teaching shortage is not just bringing educators to the classroom. St. Louis Cardinals player Harrison Bader was even tapped to substitute teach in a St. Louis elementary school.
If there are any substitute teacher openings, let me know.
Still, amid the lighter moments, a grim reality.
As long as we don't have the high level of vaccination on our population, it's going to continue.
What is the impact on students?
You really have a transient teacher population covering. Those kids don't have the same experience. They don't develop a relationship. There's not a consistency, a normalcy to that class.
All right, thank you to Zing Clay for that report. And now, if you or anyone you know is struggling, please call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 800-273-8255, as you can see there, or text TALK to 741-741.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Henao is with us this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. So Pfizer is cutting a few hundred sales positions. This reflects a changing environment involving fewer face-to-face meetings with doctors and healthcare providers and more virtual and telehealth settings during the pandemic. Pfizer says it will try to offset some of the cuts by creating jobs in new areas, focusing on digital efforts. Wells Fargo will stop charging customers fees for bouncing checks and waive some overdraft fees by the end of March. The move follows a similar announcement yesterday by Bank of America. Wells will also give customers 24 hours to bring their balance above zero before charging them a $35 fee. It will start giving people who get direct deposit access to those funds up to 2 days in advance. The changes come amid growing scrutiny of overdraft fees by regulators. And consumers spent $170 billion on mobile apps worldwide last year, according to a new report by App Annie. That's up 19% from 2020. People are also spending more time on apps, an average of 4.1 hours, than watching TV. The most used apps for Gen Z: Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, and Netflix. Millennials prefer Facebook Messenger, Amazon, and WhatsApp. Gen X and baby boomers are using the Weather Channel, Alexa, and Ring.
Yeah, that's pretty funny, that difference.
Yeah. They're using the Farmer's Almanac and Friendster. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, the weather app.
Yeah.
All right, now we're learning more about Bob Saget in his final hours before he was found unresponsive in a Florida hotel room.
Those who saw his final comedy show last weekend say he was in good spirits. Authorities have not released any new information about how he died, and autopsy results could take up to 12 weeks. As we wait, the tributes continue to pour in.
Just like having
this morning, fans are searching for answers after the tragic death of beloved TV dad Bob Saget. Just days before he died, Saget joked about previously having COVID on a podcast with hosts Tom and Dan.
It does not feel good. I had it. And,
yeah.
I don't know if I had Delta or I might have had a combo. Maybe at one point they were working together.
Saget did not say when he had COVID or discuss his symptoms, but experts say that information, along with his medical history, will be looked at by the medical examiner.
There is a slight increase in risk of cardiovascular events like a heart attack or stroke after COVID infection. I don't know the rest of his medical history, but that in and of itself could increase his risk.
Saget was found dead Sunday inside an Orlando hotel room. According to the incident report, hotel security found him on his bed with no pulse. Authorities say they found no signs of foul play or drug use. His death came just hours after the seemingly healthy 65-year-old had been on stage. You guys are awesome. His final show, a 2-hour-plus performance, was full of joy and energy, according to those who witnessed it.
Very high energy, very happy, and he kept saying over and over, "I'm just so happy to be here."
This morning, his heartbroken friends and co-stars are sharing their grief and shock at his passing. Full House co-star Candace Cameron Bure called Saget the glue of their TV family, writing, "You weren't just like a father, but one of my closest friends in life." His loved ones mourn. One of Saget's closest friends is remembering how Bob used to say goodbye. Touring partner Mike Young told Savannah how Bob would finish every conversation.
He always ended it with "I love you." He was an "I love you" guy. And he was full of love, man. And he loved his job, and he loved the crowds, and he loved touring, and he loved what he did.
Those who were at Saget's final show say he spent much of the night telling stories and joking warmly about his family, even getting emotional at one point when speaking to a man in the audience who was there with his 3 daughters. Saget, of course, also had 3 daughters, both in real life and on Full House, the TV show that we know him so well from.
Absolutely. We're thinking about those 3 daughters.
Absolutely. People continue to pay tribute.
Yes. All right. Coming up, more than just a game.
Up next, how a racket sport led an immigrant from Mexico to a scholarship, even the pros. This is Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
I'm going to change your life. Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have 2?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're ending this hour with the story of a young Mexican-American woman and the program that taught her to dream big.
Top story anchor Tom Llamas has more on how the racket sport of squash allowed her and now thousands of students to succeed both on and off the court.
At 4'11", Reina Pacheco may not look intimidating, but in the game of squash, she's a giant, running opponents like me all over the court.
There we go. Now I'm working you. Now I'm working you.
It's a game she takes seriously because it taught her to dream big.
There were points in my childhood that I just wasn't sure. And when you're undocumented, nothing is secure, right?
At times homeless and constantly in fear of being deported, this type of racket sport was nowhere on Reina's radar until a squash program came to her school in San Diego.
We take low-income students from areas that are often never seen squash before, so they spend half of the time studying and half of the time training squash.
I had to take a bus ride at 4 a.m. in the morning to get to the squash courts by 7 a.m. and I would go to school and do it all over again at night.
The work ethic she developed paid off. Reina would go on to earn a scholarship and play at Columbia University, later joining the Pro Tour. She's now an investment banker on Wall Street.
Pick your spots.
Her first coach gets emotional when he looks back. Proof, he says, this program works.
It's more than a sport. Yeah, it's life, you know.
Currently, there are more than 2,000 kids enrolled in Squash and Education Alliance programs across the U.S. Organizers say 94% of their kids graduate and go to college.
Did squash give you confidence?
Yes, I think that when you step on a squash court and in a different country, in a different court with a different language, and you do it consistently, you become really good at adapting and you become really good at being brave.
Learning to first navigate the court to later lead in life. Tom Llamas, NBC News, New York.
Squash, by the way, is not easy.
No, it's not. I was going to say that too. I mean, I'm sure no one's surprised that it's difficult for me, as sporty as I am, but it's not. You're right.
Good for her. Thanks, Tom, for that story. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, unrelenting. A staggering new headline on the rapidly spreading Omicron variant this Wednesday morning. The latest mutation now makes up 98% of new cases here in the U.S. Healthcare systems at a breaking point, hospitalizations at record highs, and staffing shortages becoming more and more prevalent. The nation's top doctors facing a grilling on Capitol Hill over their responses to the virus, with several contentious exchanges between officials and lawmakers. This as the CDC considers altering its guidance on masks once again. We're going to bring you everything you need to know. Battle on the Hill, voting rights and the success of President Biden's entire political agenda taking center stage on Capitol Hill this week. Commander-in-Chief stumping for expanded access to mail-in voting and additional ballot box policies. Bills now stuck in legislative limbo. The president, a Senate veteran, now voicing support for changing one long-standing Senate rule to further his agenda.
No option but to change the Senate rules, including getting rid of the filibuster for this.
But moderate Democratic voices in the Senate, Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, have both come out against changing the filibuster, how they're reacting to the president's speech. A little help from my friends. Inflation and the U.S. economic condition also hitting the Hill this week. Fed Chair Jerome Powell reiterating that the American economy is indeed healthy during his Senate confirmation hearing, but he's hinting at a series of interest rate hikes in the coming months to control rising prices. So what does all that mean for your bottom line this year? We'll explain. Plus, new year, new you. If you're looking for a fresh start in 2022, a new job could help you get there. Turns out January is one of the hottest months of the year for job seekers. So later in the hour, we're going to chat with Glassdoor's CEO on some of the best places to work in these uncertain times. Right now, most people probably craving any place warm, is what I'm guessing.
Exactly, especially in the Northeast or Midwest.
Exactly. More on that in a little bit. We're going to begin this morning with COVID and this latest unrelenting wave.
Yeah, with new infections and hospitalization rates shattering pandemic records, many are asking, is it time for Americans to upgrade their masks? NBC News correspondent Tom Costello spoke with an expert on this and has the latest this morning.
Yeah, a lot of scrutiny on the White House and the CDC over the shortage of tests over confusing messaging. Today, word that the administration is going to start shipping test kits to schools nationwide, and the CDC is expected to urge all of us to upgrade our masks as Omicron is spreading unchecked across the country. Overnight, new data showing the highly contagious Omicron variant now makes up almost all new COVID cases in the U.S., a staggering 98%. It happened at lightning speed, too, spreading in just over 1 month. With COVID cases surging and hospitalizations hitting all-time highs, the CDC is now considering whether to update its own mask guidance, potentially recommending Americans choose higher quality options like N95s or the Chinese-made KN95.
They are really, really tight fitting, and they help filter out very small airborne droplets of COVID.
The typical surgical mask provides decent protection, but doesn't seal tightly around the nose and mouth. The Biden administration also taking a big step to keep kids in school, announcing this morning it will hand out 5 million rapid COVID tests and another 5 million lab-based PCR tests to schools nationwide every month for free. Meanwhile, the nation's top health officials faced a grilling on Capitol Hill. Tuesday's testimony punctuated by this very concerning message.
Most people are going to get COVID.
The experts were blasted over their mixed messaging and criticized for their confusing changes in guidelines.
The American people are right to be confused. It seems like you all don't talk amongst yourself.
Lawmakers also demanded answers over the critical test shortage.
Our frustrated constituents cannot find rapid tests.
A contentious hearing that turned personal at times.
You are totally incorrect.
Dr. Fauci clashing with Republican Senator Roger Marshall and later heard on a hot mic.
What a moron. Jesus Christ.
Senator Rand Paul and Fauci also sparring again.
You're not an objective scientist. You've lost that long ago.
Fauci accused a Kentucky Republican of putting him, Fauci, in danger, citing a case last month of an armed man arrested with a hit list.
The police asked him where he was going, and he was going to Washington, D.C. to kill Dr. Fauci.
Back now to the mask issue, and beware of the many fake masks that are popping up online. The CDC is warning that about 60% of the KN95s, the Chinese-made, that are in the United States are actually counterfeit. When buying masks, it's important to look for the NIOSH certification stamp that you will see on the N95. That's an official government stamp. By the way, there's also a nonprofit. It's called ProjectN95.org. You can go online. They have links to certified and vetted masks. Back to you.
All right, definitely checking that out. Tom, thanks so much. Let's bring in Dr. Aditi Nerurkar, a physician at Harvard Medical School. Doctor, good to have you with us. So we know Omicron surged in New York first. Now the state's governor is signaling that we might be past the peak here, with New York reporting a daily caseload below 50,000. Believe it or not, that's a good number for the first time since before Christmas. If that's the case, what does this tell us about Omicron? What could it mean for the rest of the country? Or are we on the other side of the surge anytime in the coming weeks?
You know, Joe, this is a real glimmer of hope, and we're hoping that this trend really holds. We're seeing these key metrics that we're tracking: caseloads, ER visits, and case positivity rates. We're still not out of the woods. 1 in 5 New Yorkers are testing positive, but we are hoping that this is really stable. We also we understand that we're going to see a rise in hospitalizations and deaths, unfortunately, in the coming week, because these are lagging indicators. But all signs point to the peak perhaps surpassing, and now we're probably going to see a downward trend.
Doctor, let's get back to masks. We just heard from Tom about concerns over those fake N95 masks being sold online. Some people might already have these masks at home. Maybe they don't even realize that they are fake ones. What should they do? And if it is a fake one, I mean, does that provide any level of protection? Should someone just throw it out, or what?
You know, Savannah, early in the pandemic, all of us as healthcare workers were really thinking about our masks and whether we were getting authentic or counterfeit. As the CDC reports, about 60% of N95s on the market right now are counterfeit. And the CDC website has a very clear distinction and real telltale signs of what we can do to test whether our masks are authentic or not. The NIOSH, the National Institute of Occupational Health and Safety, also has an approval system which should be used. And the CDC website has a list of masks that are approved.
And Dr. Nerurkar, Spain's prime minister is suggesting that the European Union should start treating Omicron like the flu, saying, quote, "I think we have to evaluate the evolution of COVID to an endemic illness." Do you think that's the approach the U.S. should take? Are we anywhere near calling this an endemic here?
Joe, this is much too premature for any country leader to even consider endemicity. Endemicity does not cause this scale of human suffering and death. We are currently in a humanitarian crisis with healthcare systems collapsing or being overwhelmed. This is not the definition of endemicity, though we hope that we will get there eventually.
All right, Dr. Aditi Nerurkar, as always, thanks for your expertise.
And as you all at home, of course, know, we talk to doctors here every day, and we want to know what you want to know from them. So if you've got a question about COVID, maybe it's about this variant, maybe it's about masks, or maybe you're unvaccinated and have concerns, we want to get questions straight from you to our doctors to get you those answers. Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions for our doctors. Now to the effort by Democrats to revive the push for voting rights legislation. President Biden is back in Washington this morning after a fiery speech in Atlanta where he called on the Senate to change its rules to get rid of the filibuster and overcome a stalemate by Republicans. NBC senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has these details.
Good morning. The president is going big on this issue, but he can only persuade. He has no direct power to change voting rights laws or change the rules of the Senate. The bills we've been talking about would guard against states enacting discriminatory practices and would nationalize rules for things like early voting and mail-in ballots. While the president's power is limited, he says protecting the country's democracy is very much his job.
Let's go get this done.
This morning, President Biden is defining a stark choice for senators as pressure builds to expand voting rights.
Do you want to be on the side of Dr. King or George Wallace? This is the moment to decide, to defend our elections, to defend our democracy.
As early as today, Senate Democrats are expected to again try to pass voting rights protections. But their slim majority is short of the 60 votes needed to overcome a Republican Senate filibuster. Republican Mitt Romney called the president's message divisive.
He charged that voting against his bill allies us with Bull Connor, George Wallace, and Jefferson Davis. So much for unifying the country.
The president, who for decades backed the long-standing filibuster rule, says he supports a limited change and has been urging lawmakers to act.
I've been having these quiet conversations with the members of Congress for the last 2 months. I'm tired of being quiet.
The president focused his argument through the lens of history, visiting the seat of the civil rights movement in Atlanta with the vice president, placing a wreath at the burial place of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., while some civil rights advocates have grown impatient with Mr. Biden.
The reality is we still have no plan to get to 60 votes or 50 votes with the filibuster carve-out.
Georgia's Stacey Abrams did not attend, citing scheduling. The NAACP's national president reacted, "It's time for this administration to match their words with actions." Asked if he has the votes when he stopped at Dr. King's Ebenezer Baptist Church, the president said, Senate Democrats say it's time to up the pressure by forcing votes this week to show where senators stand. Names we've heard often, Democrats Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema oppose changing Senate rules, but there may be other Democrats who do too, and all Republicans are against that. The filibuster was meant to encourage consensus by going beyond a simple majority. But critics say it has been abused too often. So the next few days will be critical, and the debate over all of this will be intense. Back to you.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, thank you so much.
As Kelly mentioned, those two prominent moderate Democratic senators, Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, are now feeling the pressure from the White House. Both said they support the voting rights legislation, but oppose altering the filibuster. And without those votes, Democrats can't change the rules to get around that 60-vote threshold. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from Charleston, West Virginia. That's the state represented by Manchin. So, Vaughn, this isn't the first time Manchin and Sinema have found themselves at odds with the majority of the Democratic Party, really the rest of the party. So what kind of impact, if any, has the president's speech had on those holdouts?
And Joe, we've known this now for a year, that this is how it was going to play out. When Joe Biden was sworn into office last January, that Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema would fundamentally be responsible for whether the Democrats are able to pass not only voting rights, but several other key legislative priorities. And that is where this upcoming Monday, Chuck Schumer, the majority leader within the Democratic Party in the Senate, has laid down as his deadline to bring to the floor these major pieces of voting rights legislation. And the question, though, is, will the likes of Senator Joe Manchin and Senator Kyrsten Sinema vote to change the rules on the filibuster so that it doesn't require 60 senators to allow those pieces of voting rights reforms to come to a vote? Listen to the latest from Senator Joe Manchin.
Filibuster is what we have, our rules. We need some good rule changes to make the place work better, but getting rid of the filibuster doesn't make it work better. We need some good rules changes, and we can do that together. But you change your rules with 2/3 of the people that are present. So it's Democrats and Republicans changing the rules to make the place work better. Getting rid of the filibuster does not make it work better.
And this is a heck of a nuanced conversation, but ultimately, the rule that the Democrats need to bring up those major pieces of voting reforms up to a vote, well, those are not the rule changes that Joe Manchin at this time is saying that he's considering voting on it, which would be essentially upending the filibuster.
Now, Vaughn, Manchin might be a Democrat, but where you are, West Virginia, is a traditionally red state. President Trump won there by a wide margin. Is this a big issue there? How are people there reacting to his opposition to eliminating the filibuster?
And I think this is the difference, if I may, first with Kyrsten Sinema from Arizona, where she won by a narrow victory 2 years ago. Joe Biden won just by 10,000 votes. When you're talking about Joe Manchin, the Democrat from West Virginia, this is the state that Donald Trump won by 39 percentage points in 2020. This is a heavily now Republican state. Now, Joe Manchin, he is well regarded here in the state of West Virginia, and why he has consistently been reelected here. At the same time, that doesn't negate the fact that there is frustration among Democrats, who initially put Joe Manchin into office and pushing him to have this carve-out exemption for passing voting rights legislation and moving past some of these more broader legislative issues here that Democrats are hoping to focus on that maybe necessarily the rest of West Virginia is not.
Vaughn Hilliard in West Virginia. Vaughn, thank you.
Now to the frigid weather gripping much of the Northeast as that blast of Arctic air sent temperatures plunging into the single digits in many areas across New England. Forecasts point to warmer weather today across the region, but will it stay that way for very long? NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk is out braving the elements for us yet again. She joins us from Bryant Park in New York City. Steph, good morning. I always feel bad tossing to you for this.
I can feel the empathy in your voice, Savannah. And the one thing keeping me from freezing to death this morning is that empathy. So I thank you for it. A meteorologist from Massachusetts described this cold as coming from the, quote, far reaches of the planet, which sounds a little dramatic, but honestly, if you've had to do anything out here the last couple of days, that's kind of what it has felt like. Those temperatures are going to rise later today, but for now, the Arctic air has a firm grasp.
Across the Northeast, an Arctic blast for the record books.
It's cold.
This is voodoo out here.
The coldest air in years gripping the region, bringing bone-chilling temperatures and sub-zero wind chills Tuesday.
Coming out here and it's single digits even in the middle of the day. Crazy.
Enough to suspend a fork full of spaghetti in midair on top of Mount Washington and create this ice disk in a river in Maine. Even in Portland, a city known for its brutal winters, this cold felt particularly chilly.
It's kind of got that next level cold feeling, honestly. I got some extra layers on.
Throughout New England, folks bundling up to brave the bitter cold.
New England layers, right? How often do I get to wear my double-line mittens?
In Massachusetts, snow and wind created a wintry mess across Cape Cod and dangerous travel conditions on the roads. Meanwhile, in Cambridge, students at an elementary school were forced to evacuate in single-digit temperatures after a small fire broke out in the building. Police and fire crews rushing in to quickly put out the flames. Meantime, in New York City, the air cold enough to freeze this fountain. New Yorkers powered through the day amid freezing temperatures, the coldest daytime high the city has seen in nearly 3 years. Masks during a pandemic? pulling double duty.
This week I started wearing the N95, but if you wear the cloth one over it, I feel like I'm protecting and my face is warm.
The temperatures could reach 40 here in New York, but it is going to be a short reprieve. Then they drop again, and there is snow in the forecast for the weekend, Savannah.
All right, well, there we go. Steph Gosk, stay warm. Thanks so much.
Let's talk more about the cold weather roller coaster and then check on your morning news now weather.
Yeah, and I think we've got a tease for information on that snowstorm. Hi, Bill.
Yeah, it's going to be a big storm. This will easily be the biggest winter event that we've had, as far as affecting the most number of people as we head into Saturday, Sunday, Monday, right through the holiday weekend into Martin Luther King Day. As far as today goes, we'll just start with this. It's pretty simple. It's a little cold in the Northeast. It warms up pretty rapidly, so no complaints there. Even in the Northern Plains, it's a pretty nice day. I mean, even Montana is going to be 50 degrees. Just that rain in Seattle and Washington we're still watching. And that's not just for today. That's even for tomorrow. So the first hint that something's going to happen is on Thursday with the cold air beginning to return to northern portions of the plains, northern Minnesota and South Dakota. You have to have cold air in place to get a storm. So here's what the thinking is. So on Friday, snow breaks out in areas of the Dakotas, Minnesota. Watch out in Iowa. This could be a pretty decent snow shot for you come on Friday. Already winter storm watches for those areas. Then this storm will dive all the way down towards Arkansas and Louisiana. We'll definitely be dealing with mostly rain, some thunderstorms in Mississippi and Alabama. But to the north of that, from Kansas City to St. Louis, right through Missouri, a good chance of snow for you in Indiana, especially through Kentucky, maybe southern Ohio. And then on Sunday, this thing makes its way to the East Coast. Now, at this point, we don't know if it's going to be off the coast and colder, so more snow, or if it's going to go right along the coast, which would mean more of a snow to ice to rain. So we'll iron that out in the days ahead. But regardless, very difficult travel day on Sunday for much of the eastern seaboard. So how much snow? Well, I'm not going to give you exact amounts yet. It's just too early. But what we've done is we've actually kind of colorized this map to show you where it could be light, which is white, moderate, which is blue, and the potential for at least heavy snow would be shown in the purple colors. So that does show you down through Minnesota and Iowa, possibly right up through areas of the Northeast. And what's interesting, guys, is that both of our long-range computer models are in excellent agreement. This is the Euro forecast. We'll iron out those details, but there could be a lot of flight cancellations and travel cancellations this upcoming weekend. So start making the backup plans in your mind.
Ooh, right. Good advice there.
Or just stay home.
Yeah, really. Might be better off. All right, thanks, Bill. And coming up, remembering one of the worst maritime disasters in recent memory.
We're going to revisit the Costa Concordia tragedy 10 years later. Next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
News is happening.
now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Now, it was one of the worst maritime disasters this century. 10 years ago, the cruise line Costa Concordia ran aground off an Italian island.
32 people lost their lives that day when the ship struck the island's rocks, capsized, and began to sink. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now with more on the sobering anniversary. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning to you, Joe. Yeah, hard to believe it's been 10 years since that disaster. It's still very much fresh in the minds of the people who suffered through it. Those lucky passengers who made it off the ship alive. It was supposed to be a dream cruise, sailing around the Mediterranean Sea for a week in mid-January. But 10 years ago this week, it turned into a nightmare for the over 4,000 passengers and crew on board. The liner crashing into the rocks after dark, seawater rushing in. Janice and Ian Donoff were on their honeymoon. Do you still think about that day 10 years ago?
I think it's the feeling of panic. This is what's carried through over the 10 years and is just as strong now.
The captain had been performing a sail-past salute of Italy's Giglio Island and went too close. The ship lost all power and tilted on its side. Its terrified passengers disoriented and struggling to escape in complete darkness.
The people were shoving and pushing.
A feeling of helplessness.
When I was on a ladder trying to get out, a big man literally pushed in front of me and trod on my foot. I literally fell off the ladder.
Eventually, they made it out. But because the ship was tilted, the lifeboats wouldn't drop down. They and hundreds of others were stranded, perched on the side of the ship for hours in the cold, while passengers clambered down a rope ladder, the equivalent of 11 stories. Eerie video taken by divers from inside the ship revealing the damage. The captain left the liner before all of the passengers were off. The Italian Coast Guard screaming at him to get back on board and help with the rescue. Nate and Carrie Lukes from Alaska were on board with their 4 daughters, trying desperately to keep the family together.
When everybody was rushing for the lifeboats, that I felt like they were going to get trampled, and putting my arms around them and letting the sea of people go by us.
The rush to get to the lifeboats was chaotic.
It's really a melee there. The best way to describe it is it's very similar to the movie Titanic. People were jumping onto the top of the lifeboats and pushing down women and children to try to get to them.
The accident forced changes in the industry, like carrying more life jackets and holding emergency drills before leaving port. After a 16-month salvage operation, the stricken ship was refloated and towed away to be scrapped. Today, survivors like Ian and Janice still grateful to be alive.
I said that, if we survive this, then our marriage will have to survive forever.
The captain of the ship was eventually found guilty of manslaughter and is currently serving a 16-year prison sentence in Italy. Costa Cruises did offer compensation to all of the passengers, but Joe and Savannah, all of the survivors we spoke to said the same thing. They said they have never been on a cruise since. Guys.
Can't blame them. Kelly, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's now take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Matt Bodner joins us from Moscow. Matt, good morning.
Joe, good morning. We'll start this one off in the UK, where Prime Minister Boris Johnson has just apologized for attending an event held in the back garden of Number 10 in May of 2020. That, of course, a time when the public was prohibited from their own gatherings under strict COVID-19 control measures. Johnson said that he attended for 25 minutes before going back inside for work, claiming that he presumed it was actually a work function or else he would have sent everyone back inside. Moving along now to Zimbabwe, where a freelance reporter for the New York Times is on trial on charges that he helped 2 Times journalists illegally enter Zimbabwe from South Africa using fake credentials. The New York Times has pointed out that even Zimbabwe's government has acknowledged at least one time that the charge is, quote, practically baseless. If found guilty, the reporter faces up to 10 years in prison. And we move along now to Canada for a very Canadian social media controversy. A local politician in Nova Scotia is under fire for taking a picture of his wife, who is a registered nurse, shoveling snow, from their driveway after a long frontline shift. After posting on social media with a caption celebrating her and sharing his plans to make her breakfast, he was heavily criticized for not going out to help her. She later got on social media to clarify the situation. She simply wanted to shovel after a very long shift, wearing an N95 mask. It's a good exercise and fresh air for her.
Yeah, that's very Canadian. I wanted to rest and relax, so I went shoveling. So, all right.
Also, that's so social media these days. You don't know what's going on there. No need to chime in. All right, Matt, thanks.
Coming up, the economic buzzword of the past few months, grabbing headline after headline, the supply chain crunch.
But things seem to have quieted down on the shipping front. So what happened? Our Jolene Kent speaks one-on-one with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. That's next.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The 94th Oscars ceremony is bringing back a familiar tradition for viewers this year, a Master of Ceremonies. This year's Academy Awards will feature the first host since 2018 when Jimmy Kimmel filled the spot. The following year, there was no host because Kevin Hart stepped down following the discovery of past homophobic tweets and stand-up comedy routine. The show continued without a host in 2020 and 2021. Viewership for Hollywood's biggest night has been declining over the past decade, with last year's show drawing just under 10 million viewers. Most award shows have been struggling with ratings over the past few years. What we don't know is who is the host going to be.
Yeah, I was just thinking, did I miss you say that?
Yeah, no, they got to find. It's not easy to find someone nowadays because a lot of folks don't want to go through the scrutiny. They're comedians. They've said things that might be controversial because they're comics, and then they don't want to go through all that. So we'll see who they come up with.
Twitter. You never know what you're going to find. It's taking a lot of people down. All right, now to those supply chain issues still creating problems for American consumers. The Department of Transportation recently announced $240 million in grants to modernize ports and hopefully streamline the flow of goods. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent had an exclusive interview with Pete Buttigieg, who, of course, oversees that department, and she joins us with this now. Hi, Joe. Good morning.
Hi, Savannah. Good morning. You know, the supply chain crisis is actually far from over. There are some empty grocery store shelves in certain parts of the country, out of stock warnings online signaling that this ongoing labor shortage and all these backlogs show no signs of abating. And this persisting backlog has prompted Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg to visit the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles this week. That's where we caught up with him to get an update on how the ongoing delays are going and what the federal government is trying to do to fix it. Take a look.
We've already seen major progress, right?
We asked Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg the question on so many consumers' minds.
When do you think the delays are going to end?
Well, what we know is as long as there is a pandemic, it will be creating disruptions. Now, the good news is we found a lot of steps that we can take, including in the short term, that have made a huge difference. Making sure that empty containers don't pile up, getting in the way, including holding the owners or shippers of those containers accountable if they let them accumulate.
He's talking about the $100 a day fine imposed on containers that overstay their welcome. The Transportation Department has also announced $241 million in new grant money to modernize port facilities in 19 states.
So if you were to explain to a shopper where the biggest pain point is right now, is it here at the ports? Is it on the railways? Is it in the warehouses? Where is it?
You know, the truth is, if you see a ship offshore here waiting for a chance to unload its goods, there's a good chance the reasons have to do with something 1,000 miles inland, like an issue with labor capacity in trucking. Right now we have something like 300,000 truck drivers leaving that job every single year.
How much should truckers be paid?
Enough to show respect and regard for the fact that they are the very definition of essential workers. It's not just how much, but how. Truckers right now are often not paid for their time. And right now, in too many environments, from warehouse environments to port environments, there is no cost to wasting a trucker's time. We've got to fix that.
Some supply chain experts say to really fix the backlog, make more stuff here in the U.S. and shorten that long distance between factories and shoppers.
What are you doing to bring more jobs back in order to prevent supply chain disruptions in the future?
Yeah, you know, one thing you'll hear about a lot in this administration, from the president on down, is constantly looking at ways to buy America, build America, keep it made in America, make more things in America. We're always going to trade with other countries, but if we have to bring in so many goods from overseas that a shipping issue or a factory closure thousands of miles away stops us from getting what we need, that's a problem.
Now, there's also been some reporting about Secretary Buttigieg's political future, of course, especially if President Biden does not run for re-election. I asked him if he would run for president again if President Biden decides not to. He told me nothing could be further from his mind at this time. He says he's earned the trust of the administration. He's trying to use that to work on aviation safety and supply chain issues. And guys, he's the dad of twins, a new dad. We also talked sleep regressions. Back to you.
All right, and in true politician fashion, that's not a yes or a no, so we will have to see. All right, Joe Ling, thanks so much.
Now, here's something else that's disrupting businesses, the Omicron variant, as cases continue to break records in some states.
Yeah, Texas has experienced a massive surge, like many other states, of infections in recent weeks, creating more headaches for small businesses and service industry workers struggling to get through this latest wave of the pandemic. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Dallas. Hey, Morgan, good morning. So first, just give us an overall sense of how Texas is faring right now. How are hospitals holding up with this rise from the Omicron surge?
Yeah, Joe, Savannah, good morning. There's not one aspect of life here in Texas that has not been impacted by the Omicron variant. We're here in Dallas's Deep Ellum neighborhood. This is a hot spot for nightlife, a lot of bars and restaurants around here. And they made it through the pandemic until the vaccine came out. Then they thought that would be the answer. And yet here we are with the Omicron variant spreading rapidly through the state. At last check, the hospitalization statewide, 11,500. Houston Chronicle reporting that it's currently on pace to shatter the all-time hospitalization record, and there is still no plateau in sight. And so there is a lot of concern on business owners here in this area, on hospital staff that we've spoken to, that as bad as it is right now, it could keep on going. Guys.
Now, Morgan, we know you spoke to several workers and a business owner in the restaurant industry there in Dallas. How are they navigating all this?
It's certainly a moving target, right? They try to come up with kind of rules and regulations for their own business as the state kind of left it up to the business owner in order to kind of make it through the pandemic. And then whenever the vaccine started coming out and we were kind of in that summer period where it seemed like the worst of the virus had gone away, they brought staff back that had otherwise had to be laid off sooner. And I want you to hear how one business owner describes kind of this ongoing situation at a Dallas bar. Take a listen.
At this point, we're just kind of riding it out every week. I would say it's a week-by-week basis, but maybe honestly a day-by-day basis, whether or not a bartender is going to be infected or not, and we're going to have to restaff. And same with performers and DJs and the like. We just don't really know until we open those doors what we're going to have. And I didn't think that day to day, week to week, I'd be scrambling to keep this place open, both for the employees that I love, the patrons I love, the performers and DJs I love. And I really hope we can get through this.
And it's not just what happens at a place of business. That gentleman's business partner wasn't able to be interviewed when we stopped by because his wife had been exposed to COVID, and as a result, he had to quarantine at his home. So there's this kind of domino effect in so many areas of life right now that's proving to be a real obstacle for businesses and, of course, those behind hospital walls.
Running a restaurant is hard enough without a pandemic, so we're thinking of all those hard workers and restaurant owners out there. Morgan, thanks so much.
Thank you. And now we've got a lot more on deck in this hour of morning news. Now, first, we're diving deeper into your money in 2022. Now, the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell has teased a series of interest rate hikes to tame inflation this year. We'll break down what that means for your bottom line.
Plus, if you're thinking about changing jobs to get the new year started, stick around. We've got the CEO of Glassdoor with us next on some of America's best places to work and what you can do to stand out while on that job hunt. That's next.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect.
The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Some breaking news right now. The Bureau of Labor Statistics has just released the country's latest inflation numbers.
Yes, Silvana Henao joins us to break it down. Hey, Silvana, can you tell us what these numbers mean for consumers?
Hey guys, the Labor Department just released this number. It's the latest consumer price index. Inflation up 7% year over year. That's the biggest increase since 1982, so almost 40 years. And those higher prices, they also play a role in online sales, which hit a record $204 billion over the holidays, with consumers paying 3.1% more in December online compared with the prior year, and that's according to Adobe. This all means that the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, he actually told a Senate panel yesterday the central bank will use its tools to mitigate rising prices if it sees more persistent inflation. What that means is that raising interest rates will happen a little bit more over time to try and control all of that inflation and keep prices in check. Guys, back to you.
All right, Silvana, thanks so much. And as she just mentioned, one of the ways to tame inflation is for the feds to raise interest rates. And Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell says the central bank is prepared to raise rates this year. Speaking at his confirmation hearing before the Senate Banking Committee yesterday, Powell said the economy is in healthy shape and ready for tighter monetary policy. What does that mean? NBC News senior business reporter Ben Popkin joins us now. So, Ben, talk us a little bit about why Powell believes rates could be rising sooner rather than later.
Well, just like you saw, inflation is coming in super hot. Supply chains are being hit by robust consumer demand. That's helping drive up prices. Consumers, they've got stimulus spending checks. They've shifted spending from services to goods. Meanwhile, there's been a little bit of market consolidation over the past few decades among different companies that have allowed them to charge higher prices. And we're seeing them also increase profit margins along with these price increases. 2/3 of companies have actually increased their profit margins since pre-pandemic. Senator Warren brought up in that confirmation hearing yesterday. Also, we're seeing that tight labor market driving up wages. That's good for folks, but that also gives them more money to drive up demand, and the cycle continues. So what we're seeing is what we once thought was transitory due to these supply chain snarls. There's some deeper economic effects going on, and that's why Powell wants to have 3 taps on the brake for next year to curb some of these interest rates, to curb some of this inflation with higher interest.
And Powell spoke about this yesterday. Let's take a listen to some of what he had to say.
We know that high inflation exacts a toll, particularly for those less able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. If we see inflation persisting at high levels longer than expected, then we will, if we have to raise interest rates more over time, we will. We will use our tools to get inflation back.
So, Ben, let's break this down. What would it mean for everyday Americans, these higher rates? And could that be enough? Will it be enough to rein in the high inflation we're seeing?
Well, higher interest rates might eventually temper prices in the supermarket, but it's going to cost you in your credit card at checkout. Higher interest rates, that means higher rates on a broad array of consumer loan products. Higher interest rate on your credit card if you carry a balance. You're going to pay more for mortgages, more for car loans. Silver lining, if you're a saver, if you're one of those people who have socked away those stimulus checks, you'll start earning a little bit higher interest rate in there. But these tools that the Fed use, they work at the large scale over a long period of time. These higher interest rates, it's not going to enough to be noticeable to the average consumer in terms of lower prices for 2022. We're not really going to see a measurable effect until maybe 2023.
Ben, let me ask you maybe about the flip side of this. What are some of the risks of raising rates too quickly? Should Americans be prepared for any potential downsides here?
One word, recession. If the Fed moves too fast, dries up credit, companies, they can't expand, they can't hire, that could send us into a recession. That's why folks are watching this closely. It's definitely a risk, but only once the total effect of the rate hikes and the balance downsizing as they taper those bond purchases becomes more significant. Again, this is also probably not going to be a 2022 thing, more like 2023, and that Fed is going to be watching all the indicators closely to make sure that they don't overcorrect.
It's a balance they have to strike. Ben, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
All right, you've probably heard the phrase new year, new you. And for some people, that might mean new job. But now might be the time to try to make that change. Experts say January is one of the best times to look for a new job because a lot of companies post new positions in the new year. So what should you be looking for if you are thinking about making that change? Here to answer that and share some job hunting tips is Christian Sutherland Wong. He's the CEO of Glassdoor. Christian, thanks so much for joining us this morning. So first off, just tell us, why is January such a popular time for job hunting? Is it that new year, new you type of attitude? And also, do you think the so-called great resignation that we've been reporting on, a lot of people not returning to the workforce that we've seen in the last several months, is having an impact on the search this January?
Yeah, we've always seen a big spike in the amount of job seeking activity happening on our platform in the month of January. Typically, we'll see about a 20% increase in the number of applications in January versus any month of the year. And what you see happening here is, companies, it's the beginning of the year, they've got their plans for the year, what they want to get done, so they're out hiring. And likewise, job seekers are coming back from the holidays and certainly are, applying this mantra of new year, new you. Now, with COVID going on and the great resignation, we're seeing massive talent shortages. And so you have companies really fighting to get talent into their companies. And so we're seeing unprecedented demand right now for job seekers and unprecedented levels of open positions.
That's some good news for some people who might be listening. Now, the pandemic has also made flexibility and work-life balance more important for workers, having the choice maybe to be remote, that type of thing. What other qualities should job seekers look for in potential employers? What makes a company stand out? What are they offering?
Yeah, so we've been running Glassdoor for the last 14 years, and what we've seen on our platform is three themes that rise to the top and what employees and job seekers look for in the best places to work. They are that the companies are mission-driven, that they feel a sense of purpose in their company. Second is that the senior leaders are inspirational and leaders who are seen as being transparent in how they operate. And the third factor is that these are companies that invest in the career development of their employees. And these are how the best companies stand out. And you're right that with COVID and this new flexibility that companies are offering, this is now what you're seeing employees demanding more and more from companies. And we're seeing this rise up into the way companies get reviewed and also making our award list for best places to work.
Yeah, so let's talk about these best places to work. So you mentioned that Glassdoor has been around for 14 years. You're also just releasing your 14th annual Employees' Choice Awards. It honors the best places to work in 2022. Tell us, which companies took the top spots this year?
Yeah, we've been running this list for the last 14 years, and it's truly the premier list for us to identify what are the best places to work from the people who know them best, their employees. This year's winner was NVIDIA. NVIDIA has made our list a number of times, but this is their first time in the top of the list. And what we hear from NVIDIA employees is that they really respect that NVIDIA throughout the pandemic has been in very employee first and family first. Their employees very much respect their CEO, and he has a big impact, Jensen Huang, on the employee experience as a person who is seen as transparent, approachable, and a person they believe in. And it doesn't hurt the fact that NVIDIA's had wonderful stock market performance as a company over the course of the last 12 months as well.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, people can check out that list now. I'm sure it will help them as they start to search for a new year, new job, new you, all that. Christian, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up on Morning News Now, NFTs. What exactly are they? How are people making seemingly insane amounts of cash off of online artwork? And perhaps more importantly, what does non-fungible, the NF of NFT, what does it even mean? We're going to take a deep dive right after the break.
Plus, blazing her own trail in the male-dominated world of baseball. The Yankees' first female manager. Those stories are up next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play. There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
More people are turning to a new way to get people to invest in their art or in their products.
They're switching to NFTs, and like a lot of people, you might be wondering how they work. It's a market that's exploded recently. In just the third quarter of 2021, NFT trading hit nearly $11 billion, with more and more people jumping on board. Josh Katz is here to help us understand how NFTs work. He's the CEO of Yellowheart, a company that focuses on NFTs for music and ticketing. Josh, good morning. Thank you for the charity that you are doing right now, which is explaining this to us. And my first question is, what is a non-fungible token and what does non-fungible mean?
Good morning. So a non-fungible token is a digital store of record that is immutable and cannot be changed. And essentially what it does is it takes a digital asset, which is something that is in our lives every day, every email, text, photo, file in our digital world, and it actually gives provable ownership for the first time of who actually owns that NFT, and also provable scarcity to how many of those actually exist.
So we've seen NFTs a lot in the world of digital art. It's also taking off in the music world. So when it comes to these, you've worked with Kings of Leon, Maroon 5, Brandi Carlile, one of my favorites, just to name a few. So how have NFTs worked for musicians so far, and how do the fans benefit from it?
So for musicians, NFTs are really the next frontier, because what NFTs allow artists to do is have provable ownership over their files, their music files, and then it allows for them to go direct to their fans over the blockchain. So when you take a music track or a ticket or anything that you're selling, you're able to memorialize the ownership. And the best part about it is actually the payment rails, where these files could then be sold directly to fans and the fans pay the artist directly. So it essentially eliminates the middleman population, which within the music and entertainment business has been rampant, for many, many years.
Now, Josh, with more people starting to understand how this works, probably thanks to you in this segment right now, what does the future hold for them? Where do you see NFTs taking us 10, 20 years from now? I mean, what does this digital ownership look like?
Yeah, well, our entire universe is moving digital. Everything we do is on our phones, our computers, and the physical world is moving away. We all have heard about the metaverse. And what this does is this NFT format, or non-fungible tokens, allow us to have ownership and prove ownership in the future. So when you look at even physical goods, there'll be physical goods that come out with what's called digital physical pairings that allow you to prove authenticity, prove ownership, and essentially eliminate what's right now been middlemen or trusted third parties, where now you will no longer need that.
Do you think, is this market overpriced right now? Do you think prices are going to drop? Do you think they're going to go up? Well, what's going to happen with that, do you think?
Well, when it gets to NFTs, the NFTs really kicked off last year with art. We've had a world of digital art, memes, JPEGs, things that have, never been monetized. And the first 1.0 use case of NFTs has been the monetization of digital art. It's very early days. We're seeing adoption now into many industries, the luxury industry, obviously the music industry, entertainment. It will go into all types of other industries. Basically, any industry that has what we call a rent-seeking middleman that needs to be the authenticator will no longer be needed. So it's going to be pretty interesting times ahead, but it is very early days. So I believe prices of these NFTs will only keep going up.
Wow. All right. Josh Katz, thanks so much for helping us out. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, it's being called a historic first for a sport that dates back more than 150 years. Professional baseball will soon welcome its first ever woman manager.
NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander introduces us to the woman who will take the helm next season.
It's an historic step. Nice. The New York Yankees announcing Rachel Balkovec as the new manager of the Tampa Tarpons, a team in their minor league system.
Even your follow through.
The job makes Balkovec the first full-time female manager in the history of affiliated baseball. For Balkovec, it's not her first time being the first. She's made a career of breaking barriers, working in strength and conditioning for the St. Louis Cardinals and the Houston Astros. In 2019, she joined the Yankees as the minor league's first female hitting coach. But her success did not come without her share of struggles. Despite extensive experience and multiple master's degrees, at times, Balkovec couldn't even get a job interview.
I applied for a bunch of jobs and just got crickets, nothing back.
At one point, she shortened the name on her resume from Rachel to Ray.
It's an advantage that I was discriminated against, because I had to work harder.
In recent years, more women have taken on powerful positions within professional baseball.
What got me to where I am?
Kim Ng is the first female general manager of a major league team, hired by the Miami Marlins in 2020. And Bianca Smith became the first black woman to coach professional baseball when she was hired by the Red Sox organization last year. Small steps toward a more inclusive playing field.
My end goal really is to impact and empower as many people as possible.
Empower as many people. How cool is that? And our thanks to Blaine for that story.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
On NBC News Now, time for an upgrade. The CDC under growing pressure to tell Americans to use higher quality face masks. The latest numbers driving the concern as Omicron shatters COVID case records.
Voting rights fight. President Biden sends a clear message to the Senate, pressuring Republicans to support new legislation to protect Americans' constitutional rights. How GOP lawmakers are pushing back.
Escaping alive. A medical helicopter crashes outside Philadelphia. Everyone on board, including an infant, survives. The incredible story being called a miracle.
And borrower beware. NBC News exposing the potential risks from payday lenders. Meet the Mississippi teacher who borrowed just $200 and ended up in debt for years. Hi, everyone. I'm Vicki Nguyen, in for Morgan this week.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with the White House's new plan to protect students as America faces a tidal wave of COVID hospitalizations.
The Biden administration says it will now send 10 million more tests a month to U.S. schools. 5 million rapid tests will be made available. The rest of the total will cover support for 5 million additional PCR tests.
Right now, the healthcare system nationwide is being pushed to the brink. 15 states and Washington, D.C. saw COVID hospital admissions double in just 2 weeks. We're going to go deeper into that strain on hospitals in just a moment. Let's begin where cases are soaring right now. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards is at a testing site in Charlotte, North Carolina today. Erica, break down the numbers for us there. What's the state of the surge in the Carolinas today?
Hey, Aaron, good afternoon. So right now, the Carolinas is seeing an astounding rise in the number of COVID-19 cases since the holidays. As you said, I'm standing in front of a testing center here in Charlotte, North Carolina. There's been a steady stream of people coming in all day long with COVID-19 symptoms, fatigue, congestion, cough, severe headache. Right now, the wait time to get a test is about 3 hours long. Now, statewide in North Carolina, we've seen an increase in the number of COVID-19 cases within the past 2 weeks of 425%. In South Carolina, the number of cases has gone up 1,258%. Nationwide, it's quadrupled. Now, that doesn't even take into account the number of tests that people are taking at home, those rapid tests. Unfortunately, many of those people are also getting sick enough to be hospitalized. Hospitalizations for COVID-19 have more than doubled in South Carolina and nearly doubled here in North Carolina. We talked with one doctor at Duke University Hospital in Durham who said, "We have not peaked yet."
The Carolinas are now really in the midst of what we would expect to be a surge that would continue for another couple of weeks. What we've seen with Omicron is that this is naggingly efficient at getting around previous infection. Immunity against old variants doesn't offer you much protection at all against Omicron.
No, unfortunately, you have a lot of doctors and nurses who are also falling ill. At Duke University Hospital, just in the past week, there have been more than 1,000 healthcare workers sick at home, isolating, unable to work. Aaron?
And Erica, I know that tracking and tracing are important to sort of figuring out how these surges happen and how they're going to move. What are health experts saying about how these infections moved into that region?
It's all about the holiday parties and holiday travel. We talked with an infectious diseases expert at Wake Forest who's been tracking these Omicron cases. Here's what he had to say.
Omicron kind of started out more in the mid-Atlantic and Northeast, and then people traveled, and a lot of people were traveling over the holidays. And then it spread, particularly to the urban areas here in the Southeast. And then as time goes on and people mix in their own locales, the infection spread out.
Right now, Omicron accounts for more than 98% of cases nationwide. Aaron?
Erica Edwards for us in Charlotte today. Erica, thanks.
All right, now let's dive deeper into the situation inside our hospitals. Take a look at that chart. The 7-day average for COVID hospitalizations above 140,000. That number, combined with staffing issues, is leading to surprising decisions, having COVID-positive healthcare workers treating patients. It's controversial. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson here now to explain what is happening. Priscilla, why is it that some hospitals and states are now changing their policies, and how rare is this?
Well, Vicki, this isn't super widespread. California is the largest state so far to implement these changes, but we're also seeing hospitals in Rhode Island, Arizona, even Maine beginning to take these steps. And it's happening because towards the end of December, the CDC actually changed the return to work guidelines for healthcare workers, saying that if they were positive for COVID but asymptomatic or had mild symptoms, they could come back to work without a negative test or anything like that. And I spoke with experts about this, and they tell me that it's not unheard of. Take a listen.
This is about having people who are already infected taking care of infected people. We did this for Ebola in West Africa. It's not one of the first things you'd put on in the playbook, but it is in the playbook, and it's but towards the end.
And I did talk to doctors about this and how safe this is, and they tell me that if that healthcare worker who is positive and asymptomatic has on that N95 mask, perhaps puts an additional mask and a face shield on, that patient should be protected. Vicki?
Priscilla, let's hit on the biggest state you mentioned, California, where they're doing this. What's the reaction there? Also, do you know anything about disclosure? Do you have to tell the patients, hey, I'm also COVID positive?
Yeah, that is a great question and something that the doctors that I spoke with brought up. And just to hit on the first part of your question, healthcare workers in California are not happy about this. I spoke with an ER technician who has been in the industry for more than 13 years and also the president of the largest nurses union there. And they tell me that this is a disaster waiting to happen. Here's what they had to say.
If you're relying on the science, then you shouldn't be putting people's health at risk based on staffing issues.
It's very callous
And, it's putting our patients and ourselves in grave danger.
And to the second part of your question, doctors tell me there is a lot of debate around disclosure and whether a patient has the right to know if a healthcare worker who is working with them is positive, or even more so in nursing homes where this is also happening, if loved ones have a right to know if their senior in a nursing home is being taken care of by someone who is positive for COVID. Vicki?
Let me move it to Rhode Island, too, Priscilla. There's a change there. Was there an outbreak? Because I think some of the data is going to be what bears this out, whether this was a good idea or not. Because in some cases, aren't you having positive healthcare workers who are taking care of negative patients, patients who are not infected?
Yeah, so we know of one incident in Rhode Island where a positive healthcare worker was asymptomatic and positive, but taking care of patients who did not have COVID. And the hospital says that they did this due to those staffing constraints, and they really didn't have any other choice, but that move did not lead to an outbreak. But one other thing that is worth noting, and it's something that healthcare workers I spoke to mentioned, is the impact of this on colleagues, of being in a break room with people who may be positive and asymptomatic, where the masks are not on and they're eating or drinking, and what that could mean within sort of the healthcare profession and among colleagues. And doctors tell me that we don't yet know the impacts of that.
Yeah.
Vicki?
Only time will tell. NBC's Priscilla Thompson, thank you so much.
So let's bring in one of those healthcare workers now. Dr. Anand Swaminathan is an assistant professor of emergency medicine at St. Joseph's Hospital in New Jersey. Doc, we just heard from Priscilla about the toll that this COVID surge is taking on hospital staffs. How concerned are you about some of the long-term implications of this pandemic on these workers who, in far too many cases, have had literally no break for 2 years now?
It's been very difficult, Aaron. I think that we are all exhausted. We are all worried about our own health. We're obviously worried about our patients' health. And there's lots of different points of frustration here. It's really hard. It's a huge struggle to go to work and to see our waiting rooms full of patients that we can't take care of, that we are not able to take care of because of the limitations on our staff, the limitations on the hospital. And that's an extremely painful thing for healthcare workers to have to tolerate, because it's not what we signed up for. It's not why we do the job that we do. And then on top of that, there is a little bit of a moral harm of forcing or asking us to work while we are sick. It's not the best thing. We might get our colleagues sick, which is extremely worrisome. It's on all of our minds if we're going to work sick. But on top of that, there's an increase of fatigue. If you're going to work sick, how many more healthcare workers are we going to force out of the industry in the short term or even over the next couple of months? These ideas of forcing healthcare workers to work while they're sick is really very short-sighted. And we've seen already the losses of healthcare workers over the last 2 years. We're just going to compound that by asking them to work while they're sick. And while asking them to be sick and work and pushing that, but not doing the things for the population that would be helpful in decreasing spread. Where are the mask mandates? Where are the vaccine mandates that would help us?
You know, you make a good point, and I'm curious, about sort of down the line. You're a professor of emergency medicine. You're helping to teach the next generation of frontline healthcare workers, doctors and nurses and such. Has the pandemic changed the mindset for people who are in medical school right now about what their future careers might look like?
I think so. I think that we won't know for sure if this is going to hit hard the numbers of people who are applying to medical school who want to go into medicine. But if we look at residents who are training right now, we see some of the harms of this pandemic, not just in them getting sick, not just in them in losing time, but I talk to my surgical colleagues and they tell me about the limited opportunities they have to go to the operating room because many of the non-emergency procedures have been canceled. They are under hours for how much they should be training doing surgery. These are surgeons. That's what they need to do. And that's a real harm in terms of training. But I think there are other harms that are a little bit less or more difficult to really put a finger on in terms of what we're seeing, that we're training for everything as opposed to all we've been focused on for 2 years is COVID. Now, those aren't things that we can change. And we have to work really hard to continue to show why it's important for people to go into medicine, why we need to continue to do this. But that also is on our society as a whole to value healthcare workers so that we continue to want to do that job.
Yeah. The last thing I want to ask you about is related to schools. The Biden administration thinks that testing is really the key to keeping schools open right now. Would you agree with that? And if so, how often should students and teachers and school staffs be getting tested?
But we've been talking about testing and the need for testing to keep school open for a long time. So I'm glad that we're finally starting to come around to that. The measures that we have heard about already are inadequate. 5 million or 5 million rapid tests, 5 million PCR tests a month is woefully inadequate for what we need for the tens of millions of students that are there. What we need to have is both a system to test back into school, so you've been removed from school because you're positive, a test to re-enter school, but we also need tests to surveil populations, surveil students to know when cases are starting to spike so that we can reinstitute certain restrictions, maybe even do short periods of remote learning in order to stem those outbreaks. And 5 million tests just isn't going to cut it. What would be great is if we had stockpiles of tests and students were going home with a test kit in their hand to test the next day before coming back to school, or to test once a week so they can check. And we're just not anywhere close to being there right now.
All right, Dr. Anand Swaminathan, we appreciate your perspective today. Thank you.
The fight over voting rights is intensifying in Washington. In a fiery speech in Atlanta yesterday, President Biden endorsed a change to longstanding Senate rules so that Democrats can approve voting rights legislation on their own without votes from the GOP. Even still, it is an uphill battle for his party to move the needle on this issue. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says, quote, failure is not an option. He says the Senate could act as early as today to move on voting rights protections. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee. Carol, let's take a quick listen to what Republican Senator Mitt Romney had to say right after President Biden's speech yesterday.
He said that the goal of some Republicans is to, quote, turn the will of the voters into a mere suggestion. And so President Biden goes down the same tragic road taken by President Trump, casting doubt on the reliability of American elections. This is a sad, sad day.
All right, Carol, how is the White House responding to that criticism, as well as frustration from activists that this is a speech that should have happened months ago?
Well, the White House pushed back, Vicki, on Republicans who are saying what Senator Romney said is basically that you're the ones who are standing in the way of people's right to vote, and that by blocking voting rights legislation, Democrats are having to resort to this issue of changing the rules in the Senate. Now, that's going to be the White House's position going forward. However, what's happened in doing that is they've set up this intra-party fight within the Democratic Party where it's a question of not where Republicans stand, but they're having this debate over whether Democrats are on board with a rules change in the Senate, namely getting rid of the filibuster so they can pass this legislation. And that's really who the president's audience was yesterday in his speech in Atlanta, was Democrats. So they've made this about their own party as opposed to what Republicans stand for versus what Democrats stand for. And that was a concern from the White House early on when the president was stepping into this fight. But he got under a lot of pressure from the activists, as you mentioned, and needed to respond. And so that's why you heard him yesterday come out so forcefully to change his position on the filibuster, and why the White House says you'll hear him continue to talk about that and try to apply some pressure here.
Well, it was interesting to see who was and wasn't at the event yesterday. Thanks, Carol. Let's bring in Sahil Kapoor now. If this voting rights filibuster push fails, where does that leave Democrats? They don't have the votes. And what are the possible implications at play here?
Well, it would mean that two major pieces of legislation that Democrats have tried to pass, the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which President Biden was talking about yesterday, have no path to getting to his desk, have no path to becoming law. So what do Democrats do next? There is already talk about modest changes that they could do on a bipartisan basis to the 1887 Electoral Count Act. These would be things like clarifying the role of the vice president in the electoral counting process, making clear that Congress's role is simply to count votes that states send them and not to be judge and jury when it comes to disputes over electoral votes. These are very modest changes, and they would not affect voting rights per se, but they would be they would take some measures to try to make sure that elections cannot be stolen in the future in the way that allies of former President Trump tried to do in 2020, unsuccessfully, by the way, because then Vice President Mike Pence didn't go along with it. And then, of course, Democrats are likely to pivot back to Build Back Better. We know that Joe Manchin mentioned, scuttled the House-passed version late last year when he said he could not support it. But there is still a version of that bill that he can support, which is on the table. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to make that happen. That one is not subject to the filibuster the way the voting bills are.
The good old-fashioned way, trying to get those votes. Sahil Kapoor and Carol Lee, thank you so much.
Also on Capitol Hill, lawmakers are paying tribute to late Nevada Senator and longtime Democratic leader Harry Reid. Reid's casket arrived at the Capitol a short time ago. He will lie in state in the Capitol Rotunda today, an opportunity for friends and colleagues to pay their final respects. Reid died last month after a 4-year battle with pancreatic cancer. He was 82 years old. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now from outside the Capitol. Leanne, tell us a little more about the tributes that are planned for Senator Reid today.
Hey, Aaron. So this is another big day for the late Nevada senator. He will be the first Nevadan to ever lie in state in the U.S. Capitol. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is speaking, paying tribute to him. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is also going to speak, and Vice President Kamala Harris. And this comes after a very big weekend where there was a rather large memorial service to the late senator in Las Vegas, where both current President Joe Biden and former President Barack Obama also spoke. So this is what people are saying, a very fitting goodbye to someone who never liked to say goodbye, especially on the telephone. Aaron.
You know, Leanne, I'd like to ask you to sort of put this in perspective, put the senator in perspective for us. Very few people in history have been given the honor of lying in state. I know you're from Nevada. What can you tell us about Reid's legacy, about his achievements while he was in office?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is a very distinct honor that very few people get. And the reason he seems to be getting it is because not only of his impact on the state of Nevada, everything from shutting down Yucca Mountain, which is a nuclear waste site just outside of Las Vegas, to the infrastructure in Nevada, including in the airport, which was just renamed last month, Harry Reid International Airport. Also transitioning Las Vegas from a city that was run by mob bosses to a corporate tourist destination for the entire world, but also for what he did in the Senate as well. This was his life. He spent, before he was majority leader, all his time on the Senate floor learning the rules, learning the members, and that's what made him such an effective majority leader. Now, I spoke to the person who has his seat now, Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, and she reflected on why this is so important. Let's listen to what she had to say.
He's one of our most powerful, effective advocates. He's a giant in the state of Nevada. And it goes back to what I've said. He never forgot where he came from Yucca Mountain, preventing nuclear waste from coming to Yucca Mountain, to ensuring that we are protecting our natural environments and our lands for outdoor use. And I see that now as I'm here in the United States Senate.
Of course, he was instrumental in what was once thought of an insurmountable task of passing health care, the Affordable Care Act, but also controversial as well. He used what is called the nuclear option to change the Senate rules to allow most nominations to pass with just a simple majority. And Aaron, we're having a very similar discussion and debate in the Senate now on furthering those rules changes. Aaron.
Leanne Caldwell in the east front of the Capitol for us today. Leanne, thank you.
A remarkable story of survival in a small Pennsylvania suburbs tell you about this morning. This is what is left of a medical helicopter that crashed in a neighborhood outside Philly Tuesday. It was carrying a baby and 3 other people. Incredibly, everyone on board survived. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez with the miraculous story.
Just an amazing survival story. 4 people on board this helicopter and all survived. Today, we're told that the baby is in stable condition and the pilot has been upgraded to fair condition.
The NTSB is investigating why this medical helicopter crashed Tuesday in a residential neighborhood just west of Philadelphia. But what's truly remarkable is that everyone on board, including a 2-month-old baby girl, survived.
It was absolutely insane. I've never seen anything like this.
I literally see the chopper in the sky, like right there. And so I'm stopped. But then there was a moment where I realized this is going to hit the ground. So that's when I pulled in the reverse.
This man was driving his family and says he barely missed the aircraft.
This is absolutely a miracle from the Lord.
A miracle, witnesses say, right next to a church.
It's an absolute miracle here, what you see behind you, how this, and there's no debris, no wires down, no trees.
The chopper had been flying to Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, carrying 2 crew members, a nurse, and the infant.
Everyone's out of the helicopter.
All 4 were able to escape the mangled wreckage even before emergency crews arrived. But witnesses say they could see the chopper was in trouble moments before the crash.
We heard the loud noise. We looked up and we saw how low the helicopter was.
According to FlightAware, the chopper first took off from Maryland around 10:30 Tuesday morning. Minutes later, it landed with no apparent problems about 20 miles away in central Pennsylvania before taking off again. It was about 40 minutes into that next flight when tracking data shows the aircraft dropping altitude. That's when authorities believe the pilot noticed a problem.
What the pilot was able to do is amazing, because our reports indicate that he first started to experience some trouble on Route 1 and was looking for somewhere to land.
Tense moments in the sky for more than a mile before the pilot finally brought the chopper down. A spectacular landing that saved lives.
Can't wait to meet this gentleman, shake his hand for getting this plane down on the helicopter the way he did.
No word yet on what caused this crash, and again, NTSB investigators will be arriving today. Back to you.
Just wow, it's good training on the part of the pilot.
Incredible.
And a little divine intervention, I would imagine.
I think so, next to that church.
Yeah. Well, prices continue to rise on everything from food to cars.
Brand new numbers on inflation when we come back, and when there could be hope of it slowing down.
Nathan Chen equals power, because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have 2?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We're getting new data today showing just how much more we're paying for virtually everything. The latest numbers show prices in December spiked more than expected, up 0.5% compared to November.
Now, compared to 2020, inflation rose 7% for the year. That's the largest yearly jump in consumer prices in 40 years. NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle is joining us now to put this in perspective for us. Steph, where were the biggest price increases we saw, and why are they still rising?
Well, take your pick. Everywhere. We saw meat go up 15%, eggs up 11%. A big one that's very problematic, housing up 4%, and used cars, which is directly tied to shortages, chip shortages. When there aren't semiconductors, when there aren't chips, you can't make new cars. When you can't make new cars, people aren't trading in their old cars. Used cars up 57%. And a big number is gasoline, up almost 50% from where we were this time last year. And think about it. While the economy is actually quite strong right now, we're clearly in an economic recovery. When everything that you need to buy is either more expensive or out of stock, you're pretty annoyed about it, making it a very difficult political story for this administration. They've got a winning economy and a country that's really angry about how much everything costs.
Stephanie, I've been watching your coverage. You say it's because we as consumers, we don't like to pay, but we are still paying. So is there anything being done to slow down these rising costs? Is there any incentive?
Well, we have to remember that all of this is tied to COVID. And as we make our way through COVID, as people go back to work, as the supply chain issues start to flatten out, then things even out on the supply and demand front. But one thing that is really outstanding, as much as we do not like paying these high prices, at the same time, we've got millions and millions of people quitting their jobs right now. And when people are quitting their jobs, that they're saying, I feel confident that I've got enough financial cushion to tide myself over and maybe start a new business or get a job elsewhere that could pay me more money. It's a difficult time that we're in. Economists say it's going to take a few more months to really start to get through this. But for the time being, people don't like it.
Yeah, nobody likes it.
Yeah, plain and simple. Stephanie Ruhle with us today. Steph, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the pandemic, as Steph talked about, it continues to strain the U.S. education system, too, with teachers facing even more challenges.
Coming up, a look at the national teacher shortage and the educators most impacted.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I'm going to change your life. Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing.
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go.
CNBC, get yours.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it, right?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, 5 people are being questioned for the shooting death of an off-duty LAPD officer. Investigators say 27-year-old Fernando Arroyas was shot and killed during a robbery. He was outside hunting with his girlfriend when he was held up on Monday. 3 men and 2 women are being held in connection. It's believed the men shot Arroyas. New subpoenas in the investigation into the attack on the Capitol. Andy Sarabian and Arthur Schwartz, prominent strategists with close ties to Donald Trump Jr., were both subpoenaed on Tuesday. The panel wants information about any of the conversations they may have had with organizers or speakers at that rally before the riot. An attorney for Sarabian says he intends to cooperate, but is unsure why he was subpoenaed in the first place. And the sentencing for former Theranos CEO Elizabeth Holmes now has a date. September 12th is the day the government and her attorneys agreed to. In the meantime, she'll be free on a $500,000 bond secured by property. Holmes was convicted of 4 federal fraud charges last week. The other 3 will now be dismissed. She faces up to 20 years in prison.
We're following major breaking news this hour involving Prince Andrew's sex scandal. A federal judge in New York rejected the prince's request to toss out the sexual abuse lawsuit filed by his accuser, Virginia Giuffre. She claims disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein and his companion, Ghislaine Maxwell, who was just convicted on sex trafficking charges, forced her into sex with the royal. Prince Andrew has denied the allegations. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella has the latest from London.
Well, this wasn't particularly a surprise, but it is a big legal loss for Prince Andrew. A New York federal judge ruling today that this lawsuit against the Duke of York cannot be dismissed, at least not at this stage. The Duke of York is being sued by Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre, who alleges that she was forced to have sex with him when she was 17 years old. Now, the Duke's lawyers had argued that he should be covered under a legal settlement that was agreed between Giuffre and the late billionaire Jeffrey Epstein back in 2009. Giuffre had sued Epstein more than a decade ago, accusing him of grooming her for sex, of abusing her, and of trafficking her. Now, that lawsuit was settled in 2009 in exchange for a $500,000 payment to Giuffre, and included in that settlement was a clause saying that she would not sue any other potential defendants. That was the phrase that Prince Andrew's lawyers keyed in on. The judge said that that was not a point that he could decide, that that was something that would have to be left up to a jury. So the trial moves forward. It should be noted that Prince Andrew has continuously and consistently denied all of the allegations, and that he claims that he has no memory of ever meeting Virginia Giuffre. But this really is the worst case scenario for the palace as well. Prince Andrew stepped back from his royal role back in 2019. He's no longer represented. He has no office here at Buckingham Palace. He has his own private spokespeople to talk for him, and his own legal team to fight this lawsuit. But the palace really wanted the focus going forward this year to be on the Queen, on the celebrations of her 70 years on the throne. They wanted that to be what everyone was talking about, not a lawsuit moving forward against Prince Andrew. Of course, now we're looking down the road at the next several months of stories, frankly, of documents and evidence being exchanged between the two parties potentially, and whether or not Prince Andrew is able to keep some of that from the public domain. At this point, the trial is set for sometime in the fall.
A high-stakes meeting between Russia and NATO just wrapped up at the NATO headquarters in Brussels. The goal was to diffuse tensions between Russia and neighboring Ukraine, a country eager to join the Western military alliance. Now, this move is something that Russia is very much against. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner joins us now from Moscow. Matt, how did that meeting go, the meeting at the NATO headquarters, and where do things stand now?
Thank you, Aaron. Well, we're about 2 out of 3 of these big diplomatic meetings in, and I have to say the situation looks a lot like it did 24 hours ago, basically right after that big first meeting between the U.S. and Russia delegations, a bilateral meeting on Monday. And that is to say, Russia continues to maintain its troop presence on the Ukrainian border. There are some reports indicating that that buildup continues at a steady pace, not accelerating, but continues nonetheless. But what we saw today was Russia sent representatives to Brussels to meet with all members of NATO. This was the NATO-Russia Council, so Russia had a defense ministry representative and a deputy foreign minister there. The meeting lasted 4 hours. That is about an hour longer than it was scheduled to go. And according to Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General of NATO, what we saw today, again, this is his words, kind of his characterization, was the alliance closing rank in sort of in one voice, insisting that what Russia is demanding cannot be given. For Russia's part, we actually haven't heard much of anything. The delegation at NATO today, unlike the delegation in Geneva, did not give a press briefing afterwards, so we're still kind of waiting for an official Russian evaluation of today's meeting. But just kind of glancing through the Russian press and the pro-government press here, the key takeaway is NATO did not pledge to prevent Ukraine from ever joining the alliance. That, we know, is Russia's key demand. That's what they're waiting to hear.
Matt, give us a little bit of a history lesson here. Walk us through, why does Ukraine want to join NATO in the first place, and why is Russia so much against that?
So this all goes back, of course, to 2014 when Ukraine was looking to make moves to join the European Union. Russia that year, in response to this, invaded Ukraine, seized a large portion of Ukrainian territory that, of course, is the Crimean Peninsula, and then for a period of time, through 2015, was directly involved in supporting pro-Russian rebel groups, rebel militias in eastern Ukraine. It's kind of a frozen conflict that continues to this day. So the short answer is Ukraine wants to join NATO because it wants to be able to defend itself and have some allies against a very big, aggressive neighbor.
All right, Matt Bodnar for us in Russia today. Matt, thank you.
Well, in his remarks on voting rights, President Biden framed the moment as an inflection point in American democracy. He also ratcheted up pressure on two senators from his own party, Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema. Their votes are critical. Without them, Democrats cannot change Senate rules to get around the 60-vote threshold and action on voting rights bills. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from Charleston, West Virginia, Senator Manchin's home state. Vaughn, President Biden characterized this voting rights fight as a fight about standing for democracy. Did it have any effect on Sinema and Manchin so far? They have been totally unwilling to change Senate rules and to carve out any sort of an exemption for this filibuster.
Right. Not at this time. Senators Manchin and Sinema have not indicated in the last 24 hours that they are willing to, whether it be a talking filibuster or a carve-out exemption specifically for this voting rights legislation, in order for these pieces of voting legislation that Democrats have prioritized for the last year to pass. But we've known this about Senators Manchin and Sinema ever since Joe Biden was sworn into office a year ago this January here. And that is where there is, I think, a resistance from Senator Manchin saying, look, I'm open to changing some Senate rules, but this one has been one that he has been crystal clear about for the last year, that he'd be unwilling to change. And Senator Sinema sending in a statement to NBC News just yesterday saying in part that in order to protect the country from repeated radical reversals in federal policy, which would cement uncertainty, deep divisions, and further erode Americans' confidence in our government, she is unwilling to change her position either, essentially arguing that when Republicans were to get the majority in the Senate, they could use the elimination of the filibuster to pass their own pieces of legislation, including, but not limited to, the very piece of federal voting rights legislation that Democrats are now trying to pass here this month.
Vaughn, there you are in beautiful West Virginia. What are you hearing from the voters about this issue and how they feel about their senator and where he stands?
This is a place that Donald Trump won in 2020 by 39 percentage points. This is a hard, fast, red Republican state. Joe Manchin won his re-election in 2018 by just 3 percentage points, but he is the centrist Democrat who is a beloved figure here in the state. Yet at the same time, when I was just talking with Christopher Smith, he is a local here in Charleston, West Virginia, a voter. He says, just like Joe Manchin, he considers himself a centrist Democrat. But at the same time, he understands that Joe Manchin, by eliminating the filibuster, even if it's just for these pieces of voting rights legislation, may put himself even more on the line in 2024. It may suffer defeat at the hands of a potential Republican Senate candidate. But when I asked him, would it be worth it in order to pass this type of legislation while Democrats still have the majority, this is what Christopher told me.
From a personal perspective, I'm sure that's tough for him to evaluate. Nobody wants to lose. But I think that as a senator, it's his job to think about what's good for the people, what's good for the nation, and he needs to seriously consider that. If some people don't like it, that might be the price of doing what is or is not right. I mean, he's just got to evaluate that. But I think it should pass for what it's worth. I'm sure he's under a lot of pressure, and I would hope that I would stick by my guns if I were under a lot of pressure too, and I'm sure he ultimately will.
Christopher essentially saying that he hopes that Joe Manchin takes a position that President Biden is urging him to do, and that is to circumvent the current Senate rules in order to pass these multiple pieces of federal voting rights legislation. Vicki?
Well, it is a slippery slope, too, to change those rules when your team isn't winning, right? Vaughn Hilliard in West Virginia, thank you.
Controversial congressional maps in North Carolina will stand. A panel of judges upholding the maps drawn by state Republicans Critics argue the new district lines are illegally gerrymandered to favor Republicans. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim has been following this case closely. She joins us now. Jane, walk us through how this all played out and what this could mean for North Carolina's upcoming elections.
Aaron, so Republicans drew maps that greatly advantaged themselves, giving them 10 out of the 14 congressional seats. And advocates pretty quickly sued, saying, look, these maps are just so statistically unlikely when we compare them to hundreds and thousands of computer-generated maps that they must be partisan gerrymandered, to the point that they argued they weren't a fair map. Now, the court, the three-panel of judges in the Wake County Superior Court said, look, it is beyond our authority to intervene, even if they said we don't think this might be this might bring ridicule to our state, they wrote in their opinion. They did, it's just out of our authority. It does go to the state Supreme Court, where there is a Democratic majority. So these maps could still be tossed out by that state Supreme Court. When they are get appealed, the plaintiffs said immediately they would appeal this decision. So that's still up in the air. But we're definitely going to hear a lot more. Advocates said these maps were incredibly unlikely, and plaintiffs said that they were just so unlikely they were unfair for the voters.
All right, Jane Tim for us today. Jane, thank you.
Well, in New Jersey, several high school football players are charged with hazing and criminal sexual activity, but the charges are raising eyebrows. A lawyer for one of the students says there was nothing sexual about the incidents. Let's bring in NBC News reporter Mignon Burke and NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Let me start with you, Mignon. Bring us up to speed on what exactly happened at this high school and the charges here that are now getting national attention.
Yeah, the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office in New Jersey released details about the case this week, saying that a number of Wall Township High School students faced several charges, including hazing, attempted criminal sexual contact, false imprisonment, and harassment via juvenile complaints over alleged incidents that happened in the football locker room in September and October.
Mignon, let me bring in Danny. Danny, how unusual is it for school hazing incidents to be charged as criminal sexual activity?
Yeah, technically it's not criminal because in the New Jersey juvenile system, it gets routed to family court. But the reality is even a felony in juvenile court, which is supposed to be a free pass for underage children who are charged with crimes, will still potentially show up on your record in the future. So these are devastating consequences. They could result potentially, these kinds of charges, in lifetime reporting requirements under Megan's Law. These are very, very serious. And it's based on a hazing allegation, which apparently there's video of. So it should tell us one way or the other. Was it sexual? Was it non-sexual?
Mignon, was it those videos? What prompted the prosecutor to start investigating?
They began investigating in November after allegations were raised. There are videos of the incidents, according to Christopher Adams, an attorney who's representing one of the juveniles. But he is saying that the videos and the incidents don't show anything sexual happened. And he is trying to get the sex charges against his client dismissed.
Danny, you said it, there's video. So how do you come up with one party saying there's sexual activity and charging it as such, and another saying that absolutely didn't happen? And second part of the question is just, what effect do you think these charges will have? Because obviously we know no one at any school district approves of hazing, but do you think this is going to prompt any conversations or reviews of rules at other schools?
I'm a biased defense attorney, so when you ask me why the charges, if there's video, is number one, we thought video would give us objectivity. It turns out even when we have video in these high-profile cases, everybody disagrees about what they see. So a prosecutor who's inclined maybe to overcharge might look at this video and say, towel snapping, that could be pretty sexual to me. And meanwhile, a defense attorney thinking about reasonable doubt may look at the same video and say, okay, were these kids roughhousing? Yes. Was it sexual? I don't see that. So unfortunately, the certainty that we thought we'd get from the proliferation of video just didn't happen.
And those are very serious charges. All right, NBC News reporter Mignon Burke and legal analyst Danny Cevallos, thank you both.
One critical issue that we've been following through the entire pandemic is the effect that COVID is having on our nation's schools. As cases rise, many frontline workers, including teachers, are being hit the hardest, and now educators and experts are sounding the alarm. NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esemwa joins us now with a closer look. Zincle, what are you hearing from teachers?
Hi, Aaron. Yes, educators are telling me that they're stretched thin as COVID-19 rages on and a teacher shortage leaves students, school system, and those who teach in them on edge. As Omicron surges on, teachers are calling out with COVID, leading to a potential crisis across the nation's schools.
We would like our students to test negative.
In Chicago, in-person classes resume Wednesday. The teachers union reaching a deal with the city after a heated standoff.
Nearly everyone and every student and every staff member in the building had an interaction with someone who had COVID.
The pandemic amplifying a teaching shortage that was already brewing. Nationally, the ratio of educator hires to job openings is on the decline. In June 2021, the ratio was 0.65 hires for every open position. By September 2021, just 0.38. This shortage fueled further by the raging pandemic.
We are underestimating how difficult the job is right now.
Kate Diaz is currently a substitute teacher and president of the Connecticut Education Association.
We're exhausted. I have teachers telling me, I'm barely having time to, go to the bathroom, let alone actually do some work.
The tension palpable, extending through the educator pipeline.
I have personally been involved with several of our superintendents who have actually been contemplating suicide. They've had to deal with the controversies over whether schools should open or not open. And most recently, this thing with critical race theory.
Dan Domenech says superintendents typically managing teachers now find themselves back in the classroom. In Boston, Superintendent Brenda Casalias says she taught an elementary school class in early January because of teacher absences.
Said, I'll clear my calendar and I'll go over and teach a 4th grade class.
In West Contra Costa, California, school was canceled Monday and school office staff were deployed to cover staffing shortages. The superintendent, Chris Hurst, even substitute teaching at an elementary school. But this teaching shortage is not just bringing educators to the classroom. St. Louis Cardinals player Harrison Bader was even tapped to substitute teach in a St. Louis elementary school.
If there are any substitute teacher openings, let me know.
Still, amid the lighter moments, a grim reality.
As long as we don't have the high level of vaccination on our population, it's going to continue.
What is the impact on students?
You really have a transient teacher population covering. Those kids don't have the same experience. They don't develop a relationship. There's not a consistency, a normalcy to that class.
So, Zincle, are any of the teachers you spoke with asking for anything in particular, anything specific in order to feel safer in the classroom?
Yeah, they are, Aaron. In the case of Kate Diaz, that Connecticut substitute teacher we just heard from, she and other teachers around the country today are demanding more safety precautions and PPE. Specifically, those demands include N95 masks, at-home testing kits, and adequate classroom space for social distancing. Her organization is actually staging what they're calling a blackout today, where teachers are encouraged to wear black. They're still going to attend class and teach, but they want to show solidarity for their demands to have worker protections that are echoed all around the country, Aaron.
Zincle Esemwa for us today. Zincle, thank you. Well, millions of Americans are having a pretty tough time with their finances right now.
Yeah, and that might have some considering using a payday lender. But coming up, an important warning, what you need to consider before taking that loan.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
celebration, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Payday lenders are known for offering a quick cash fix, but across the country, this kind of lending is becoming more of a problem.
Yeah, many now starting to ask, how often are people getting trapped in a cycle of debt? I took a closer look at what you need to know before taking out a payday loan. Jennifer Williams, a Mississippi mother, was having trouble covering her expenses on a school teacher's salary. So she turned to a so-called payday lender.
I started with $200, and then when it was time for me to rewrite, I increased it to $400, and that was the start of my payday lender journey.
That one loan turned into how many loans?
At the end, I had a total of 9.
Payday lenders provide customers like Williams with short-term, small-dollar loans. But unlike traditional banks, they don't require credit checks or consider whether a borrower can reasonably repay loans. The catch, shockingly high interest rates, often as much as 400%.
It caused me so much stress, so many headaches, nights of crying, trying to figure out how I'm gonna get to the next pay period.
You called it quicksand. How would you characterize that cycle?
I put it like a habit. You need it.
That quicksand is trapping a lot of borrowers. One study found that 76% of payday loans are used to pay off previous ones. A revolving door of debt with increasing interest. While lenders say they're providing a necessary service to help people with these small loans, many consumer advocates call the industry predatory.
They are designed to be a debt trap.
Lauren Saunders is the associate director of the National Consumer Law Center in Washington, D.C. How do these types of loans perpetuate a cycle of poverty?
They perpetuate the harm we've seen in communities of color who have been deprived of income and assets.
In Mississippi, where Williams lives, there are more payday lenders than McDonald's, Burger King's, and Starbucks combined, according to state estimates. And a new study concludes the industry overwhelmingly targets Black and Latino communities in advertisements. Some states are taking steps to help. So far, just under 20 states and Washington, D.C. have passed laws restricting interest rates that lenders can charge on payday loans. This summer, Hawaii capped rates and fees at 36%. And while broader federal legislation has stalled, Darren Williams, CEO of Southern Bancorp, an Arkansas-based lender, says institutions like his are already helping consumers.
People need access to small dollar lending. There's a more responsible and responsive way to do that.
His bank runs a learning center that offers financial classes, free tax prep, and low interest loans.
Low wealth people also want to build wealth. And so if we can help you save and start accumulating wealth and pass down for generations, then we can help break this cycle.
Jennifer Williams says Southern Bancorp's program worked for her. What were the lessons you took away?
We went through topics as small as bringing your lunch to save money instead of going out and then buying a meal every day, or grabbing water instead of buying that soda, creating a monthly budget. We had a plan to address our financial situations and a new start on life, honestly.
Experts say if you need help, check online for available financial literacy classes. Many are now offered on Zoom. Ask your credit card or utility company for a repayment plan and save any windfalls like your annual tax refund for an emergency fund.
They prey on the vulnerable or the weak.
For Jennifer, who took out her first payday loan in 2008, it took about 8 years to get out of debt. How did it feel when you paid off all of those loans?
I can't even describe it. I got my life back.
Now, there are so many lenders out there. It's really important for you to know the terms and the interest rate before you take out one of these loans. Here are 2 tips from financial experts. 1, don't be ashamed if you have debt. consider turning to a friend or a family member before getting a payday loan. So many borrowers say that's what they wish they had done. Number 2, seek out a credit counselor. They are a fountain of knowledge, a lot of advice for how to form a budget and also help you get out of debt.
Well, a glass ceiling in the world of baseball has just been shattered.
Ahead, meet the first woman to manage a minor league baseball team and the challenges she overcame to get there.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Professional baseball will soon have its first female manager.
Yeah, the New York Yankees announcing Rachel Balkovec will manage a team in their minor league system. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has her story.
It's an historic step.
Nice.
The New York Yankees announcing Rachel Balkovec as the new manager of the Tampa Tarpons, a team in their minor league system.
Even your follow through.
The job makes Balkovec the first full-time female manager in the history of affiliated baseball. For Balkovec, it's not her first time being the first. She's made a career of breaking barriers, working in strength and conditioning for the St. Louis Cardinals and the Houston Astros. In 2019, she joined the Yankees as the minor league's first female hitting coach. But her success did not come without her share of struggles. Despite extensive experience and multiple master's degrees, at times, Balkovec couldn't even get a job interview.
I applied for a bunch of jobs and just got, crickets, nothing back.
At one point, she shortened the name on her resume from Rachel to Ray.
It's an advantage that I was discriminated against, because I had to work harder.
In recent years, more women have taken on powerful positions within professional baseball.
What got me to where I am?
Kim Ng is the first female general manager of a major league team, hired by the Miami Marlins in 2020. And Bianca Smith became the first black woman to coach professional baseball when she was hired by the Red Sox organization last year. Small steps toward a more inclusive playing field.
My end goal really is to impact and empower as many people as possible.
Right now on NBC News Now, overtaken by Omicron, the new very contagious variant accounting for nearly all new COVID cases each day. Why the CDC may be set to do an about-face on masks.
The big chill. Millions of people try to thaw out from the coldest temperatures in years in some parts of the country. The brief relief that's on the way.
Going nuclear. President Biden pulling out all the stops to get voting rights legislation passed when the first Senate move to end the filibuster could happen.
And dimmed but not dark. Broadway battles curtain calls and an incredible COVID comeback. What's ahead on the Great White Way and how performers and audiences are being kept safe. And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Vicki Wynn in for Morgan this week. We begin this hour with the unrelenting Omicron surge. That variant now accounts for 98% of new cases in the U.S. We have now surpassed 62 million cases nationwide.
Take a look at the map here showing cases over the last 7 days. All the states in red are seeing at least a 100% rise in cases, while the states in orange are dealing with at least a 25% spike. But there are some signs of slowdowns on the East Coast now. In New York, the governor already talking about letting indoor mask rules end early next month. It's not just the U.S. COVID is raging beyond this country. Germany, Mexico, and France all reporting record single-day case numbers yesterday. We will look at the day-to-day impact of the COVID surge this hour. But let's begin with a renewed question about the lack of testing. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
Yeah, a lot of scrutiny on the White House and the CDC over the shortage of tests over confusing messaging. Today, word that the administration is going to start shipping test kits to schools nationwide, and the CDC is expected to urge all of us to upgrade our masks as Omicron is spreading unchecked across the country. Overnight, new data showing the highly contagious Omicron variant now makes up almost all new COVID cases in the U.S., a staggering 98%. It happened at lightning speed, too, spreading in just over 1 month. With COVID cases surging and hospitalizations hitting all-time highs, the CDC is now considering whether to update its own mask guidance, potentially recommending Americans choose higher quality options like N95s or the Chinese-made KN95.
They are really, really tight fitting, and they help filter out very small airborne droplets of COVID.
The typical surgical mask provides decent protection, but doesn't seal tightly around the nose and mouth. The Biden administration also taking a big step to keep kids in school, announcing this morning it will hand out 5 million rapid COVID tests and another 5 million lab-based PCR tests to schools nationwide every month for free. Meanwhile, the nation's top health officials faced a grilling on Capitol Hill. Tuesday's testimony punctuated by this very concerning message.
Most people are going to get COVID.
The experts were blasted over their mixed messaging and criticized for their confusing changes in guidelines.
The American people are right to be confused. It seems like you all don't talk amongst yourself.
Lawmakers also demanded answers over the critical test shortage.
Our frustrated constituents cannot find rapid tests.
A contentious hearing that turned personal at times.
You are totally incorrect.
Dr. Fauci clashing with Republican Senator Roger Marshall, and later heard on a hot mic.
What a moron. Jesus Christ.
Senator Rand Paul and Fauci also sparring again.
You're not an objective scientist. You've lost that long ago.
Fauci accused a Kentucky Republican of putting him, Fauci, in danger, citing a case last month of an armed man arrested with a hit list.
The police asked him where he was going, and he was going to Washington, D.C. to kill Dr. Fauci.
Back now to the mask issue, and beware of the many fake masks that are popping up online. The CDC is warning that about 60% of the KN95s, the Chinese-made, that are in the United States are actually counterfeit. When buying masks, it's important to look for the NIOSH certification stamp that you will see on the N95. That's an official government stamp. By the way, there's also a nonprofit. It's called ProjectN95.org. You can go online. They have links to certified and vetted masks. Back to you.
So let's head to one of the many states with surging COVID hospital admissions right now. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in Dallas for us today. Morgan, Texas has had so much debate about vaccine requirements, about mask mandates. What does the COVID situation look like in Texas today?
Yeah, Aaron, not good. This Omicron variant absolutely causing issues no matter what aspect of life you look at. We're in Dallas's Deep Ellum neighborhood right now. This is a hot spot for bars, restaurants, clubs. Some of the smaller venues have had to temporarily shut their doors because they're running out of staff to keep them open. And that's because of how transmissible this latest variant has proven to be. While the cases are milder, it's certainly having an impact, both, of course, behind hospital walls, Dallas with hospitalizations rising. And then, of course, here in these entertainment centers, these businesses that are struggling to find a way to keep going. A lot of these people thought that they would be out of the woods when the vaccine came out, and that's proving not to be the case as more and more people are proving to have this latest strain here in Texas. Aaron?
You know, Morgan, we see the graphs and we explain the numbers here day after day, but what is the day-to-day strain on real people in Dallas right now?
Well, it depends on if you've potentially been exposed. If that's the case, a lot of people are facing hours upon hours waiting in lines to get that COVID-19 test. And then that's coupled with the fact that in a lot of instances, we're hearing from people who are waiting days, in a few cases a week or so before they get their results back, which, if you think about it, it kind of renders it useless, because in the meantime, while they're waiting for that answer, they don't want to expose anyone else. So in some cases, they're not going to work. We've heard instances of people having to work until they get that positive test, even though they may have been potentially exposed. And I want you to hear how one individual we spoke to broke it down to us in an interview. Take a listen.
I would say it's a week-by-week basis, but maybe honestly a day-by-day basis, whether or not a bartender is going to be infected or not, and we're going to have to restaff, and same with performers and DJs and the like. We just don't really know until we open those doors what we're going to have. I really thought it would be a lot different. I didn't think that day to day, week to week, I'd be scrambling to keep this place open.
And that's certainly the perspective of that one bar owner. Doctors kind of echoing that sentiment, guys, essentially saying that their own staff is having to be temporarily sidelined as a result of COVID that they're getting within that community spread. So the numbers have yet to level off here in Texas, and that's why there is such a cause for concern. Send it back to you.
Morgan Chesky for us in Dallas today. Morgan, thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring in Dr. Sharif El-Nahal. He is the president and CEO of University Hospital in Newark, New Jersey. He's also New Jersey's former health commissioner. Dr. El-Nahal, thanks for being with us. Your governor there, Phil Murphy, called this surge an Omicron tsunami. We are seeing hospitals in New York putting a temporary 2-week pause on elective procedures. Hospitals in California, Rhode Island are having positive asymptomatic healthcare workers coming back into the hospital. How are you and your hospital handling the rise in cases there?
Well, thank you so much for having me. I very much agree with the governor's characterization here. The explosion in the number of cases in the community is evident everywhere, as mentioned in the last segment here, with disruption in businesses, but also lines outside of our testing center, and of course, increased hospital admissions. We've had 150 patients with COVID for the last several days. That represents almost half of our beds in the hospital. We're planning for the worst case scenario by creating space for beds, creating contingency and crisis staffing plans. Over 300 of our employees today are out with COVID, which is actually, in my view, creating the greater healthcare risk right now, because we have, again, half of our patients with non-COVID related problems who also need staffing and need care. So this is a problem that's going to happen for at least another several weeks until we hopefully start to see waning in hospitalizations.
So you think it'll go on for another few weeks, as we're seeing some of the numbers in New York maybe potentially starting to dip. Can you talk about this issue of burnout and the toll that this is taking on your staff? Because the staffing shortages due to illness is one thing, but the burnout from 2 years of seeing this day after day.
Absolutely. Burnout is a major dynamic for our workforce shortages. It's not just folks out due to COVID. Frankly, even before the Omicron wave, we were really being strained on staffing. There are a wave of retirements happening, and some of the most experienced and talented healthcare workers we have, that age segment between 45 and 60. We're seeing also younger nurses and other clinicians being attracted by very high agency staffing and travel nursing offers. All of that is creating a staffing crisis really in every hospital that I've spoken to in New Jersey. We have a role in managing the regional response as well. And so we have to look beyond this Omicron wave as well for the staffing risk here, but also the aftermath of the pandemic with mental and behavioral health issues, heroin overdoses going through the roof, and a number of other public health issues.
What's the message you have for your staff then? How do you give them hope, keep them motivated, help them fight the burnout? And second part to that question is, what can we all do, the rest of us, to make sure that we're not adding to the strain on all of these important workers?
Well, the way I like to describe it is that the first wave of COVID in the spring of 2020, there was an adrenaline rush. Of course, it was tough. Of course, we were also strained with staffing, but at least we could paint the light at the end of the tunnel that we anticipated that summer, which did happen. But now we've been saying that for 2 years. And so you get eye rolls, you get folks not believing you. And so really what folks can do, what everybody can do, is continually express their appreciation for healthcare workers. We had police, firefighters, the general public clapping at the same time every day when the New York metro area was facing the worst of this in 2020. Whatever you can do for a healthcare worker, to support them and thank them because they're still going through it and it's still very stressful, that could be a real game changer for our healthcare workforce.
Great thought to end it on. Thank you, Dr. Sharif El-Nahal. I remember that. 7 o'clock, pots and pans. All right, thank you.
Well, it is another day of bone-chilling cold temperatures and wind chills for millions of people across much of the Northeast. We're going to check in with meteorologist Bill Cairns in just a second, but let's start with NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk in New York City's Bryant Park. She has a closer look at how the weather is putting people on ice.
According to a meteorologist in Massachusetts, this cold has come from the, quote, far reaches of the planet, which may sound a little dramatic, but honestly, if you've been out in it the last couple of days, it has felt that way. The temperatures are supposed to rebound later on today, but until then, this Arctic air has a firm grasp. Millions are waking up to more frigid winter weather.
It's super cold outside.
A dangerous Arctic blast slamming the Midwest and the Northeast.
And here's how cold it's going to get. Feels like forecast means frostbite in 30 minutes or less.
With temperatures and wind chills plunging into the single digits and well below zero. Folks across the country now bundling up as they brace for another round of bitter cold. Across the Great Lakes, the brutal cold snap is bringing heavy snow and high winds. In Parrish, New York, cars and streets were buried in more than a foot of lake-effect snow. Snow blanketed roads and highways, creating dangerous driving conditions. This jackknife tractor trailer shut down part of a busy interstate. The chilly forecast, the reason why classes are canceled in the Syracuse City School District this morning. Meantime, in Duluth, Minnesota, fire crews battled a large structure fire for nearly 7 hours amid negative 35-degree wind chills.
It's dangerous for us, just like anybody else being outside.
The deep freeze extending all the way to New England. In Boston, all public schools will also be closed today. For the first time in 7 years, the extreme cold is keeping kids out of the classroom.
We want to make sure there's no risk of students being either out in the cold on the way to school or having issues in school because of the ventilation that's needed with the pandemic.
Temperature could reach 40 here in New York City today, but it is going to be a short reprieve. Then the temperatures dive again, and then the snow comes in. Back to you.
Just so much good news, Steph. All right, we're going to bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Confirm what Stephanie has said and try to give us something to look forward to.
Oh, well, I do look forward to cold and snow because I got plenty of that to give you.
Boo.
If that's what you're really looking for. Yeah, I know. Not many people are looking for that at this point. You start to get to the middle of winter and everyone's over that first beautiful snowfall. Everyone's like, all right, that's enough. So the temperatures are getting better. But this is going to be a brief improvement because there's another really cold shot coming in the Northeast on Saturday. So just in the back of your mind, prepare for that. The only place that is still really brutally cold is northern Maine. Caribou is still only at 1 degree. But notice New York City's above freezing now. Boston's above freezing. So we're all heading in the right direction. So you get a little bit of a break today. High temperatures, maybe even hitting near 40 in Central Park. So we even melt a little bit of that snow and ice. And the same for you in Boston. No such luck, though, in Maine. And then as we head into the weekend, so Thursday's okay. Friday starts to get colder, Chicago, Detroit, and then Saturday gets really cold. Look at Buffalo, and we got a football game there. We got the Patriots playing the Bills, and it looks like 10 degrees for a high, so game time temperature single digits, wind chills below zero. That's not fun. And that cold air moves through Boston, all the way New York, all through New England on Saturday. So especially Saturday morning will be really cold. Now our next storm, and this one people are going to be talking about a lot over the next 5-6 days. It is now in the northwest, providing problems with way too much rain into the areas that have snow on the mountains. We're melting the snow. We got the rain. We have flash flood warnings in those areas in maroon. So we have numerous rivers in the Pacific Northwest and the Olympics and the Cascades with issues with flooding right now. We're almost done with this. We should watch the rain ending by Thursday morning, but the risk continues of the flooding and the mudslides. Let's talk about this storm. By the time we get to Friday, look out. Heads for Iowa, Minnesota, areas in eastern and north and South Dakota. This will be a snowstorm for you. And then by the time we get to Saturday, we're going to see snow in areas of the south, especially Missouri. Watch out, Kentucky, southern Indiana, southern Illinois. Rain and thunderstorms in the southeast. And then on Sunday, this storm gets even stronger, guys. This looks like a snow and ice storm. It's going to have significant travel impacts, maybe power outages. It is a mess, and this is all heading for the Northeast come Monday. So if you have plans for the holiday weekend upcoming, make sure you pay close attention.
That's what I was just going to say, Bill. Thanks for this information. At least we know what to expect. All right. Thank you.
We have just learned that President Biden will take his pitch for voting rights directly to Senate Democrats. He plans to show up at their lunch tomorrow. In an urgent message in Atlanta yesterday, he advocated for a change in the filibuster rule to push federal voting rights legislation through the Senate. The catch, he needs all 50 Democrats on board to do it, and it appears at least 2 senators from his party, Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, are not there yet. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee and senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, give us a reality check on this. What are the next steps here, and what's the end game for Democrats?
Well, the reality check is that Democrats don't currently have the 50 votes they need to make changes to the filibuster to enable passage of these 2 bills, the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, and that's what they're trying to do. Now, it's going to be a very, very difficult road for them because there are 48 Democratic senators who are either in favor of changing the rules for of the filibuster to pass voting rights or are open to it. They have a viable path to getting 48 votes. The other 2 votes, Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, have been a huge problem for Democratic leaders because they are deeply dug in to the against the idea of weakening the filibuster to pass voting rights or any other legislation for that matter. Joe Manchin spoke about this a little earlier after President Biden's speech yesterday. I want to play that sound.
What did you make of the president's speech last night?
Good speech. He did a good speech. I mean, he said,
did it change your opinion at all on any of these on the Senate rules changes?
We're all still talking.
He said when it comes to a majority rule in the country, a majority should rule in the Senate. Do you agree with that?
Thank you. Please move your mic.
He understands. We all understand how the Senate works.
Any more?
And so he said it's a good speech, but he remains noncommittal. Now, what happens next? President Biden is planning to visit with Senate Democrats tomorrow and have lunch with them. At some point in the coming days, Senator Chuck Schumer, the majority leader, has signaled he will call these at least one of these bills up for a vote once it gets filibustered, which it certainly will by Republicans. He'll have the question of whether to appeal the ruling of the chair. That is the nuclear option, to try to change the rules for a permanent basis to try to make sure that Democrats can get an up or down vote on this. They need 50 votes to do it. They don't have it.
And so, Carol, I mean, it's pretty plain and simple there. So he'll laid it out nicely. If Congress doesn't budge on this, what's the next move for the administration? What's the president's end game here?
Well, look, the White House says the president's going to continue to push on this issue going forward. If and when this winds up not being successful, you'll see this become a purely political issue in terms of heading into the midterms. This is something the president and Democrats will talk about as to try to energize the base. But the reality is, if this does not succeed, then this is the second legislative setback for the president in just a matter of a couple of months. And his Build Back Better plan was tabled, and he wasn't able to get that through when he wanted to. And now he's putting a lot of skin in the game on in terms of voting rights, and that's looking like that's not going to succeed. And he's doing that under pressure from his supporters who say he should have been in this fight a long time ago. He should have made a more forceful push for this issue a while ago, and he's late to the party. And so the question going forward is whether him getting into this now and leaning in as hard as he is going to be enough for them if it doesn't succeed, because they're still going to be upset and looking for some sort of voting rights legislation that the president may not be able to deliver on.
And Sahil, very quickly before I let you go, what happens to Democrats' outlook for the midterms if they can't get federal voting rights legislation passed?
Well, some of the more dire warnings within the party suggest that it would be the end of American democracy as we know it. But the reality is there will be another election in 2022. There will be another in 2024. And Democrats will be facing a steep uphill climb against a series of restrictive voting laws that are being considered and are quickly making their way through legislatures in Republican-controlled states. That includes many swing states that Joe Biden won in 2020 that put him in office, that Democrats argue are designed to disproportionately target progressive-leaning constituencies, Democratic-leaning voters. They will have to overcome that, and it'll be a mighty difficult task, particularly in a year where history favors the GOP.
All right, Sahil Kapoor, Carol Lee in Washington for us. Thank you.
Friends and colleagues of former Nevada Senator Harry Reid are saying their final goodbyes at the U.S. Capitol today. The longtime Democratic leader will lie in state in the rotunda. That is an honor bestowed to very few people after their death. Reid passed away last month at 82 years old after a 4-year battle with pancreatic cancer. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now. Leanne, talk to us about how lawmakers are remembering their late friend Harry Reid.
Hey, Vicki. So most of the lawmakers here served with the late Senator Harry Reid. He just retired from the Senate in 2016, and so he is fresh in a lot of their memories. He has been speaking with Senator Schumer on a regular basis. He was still very involved in Democratic politics. But today they talked about his legacy, about what he meant to the Senate, but also what he meant to Nevada. Let's listen to Senator Schumer and then Speaker Pelosi.
My friends, we celebrate Harry Mason Reid's final return to the Capitol because we must. Few have shaped the workings of this building like our dear friend from Nevada.
It is here that he stood as a sentinel of democracy on the Capitol Police Force as he worked his way through law school. It is here where he served for more than 3 decades representing his beloved home state of Nevada. And it's here where his portrait hangs in these hallowed halls, offering a source of strength and inspiration to us all.
So he went from very humble beginnings, deep poverty, up to the highest rankings of the Senate Majority Leader, where he was instrumental in key Democratic legislative priorities, including the passage of the Affordable Care Act. And he did a lot for Nevada as well, including shutting down the nuclear waste site Yucca Mountain, which was really critical to Nevada, just outside of Las Vegas. And so one of the themes of the speeches today is that Senator Reid never said goodbye on the telephone. When he was done speaking, he would just hang up, or when the conversation was done. And so it was quite a tribute and quite a goodbye to someone who does not like to say goodbyes, Vicki.
That is a sweet memory, and I know a lot of people like that. All right, Leanne Caldwell, thank you so much.
Yep.
Well, you know those cloth masks you bought over the past 2 years? It might be time to upgrade thanks to Omicron.
Just ahead, what you need to know about picking the right mask at this stage in the pandemic.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Well, we are 2 years into the pandemic now, and as more variants emerge and our understanding of COVID evolves, it's a little hard to keep track of sort of best safety practices.
I know, it's confusing sometimes, and it's changing. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is here to help us decide how to pick the right mask at a time when the virus is more transmissible than ever.
From the best masks to those at-home test kits that can all be confusing, some answers. The N95 hospital-grade mask remains the top choice for filtering out airborne particles. Certified by the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, NIOSH, it should carry the stamp. The more comfortable KN95 is made in China and also offers very good protection. So does the KF94 mask, which is made in Korea. The difference?
N95s have two straps that go around the head, as opposed to a KN95 usually will have ear loops.
The typical medical procedure mask provides decent protection, but doesn't seal tightly around the nose and mouth.
So you're concerned about this gap here, right? You want it completely tightly sealed.
That's correct. And you will know if it's not sealed if your glasses fog up.
In short supply 2 years ago, the CDC recommended against using N95s for the general public. Now, with plenty available, they're the best option. But beware, there are many fake masks online. Look for that NIOSH certification stamp on N95s. This website, projectn95.org, is a nonprofit with links to certified masks. This is also important. Experts say cloth masks provide very little protection against the Omicron and Delta variants.
Those two variants are more transmissible, and that is why we're recommending that people wear a higher quality mask.
Meanwhile, insurance companies will now pay for everyone to receive 8 at-home test kits per month. Most experts say the antigen tests are very accurate, though you could get a false negative in the first 48 hours of infection.
If you have symptoms and you have a negative test in that first day or two, you could still have COVID. So you should still isolate. You should wear a mask around others.
Evolving guidelines in an ever-changing pandemic.
British Prime Minister Boris Johnson stepping in some hot water.
The uproar over the party he attended during a COVID lockdown. We'll spill the tea next.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, body camera video shows the frantic moments after a woman saved 3 kids who fell into a frozen pond in Colorado. Dusty Talavera was looking out her apartment window when she saw 3 kids fall into that pond. She was able to save a 4-year-old and an 11-year-old. She had trouble reaching the last kid. She fell in the water herself. Deputies helped save them both. That 6-year-old girl is now in stable condition. COVID concerns take center stage in the latest trial that's connected to the George Floyd death. That's set to start next Thursday. The federal judge is now asking both sides to get the case over with relatively quickly due to fears that potential jurors might be infected before deliberations. 3 of the former Minneapolis officers face charges of depriving Floyd of his civil rights while acting under government authority. A 4th officer, Derek Chauvin, was convicted of murder back in April. And if you've ever had a boss you didn't like, this story's for you. The Labor Department is suing a Georgia auto shop owner for retaliating against a former employee by delivering his final paycheck in the form of 91,000 pennies, and they were covered in oil. The owner of the shop has not said anything about the suit. The employee, get this, he and his girlfriend, they spent hours hauling those pennies around. They finally turned them all into cash money, like dollar bills.
Yeah, that's rough. Wow.
Definitely. That was intentional.
Yeah. NATO has just wrapped up a high-stakes meeting with Russia over Ukraine's desire to join the Western Alliance, something Russia is very much against and may go to great lengths to stop. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner joining us now from Moscow with the latest on this. Matt, walk us through where things stand now that the meeting is over. How did they come to a resolution?
Thank you, Aaron. Well, we're actually just now hearing from the Russian side. They were initially silent, not giving a press briefing, but we have seen a statement from the Russian Defense Ministry, who of course was represented today, and now a press briefing from the Russian Deputy Foreign Minister. First, let's talk about that Defense Ministry statement. Here it is right here, in which they say NATO rejected their demands, and essentially saying that this is actually this is a cause for potential incidents and conflict undermining security in Europe. So it's very interesting wording. It kind of reflects something we saw earlier in the week that could be interpreted as threats of action if Russia does not get what it wants. Now, moving on over to the Deputy Foreign Minister, Grushko, who's speaking right now at the Russian embassy in Brussels, he was asked if there's any possibility for compromise. You know, we see both sides staking really firm positions, NATO rejecting Russia's demands and Russia insisting that NATO adhere to, give on those demands. Grushko said, "We're not talking about any compromise. It is imperative that progress is made on our 3 key points." And one of those, of course, being non-expansion of NATO and promising never to allow Ukraine and Georgia into NATO. So things don't look exactly encouraging at the moment.
You know, Matt, why does Ukraine matter so much to Russia at this point, and how far are they willing to go to prevent Ukraine from joining the alliance?
Well, there is definitely a huge kind of cultural, historical link between Russia and Ukraine. And it's actually one of the things that's always really struck me while I've been here in recent years is just the way Russians talk about Ukraine, particularly after 2014. There's this really interesting, strong sense of kind of a betrayal. You know, Russians nowadays use very kind of condescending, infantilizing language to describe Ukrainians as a lost brother nation that's been seduced by the West. So I think that there's history, there's culture here, and it's painful for some Russians that they're not, in lockstep anymore. The question of how far they will go is an interesting one. Russia obviously wants us to think that they are prepared to go far. You know, there's 100,000 troops on the border. They're saying things like, no compromise, you have to meet our demands, and Ukraine never joining NATO is the top of that demand list. So we're all just kind of waiting here now to understand, is this a serious position from Russia, or is this a hard bargaining line? Right now, we're not seeing much give from them. So it's an open question.
And Matt, very quickly, I have to ask you, because it's such a weird thing, but there are reports that Kanye West may be traveling to Russia to meet with Vladimir Putin to perform, apparently. Huh?
We've seen these reports as well. Actually, this came up in the daily Kremlin press briefing, which the Kremlin seemed to also be confused by this, admitting that they're not overly familiar with his music. But it seems that Kanye would like to come over here, perform a Sunday service, and also meet with President Putin. If that were to happen, he would not be the first. He would join the ranks of Steven Seagal and Gerard Depardieu, Jeff Monson as well. So
good company, right?
We'll see what happens with this one.
All right. Matt Bodner for us
I'll
in
be
Moscow.
here if it happens.
Right. Matt, thank you.
Well, it was one of the worst maritime disasters this century. 10 years ago this week, the cruise ship Costa Concordia ran aground off the tiny island of Giglio. 32 people died when the big ship hit an underwater rock. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella spoke with some of the survivors.
Well, for the people who lived through this disaster, it seems like yesterday, not 10 years ago, for those lucky passengers who made it off the ship alive. It was supposed to be a dream cruise, sailing around the Mediterranean Sea for a week in mid-January. But 10 years ago this week, it turned into a nightmare for the over 4,000 passengers and crew on board. The liner crashing into the rocks after dark, seawater rushing in. Janice and Ian Donoff were on their honeymoon. Do you still think about that day 10 years ago?
I think it's the feeling of panic. This is what's carried through over the 10 years, and it's just as strong now.
The captain had been performing a sail-past salute of Italy's Giglio Island and went too close. The ship lost all power and tilted on its side. Its terrified passengers disoriented and struggling to escape in complete darkness.
The people were shoving and pushing.
A feeling of helplessness.
When I was on a ladder trying to get out, a big man literally pushed in front of me and trod on my foot. I literally fell off the ladder.
Eventually, they made it out. But because the ship was tilted, the lifeboats wouldn't drop down. They and hundreds of others were stranded, perched on the side of the ship for hours in the cold, while passengers clambered down a rope ladder, the equivalent of 11 stories. Eerie video taken by divers from inside the ship revealing the damage. The captain left the liner before all of the passengers were off. The Italian Coast Guard screaming at him to get back on board and help with the rescue. Nate and Carrie Lukes from Alaska were on board with their 4 daughters, trying desperately to keep the family together.
When everybody was rushing for the lifeboats, that I felt like they were going to get trampled, and putting my arms around them and letting the sea of people go by us.
The rush to get to the lifeboats was chaotic.
It's really a melee there. The best way to describe it is it's very similar to the movie Titanic. People were jumping onto the top of the lifeboats and pushing down women and children to try to get to them.
The accident forced changes in the industry, like carrying more life jackets and holding emergency drills before leaving port. After a 16-month salvage operation, the stricken ship was refloated and towed away to be scrapped. Today, survivors like Ian and Janice still grateful to be alive.
I said that, if we survive this, then our marriage will have to survive forever.
The captain was eventually found guilty of manslaughter and is serving a 16-year prison sentence in Italy. Costa did offer compensation to all of the passengers, but the passengers we spoke to said they haven't been on a cruise since.
Kelly Kobiella reporting there. A deadly car bombing in Somalia, and Cambodia mourns a rat considered a hero. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Somalia, where a car bomb exploded on a road near the capital's airport today. At least 8 people died, according to the city's ambulance service. It's not clear who was responsible for the attack. In the past, Al-Shabaab, an al-Qaeda-linked group, has taken responsibility for similar acts of terror. Antarctica, where a team of Italian and French scientists are drilling to find 1.5 million-year-old ice cores. After a few days of drilling, the team has reached a depth of about 426 feet. Their goal is to go down as far as 8,800 feet to find the ice samples. Once studied, the ice cores will be crucial in assessing climate trends and mitigating any disasters. And Cambodia, where the nation is mourning the death of a hero rat. Magawa, the landmine detecting rat, passed away this weekend while in retirement. Cambodia's civil war ended in 1998, but to this day, undiscovered landmines from the war are injuring and killing Cambodians. During his 5-year career, Magawa detected more than 100 mines, saving many lives. And that's the world now.
Rats don't get enough credit, Aaron.
You learn something new every day, don't you? This one was a special guy, apparently.
Absolutely. All right, R.I.P. Magawa. Well, consumers are still dealing with frustrating supply chain issues nationwide.
How the Biden administration is planning to modernize some of the nation's most notorious ports. Plus, an NBC News exclusive with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is fighting for his political career after it was revealed he and his staffers held yet another party during COVID lockdowns. The controversial gathering took place in May 2020 at his Downing Street residence. Johnson apologized yesterday, but calls for his resignation are growing. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from London. Matt, put this into context. Remind folks what the situation was like in the UK at that time, May 2020, why this dinner party is stoking such a strong reaction from the public.
Yeah, remember, this isn't the first time we've heard about parties like this, and the Prime Minister has been threatened and been in jeopardy before because of similar parties. Those occurred in Christmas, so Christmas of 2020. This was very early, May of 2020. If you recall, that was shortly after everything got going. That was when everybody was scared. Everybody was under lockdowns where you guys are and in the States. I was in Italy at the time, which was very locked down. There were lots of restrictions, and this is, as far as a lot of analysts and legal experts say, this was a clear violation of the law. But Boris Johnson today said he believed at the time that this was consistent with the law. One thing we have to remember here, this party was at number 10 Downing Street, and of course, Boris Johnson lives at number 10 Downing Street, so he was technically within his household. But this was a party of 100 people invited. Some 30 people were there, so it's kind of hard to believe the Prime Minister's own comments that he believed that this wasn't going to be an issue. Guys?
Oh, quite an example, I think, of some people saying it's rules for thee, but not for me. 100 people invited, 30 showed up. That's a big pandemic pod. All right, well, let's talk a little bit about how Parliament is reacting to the apology. And do you think this is going to have implications for Boris Johnson politically?
Yeah, the implications are going to be felt politically most, and that's the issue. And we're hearing from Labour leader Keir Starmer. Of course, he's the head of the opposition. Here's what he had to say.
It is so ridiculous that it's actually offensive to the British public. He's finally been forced to admit what everyone knew, that when the whole country was locked down, he was hosting boozy parties in Downing Street. Yes. Is he now going to do the decent thing and resign?
So, you know, this is obviously what you're going to hear from the Labour leader, the opposition. They want to see Boris Johnson go. It's their job to get rid of Boris Johnson. The problem for Boris is the mutiny within his own ranks. We've been hearing a lot from members of the Conservative Party who are saying that they want the Prime Minister to step down over this. And we're still, some latest polling from the entire British public show that 2/3, 66% of the public want the Prime Minister to go. That's a high number of people.
That is
really
a high number. Yeah.
And all they need to do is get the number in Parliament within the party. This isn't like the President of the United States. The party themselves can go against the the Prime Minister, and just have a vote of no confidence.
Wow, and an independent investigation ongoing as well. I know you'll stay on top of it for us. Matt Bradley, thank you.
Inflation surged once again in December, closing out the hottest year of inflation in decades, really. Prices rose more than expected, up 0.5% compared to November. And for the year, inflation jumped 7%. That's the most in nearly 40 years. CNBC reporter Christina Partsinevelos joins us now. Christina, help us understand what happened here. Where did we see the biggest price increases and why?
Yeah, so I'm going to start with the why, because it's important to understand. A lot of it has to do with healthy economic trends. So think just a year ago, you had so many businesses shut down because of the pandemic. They were cutting hours, letting go of workers. So you had the government intervene with government aid as well. You had the Federal Reserve slash interest rates, which makes debt cheaper. And so that helped propel the economy forward. And people realized, hey, I have a little bit of pocket money. I'm going to buy things. So demand increased. Businesses started, rushing to get employees back into the office or back at the ports to work. And so that further made the situation a lot worse, and costs increased because they still couldn't find the employees. They then decided to pass on those costs to consumers, and that's where we saw inflation. And then you tag on the fact that people were getting sick and they weren't going into work, and so that slowed down things even more, increasing costs and further inflation. But specifically to the numbers that you're referring to for the month of December, what did we see? We saw meat prices climb 15% higher compared to a year ago. More specifically, if you're a bacon fan for breakfast, bacon was up 19%. One of the biggest increases was used cars, which continues to be an issue. Used cars increased about 37% year over year. You saw egg prices increase 11%. If you want to rent a car, it's also 30% higher than it was a year ago. The good news that I'll end with is that we're seeing inflation rise, but it's rising at a slower rate. So some economists that we've had on CNBC are debating, hey, have we potentially hit its peak? Is this going to be somewhat of a more transitionary thing? Maybe we'll come down a little bit. What we're seeing, these numbers show that no, we've seen prices climb very, very high. Market reaction, though, is pretty muted. You're seeing a sea of green right now, but overall, the tech sector has been hit hard because of inflation and the prospect of an increase in interest rates, which doesn't bode well for a lot of growth stocks, hence the reason why tech has sold off as of late.
All right, Christina Partsinevelos at CNBC. Thanks for laying it out for us.
Well, supply chain strains are still plaguing retailers across the nation. New photos showing bare shelves and out-of-stock signs are flooding social media every day. Labor shortages and huge shipping backlogs causing a lot of this problem. But we're now months into this crisis, and it seems like there's not really an end in sight. NBC News business correspondent Jo Ling Kent joins us now. Hey, Joe, you caught up with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg after he visited the ports there in Long Beach and Los Angeles. What did he tell you about how his department is trying to get a handle on all of this?
Hey, Vicki, good morning. They're throwing money and grants at the issue, trying to modernize ports and railways, trying to figure this out as this problem continues to persist. Because even though we're out of the woods when it comes to holiday shopping, and that went relatively smoothly, we did see record spending. There is a lot of out-of-stock delays that you're continuing to see as you online shop and beyond, especially if you're in the market for something very specific. This is what he had to say.
Many ways, we've already seen major progress, right?
We asked Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg the question on so many consumers' minds.
When do you think the delays are going to end?
Well, what we know is as long as there is a pandemic, it will be creating disruptions. Now, the good news is we've found a lot of steps that we can take, including in the short term, that have made a huge difference. Making sure that empty containers don't pile up, getting in the way, including holding the owners or shippers of those containers accountable if they let them accumulate.
He's talking about the $100 a day fine imposed on containers that overstay their welcome. The Transportation Department has also announced $241 million in new grant money to modernize port facilities in 19 states.
So if you were to explain to a shopper where the biggest pain point is right now, is it here at the ports? Is it on the railways? Is it in the warehouses? Where is it?
You know, the truth is, if you see a ship offshore here waiting for a chance to unload its goods, there's a good chance the reasons have to do with something 1,000 miles inland, like an issue with labor capacity in trucking. Right now we have something like 300,000 truck drivers leaving that job every single year.
How much should truckers be paid?
Enough to show respect and regard for the fact that they are the very definition of essential workers. It's not just how much, but how. Truckers right now are often not paid for their time. And right now, in too many environments, from warehouse environments to port environments, there is no cost to wasting a trucker's time. We've got to fix that.
Some supply chain experts say to really fix the backlog, make more stuff here in the U.S. and shorten that long distance between factories and shoppers.
What are you doing to bring more jobs back in order to prevent supply chain disruptions in the future?
And, you know, one thing you'll hear about a lot in this administration, from the president on down, is constantly looking at ways to buy America, build America, keep it made in America, make more things in America. We're always going to trade with other countries, but if we have to bring in so many goods from overseas that a shipping issue or a factory closure thousands of miles away stops us from getting what we need, that's a problem.
Now, of course, with Secretary Pete Buttigieg, there is also a lot of questions around his own political ambitions. And there has been some reports that he may end up being a successor to President Biden should he not run for re-election. I asked him about that point blank. He says so nothing could be further from his mind at this time. He's focused on aviation safety and fixing the supply chain. But, you know, it's a question that is certainly on the minds of a lot of people in Washington. Guys?
Jo Ling, great interview. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, the show must go on, but can it?
Yeah, coming up, the devastating impact the Omicron variant has had on some of New York's hottest Broadway shows.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. question. At any moment now. We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Finally this hour, Broadway has really struggled throughout the pandemic. First, theaters shuttered for months when COVID came to the U.S. and then reopened again late last year.
And we were so excited. But now with cases of the Omicron variant spreading throughout New York City, theaters are being forced to draw the curtains yet again. Here's NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer.
The almost wildfire-like spread of Omicron threw a wrench into the holiday peak that Broadway has grown accustomed to. 4 productions shuttered their doors early. The play, Thoughts of a Colored Man, and the musicals, Jagged Little Pill, Ain't Too Proud, and Waitress. For many in the Broadway community, it felt eerily similar to the 2020 shutdown.
I think all of us have emotional impacts of that shutdown that we have probably not fully dealt with, myself included, by the way. So it's almost like having PTSD.
Broadway's initial closure nearly 2 years ago sent shockwaves throughout the entertainment industry and New York City.
We were planning for a 2-week to a month shutdown, and even that was tragic. When it became obvious that there was going to be a longer shutdown, it became almost crisis.
But hope returned in the summer of 2021. Thanks to rigorous health and safety protocols in September, Broadway was back.
You can't overstate what 18 months without Broadway is like for people that love Broadway, but certainly for the people that work on Broadway as well. So I think everyone is really happy about that. But of course, there's anxiety with Omicron and COVID in general.
That anxiety was well-founded. According to the Broadway League, revenues the week before Christmas fell 26%, dropping from $30.5 million to $22.5 million in a single week. Audience numbers also plummeted by more than 60,000 people.
When we got the announcement that we were closing, we got it over a Zoom meeting. And usually when you get a closing announcement, it's backstage, a producer calls a meeting, everyone knows what it's about.
Joshua Henry has been on and off Broadway since 2008, most recently playing Dr. Pomatter in Waitress after the reopening.
I've been really blessed to close a lot of shows under circumstances that are not COVID related. So this one hurt.
The abruptness of Waitress closing early shows just how unpredictable the pandemic has become.
I think every time anybody tries to think of what's coming next, COVID is like, LOL, best of luck figuring this out, because anything could change in any 24-hour period.
I mean, we were being tested every day, antigen and PCR tested, and I'm still kind of wrapping my mind around it.
But the curtain has not come down on Broadway like it did in 2020. In fact, as of January 7th, 27 out of the 28 shows open on Broadway were performing. A full stop of productions has not been considered.
I just want to make it real clear, Broadway is open and we have no intentions of shutting down. None. We have 17 shows that have not opened yet that are coming this spring, and to date they are all planning to come.
The ability to stay open is a testament to the protocols in place, with the league following the advice of 3 different epidemiologists.
One of which actually works directly with us, and we coordinate with the unions the protocols to ensure that the cast, the crew, and that the audience is safe.
Science and vaccines have also changed the morale and atmosphere on Broadway over these closures.
I just try to remember that the world of today with vaccines is a very different world than March 2020.
For Joshua Henry, this break off the stage gives him time to work on his music, spend time with his 3 kids and wife, and admire the fortitude of theater in New York City.
I'm happy that there are shows that are open right now, and I mean, that's just a testament to, like you said, Broadway's resilience.
Yeah, don't let the fat lady sing on this.
That's a good point. Yeah, do the right thing, mask up and all rules, and enjoy the show.
Exactly, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. On NBC News Now, time for an upgrade. The CDC under growing pressure to tell Americans to use higher quality face masks. The latest numbers driving the concern as Omicron shatters COVID case records.
Voting rights fight. President Biden sends a clear message to the Senate, pressuring Republicans to support new legislation to protect Americans' constitutional rights. How GOP lawmakers are pushing back.
Escaping alive, a medical helicopter crashes outside Philadelphia. Everyone on board, including an infant, survives. The incredible story being called a miracle.
And borrower beware. NBC News exposing the potential risks from payday lenders. Meet the Mississippi teacher who borrowed just $200 and ended up in debt for years. Hi, everyone. I'm Vicki Nguyen, in for Morgan this week.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with the White House's new plan to protect students as America faces a tidal wave of COVID hospitalizations.
The Biden administration says it will now send 10 million more tests a month to U.S. schools. 5 million rapid tests will be made available. The rest of the total will cover support for 5 million additional PCR tests.
Right now, the healthcare system nationwide is being pushed to the brink. 15 states and Washington, D.C. saw COVID hospital admissions double in just 2 weeks. We're going to go deeper into that strain on hospitals in just a moment. Let's begin where cases are soaring right now. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards is at a testing site in Charlotte, North Carolina today. Erica, break down the numbers for us there. What's the state of the surge in the Carolinas today?
Hey, Aaron, good afternoon. So right now, the Carolinas is seeing an astounding rise in the number of COVID-19 cases since the holidays. As you said, I'm standing in front of a testing center here in Charlotte, North Carolina. There's been a steady stream of people coming in all day long with COVID-19 symptoms, fatigue, congestion, cough, severe headache. Right now, the wait time to get a test is about 3 hours long. Now, statewide in North Carolina, we've seen an increase in the number of COVID-19 cases within the past 2 weeks of 425%. In South Carolina, the number of cases has gone up 1,258%. Nationwide, it's quadrupled. Now, that doesn't even take into account the number of tests that people are taking at home, those rapid tests. Unfortunately, many of those people are also getting sick enough to be hospitalized. Hospitalizations for COVID-19 have more than doubled in South Carolina and nearly doubled here in North Carolina. We talked with one doctor at Duke University Hospital in Durham who said, "We have not peaked yet."
The Carolinas are now really in the midst of what we would expect to be a surge that would continue for another couple of weeks. What we've seen with Omicron is that this is naggingly efficient at getting around previous infection. Immunity against old variants doesn't offer you much protection at all against Omicron.
Now, unfortunately, you have a lot of doctors and nurses who are also falling ill. At Duke University Hospital, just in the past week, there have been more than 1,000 healthcare workers sick at home, isolating, unable to work. Aaron?
And Erica, I know that tracking and tracing are important to sort of figuring out how these surges happen and how they're going to move. What are health experts saying about how these infections moved into that region?
It's all about the holiday parties and holiday travel. We talked with an infectious diseases expert at Wake Forest who's been tracking these Omicron cases. Here's what he had to say.
Omicron kind of started out more in the mid-Atlantic and Northeast, and then people traveled, and a lot of people were traveling over the holidays. And then it spread, particularly to the urban areas here in the Southeast. And then as time goes on and people mix in their own locales, the infection spread out.
Right now, Omicron accounts for more than 98% of cases nationwide. Aaron?
Erica Edwards for us in Charlotte today. Erica, thanks.
All right, now let's dive deeper into the situation inside our hospitals. Take a look at that chart. The 7-day average for COVID hospitalizations above 140,000. That number, combined with staffing issues, is leading to surprising decisions, having COVID-positive healthcare workers treating patients. It's controversial. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson here now to explain what is happening. Priscilla, why is it that some hospitals and states are now changing their policies, and how rare is this?
Well, Vicki, this isn't super widespread. California is the largest state so far to implement these changes, but we're also seeing hospitals in Rhode Island, Arizona, even Maine beginning to take these steps. And it's happening because towards the end of December, the CDC actually changed the return to work guidelines for healthcare workers, saying that if they were positive for COVID but asymptomatic or had mild symptoms, they could come back to work without a negative test or anything like that. And I spoke with experts about this, and they tell me that it's not unheard of. Take a listen.
This is about having people who are already infected taking care of infected people. We did this for Ebola in West Africa. It's not one of the first things you'd put on in the playbook, but it is in the playbook, and it's but towards the end.
And I did talk to doctors about this and how safe this is, and they tell me that if that healthcare worker who is positive and asymptomatic has on that N95 mask, perhaps puts an additional mask and a face shield on, that patient should be protected. Vicki?
Priscilla, let's hit on the biggest state you mentioned, California, where they're doing this. What's the reaction there? Also, do you know anything about disclosure? Do you have to tell the patients, hey, I'm also COVID positive?
Yeah, that is a great question and something that the doctors that I spoke with brought up. And just to hit on the first part of your question, healthcare workers in California are not happy about this. I spoke with an ER technician who has been in the industry for more than 13 years and also the president of the largest nurses union there. And they tell me that this is a disaster waiting to happen. Here's what they had to say.
If you're relying on the science, then you shouldn't be putting people's health at risk based on staffing issues.
It's very callous, and, it's putting our patients and ourselves in grave danger.
And to the second part of your question, doctors tell me there is a lot of debate around disclosure and whether a patient has the right to know if a healthcare worker who is working with them is positive, or even more so in nursing homes where this is also happening, if loved ones have a right to know if their senior in a nursing home is being taken care of by someone who is positive for COVID. Vicki?
Let me move it to Rhode Island, too, Priscilla. There's a change there. Was there an outbreak? Because I think some of the data is going to be what bears this out, whether this was a good idea or not. Because in some cases, aren't you having positive healthcare workers who are taking care of negative patients, patients who are not infected?
Yeah, so we know of one incident in Rhode Island where a positive healthcare worker was asymptomatic and positive, but taking care of patients who did not have COVID. And the hospital says that they did this due to those staffing constraints, and they really didn't have any other choice, but that move did not lead to an outbreak. But one other thing that is worth noting, and it's something that healthcare workers I spoke to mentioned, is the impact of this on colleagues, of being in a break room with people who may be positive and asymptomatic, where the masks are not on and they're eating or drinking, and what that could mean within sort of the healthcare profession and among colleagues. And doctors tell me that we don't yet know the impacts of that.
Yeah.
Vicki?
Only time will tell. NBC's Priscilla Thompson, thank you so much.
So let's bring in one of those healthcare workers now. Dr. Anand Swaminathan is an assistant professor of emergency medicine at St. Joseph's Hospital in New Jersey. Doc, we just heard from Priscilla about the toll that this COVID surge is taking on hospital staffs. How concerned are you about some of the long-term implications of this pandemic on these workers who, in far too many cases, have had literally no break for 2 years now?
It's been very difficult, Aaron. I think that we are all exhausted. We are all worried about our own health. We're obviously worried about our patients' health. And there's lots of different points of frustration here. It's really hard. It's a huge struggle to go to work and to see our waiting rooms full of patients that we can't take care of, that we are not able to take care of because of the limitations on our staff, the limitations on the hospital. And that's an extremely painful thing for healthcare workers to have to tolerate, because it's not what we signed up for. It's not why we do the job that we do. And then on top of that, there is a little bit of a moral harm of forcing or asking us to work while we are sick. It's not the best thing. We might get our colleagues sick, which is extremely worrisome. It's on all of our minds if we're going to work sick. But on top of that, there's an increase of fatigue. If you're going to work sick, how many more healthcare workers are we going to force out of the industry in the short term or even over the next couple of months? These ideas of forcing healthcare workers to work while they're sick is really very short-sighted. And we've seen already the losses of healthcare workers over the last 2 years. We're just going to compound that by asking them to work while they're sick. And while asking them to be sick and work and pushing that, but not doing the things for the population that would be helpful in decreasing spread. Where are the mask mandates? Where are the vaccine mandates that would help us?
You know, you make a good point, and I'm curious, about sort of down the line. You're a professor of emergency medicine. You're helping to teach the next generation of frontline healthcare workers, doctors and nurses and such. Has the pandemic changed the mindset for people who are in medical school right now about what their future careers might look like?
I think so. I think that we won't know for sure if this is going to hit hard the numbers of people who are applying to medical school who want to go into medicine. But if we look at residents who are training right now, we see some of the harms of this pandemic, not just in them getting sick, not just in them losing time, but I talk to my surgical colleagues and they tell me about the limited opportunities they have to go to the operating room because many of the non-emergency procedures have been canceled. They are under hours for how much they should be training doing surgery. These are surgeons. That's what they need to do. And that's a real harm in terms of training. But I think there are other harms that are a little bit less or more difficult to really put a finger on in terms of what we're seeing, that we're training for everything as opposed to all we've been focused on for 2 years is COVID. Now, those aren't things that we can change. And we have to work really hard to continue to show why it's important for people to go into medicine, why we need to continue to do this. But that also is on our society as a whole to value healthcare workers so that we continue to want to do that job.
Yeah. The last thing I want to ask you about is related to schools. The Biden administration thinks that testing is really the key to keeping schools open right now. Would you agree with that? And if so, how often should students and teachers and school staffs be getting tested?
Well, we've been talking about testing and the need for testing to keep school open for a long time. So I'm glad that we're finally starting to come around to that. The measures that we have heard about already are inadequate. 5 million or 5 million rapid tests, 5 million PCR tests a month is woefully inadequate for what we need for the tens of millions of students that are there. What we need to have is both a system to test back into school, so you've been removed from school because you're positive, a test to re-enter school, but we also need tests to surveil populations, surveil students to know when cases are starting to spike so that we can reinstitute certain restrictions, maybe even do short periods of remote learning in order to stem those outbreaks. And 5 million tests just isn't going to cut it. What would be great is if we had stockpiles of tests and students were going home with a test kit in their hand to test the next day before coming back to school or to test once a week so they can check. And we're just not anywhere close to being there right now.
All right, Dr. Anand Swaminathan, we appreciate your perspective today. Thank you.
The fight over voting rights is intensifying in Washington. In a fiery speech in Atlanta yesterday, President Biden endorsed a change to longstanding Senate rules so that Democrats can approve voting rights legislation on their own without votes from the GOP. Even still, it is an uphill battle for his party to move the needle on this issue. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says, quote, failure is not an option. He says the Senate could act as early as today to move on voting rights protections. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee. Carol, let's take a quick listen to what Republican Senator Mitt Romney had to say right after President Biden's speech yesterday.
He said that the goal of some Republicans is to, quote, turn the will of the voters into a mere suggestion. And so President Biden goes down the same tragic road taken by President Trump, casting doubt on the reliability of American elections. This is a sad, sad day.
All right, Carol, how is the White House responding to that criticism, as well as frustration from activists that this is a speech that should have happened months ago?
Well, the White House pushed back, Vicki, on Republicans who are saying what Senator Romney said is basically that you're the ones who are standing in the way of people's right to vote, and that by blocking voting rights legislation, Democrats are having to resort to this issue of changing the rules in the Senate. Now, that's going to be the White House's position going forward. However, what's happened in doing that is they've set up this intra-party fight within the Democratic Party where it's a question of not where Republicans stand, but they're having this debate over whether Democrats are on board with a rules change in the Senate, namely getting rid of the filibuster so they can pass this legislation. And that's really who the president's audience was yesterday in his speech in Atlanta, was Democrats. So they've made this about their own party as opposed to what Republicans stand for versus what Democrats stand for. And that was a concern from the White House early on when the president was stepping into this fight. But he got under a lot of pressure from the activists, as you mentioned, and needed to respond. And so that's why you heard him yesterday come out so forcefully to change his position on the filibuster, and why the White House says you'll hear him continue to talk about that and try to apply some pressure here.
Well, it was interesting to see who was and wasn't at the event yesterday. Thanks, Carol. Let's bring in Sahil Kapoor now. If this voting rights filibuster push fails, where does that leave Democrats? They don't have the votes. And what are the possible implications at play here?
Well, it would mean that two major pieces of legislation that Democrats have tried to pass, the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which President Biden was talking about yesterday, have no path to getting to his desk, have no path to becoming law. So what do Democrats do next? There is already talk about modest changes that they could do on a bipartisan basis to the 1887 Electoral Count Act. These would be things like clarifying the role of the vice president in the electoral counting process, making clear that Congress's role is simply to count votes that states send them and not to be judge and jury when it comes to disputes over electoral votes. These are very modest changes, and they would not affect voting rights per se, but they would be they would take some measures to try to make sure that elections cannot be stolen in the future in the way that allies of former President Trump tried to do in 2020, unsuccessfully, by the way, because then Vice President Mike Pence didn't go along with it. And then, of course, Democrats are likely to pivot back to Build Back Better. We know that Joe Manchin scuttled the House-passed version late last year when he said he could not support it, but there is still a version of that bill that he can support, which is on the table. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to make that happen. That one is not subject to the filibuster the way the voting bills are.
The good old-fashioned way, trying to get those votes. Sahil Kapoor and Carol Lee, thank you so much.
Also on Capitol Hill, lawmakers are paying tribute to late Nevada Senator and longtime Democratic leader Harry Reid. Reid's casket arrived at the Capitol a short time ago. He will lie in state in the Capitol Rotunda today, an opportunity for friends and colleagues to pay their final respects. Reid died last month after a 4-year battle with pancreatic cancer. He was 82 years old. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now from outside the Capitol. Leanne, tell us a little more about the tributes that are planned for Senator Reid today.
Hey, Aaron. So this is another big day for the late Nevada senator. He will be the first Nevadan to ever lie in state in the U.S. Capitol. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is speaking, paying tribute to him, as House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is also going to speak, and Vice President Kamala Harris. And this comes after a very big weekend where there was a rather large memorial service to the late senator in Las Vegas, where both current President Joe Biden and former President Barack Obama also spoke. So this is what people are saying, a very fitting goodbye to someone who never liked to say goodbye, especially on the telephone. Aaron.
You know, Leanne, I'd like to ask you to sort of put this in perspective, put the senator in perspective for us. Very few people in history have been given the honor of lying in state. I know you're from Nevada. What can you tell us about Reid's legacy, about his achievements while he was in office?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is a very distinct honor that very few people get. And the reason he seems to be getting it is because not only of his impact on the state of Nevada, everything from shutting down Yucca Mountain, which is a nuclear waste site just outside of Las Vegas, to the infrastructure in Nevada, including in the airport, which was just renamed last month, Harry Reid International Airport. Also transitioning Las Vegas from a city that was run by mob bosses to a corporate tourist destination for the entire world, but also for what he did in the Senate as well. This was his life. He spent, before he was majority leader, all his time on the Senate floor learning the rules, learning the members, and that's what made him such an effective majority leader. Now, I spoke to the person who has his seat now, Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, and she reflected on why this is so important. Let's listen to what she had to say.
He's one of our most powerful, effective advocates. He's a giant in the state of Nevada. And it goes back to what I've said. He never forgot where he came from Yucca Mountain, preventing nuclear waste from coming to Yucca Mountain, to ensuring that we are protecting our natural environments and our lands for outdoor use. And I see that now as I'm here in the United States Senate.
Of course, he was instrumental in what was once thought of an insurmountable task of passing health care, the Affordable Care Act, but also controversial as well. He used what is called the nuclear option to change the Senate rules to allow most nominations to pass with just a simple majority. And Aaron, we're having a very similar discussion and debate in the Senate now on furthering those rules changes. Aaron.
Leanne Caldwell on the east front of the Capitol for us today. Leanne, thank you.
A remarkable story of survival in a small Pennsylvania suburbs tell you about this morning. This is what is left of a medical helicopter that crashed in a neighborhood outside Philly Tuesday. It was carrying a baby and 3 other people. Incredibly, everyone on board survived. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez with the miraculous story.
Just an amazing survival story. 4 people on board this helicopter and all survived. Today, we're told that the baby is in stable condition and the pilot has been upgraded to fair condition.
The NTSB is investigating why this medical helicopter crashed Tuesday in a residential neighborhood just west of Philadelphia. But what's truly remarkable is that everyone on board, including a 2-month-old baby girl, survived.
It was absolutely insane. I've never seen anything like this.
I literally see the chopper in the sky, like right there. And so I'm stopped. But then there was a moment where I realized this is going to hit the ground. So that's when I pulled in reverse.
This man was driving his family and says he barely missed the aircraft.
This is absolutely a miracle from the Lord.
A miracle, witnesses say, right next to a church.
It's an absolute miracle. Here, what you see behind you, how this, and there's no debris, no wires down, no trees.
The chopper had been flying to Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, carrying 2 crew members, a nurse, and the infant.
Everyone's out of the helicopter.
All 4 were able to escape the mangled wreckage even before emergency crews arrived. But witnesses say they could see the chopper was in trouble moments before the crash.
We heard the loud noise, we looked up, and we saw how low the helicopter was.
According to FlightAware, the chopper first took off from Maryland around 10:30 Tuesday morning. Minutes later, it landed with no apparent problems about 20 miles away in central Pennsylvania before taking off again. It was about 40 minutes into that next flight when tracking data shows the aircraft dropping altitude. That's when authorities believe the pilot noticed a problem.
What the pilot was able to do is amazing, because our reports indicate that he first started to experience some trouble on Route 1 and was looking for somewhere to land.
Tense moments in the sky for more than a mile before the pilot finally brought the chopper down. A spectacular landing that saved lives.
Can't wait to meet this gentleman, shake his hand for getting this plane down on the helicopter the way he did.
No word yet on what caused this crash, and again, NTSB investigators will be arriving today. Back to you.
Just wow, you know, good training on the part of the pilot.
Incredible.
And a little divine intervention, I would imagine.
I think so, next to that church.
Yeah. Well, prices continue to rise on everything from food to cars.
Brand new numbers on inflation when we come back, and when there could be hope of it slowing down.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're getting new data today showing just how much more we're paying for virtually everything. The latest numbers show prices in December spiked more than expected, up 0.5% compared to November.
Now, compared to 2020, inflation rose 7% for the year. That's the largest yearly jump in consumer prices in 40 years. NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle is joining us now to put this in perspective for us. Steph, where were the biggest price increases we saw, and why are they still rising?
Well, take your pick. You know, everywhere. We saw meat go up 15%, eggs up 11%. A big one that's very problematic, housing up 4%, and used cars, which is directly tied to shortages, chip shortages. When there aren't semiconductors, when there aren't chips, you can't make new cars. When you can't make new cars, people aren't trading in their old cars. Used cars up 57%. And a big number is gasoline, up almost 50% from where we were this time last year. And think about it. While the economy is actually quite strong right now, we're clearly in an economic recovery. When everything that you need to buy is either more expensive or out of stock, you're pretty annoyed about it, making it a very difficult political story for this administration. They've got a winning economy and a country that's really angry about how much everything costs.
Stephanie, I've been watching your coverage. You say it's because we as consumers, we don't like to pay, but we are still paying. So is there anything being done to slow down these rising costs? Is there any incentive?
Well, we have to remember that all of this is tied to COVID. And as we make our way through COVID, as people go back to work, as the supply chain issues start to flatten out, then things even out on the supply and demand front. But one thing that is really outstanding, as much as we do not like paying these high prices, at the same time, we've got millions and millions of people quitting their jobs right now. And when people are quitting their jobs, that they're saying, I feel confident that I've got enough financial cushion to tide myself over and maybe start a new business or get a job elsewhere that could pay me more money. It's a difficult time that we're in. Economists say it's going to take a few more months to really start to get through this. But for the time being, people don't like it.
Yeah, nobody likes it.
Yeah, plain and simple. Stephanie Ruhle with us today. Steph, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the pandemic, as Steph talked about, it continues to strain the U.S. education system, too, with teachers facing even more challenges.
Coming up, a look at the national teacher shortage and the educators most impacted.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Making news right now, 5 people are being questioned for the shooting death of an off-duty LAPD officer in Los Angeles. Investigators say 27-year-old Fernando Arroyos was shot and killed during a robbery. He was out looking for houses with his girlfriend when he was held up on Monday. 3 men and 2 women are being held in connection. It's believed the men shot Arroyos. New subpoenas in the investigation into the attack on the Capitol. Andy Sarabian and Arthur Schwartz, prominent strategists with close ties to Donald Trump Jr., were both subpoenaed on Tuesday. The panel wants information about any of the conversations they may have had with organizers or speakers at the rally before the riot. An attorney for Sarabian says he intends to cooperate, but he's unsure why he was subpoenaed in the first place. And the sentencing for former Theranos CEO Elizabeth Holmes now has a date. September 12th is the day the government and her attorneys agreed to. In the meantime, she'll be free on a $500,000 bond secured by property. Holmes was convicted of 4 federal fraud charges last week. The other 3 will now be dismissed. She faces up to 20 years in prison.
We're following major breaking news this hour involving Prince Andrew's sex scandal. A federal judge in New York rejected the prince's request to toss out the sexual abuse lawsuit filed by his accuser, Virginia Giuffre. She claims disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein and his companion, Ghislaine Maxwell, who was just convicted on sex trafficking charges, forced her into sex with the royal. Prince Andrew has denied the allegations. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella has the latest from London.
Well, this wasn't particularly a surprise, but it is a big legal loss for Prince Andrew. A New York federal judge ruling today that this lawsuit against the Duke of York cannot be dismissed, at least not at this stage. The Duke of York is being sued by Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre, who alleges that she was forced to have sex with him when she was 17 years old. Now, the Duke's lawyers had argued that he should be covered under a legal settlement that was agreed between Giuffre and the late billionaire Jeffrey Epstein back in 2009. Giuffre had sued Epstein more than a decade ago, accusing him of grooming her for sex, of abusing her, and of trafficking her. Now, that lawsuit was settled in 2009 in exchange for a a $500,000 payment to Giuffre, and included in that settlement was a clause saying that she would not sue any other potential defendants. That was the phrase that Prince Andrew's lawyers keyed in on. The judge said that that was not a point that he could decide, that that was something that would have to be left up to a jury. So the trial moves forward. It should be noted that Prince Andrew has continuously and consistently denied all of the allegations, and that he claims that he has no memory of ever meeting Virginia Giuffre. But this really is the worst case scenario for the palace as well. Prince Andrew stepped back from his royal role back in 2019. He's no longer represented. He has no office here at Buckingham Palace. He has his own private spokespeople to talk for him, and his own legal team to fight this lawsuit. But the palace really wanted the focus going forward this year to be on the Queen, on the celebrations of her 70 years on the throne. They wanted that to be what everyone was talking about, not a lawsuit moving forward against Prince Andrew. Of course, now we're looking down the road at the next several months of stories, frankly, of documents and evidence being exchanged between the two parties potentially, and whether or not Prince Andrew is able to keep some of that from the public domain. At this point, the trial is set for sometime in the fall.
A high-stakes meeting between Russia and NATO just wrapped up at the NATO headquarters in Brussels. The goal was to diffuse tensions between Russia and neighboring Ukraine, a country eager to join the Western military alliance. Now, this move is something that Russia is very much against. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner joins us now from Moscow. Matt, how did that meeting go, the meeting at the NATO headquarters, and where do things stand now?
Thank you, Aaron. Well, we're about 2 out of 3 of these big diplomatic meetings in, and I have to say the situation looks a lot like it did 24 hours ago, basically right after that big first meeting between the U.S. and Russia delegations, a bilateral meeting on Monday. And that is to say, Russia continues to maintain its troop presence on the Ukrainian border. There are some reports indicating that that buildup continues at a steady pace, not accelerating, but continues nonetheless. But what we saw today was Russia send representatives to Brussels to meet with all members of NATO. This was the NATO-Russia Council, so Russia had a defense ministry representative and a deputy foreign minister there. The meeting lasted 4 hours. That is about an hour longer than it was scheduled to go. And according to Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General of NATO, what we saw today, again, this is his words, kind of his characterization, was the alliance closing rank and sort of in one voice insisting that what Russia is demanding cannot be given. For Russia's part, we actually haven't heard much of anything. The delegation at NATO today, unlike the delegation in Geneva, did not give a press briefing afterwards, so we're still kind of waiting for an official Russian evaluation of today's meeting. But just kind of glancing through the Russian press and the pro-government press here, the key takeaway is NATO did not pledge to prevent Ukraine from ever joining the alliance. That, we know, is Russia's key demand. That's what they're waiting to hear.
Matt, give us a little bit of a history lesson here. Walk us through, why does Ukraine want to join NATO in the first place, and why is Russia so much against that?
So this all goes back, of course, to 2014 when Ukraine was looking to make moves to join the European Union. Russia that year, in response to this, invaded Ukraine, seized a large portion of Ukrainian territory that, of course, is the Crimean Peninsula, and then for a period of time, through 2015, was directly involved in supporting pro-Russian rebel groups, rebel militias in eastern Ukraine. It's kind of a frozen conflict that continues to this day. So the short answer is Ukraine wants to join NATO because it wants to be able to defend itself and have some allies against a very big, aggressive neighbor.
All right, Matt Bodner for us in Russia today. Matt, thank you.
Well, in his remarks on voting rights, President Biden framed the moment as an inflection point in American democracy. He also ratcheted up pressure on 2 senators from his own party, Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema. Their votes are critical. Without them, Democrats cannot change Senate rules to get around the 60-vote threshold and action on voting rights bills. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from Charleston, West Virginia, Senator Manchin's home state. Vaughn, President Biden characterized this voting rights fight as a fight about standing for democracy. Did it have any effect on Sinema and Manchin so far? They have been totally unwilling to change Senate rules and to carve out any sort of an exemption for this filibuster.
Right. Not at this time. Senators Manchin and Sinema have not indicated in the last 24 hours that they are willing to, whether it be a talking filibuster or a carve-out exemption specifically for this voting rights legislation, in order for these pieces of voting legislation that Democrats have prioritized for the last year to pass. But we've known this about Senators Manchin and Sinema ever since Joe Biden was sworn into office a year ago this January here. And that is where there is, I think, a resistance from Senator Manchin saying, look, I'm open to changing some Senate rules, but this one has been one that he has been crystal clear about for the last year, that he'd be unwilling to change. And Senator Sinema sending in a statement to NBC News just yesterday saying in part that in order to protect the country from repeated radical reversals in federal policy, which would cement uncertainty, deep divisions, and further erode Americans' confidence in our government, she is unwilling to change her position either, essentially arguing that when Republicans were to get the majority in the Senate, they could use the elimination of the filibuster to pass their own pieces of legislation, including, but not limited to, the very piece of federal voting rights legislation that Democrats are now trying to pass here this month.
Vaughn, there you are in beautiful West Virginia. What are you hearing from the voters about this issue and how they feel about their senator and where he stands?
This is a place that Donald Trump won in 2020 by 39 percentage points. This is a hard, fast, red Republican state. Joe Manchin won his re-election in 2018 by just 3 percentage points, but he is the centrist Democrat who is a beloved figure here in the state. Yet at the same time, when I was just talking with Christopher Smith, he is a local here in Charleston, West Virginia, a voter. He says, just like Joe Manchin, he considers himself a centrist Democrat, but at the same time, he understands that Joe Manchin, by eliminating the filibuster, even if it's just for these pieces of voting rights legislation, may put himself even more on the line in 2024. It may suffer defeat at the hands of a potential Republican Senate candidate. But when I asked him, would it be worth it in order to pass this type of legislation while Democrats still have the majority, this is what Christopher told me.
From a personal perspective, I'm sure that's tough for him to evaluate. Nobody wants to lose. But I think that as a senator, it's his job to think about what's good for the people, what's good for the nation, and he needs to seriously consider that. If some people don't like it, that might be the price of doing what is or is not right. I mean, he's just got to evaluate that. But I think it should pass for what it's worth. I'm sure he's under a lot of pressure, and I would hope that I would stick by my guns if I were under a lot of pressure too, and I'm sure he ultimately will.
Christopher essentially saying that he hopes that Joe Manchin takes a position that President Biden is urging him to do, and that is to circumvent the current Senate rules in order to pass these multiple pieces of federal voting rights legislation. Vicki?
Well, it is a slippery slope, too, to change those rules when your team isn't winning, right? Vaughn Hilliard in West Virginia, thank you.
Controversial congressional maps in North Carolina will stand. A panel of judges upholding the maps drawn by state Republicans. Critics argue the new district lines are illegally gerrymandered to favor Republicans. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim has been following this case closely. She joins us now. Jane, walk us through how this all played out and what this could mean for North Carolina's upcoming elections.
Aaron, so Republicans drew maps that greatly advantaged themselves, giving them 10 out of the 14 congressional seats. And advocates pretty quickly sued, saying, look, these maps are just so statistically unlikely when we compare them to hundreds and thousands of computer-generated maps that they must be partisan gerrymandered, to the point that they argued they weren't a fair map. Now, the three-panel of judges in the Wake County Superior Court said, look, it is beyond our authority to intervene, even if they said we don't think this might bring ridicule to our state, they wrote in their opinion. They did, it's just out of our authority. It does go to the state Supreme Court, where there is a Democratic majority, so these maps could still be tossed out by that state Supreme Court. When they get appealed, the plaintiffs said immediately they would appeal this decision. So that's still up in the air. But we're definitely going to hear a lot more. Advocates said these maps were incredibly unlikely, and plaintiffs said that they were just so unlikely they were unfair for the voters.
All right, Jane Tim for us today. Jane, thank you.
Well, in New Jersey, several high school football players are charged with hazing and criminal sexual activity. But the charges are raising eyebrows. A lawyer for one of the students says there was nothing sexual about the incidents. Let's bring in NBC News reporter Mignon Burke and NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Let me start with you, Mignon. Bring us up to speed on what exactly happened at this high school and the charges here that are now getting national attention.
Yeah, the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office in New Jersey released details about the case this week, saying that a number of Wall Township High School students faced several charges, including hazing, attempted criminal sexual contact, false imprisonment, and harassment via juvenile complaints over alleged incidents that happened in the football locker room in September and October.
Mignon, let me bring in Danny. Danny, how unusual is it for school hazing incidents to be charged as criminal sexual activity?
Yeah, technically it's not criminal because in the New Jersey juvenile system, it gets routed to family court. But the reality is even a felony in juvenile court, which is supposed to be a free pass for underage children who are charged with crimes, will still potentially show up on your record in the future. So these are devastating consequences. They could result potentially, these kinds of charges, in lifetime reporting requirements under Megan's Law. These are very, very serious. And it's based on a hazing allegation, which apparently there's video of. So it should tell us one way or the other. Was it sexual? Was it non-sexual?
Mignon, was it those videos? What prompted the prosecutor to start investigating?
They began investigating in November after allegations were raised. There are videos of the incidents, according to Christopher Adams, an attorney who's representing one of the juveniles. But he is saying that the videos and the incidents don't show anything sexual happened. And he is trying to get the sex charges against his client dismissed.
Danny, you said it, there's video. So how do you come up with one party saying there's sexual activity and charging it as such, and another saying that absolutely didn't happen? And second part of the question is just, what effect do you think these charges will have? Because obviously we know no one at any school district approves of hazing, but do you think this is going to prompt any conversations or reviews of rules at other schools?
I'm a biased defense attorney, so when you ask me why the charges, if there's video, is number one, we thought video would give us objectivity. It turns out even when we have video in these high-profile cases, everybody disagrees about what they see. So a prosecutor who's inclined maybe to overcharge might look at this video and say, towel snapping, that could be pretty sexual to me. And meanwhile, a defense attorney thinking about reasonable doubt may look at the same video and say, okay, were these kids roughhousing? Yes. Was it sexual? I don't see that. So unfortunately, the certainty that we thought we'd get from the proliferation of video just didn't happen.
And those are very serious charges. All right, NBC News reporter Mignon Burke and legal analyst Danny Cevallos, thank you both.
One critical issue that we've been following through the entire pandemic is the effect that COVID is having on our nation's schools. As cases rise, many frontline workers, including teachers, are being hit the hardest, and now educators and experts are sounding the alarm. NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esimwa joins us now with a closer look. Zincle, what are you hearing from teachers?
Hi, Aaron. Yes, educators are telling me that they're stretched thin as COVID-19 rages on and a teacher shortage leaves students, school system, and those who teach in them on edge. As Omicron surges on, teachers are calling out with COVID, leading to a potential crisis across the nation's schools.
We would like our students to test negative.
In Chicago, in-person classes resume Wednesday. The teachers union reaching a deal with the city after a heated standoff.
Nearly everyone and every student and every staff member in the building had an interaction with someone who had COVID.
The pandemic amplifying a teaching shortage that was already brewing. Nationally, the ratio of educator hires to job openings is on the decline. In June 2021, the ratio was 0.65 hires for every open position. By September 2021, just 0.38. This shortage fueled further by the raging pandemic.
We are underestimating how difficult the job is right now.
Kate Diaz is currently a substitute teacher and president of the Connecticut Education Association.
We're exhausted. I have teachers telling me, I'm barely having time to, go to the bathroom, let alone actually do some work.
The tension palpable, extending through the educator pipeline.
I have personally
been involved with several of our superintendents who have actually been contemplating suicide. They've had to deal with the controversies over whether schools should open or not open. And most recently, this thing with critical race theory.
Dan Domenech says superintendents typically managing teachers now find themselves back in the classroom. In Boston, Superintendent Brenda Casalias says she taught an elementary school class in early January because of teacher absences.
Said, I'll clear my calendar and I'll go over and teach a 4th grade class.
In West Contra Costa, California, school was canceled Monday and school office staff were deployed to cover staffing shortages. The superintendent, Chris Hurst, even substitute teaching at an elementary school. But this teaching shortage is not just bringing educators to the classroom. St. Louis Cardinals player Harrison Bader was even tapped to substitute teach in a St. Louis elementary school.
If there are any substitute teacher openings, let me know.
Still, amid the lighter moments, a grim reality.
As long as we don't have the high level of vaccination on our population, it's going to continue.
What is the impact on students?
You really have a transient teacher population covering. Those kids don't have the same experience. They don't develop a relationship. There's not a consistency, a normalcy to that class.
So, Zinkley, are any of the teachers you spoke with asking for anything in particular, anything specific in order to feel safer in the classroom?
Yeah, they are, Aaron. In the case of Kate Diaz, that Connecticut substitute teacher we just heard from, she and other teachers around the country today are demanding more safety precautions and PPE. Specifically, those demands include N95 masks, at-home testing kits, and adequate classroom space for social distancing. Her organization is actually staging what they're calling a blackout today, where teachers are encouraged to wear black. They're still going to attend class and teach, but they want to show solidarity for their demands to have worker protections that are echoed all around the country, Aaron.
Zinkley Asamoah for us today. Zinkley, thank you. Well, millions of Americans are having a pretty tough time with their finances right now.
Yeah, and that might have some considering using a payday lender. But coming up, an important warning, what you need to consider before taking that loan.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Payday lenders are known for offering a quick cash fix, but across the country, this kind of lending is becoming more of a problem.
Yeah, many now starting to ask, how often are people getting trapped in a cycle of debt? I took a closer look at what you need to know before taking out a payday loan. Jennifer Williams, a Mississippi mother, was having trouble covering her expenses on a school teacher's salary. So she turned to a so-called payday lender.
I started with $200, and then when it was time for me to rewrite, I increased it to $400, and that was the start of my payday lender journey.
That one loan turned into how many loans?
At the end, I had a total of 9.
Payday lenders provide customers like Williams with short-term, small-dollar loans. But unlike traditional banks, they don't require credit checks or consider whether a borrower can reasonably repay loans. The catch, shockingly high interest rates, often as much as 400%.
It caused me so much stress, so many headaches, nights of crying, trying to figure out how I'm gonna get to the next pay period.
So you called it quicksand. How would you characterize that cycle?
I put it like a habit. You need it.
That quicksand is trapping a lot of borrowers. One study found that 76% of payday loans are used to pay off previous ones, a revolving door of debt with increasing interest. While lenders say they're providing a necessary service to help people with these small loans, many consumer advocates call the industry predatory.
They are designed to be a debt trap.
Lauren Saunders is the associate director of the National Consumer Law Center in Washington, D.C.
How do these types of loans perpetuate a cycle of poverty?
They perpetuate the harm we've seen in communities of color who have been deprived of income and assets.
In Mississippi, where Williams lives, there are more payday lenders than McDonald's, Burger King's, and Starbucks combined, according to state estimates. And a new study concludes the industry overwhelmingly targets Black and Latino communities in advertisements. Some states are taking steps to help. So far, just under 20 states and Washington, D.C. have passed laws restricting interest rates that lenders can charge on payday loans. This summer, Hawaii capped rates and fees at 36%. And while broader federal legislation has stalled, Darren Williams, CEO of Southern Bancorp, an Arkansas-based lender, says institutions like his are already helping consumers.
People need access to small dollar lending. There's a more responsible and responsive way to do that.
His bank runs a learning center that offers financial classes, free tax prep, and low interest loans.
Low wealth people also want to build wealth. And so if we can help you save and start accumulating wealth and pass down for generations, then we can help break this cycle.
Jennifer Williams says Southern Bancorp's program worked for her.
What were the lessons you took away?
We went through topics as small as bringing your lunch to save money instead of going out and then buying a meal every day, or grabbing water instead of buying that soda, creating a monthly budget. We had a plan to address our financial situations and a new start on life, honestly.
Experts say if you need help, check online for available financial literacy classes. Many are now offered on Zoom. Ask your credit card or utility company for a repayment plan and save any windfalls like your annual tax refund for an emergency fund.
They prey on the vulnerable or the weak.
For Jennifer, who took out her first payday loan in 2008, it took about 8 years to get out of debt.
How did it feel when you paid off all of those loans?
I can't even describe it. I got my life back.
Now, there are so many lenders out there. It's really important for you to know the terms and the interest rate before you take out one of these loans. Here are 2 tips from financial experts. 1, don't be ashamed if you have debt. Consider turning to a friend or a family member before getting a payday loan. So many borrowers say that's what they wish they had done. Number 2, seek out a credit counselor. They are a fountain of knowledge, a lot of advice for how to form a budget and also help you get out of debt.
Well, a glass ceiling in the world of baseball has just been shattered.
Ahead, meet the first woman to manage a minor league baseball team and the challenges she overcame to get there.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters to cover it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Professional baseball will soon have its first female manager.
Yeah, the New York Yankees announcing Rachel Balkovec will manage a team in their minor league system. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has her story.
It's an historic step.
Nice.
The New York Yankees announcing Rachel Balkovec as the new manager of the Tampa Tarpons, a team in their minor league system.
Even your follow through.
The job makes Balkovec the first full-time female manager in the history of affiliated baseball. For Balkovec, it's not her first time being the first. She's made a career of breaking barriers, working in strength and conditioning for the St. Louis Cardinals and the Houston Astros. In 2019, she joined the Yankees as the minor league's first female hitting coach. But her success did not come without her share of struggles. Despite extensive experience and multiple master's degrees, at times, Balkovec couldn't even get a job interview.
I applied for a bunch of jobs and just got crickets, nothing back.
At one point, she shortened the name on her resume from Rachel to Ray.
It's an advantage that I was discriminated against because I had to work harder.
In recent years, more women have taken on powerful positions within professional baseball.
What got me to where I am?
Kim Ng is the first female general manager of a major league team hired by the Miami Marlins in 2020. And Bianca Smith became the first black woman to coach professional baseball when she was hired by the Red Sox organization last year. Small steps toward a more inclusive playing field.
My end goal really is to impact and empower as many people as possible.
Right now on NBC News Now, overtaken by Omicron, the new very contagious variant accounting for nearly all new COVID cases each day. Why the CDC may be set to do an about-face on masks.
The big chill. Millions of people try to thaw out from the coldest temperatures in years in some parts of the country. The brief relief that's on the way.
Going nuclear. President Biden pulling out all the stops to get voting rights legislation passed when the first Senate move to end the filibuster could happen.
And dimmed but not dark. Broadway battles curtain calls and an incredible COVID comeback. What's ahead on the Great White Way and how performers and audiences are being kept safe. And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Vicki Wynn in for Morgan this week. We begin this hour with the unrelenting Omicron surge. That variant now accounts for 98% of new cases in the U.S. We have now surpassed 62 million cases nationwide.
Take a look at the map here showing cases over the last 7 days. All the states in red are seeing at least a 100% rise in cases, while the states in orange are dealing with at least a 25% spike. But there are some signs of slowdowns on the East Coast now. In New York, the governor already talking about letting indoor mask rules end early next month. It's
not just the U.S. COVID is raging beyond this country. Germany, Mexico, and France all reporting record single-day case numbers yesterday. Well, we will look at the day-to-day impact of the COVID surge this hour. But let's begin with a renewed question about the lack of testing. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
Yeah, a lot of scrutiny on the White House and the CDC over the shortage of tests over confusing messaging. Today, word that the administration is going to start shipping test kits to schools nationwide, and the CDC is expected to urge all of us to upgrade our masks as Omicron is spreading unchecked across the country. Overnight, new data showing the highly contagious Omicron variant now makes up almost all new COVID cases in the U.S., a staggering 98%. It happened at lightning speed, too, spreading in just over 1 month. With COVID cases surging and hospitalizations hitting all-time highs, the CDC is now considering whether to update its own mask guidance, potentially recommending Americans choose higher quality options like N95s or the Chinese-made KN95.
They are really, really tight fitting, and they help filter out very small airborne droplets of COVID.
The typical surgical mask provides decent protection, but doesn't seal tightly around the nose and mouth. The Biden administration also taking a big step to keep kids in school, announcing this morning it will hand out 5 million rapid COVID tests and another 5 million lab-based PCR tests to schools nationwide every month for free. Meanwhile, the nation's top health officials faced a grilling on Capitol Hill. Tuesday's testimony punctuated by this very concerning message.
Most people are going to get COVID.
The experts were blasted over their mixed messaging and criticized for their confusing changes in guidelines.
The American people are right to be confused. It seems like you all don't talk amongst yourself.
Lawmakers also demanded answers over the critical test shortage.
Our frustrated constituents cannot find rapid tests.
A contentious hearing that turned personal at times.
You are totally incorrect.
Dr. Fauci clashing with Republican Senator Roger Marshall and later heard on a hot mic.
What a moron. Jesus Christ.
Senator Rand Paul and Fauci also sparring again.
You're not an objective scientist. You've lost that long ago.
Fauci accused a Kentucky Republican of putting him, Fauci, in danger, citing a case last month of an armed man arrested with a hit list.
The police asked him where he was going, and he was going to Washington, D.C. to kill Dr. Fauci.
Back now to the mask issue, and beware of the many fake masks that are popping up online. The CDC is warning that about 60% of the KN95s, the Chinese made, that are in the United States are actually counterfeit. When buying masks, it's important to look for the NIOSH certification stamp that you will see on the N95. That's an official government stamp. By the way, there's also a nonprofit. It's called ProjectN95.org. You can go online. They have links to certified and vetted masks. Back to you.
So let's head to one of the many states with surging COVID hospital admissions right now. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in Dallas for us today. Morgan, Texas has had so much debate about vaccine requirements, about mask mandates. What does the COVID situation look like in Texas today?
Yeah, Aaron, not good. This Omicron variant absolutely causing issues no matter what aspect of life you look at. We're in Dallas's Deep Ellum neighborhood right now. This is a hot spot for bars, restaurants, clubs. Some of the smaller venues have had to temporarily shut their doors because they're running out of staff to keep them open. And that's because of how transmissible this latest variant has proven to be. While the cases are milder, it's certainly having an impact, both, of course, behind hospital walls, with hospitalizations rising, and then, of course, here in these entertainment centers, these businesses that are struggling to find a way to keep going. A lot of these people thought that they would be out of the woods when the vaccine came out, and that's proving not to be the case as more and more people are proving to have this latest strain here in Texas. Aaron?
You know, Morgan, we see the graphs and we explain the numbers here day after day, but what is the day-to-day strain on real people in Dallas right now?
Well, it depends on if you've potentially been exposed. If that's the case, a lot of people are facing hours upon hours waiting in lines to get that COVID-19 test. And then that's coupled with the fact that in a lot of instances, we're hearing from people who are waiting days, in a few cases a week or so before they get their results back, which, if you think about it, it kind of renders it useless because in the meantime, while they're waiting for that answer, they don't want to expose anyone else. So in some cases, they're not going to work. We've heard instances of people having to work until they get that positive test, even though they may have been potentially exposed. And I want you to hear how one individual we spoke to broke it down to us in an interview. Take a listen.
I would say it's a week-by-week basis, but maybe honestly a day-by-day basis, whether or not a bartender is going to be infected or not, and we're going to have to restaff, and same with performers and DJs and the like. We just don't really know until we open those doors what we're going to have. I really thought it would be a lot different. I didn't think that day to day, week to week, I'd be scrambling to keep this place open.
Yeah, and that's certainly the perspective of that one bar owner. Doctors kind of echoing that sentiment, guys, essentially saying that their own staff is having to be temporarily sidelined as a result of COVID that they're getting within that community spread. So the numbers have yet to level off here in Texas, and that's why there is such a cause for concern. Send it back to you.
Morgan Chesky for us in Dallas today. Morgan, thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring in Dr. Sharif El-Nahal. He is the president and CEO of University Hospital in Newark, New Jersey. He's also New Jersey's former health commissioner. Dr. El-Nahal, thanks for being with us. Your governor there, Phil Murphy, called this surge an Omicron tsunami. We are seeing hospitals in New York putting a temporary 2-week pause on elective procedures. Hospitals in California, Rhode Island are having positive asymptomatic healthcare workers coming back into the hospital. How are you and your hospital handling the rise in cases there?
Well, thank you so much for having me. I very much agree with the governor's characterization here. The explosion in the number of cases in the community is evident everywhere, as mentioned in the last segment here, with disruption in businesses, but also lines outside of our testing center, and of course, increased hospital admissions. We've had 150 patients with COVID for the last several days. That represents almost half of our beds in the hospital. We're planning for the worst case scenario by creating space for beds, creating contingency and crisis staffing plans. Over 300 of our employees today are out with COVID, which is actually, in my view, creating the greater healthcare risk right now, because we have, again, half of our patients with non-COVID related problems who also need staffing and need care. So this is a problem that's going to happen for at least another several weeks until we hopefully start to see waning in hospitalizations.
So you think it'll go on for another few weeks, as we're seeing some of the numbers in New York maybe potentially starting to dip. Can you talk about this issue of burnout and the toll that this is taking on your staff? Because those staffing shortages due to illness is one thing, but the burnout from 2 years of seeing this day after day.
Absolutely. Burnout is a major dynamic for our workforce shortages. It's not just folks out due to COVID. Frankly, even before the Omicron wave, we were really being strained on staffing. There are a wave of retirements happening, and some of the most experienced and talented healthcare workers we have, that age segment between 45 and 60. We're seeing also younger nurses and other clinicians being attracted by very high agency staffing and travel nursing offers. All of that is creating a staffing crisis really in every hospital that I've spoken to in New Jersey. We have a role in managing the regional response as well. And so we have to look beyond this Omicron wave as well for the staffing risk here, but also the aftermath of the pandemic with mental and behavioral health issues, heroin overdoses going through the roof, and a number of other public health issues.
What's the message you have for your staff then? How do you give them hope, keep them motivated, help them fight the burnout? And second part to that question is, what can we all do, the rest of us, to make sure that we're not adding to the strain on all of these important workers?
Well, the way I like to describe it is that the first wave of COVID in the spring of 2020, there was an adrenaline rush. Of course, it was tough. Of course, we were also strained with staffing, but at least we could paint the light at the end of the tunnel that we anticipated that summer, which did happen. But now we've been saying that for 2 years. And so you get eye rolls, you get folks not believing you. And so really what folks can do, what everybody can do, is continually express their appreciation for healthcare workers. We had police, firefighters, the general public clapping at the same time every day when the New York metro area was facing the worst of this in 2020. Whatever you can do for a healthcare worker, to support them and thank them, because they're still going through it and it's still very stressful, that could be a real game changer for our healthcare workforce.
Great thought to end it on. Thank you, Dr. Sharif El-Nahal. I remember that. 7 o'clock, pots and pans. All right, thank you.
Well, it is another day of bone-chilling cold temperatures and wind chills for millions of people across much of the Northeast. We're going to check in with meteorologist Bill Cairns in just a second, but let's start with NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk in New York City's Bryant Park. She has a closer look at how the weather is putting people on ice.
According to a meteorologist in Massachusetts, this cold has come from the, quote, far reaches of the planet, which may sound a little dramatic, but honestly, if you've been out in it the last couple of days, it has felt that way. The temperatures are supposed to rebound later on today, but until then, this Arctic air has a firm grasp. Millions are waking up to more frigid winter weather.
It's super cold outside.
A dangerous Arctic blast slamming the Midwest and the Northeast.
And here's how cold it's going to get. Feels like forecast means frostbite in 30 minutes or less.
With temperatures and wind chills plunging into the single digits and well below zero. Folks across the country now bundling up as they brace for another round of bitter cold. Across the Great Lakes, the brutal cold snap is bringing heavy snow and high winds. In Parrish, New York, cars and streets were buried in more than a foot of lake-effect snow. Snow blanketed roads and highways, creating dangerous driving conditions. This jackknife tractor-trailer shut down part of a busy interstate. The chilly forecast, the reason why classes are canceled in the Syracuse City School District this morning. Meantime, in Duluth, Minnesota, fire crews battled a large structure fire for nearly 7 hours amid negative 35-degree wind chills.
It's dangerous for us, just like anybody else being outside.
The deep freeze extending all the way to New England. In Boston, all public schools will also be closed today. For the first time in 7 years, the extreme cold is keeping kids out of the classroom.
We want to make sure there's no risk of students being either out in the cold on the way to school or having issues in school because of the ventilation that's needed with the pandemic.
Temperature could reach 40 here in New York City today, but it is going to be a short reprieve. Then the temperatures dive again, and then the snow comes in. Back to you.
Just so much good news, Steph. All right, we're going to bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Confirm what Stephanie has said and try to give us something to look forward to.
Oh, well, I do look forward to cold and snow because I got plenty of that to give you.
Boo.
If that's what you're really looking for. Yeah, I know. Not many people are looking for that at this point. You start to get to the middle of winter and everyone's over that first beautiful snowfall. Everyone's like, all right, that's enough. So the temperatures are getting better. But this is going to be a brief improvement because there's another really cold shot coming in the Northeast on Saturday. So just in the back of your mind, prepare for that. The only place that is still really brutally cold is northern Maine. Caribou is still only at 1 degree. But notice New York City's above freezing now. Boston's above freezing. So we're all heading in the right direction. So you get a little bit of a break today. High temperatures, maybe even hitting near 40 in Central Park. So we even melt a little bit of that snow and ice. And the same for you in Boston. No such luck, though, in Maine. And then as we head into the weekend, so Thursday's okay. Friday starts to get colder, Chicago, Detroit, and then Saturday gets really cold. Look at Buffalo, and we got a football game there. We got the Patriots playing the Bills, and it looks like 10 degrees for a high, so game time temperature single digits, wind chills below 0. That's not fun. And that cold air moves through Boston, all the way New York, all through New England on Saturday. So especially Saturday morning will be really cold. Now our next storm, and this one people are going to be talking about a lot over the next 5-6 days. It is now in the northwest, providing problems with way too much rain into the areas that have snow on the mountains. We're melting the snow. We got the rain. We have flash flood warnings in those areas in maroon. So we have numerous rivers in the Pacific Northwest and the Olympics and the Cascades with issues with flooding right now. We're almost done with this. We should watch the rain ending by Thursday morning, but the risk continues of the flooding and the mudslides. So let's talk about this storm. By the time we get to Friday, look out. Heads for Iowa, Minnesota, areas in eastern and north and South Dakota. This will be a snowstorm for you. And then by the time we get to Saturday, we're going to see snow in areas of the south, especially Missouri. Watch out, Kentucky, southern Indiana, southern Illinois. Rain and thunderstorms in the southeast. And then on Sunday, this storm gets even stronger, guys. This looks like a snow and ice storm. It's going to have significant travel impacts, maybe power outages. It is a mess, and this is all heading for the Northeast come Monday. So if you have plans for the holiday weekend upcoming, make sure you pay close attention.
That's what I was just going to say, Bill. Thanks for this information. At least we know what to expect. All right. Thank you.
We have just learned that President Biden will take his pitch for voting rights directly to Senate Democrats. He plans to show up at their lunch tomorrow. In an urgent message in Atlanta yesterday, he advocated for a change in the filibuster rule to push federal voting rights legislation through the Senate. The catch? He needs all 50 Democrats on board to do it, and it appears at least 2 senators from his party, Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, are not there yet. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee and senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, give us a reality check on this. What are the next steps here, and what's the end game for Democrats?
Well, the reality check is that Democrats don't currently have the 50 votes they need to make changes to the filibuster to enable passage of these 2 bills, the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, and that's what they're trying to do. Now, it's going to be a very, very difficult road for them because there are 48 Democratic senators who are either in favor of changing the rules for of the filibuster to pass voting rights or are open to it. They have a viable path to getting 48 votes. The other 2 votes, Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, have been a huge problem for Democratic leaders because they are deeply dug in to the against the idea of weakening the filibuster to pass voting rights or any other legislation for that matter. Joe Manchin spoke about this a little earlier after President Biden's speech yesterday. I want to play that sound.
What'd you make of the president's speech last night?
Good speech. He gave a good speech.
I mean, did it change your opinion at all on any of these on the Senate rules changes?
We're all still talking.
He said when
it
comes to a majority rule in the country, a majority should rule in the Senate. Do you agree with that?
Thank you. Please move your mic.
He understands. We all understand how the Senate works.
Any more?
And so he said it's a good speech, but he remains noncommittal. Now, what happens next? President Biden is planning to visit with Senate Democrats tomorrow and have lunch with them. At some point in the coming days, Senator Chuck Schumer, the majority leader, has signaled he will call these, at least one of these bills up for a vote once it gets filibustered, which it certainly will by Republicans. He'll have the question of whether to appeal the ruling of the chair. That is the nuclear option, to try to change the rules for a permanent basis to try to make sure that Democrats can get an up or down vote on this. They need 50 votes to do it. They don't have it.
And so, Carol, I mean, it's pretty plain and simple there. Sahil laid it out nicely. If Congress doesn't budge on this, what's the next move for the administration? What's the president's end game here?
Well, look, the White House says the president's going to continue to push on this issue going forward. If and when this winds up not being successful, you'll see this become a purely political issue in terms of heading into the midterms. This is something the president and Democrats will talk about as to try to energize the base. But the reality is, if this does not succeed, then this is the second legislative setback for the president in just a matter of a couple of months. And his Build Back Better plan was tabled, and he wasn't able to get that through when he wanted to. And now he's putting a lot of skin in the game on in terms of voting rights, and that's looking like that's not going to succeed. And he's doing that under pressure from his supporters, who say he should have been in this fight a long time ago. He should have made a more forceful push for this issue a while ago, and he's late to the party. And so the question going forward is whether him getting into this now and leaning in as hard as he is going to be enough for them if it doesn't succeed, because they're still going to be upset and looking for some sort of voting rights legislation that the president may not be able to deliver on.
And Sahil, very quickly before I let you go, what happens to Democrats' outlook for the midterms if they can't get federal voting rights legislation passed?
Well, some of the more dire warnings within the party suggest that it would be the end of American democracy as we know it. But the reality is there will be another election in 2022. There will be another in 2024. And Democrats will be facing a steep uphill climb against a series of restrictive voting laws that are being considered and are quickly making their way through legislatures in Republican-controlled states. That includes many swing states that Joe Biden won in 2020 that put him in office, that Democrats argue are designed to disproportionately target progressive-leaning constituencies, Democratic-leaning voters. They will have to overcome that, and it'll be a mighty difficult task, particularly in a year where history favors the GOP.
All right, Sahil Kapoor, Carol Lee in Washington for us. Thank you.
Friends and colleagues of former Nevada Senator Harry Reid are saying their final goodbyes at the U.S. Capitol today. The longtime Democratic leader will lie in state in the rotunda. That is an honor bestowed to very few people after their death. Reid passed away last month at 82 years old after a 4-year battle with pancreatic cancer. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now. Leanne, talk to us about how lawmakers are remembering their late friend Harry Reid.
Hey, Vicki. So most of the lawmakers here served with the late Senator Harry Reid. He just retired from the Senate in 2016, and so he is fresh in a lot of their memories. He has been speaking with Senator Schumer on a regular basis. He was still very involved in Democratic politics. But today they talked about his legacy, about what he meant to the Senate, but also what he meant to Nevada. Let's listen to Senator Schumer and then Speaker Pelosi.
My friends, we celebrate Harry Mason Reid's final return to the Capitol because we must. Few have shaped the workings of this building like our dear friend from Nevada.
It is here when he stood as a sentinel of democracy on the Capitol Police Force as he worked his way through law school. It is here where he served for more than 3 decades representing his beloved home state of Nevada. And it's here where his portrait hangs in these hallowed halls, offering a source of strength and inspiration to us all.
So he went from very humble beginnings, deep poverty, up to the highest rankings of the Senate Majority Leader, where he was instrumental in key Democratic legislative priorities, including the passage of the Affordable Care Act. And he did a lot for Nevada as well, including shutting down the nuclear waste site Yucca Mountain, which was really critical to Nevada, just outside of Las Vegas. And so one of the themes of the speeches today is that Senator Reid never said goodbye on the telephone. When he was done speaking, he would just hang up, or when the conversation was done. And so it was quite a tribute and quite a goodbye to someone who does not like to say goodbyes, Vicki.
That is a sweet memory. And I know a lot of people like that. All right, Leanne Caldwell, thank you so much.
Yep.
Well, you know those cloth masks you bought over the past 2 years? It might be time to upgrade thanks to Omicron.
Just ahead, what you need to know about picking the right mask at this stage in the pandemic.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have 2?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Well, we are 2 years into the pandemic now, and as more variants emerge and our understanding of COVID evolves, it's a little hard to keep track of sort of best safety practices.
I know, it's confusing sometimes, and it's changing. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is here to help us decide how to pick the right mask at a time when the virus is more transmissible than ever.
From the best masks to those at-home test kits that can all be confusing, some answers. The N95 hospital-grade mask remains the top choice for filtering out airborne particles. Certified by the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, NIOSH, it should carry the stamp. The more comfortable KN95 is made in China and also offers very good protection. So does the KF94 mask, which is made in Korea. The difference?
N95s have 2 straps that go around the head, as opposed to a KN95 usually will have ear loops.
The typical medical procedure mask provides decent protection, but doesn't seal tightly around the nose and mouth.
So you're concerned about this gap here, right? You want it completely tightly sealed.
That's correct. And you will know if it's not sealed if your glasses fog up.
In short supply 2 years ago, the CDC recommended against using N95s for the general public. Now, with plenty available, they're the best option. But beware, there are many fake masks online. Look for that NIOSH certification stamp on N95s. This website, projectn95.org, is a nonprofit with links to certified masks. This is also important. Experts say cloth masks provide very little protection against the Omicron and Delta variants.
Those two variants are more transmissible, and that is why we're recommending that people wear a higher quality mask.
Meanwhile, insurance companies will now pay for everyone to receive 8 at-home test kits per month. Most experts say the antigen tests are very accurate, though you could get a false negative in the first 48 hours of infection.
If you have symptoms and you have a negative test in that first day or two, you could still have COVID. So you should still isolate. You should wear a mask around others.
Evolving guidelines in an ever-changing pandemic.
British Prime Minister Boris Johnson stepping in some hot water.
The uproar over the party he attended during a COVID lockdown. We'll spill the tea next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Making news right now, body camera video shows the frantic moments after a woman saved 3 kids who fell into a frozen pond in Colorado. Dusty Talavera was looking out her apartment window when she saw 3 kids fall into that pond. She was able to save a 4-year-old and an 11-year-old. She had trouble reaching the last kid. She fell in the water herself. Deputies helped save them both. That 6-year-old girl is now in stable condition. COVID concerns take center stage in the latest trial that's connected to the George Floyd death that's set to start next Thursday. The federal judge is now asking both sides to get the case over with relatively quickly due to fears that potential jurors might be infected before deliberations. 3 of the former Minneapolis officers face charges of depriving Floyd of his civil rights while acting under government authority. A 4th officer, Derek Chauvin, was convicted of murder back in April. And if you've ever had a boss you didn't like, this story's for you. The Labor Department is suing a Georgia auto shop owner for retaliating against a former employee by delivering his final paycheck in the form of 91,000 pennies, and they were covered in oil. The owner of the shop has not said anything about the suit. The employee, get this, he and his girlfriend, they spent hours hauling those pennies around. They finally turned them all into cash money, like dollar bills.
Yeah, that's rough. Wow.
Definitely. That was intentional.
Yeah. NATO has just wrapped up a high-stakes meeting with Russia over Ukraine's desire to join the Western Alliance, something Russia is very much against and may go to great lengths to stop. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner joining us now from Moscow with the latest on this. Matt, walk us through where things stand now that the meeting is over. How did they come to a resolution?
Thank you, Aaron. Well, we're actually just now hearing from the Russian side. They were initially silent, not giving a press briefing, but we have seen a statement from the Russian Defense Ministry, who of course was represented today, and now a press briefing from the Russian Deputy Foreign Minister. First, let's talk about that Defense Ministry statement. Here it is right here, in which they say NATO rejected their demands, and essentially saying that this is actually this is a cause for potential incidents and conflict undermining security in Europe. So it's very interesting wording. It kind of reflects something we saw earlier in the week that could be interpreted as threats of action if Russia does not get what it wants. Now, moving on over to the Deputy Foreign Minister, Grushko, who's speaking right now at the Russian embassy in Brussels, he was asked if there's any possibility for compromise. You know, we see both sides staking really firm positions, NATO rejecting Russia's demands and Russia insisting that NATO adhere to, give on those demands. Grushko said, "We're not talking about any compromise. It is imperative that progress is made on our three key points." And one of those, of course, being non-expansion of NATO and promising never to allow Ukraine and Georgia into NATO. So things don't look exactly encouraging at the moment.
You know, Matt, why does Ukraine matter so much to Russia at this point, and how far are they willing to go to prevent Ukraine from joining the alliance?
Well, there is definitely a huge kind of cultural, historical link between Russia and Ukraine. And it's actually one of the things that's always really struck me while I've been here in recent years. It's just the way Russians talk about Ukraine, particularly after 2014. There's this really interesting, strong sense of kind of a betrayal. You know, Russians nowadays use very kind of condescending, infantilizing language to describe Ukrainians as a lost brother nation that's been seduced by the West. So I think that there's history, there's culture here, and it's painful for some Russians that they're not, in lockstep anymore. The question of how far they will go is an interesting one. Russia obviously wants us to think that they are prepared to go far. You know, there's 100,000 troops on the border. They're saying things like, no compromise, you have to meet our demands, and Ukraine never joining NATO is the top of that demand list. So we're all just kind of waiting here now to understand, is this a serious position from Russia, or is this a hard bargaining line? Right now, we're not seeing much give from them. So it's an open question.
And Matt, very quickly, I have to ask you, because it's such a weird thing, but there are reports that Kanye West may be traveling to Russia to meet with Vladimir Putin to perform, apparently. Huh?
We've seen these reports as well. Actually, this came up in the daily Kremlin press briefing, which the Kremlin seemed to also be confused by this, admitting that they're not overly familiar with his music. But it seems that Kanye would like to come over here, perform a Sunday service, and also meet with President Putin. If that were to happen, he would not be the first. He would join the ranks of Steven Seagal and Gerard Depardieu. Jeff Monson as well. So
good company, right?
We'll see what happens with this one.
All right. Matt Bodner for us in Moscow.
I'll be here if it happens.
Right. Matt, thank you.
Well, it was one of the worst maritime disasters this century. 10 years ago this week, the cruise ship Costa Concordia ran aground off the tiny island of Giglio. 32 people died when the big ship hit an underwater rock. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella spoke with some of the survivors.
Well, for the people who lived through this disaster, it seems like yesterday, not 10 years ago, for those lucky passengers who made it off the ship alive. It was supposed to be a dream cruise, sailing around the Mediterranean Sea for a week in mid-January. But 10 years ago this week, it turned into a nightmare for the over 4,000 passengers and crew on board. The liner crashing into the rocks after dark, seawater rushing in. Janice and Ian Donoff were on their honeymoon. Do you still think about that day 10 years ago?
I think it's the feeling of panic This is what's carried through over the 10 years and is just as strong now.
The captain had been performing a sail-past salute of Italy's Giglio Island and went too close. The ship lost all power and tilted on its side. Its terrified passengers disoriented and struggling to escape in complete darkness.
The people were shoving and pushing.
A feeling of helplessness.
When I was on a ladder trying to get out, a big man literally pushed in front of me and trod on my foot. I literally fell off the ladder.
Eventually, they made it out. But because the ship was tilted, the lifeboats wouldn't drop down. They and hundreds of others were stranded, perched on the side of the ship for hours in the cold, while passengers clambered down a rope ladder, the equivalent of 11 stories. Eerie video taken by divers from inside the ship revealing the damage. The captain left the liner before all of the passengers were off. The Italian Coast Guard screaming at him to get back on board and help with the rescue. Nate and Carrie Lukes from Alaska were on board with their 4 daughters, trying desperately to keep the family together.
When everybody was rushing for the lifeboats, that I felt like they were going to get trampled, and putting my arms around them and letting the sea of people go by us.
The rush to get to the lifeboats was chaotic.
It's really a melee there. The best way to describe it is it's very similar to the movie Titanic. People were jumping onto the top of the lifeboats and pushing down women and children to try to get to them.
The accident forced changes in the industry, like carrying more life jackets and holding emergency drills before leaving port. After a 16-month salvage operation, the stricken ship was refloated and towed away to be scrapped. Today, survivors like Ian and Janice still grateful to be alive.
I said that, if we survive this, then our marriage will have to survive forever.
The captain was eventually found guilty of manslaughter and is serving a 16-year prison sentence in Italy. Costa did offer compensation to all of the passengers, but the passengers we spoke to said they haven't been on a cruise since.
Kelly Kobieo reporting there. A deadly car bombing in Somalia, and Cambodia mourns a rat considered a hero. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Somalia, where a car bomb exploded on a road near the capital's airport today. At least 8 people died, according to the city's ambulance service. It's not clear who was responsible for the attack. In the past, Al-Shabaab, an al-Qaeda-linked group, has taken responsibility for similar acts of terror. Antarctica, where a team of Italian and French scientists are drilling to find 1.5 million-year-old ice cores. After a few days of drilling, the team has reached a depth of about 426 feet. Their goal is to go down as far as 8,800 feet to find the ice samples. Once studied, the ice cores will be crucial in assessing climate trends and mitigating any disasters. And Cambodia, where the nation is mourning the death of a hero rat. Magawa, the landmine detecting rat, passed away this weekend while in retirement. Cambodia's civil war ended in 1998, but to this day, undiscovered landmines from the war are injuring and killing Cambodians. During his 5-year career, Magawa detected more than 100 mines, saving many lives. And that's the world now.
Rats don't get enough credit, Aaron.
You learn something new every day, don't you? This one was a special guy, apparently.
Absolutely. All right, R.I.P. Magawa. Well, consumers are still dealing with frustrating supply chain issues nationwide.
How the Biden administration is planning to modernize some of the nation's most notorious ports. Plus, an NBC News exclusive with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing.
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is fighting for his political career after it was revealed he and his staffers held yet another party during COVID lockdowns. The controversial gathering took place in May 2020 at his Downing Street residence. Johnson apologized yesterday, but calls for his resignation are growing. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from London. Matt, put this into context. Remind folks what the situation was like in the UK at that time, May 2020, why this dinner party is stoking such a strong reaction from the public.
Yeah, remember, this isn't the first time we've heard about parties like this, and the Prime Minister has been threatened and been in jeopardy before because of similar parties. Those occurred in Christmas, so Christmas of 2020. This was very early, May of 2020. If you recall, that was shortly after everything got going. That was when everybody was scared. Everybody was under lockdowns where you guys are and in the States. I was in Italy at the time, which was very locked down. There were lots of restrictions, and this is, as far as a lot of analysts and legal experts say, this was a clear violation of the law. But Boris Johnson today said he believed at the time that this was consistent with the law. One thing we have to remember here, this party was at number 10 Downing Street, and of course, Boris Johnson lives at number 10 Downing Street, so he was technically within his household. But this was a party of 100 people invited. Some 30 people were there, so it's kind of hard to believe the Prime Minister's own comments that he believed that this wasn't going to be an issue. Guys?
Oh, quite an example, I think, of some people saying it's rules for thee, but not for me. 100 people invited, 30 showed up. That's a big pandemic pod. All right, well, let's talk a little bit about how Parliament is reacting to the apology. And do you think this is going to have implications for Boris Johnson politically?
Yeah, the implications are going to be felt politically most, and that's the issue. And we're hearing from Labour leader Keir Starmer. Of course, he's the head of the opposition. Here's what he had to say.
It is so ridiculous that it's actually offensive to the British public. He's finally been forced to admit what everyone knew, that when the whole country was locked down, he was hosting boozy parties in Downing Street. Yes. Is he now going to do the decent thing and resign?
So, you know, this is obviously what you're going to hear from the Labour leader, the opposition. They want to see Boris Johnson go. It's their job to get rid of Boris Johnson. The problem for Boris is the mutiny within his own ranks. We've been hearing a lot from members of the Conservative Party who are saying that they want the Prime Minister to step down over this. And some latest polling from the entire British public show that 2/3, 66% of the public want the Prime Minister to go. That's a high number of people.
That is really a high number. Yeah.
And all they need to do is get the number in Parliament within the party. This isn't like the President of the United States. The party themselves can go against the Prime Minister, and just have a vote of no confidence.
Wow, and an independent investigation ongoing as well. I know you'll stay on top of it for us. Matt Bradley, thank you.
Inflation surged once again in December, closing out the hottest year of inflation in decades, really. Prices rose more than expected, up 0.5% compared to November. And for the year, inflation jumped 7%. That's the most in nearly 40 years. CNBC reporter Christina Partsinevelos joins us now. Christina, help us understand what happened here. Where did we see the biggest price increases and why?
Yeah, so I'm going to start with the why because it's important to understand. A lot of it has to do with healthy economic trends. So think just a year ago, you had so many businesses shut down because of the pandemic. They were cutting hours, letting go of workers. So you had the government intervene with government aid as well. You had the Federal Reserve slash interest rates, which makes debt cheaper. And so that helped propel the economy forward. And people realized, hey, I have a little bit of pocket money. I'm going to buy things. So demand increased. Businesses started, rushing to get employees back into the office or back at the ports to work. And so that further made the situation a lot worse, and costs increased because they still couldn't find the employees. They then decided to pass on those costs to consumers, and that's where we saw inflation. And then you tag on the fact that people are getting sick and they weren't going into work, and so that slowed down things even more, increasing costs and further inflation. But specifically to the numbers that you're referring to for the month of December, what did we see? We saw meat prices climb 15% higher compared to a year ago. More specifically, if you're a bacon fan for breakfast, bacon was up 19%. One of the biggest increases was used cars, which continues to be an issue. Used cars increased about 37% year over year. You saw egg prices increase 11%. If you want to rent a car, it's also 30% higher than it was a year ago. The good news that I'll end with is that we're seeing inflation rise, but it's rising at a slower rate. So some economists that we've had on CNBC are debating, hey, have we potentially hit its peak? Is this going to be somewhat of a more transitionary thing? Maybe we'll come down a little bit. What we're seeing, these numbers show that no, we've seen prices climb very, very high. Market reaction, though, is pretty muted. You're seeing a sea of green right now, but overall, the tech sector has been hit hard because of inflation and the prospect of an increase in interest rates, which doesn't bode well for a lot of growth stocks, hence the reason why tech has sold off as of late.
All right, Christina Partsinevelos at CNBC. Thanks for laying it out for us.
Well, supply chain strains are still plaguing retailers across the nation. New photos showing bare shelves and out-of-stock signs are flooding social media every day. Labor shortages and huge shipping backlogs causing a lot of this problem. But we're now months into this crisis, and it seems like there's not really an end in sight. NBC News business correspondent Jo Ling Kent joins us now. Hey, Joe, you caught up with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg after he visited the ports there in Long Beach and Los Angeles. What did he tell you about how his department is trying to get a handle on all of this?
Hey, Vicki, good morning. They're throwing money and grants at the issue, trying to modernize ports and railways, trying to figure this out as this problem continues to persist. Because even though we're out of the woods when it comes to holiday shopping, and that went relatively smoothly, we did see record spending. There is a lot of out-of-stock delays that you're continuing to see as you online shop and beyond, especially if you're in the market for something very specific. This is what he had to say.
In many ways, we've already seen major progress, right?
We asked Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg the question on so many consumers' minds.
When do you think the delays are going to end?
Well, what we know is as long as there is a pandemic, it will be creating disruptions. Now, the good news is we've found a lot of steps that we can take, including in the short term, that have made a huge difference. Making sure that empty containers don't pile up, getting in the way, including holding the owners or shippers of those containers accountable if they let them accumulate.
He's talking about the $100 a day fine imposed on containers that overstay their welcome. The Transportation Department has also announced $241 million in new grant money to modernize port facilities in 19 states.
So if you were to explain to a shopper where the biggest pain point is right now, is it here at the ports? Is it on the railways? Is it in the warehouses? Where is it?
You know, the truth is, if you see a ship offshore here waiting for a chance to unload its goods, there's a good chance the reasons have to do with something 1,000 miles inland, like an issue with labor capacity in trucking. Right now we have something like 300,000 truck drivers leaving that job every single year.
How much should truckers be paid?
Enough to show respect and regard for the fact that they are the very definition of essential workers. It's not just how much, but how. Truckers right now are often not paid for their time. And right now, in too many environments, from warehouse environments to port environments, there is no cost to wasting a trucker's time. We've got to fix that.
Some supply chain experts say to really fix the backlog, make more stuff here in the U.S. and shorten that long distance between factories and shoppers.
what are you doing to bring more jobs back in order to prevent supply chain disruptions in the future?
Yeah, you know, one thing you'll hear about a lot in this administration, from the president on down, is constantly looking at ways to buy America, build America, keep it made in America, make more things in America. We're always going to trade with other countries, but if we have to bring in so many goods from overseas that a shipping issue or a factory closure thousands of miles away stops us from getting what we need, that's a problem.
Now, of course, with Secretary Pete Buttigieg, there is also a lot of questions around his own political ambitions. And there has been some reports that he may end up being a successor to President Biden should he not run for re-election. I asked him about that point blank. He says so nothing could be further from his mind at this time. He's focused on aviation safety and fixing the supply chain. But, you know, it's a question that is certainly on the minds of a lot of people in Washington. Guys?
Jillian, great interview. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, the show must go on, but can it?
Yeah, coming up, the devastating impact the Omicron variant has had on some of New York's hottest Broadway shows.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Finally this hour, Broadway has really struggled throughout the pandemic. First, theaters shuttered for months when COVID came to the U.S. and then reopened again late last year.
And we were so excited. But now with cases of the Omicron variant spreading throughout New York City, theaters are being forced to draw the curtains yet again. Here's NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer.
The almost wildfire-like spread of Omicron threw a wrench into the holiday peak that Broadway has grown accustomed to. 4 productions shuttered their doors early. The play, Thoughts of a Colored Man, and the musicals, Jagged Little Pill, Ain't Too Proud, and Waitress. For many in the Broadway community, it felt eerily similar to the 2020 shutdown.
I think all of us have emotional impacts of that shutdown that we have probably not fully dealt with, myself included, by the way. So it's almost like having PTSD.
Broadway's initial closure nearly 2 years ago sent shockwaves throughout the entertainment industry and New York City.
We were planning for a 2-week to a month shutdown, and even that was tragic. When it became obvious that there was going to be a longer shutdown, it became almost crisis.
But hope returned in the summer of 2021. Thanks to rigorous health and safety protocols in September, Broadway was back.
You can't overstate what 18 months without Broadway is like for people that love Broadway, but certainly for the people that work on Broadway as well. So I think everyone is really happy about that. But of course, there's anxiety with Omicron and COVID in general.
That anxiety was well-founded. According to the Broadway League, revenues the week before Christmas fell 26%, dropping from $30.5 million to $22.5 million in a single week. Audience numbers also plummeted by more than 60,000 people.
When we got the announcement that we were closing, we got it over a Zoom meeting. And usually when you get a closing announcement, it's backstage, a producer calls a meeting, everyone knows what it's about.
Joshua Henry has been on and off Broadway since 2008, most recently playing Dr. Pomatter in Waitress after the reopening.
I've been really blessed to close a lot of shows under circumstances that are not COVID related. So this one hurt.
The abruptness of Waitress closing early shows just how unpredictable the pandemic has become.
I think every time anybody tries to think of what's coming next, COVID is like, LOL, best of luck figuring this out, because anything could change in any 24-hour period.
I mean, we were being tested every day, antigen and PCR tested, and I'm still kind of wrapping my mind around it.
But the curtain has not come down on Broadway like it did in 2020. In fact, as of January 7th, 27 out of the 28 shows open on Broadway were performing. A full stop of productions has not been considered.
I just want to make it real clear, Broadway is open and we have no intentions of shutting down. None. We have 17 shows that have not opened yet that are coming this spring, and to date they are all planning to come.
The ability to stay open is a testament to the protocols in place, with the league following the advice of 3 different epidemiologists.
One of which actually works directly with us, and we coordinate with the unions the protocols to ensure that the cast, the crew, and that the audience is safe.
Science and vaccines have also changed the morale and atmosphere on Broadway over these closures.
I just try to remember that the world of today with vaccines is a very different world than March 2020.
For Joshua Henry, this break off the stage gives him time to work on his music, spend time with his 3 kids and wife, and admire the fortitude of theater in New York City.
I'm happy that there are shows that are open right now, and I mean, that's just a testament to, like you said, Broadway's resilience.
Yeah, don't let the fat lady sing on this.
That's a good point. Yeah, do the right thing, mask up and all the rules, and enjoy the show.
Exactly, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Mars. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Inflation at a near 40-year high. You probably didn't need me to tell you that, but there's some good news for your wallet today, where consumer prices are actually going down. President Biden putting the pressure on Senators Manchin and Sinema in his voting rights speech. Are they changing their tune on the filibuster today? Plus, some landlords evicting tenants illegally, so why aren't the police doing anything to stop them? We start with red hot inflation at a near 40-year high, but finally starting to chill out a little bit, if that makes any sense. NBC News senior digital White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece has reaction from the Biden administration. But first, we'll go to CNBC correspondent Christina Partsinevelos. All right, Christina, let's get the top line number out of the way. Consumer prices up 7% over the past year. That's the fastest jump since 1982. A lot of us know gas and groceries are way more expensive, but let's dig a little bit more into these numbers. What did we learn about prices and inflation today?
Well, I think it's really important to explain why. Why have we seen this happen? Why are prices continuing to increase? Think a year ago, everything was shut down, businesses cut hours, people weren't working, and so you had the government intervene with government aid. That helped our pockets. And then you also had the Federal Reserve, our central bank, cut interest rates and do other emergency interventions. And so that helped a lot of us decide, hey, we're going to buy some goods. And so that drove up demand. But unfortunately, a lot of businesses didn't have the staff to be able to deal with that increase in demand. So they started offering higher wages. That means higher costs for a lot of corporations. Plus, there wasn't enough staff at ports, and shipping delays continued. So that increased costs further. So then companies decided to increase and pass on those increased costs to consumers in inflation. And here we are today, which is why the CPI numbers on a month-to-month basis for December increased 0.5%. But when you look at it compared to November as well as October, we're actually seeing it decline. So it's increasing at a much slower rate. Some people are talking about whether we've hit this peak or not. But when you look at meat prices up 15% year over year, bacon 19%, used cars 37%, eggs 11%. So it's clearly not something that's just going to go away overnight.
No, certainly not. I haven't gotten bacon on sale in a real long time, Christina. It's starting to wear a little thin. Let's talk about energy prices, which were actually a positive in this report, right? They're cooling off a little bit. That's welcome news for the millions of Americans who are freezing this week, like those of us here in New York. So take us through those numbers.
Yeah, I haven't really stepped outside in over 48 hours,
Smart
but don't
move.
tell anyone. So gasoline prices, though. Gasoline prices have actually declined for the month of December, which sounds like good news. And you're like, hey, maybe this will be cheaper. But this comes after November. You saw surges well above 6%. October, the same thing. There's talk, especially on CNBC, we have a lot of analysts that come on saying the actual price of West Texas Instrument, WTI, oil is going to go well above $100. And that's going to translate eventually to higher prices for everything because corporations use oil. So that's the unfortunate part, but I'll end on a positive that December declined.
There you go. See, you always find a way to look at the positive. I appreciate that. Christina, let's talk about interest rates because you did mention this. Fed Chair Jay Powell told Congress they're likely coming this year. How does this report affect the timeline for rate hikes in 2022? And just remind our viewers what a rate hike could do, especially a few rate hikes this year, to everyday prices.
Well, Allison, when you were tossing to me, you mentioned the fact that inflation has hit a level we haven't seen since, 1982, so 40 years or so. And this is showing that there's still a problem. Inflation is still an issue in our society, and therefore the Federal Reserve is going to have to tame prices. And the way the Federal Reserve is going to do so is by increasing interest rates. The prediction was it was going to be anywhere between 3 and 4 rate hikes just over the next course of the year. The next meeting for the Federal Reserve, the big one that everybody's talking about, is going to be in March. So we're anticipating possibly some rate hikes there. And what does this mean, though, for the average viewer watching? Why should I care what the Central Bank of the United States does? When they increase the price of interest rates, that makes the cost of borrowing between banks a lot more expensive. So banks then decide, hey, if we're paying more to borrow and take out debt, we're going to charge businesses more to take on debt. And then eventually trickles down to us in terms of mortgage rates climb higher, and then even on credit cards, the rates that you and I may use, and maybe if you forget to pay your monthly payment at the end of the month. So it does have an effect, and we're anticipating this to continue at least 3 to 4 times for the next course of the year or so.
All right, Christina, always great to have you on. You help people understand how the things like the central bank affect them. We appreciate it. And just a bit of advice on our end, it's getting nice right there. You might want to head outside tonight.
I know, I'm going right after this. I'm going outside for the first day in 2 days.
You got this. You got this. Thank you so much. All right, let's bring in NBC News senior digital White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece. Shannon, President Biden released a statement about the Consumer Price Index out today. What's he saying about this report and those numbers?
Well, to echo Christina's point, obviously the White House is acknowledging things are not great. They're not necessarily where they would be, but they're trying to emphasize that things are heading in the right direction. So in a statement today, the president said that today's report, which shows meaningful reduction in headline inflation over last month with gas prices, which we heard Christina talking about there, and food prices following, that demonstrates that we are making progress in slowing the rate of inflation and price increases. But the president does add at the same time, this report underscores that we still have more work to do with price increases still too high and squeezing family budgets. Now, the political context of this all, I know based on my reporting that the White House has been hearing from a lot of advisors outside of the White House, pollsters outside of the White House, that inflation is the top issue right now for a lot of Americans. It fits into broader concerns people have about the economy, and the president's really seen his approval numbers fall across the board, but particularly in his handling of the economy. So the White House message wants to be, we understand your concerns. We are trying to address this, and we're making progress. Of course, many Americans still, though, as you just heard from that report, not necessarily going to be feeling that progress, at least in the next month or so in their paychecks.
Yeah, we got a ways to go before people feel a little bit better. Shannon, the president has repeatedly said that his economic plan is working and reversing inflation is a top priority. So what is the White House strategy as we head further into 2022, given the numbers we just saw?
Yeah, a big focus has been on the supply chain and trying to relieve some of those log jams at the port, trying to get more truck drivers on the road to help deliver goods, because economists said that that was one of the things driving some of these inflationary pressures. Here's what one of the president's top economic advisors, Brian Deese, had to say about that.
The core answer is we need to build the productive capacity of this economy. We need more growth. We need more capacity in this economy. Some of that can happen quite immediately, like some of the supply chain bottlenecks. Some of that happens over time. But even the things that happen over time are urgent to start right now. We can start on things like childcare right now, and they will start to make a difference across time.
And of course, the other big factor weighing on everything, which we don't know exactly how it's going to affect the economy, but is this surge in COVID cases, with businesses closed, with employees having to stay home sick, people maybe pulling back on eating out, making travel plans. We still don't really have a sense of what the ripples and implications are going to be, but if it is any indication of what we saw during last COVID surges, that could also be another factor that's going to drive up inflation, that's going to put pressure on businesses to raise wages. It's going to lead to those labor shortages. Of course, the administration is doing what they can to try and address that, but another issue we're going to see play out over the next couple months that are going to add to these economic pressures.
Yeah, we're certainly not out of the woods just yet. Shannon Pettypiece, thanks a lot. As we've been saying, the supply chain crisis might be better, but it's not over yet. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg saying as long as there's a pandemic, we're going to see disruptions. Check out his conversation with NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent.
In many ways, we've already seen major progress, right?
We asked Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg the question on so many consumers' minds.
When do you think the delays are going to end?
Well, what we know is as long as there is a pandemic, it will be creating disruptions. Now, the good news is we found a lot of steps that we can take, including in the short term, that have made a huge difference. Making sure that empty containers don't pile up, getting in the way, including holding the owners or shippers of those containers accountable if they let them accumulate.
He's talking about the $100 a day fine imposed on containers that overstay their welcome. The Transportation Department has also announced $241 million in new grant money to modernize port facilities in 19 states.
So if you were to explain to a shopper where the biggest pain point is right now, is it here at the ports? Is it on the railways? Is it in the warehouses? Where is it?
You know, the truth is, if you see a ship offshore here waiting for a chance to unload its goods, there's a good chance the reasons have to do with something 1,000 miles inland, like an issue with labor capacity in trucking. Right now, we have something like 300,000 truck drivers leaving that job every single year.
How much should truckers be paid?
Enough to show respect and regard for the fact that they are the very definition of essential workers. It's not just how much, but how. Truckers right now are often not paid for their time. And right now, in too many environments, from warehouse environments to port environments, there is no cost to wasting a trucker's time. We've got to fix that.
Some supply chain experts say to really fix the backlog, make more stuff here in the U.S. and shorten that long distance between factories and shoppers.
What are you doing to bring more jobs back in order to prevent supply chain disruptions in the future?
And you know, one thing you'll hear about a lot in this administration, from the president on down, is constantly looking at ways to buy America, build America, keep it made in America, make more things in America. We're always going to trade with other countries, but if we have to bring in so many goods from overseas that a shipping issue or a factory closure thousands of miles away stops us from getting what we need, that's a problem.
Joe joins me now from Los Angeles. And Joe, you also asked the secretary about his political future. What did he tell you there?
There has been a little bit of reporting that Secretary Buttigieg could be considered a successor to President Biden should he choose not to run for re-election. So I asked him point blank about that, and he scoffed and said nothing could be further from his mind right now. He says he's earned the president's trust, and so he's trying to fix the supply chain. He also says that he wants to continue focusing on aviation security. So political answer from a politician there, but that's the latest from Secretary Buttigieg on what his future may hold.
Hey, but thanks for asking the question. I know they like to give you a political answer back, but you got a little something for us there. Thank you.
Anytime.
Sick on the job, healthcare workers back in the front lines while they still have COVID. Where it's happening and why, coming up.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Let's go to NBC News digital reporter Maya Eglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hi, Maya.
Hi, Allison. We start in the Bronx, where all 17 victims from Sunday's apartment fire have now been identified. Police say the youngest was just 2 years old, and all victims died from smoke inhalation. An off-duty LAPD officer was shot and killed while house hunting with his girlfriend Monday. The couple was being robbed when the 27-year-old officer was hit by gunfire. 5 people are in custody in connection to the shooting. Jewish and Italian Catholic leaders condemning the showing of a Nazi flag during a church funeral in Rome Monday. It was placed on the coffin of a former member of a right-wing extremist group. Police are investigating this as a possible hate crime. Prime Minister Boris Johnson apologizing after facing backlash for attending a party at his office back in May 2020. Johnson pushed aside demands from critics to resign for breaching rules his own government implemented. And for the first time ever, astronomers witnessed the explosive death of a giant star. Supernovas are usually detected after they happen, but scientists observed the star's final stages 130 days before it blew up. Allison, back to you.
Oh, that is so cool, Maya. Thank you so much. Well, for the third day in a row, more than 1 million Americans have tested positive for COVID. Hospitalizations up 84% in the past 2 weeks. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in Dallas, where bars and restaurants are short on staff and patrons. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards is in Charlotte, North Carolina. Hospitalizations in that state nearly doubling in the last 2 weeks. So let's start in the Carolinas. Erica, doctors are telling you this Omicron surge could keep going for several more weeks. What's the situation there?
Hey, Allison, good afternoon. The Carolinas has seen just an astounding rise in the number of COVID-19 cases in the past couple of weeks. And just as you said, doctors are telling me that we have not peaked yet. Take a look at some of these numbers. In South Carolina, the number of new COVID-19 cases reported over the past couple of weeks has risen by 1,258%. That's not a typo. In North Carolina, cases are up 425%. Now, nationally, cases have also quadrupled. The good news here is many are turning out to be relatively mild. People can take care of those cases at home. But because the cases are exploding so much, inevitably hospitalizations are also increasing. We talked with a doctor at Duke University Hospital in Durham, North Carolina. Here's what he had to say.
So we went from 60 patients needing beds to 260 patients needing beds in the space of about 3 weeks, which is higher, quicker, and less predictable, frankly, than what we saw in previous clusters. It's just much more fast. We need to recognize that of those 260 people, we would say probably 90% of them have absolutely come here because of, or directly because of COVID, or because of complications that COVID triggered.
Allison, Dr. Wolf said that the vast majority of hospitalized patients with the COVID-19 are unvaccinated. Allison.
Erica, hospitals in a number of states are postponing elective surgeries right now. Is that happening there? And how else are hospitals in the Carolinas managing with these staffing issues?
Yeah, a lot of hospitals around here are suggesting that anyone with a non-emergency surgery or procedure really delay or postpone that procedure for at least this week if they have to have an overnight stay when it's safe and appropriate. Otherwise, the local hospitals around here are really urging people not to go to the emergency department. If all they need is a COVID-19, only go to the ER if it's truly an emergency. Allison?
I can see the family care sign behind you. You're at a COVID testing site that's seen a big jump in positive results. What are doctors telling you about why that's happening? And what is testing access like there? Have there been long lines?
Yeah, this is one of the only testing sites around this area that accepts walk-ins for COVID-19 testing. We've seen a steady stream of people all day long coming in with COVID-19 symptoms, cough, congestion, fatigue, headache. The wait right now for a test is 3 hours. And Allison, they say that they have been this busy for several weeks. Now, we also talked with an infectious diseases doctor at Wake Forest who's been tracking Omicron as it's come into the Carolinas.
Omicron kind of started out more in the mid-Atlantic and Northeast, and then people traveled, and a lot of people were traveling over the holidays. And then it spread, particularly to the urban areas here in the Southeast. And then as time goes on and people mix in their own locales, the infection spread out.
Nationwide, more than 98% of COVID-19 cases are Omicron. Allison?
All right, Erica Edwards in the Carolinas, thank you so much. All right, let's head over to Texas, where Omicron's putting a tight squeeze on staffing at restaurants and bars, among other small businesses. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in Dallas. Morgan, employees at a lot of these businesses never even came back last year. Now with Omicron, some of their customers are staying away again. How are these local spots staying alive?
Allison is certainly compounding the problem with this latest wave. A lot of the business owners we've spoken to say that they thought they were out of the woods when the vaccines came out. And now with this Omicron variant, it's proving to be a day-to-day battle. We checked in with the Texas Restaurant Association. They tell us that 78% of their members do not have staff to meet consumer demands. That's part of the problem here, is that people are calling in after either having COVID or being exposed to COVID-19. And I want you to hear what one of the owners owners told us about the ongoing struggle that he's currently facing. Take a listen.
I would say it's a week-by-week basis, but maybe honestly a day-by-day basis, whether or not a bartender is going to be infected or not, and we're going to have to restaff, and same with performers and DJs and the like. We just don't really know until we open those doors what we're going to have.
And a good example of the ongoing issue here, Allison, is that gentleman spoke to us, his business partner, unable to come into work to help keep the bar lounge ongoing to help with customers because that business partner's wife had been exposed to COVID. In turn, he had been exposed to COVID. So now he's quarantining at home. You kind of get this chain reaction that is really impacting everybody. Allison?
Yeah, we're hearing that at so many businesses right now. One person exposes so many, and there you are. You don't have enough people to come to work. Morgan, I know Texas law says that businesses can't mandate masks. So what are businesses like that doing to keep employees and patrons safe, especially in places where people are eating and drinking?
That is the question that a lot of owners continue to ask themselves. Pre-vaccine, there was kind of an understanding that masks were the best way going forward, right? And so we had a lot of businesses come out and say they either offered masks to people coming in, they were recommending people wear them when they enter the building. Since then, with a lot of people actually getting vaccinated, it's kind of created this space where they're asking people to, either be vaccinated, but it's kind of an honor system, or they're saying, if not, please mask up. But what they're left with is kind of this, a lot of this ambiguity when it comes to that relationship between the owner and the clientele. That certainly leaves a lot of people uncomfortable. That same business owner you just heard from had a DJ call in today that was going to perform tonight that said they felt uncomfortable being in such a crowded area with so many other people, so they declined to show up, leaving that business owner between a rock and a hard place. So that's kind of the situation that's ongoing.
Yeah, really rough for everyone involved there, Morgan. So let me ask you this. How about the supply chain issues? Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg was just telling our own Jolene Kent that they're going to stick around as long as the pandemic does. How are these restaurants and bars doing stocking food and beverages?
Well, staffing, number one problem because of this Omicron variant. Number two problem, according to the Texas Restaurant Association, is the fact that the supply chain issues have not been fully resolved. We've seen prices being drived up for foods and other goods. We've seen wait times only increase, and it's only kind of creating this perfect storm. You don't have enough people to run your business. You don't have enough products to keep your business running the way in which it was before, and it's creating this kind of never-ending feeling of just struggle. And so one of the things we've heard from multiple business owners, Allison, is they keep thinking they're out of the woods, and yet they're stuck in it yet again. And I think that just goes to show that there's still a ways to go. Allison?
Morgan Chesky in Texas, where small businesses are really having a rough go these days. Thank you so much for your reporting.
Thank you.
A handful of states are bringing nurses and doctors back to work, even if they still have COVID. They are simply too short-staffed and too overrun with patients. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson takes us to California.
Across the country, hospitals battling staffing shortages now taking an astonishing step, asking healthcare workers with COVID to return to work.
What went through your mind when you heard that news?
This seemed like a slap in the face.
California emergency room technician Gabriel Montoya says he was disgusted when over the weekend the state announced that through February 1st, staff who test positive and are asymptomatic may return to work immediately without isolation and without testing. Those staff must wear N95 masks.
If you're relying on the science, then you shouldn't be putting people's health at risk based on staffing issues.
The move comes as the nation's hospitals are facing a double whammy. Daily case counts and the hospitalization rate hitting record highs, while hospital workers out with COVID are creating severe staffing shortages. The combination prompting the CDC to update return to work guidelines for healthcare workers.
It's very callous, and it's putting our patients and ourselves in grave danger.
The president of the California Nurses Association says this isn't the answer.
Our patients are in the hospital because they're sick. And for someone to go in there who is positive for the virus, it's a major disaster waiting to happen.
Experts, however, say the change isn't unheard of outside of the U.S.
This is about cohorting, right? This is about having people who are already infected, taking care of infected people. We did this for Ebola in West Africa. It's not one of the first things you'd put on in the playbook, but it is in the playbook, and it's towards the end.
California isn't alone. Hospitals in Hawaii, Arizona, Maine, and Rhode Island also changing their policies. One hospital in Rhode Island even confirming an instance of a positive asymptomatic staffer working with patients who didn't have the virus. The hospital posting on their website the move was made due to staffing constraints and that it hasn't led to a COVID outbreak at the facility. Now, a nursing home in the state bringing back positive staff too.
No one could have anticipated the depth of the staffing challenge that we find ourselves in right now. And this latest surge of Omicron is like nothing we've seen.
An unprecedented move for an unprecedented moment.
The Northeast taking a polar plunge, though it is a little better in New York today. Record-breaking wind chills, freezing fountains, and suspending spaghetti in midair. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on Mother Nature's icy grip.
Across the Northeast, an Arctic blast for the record books.
It's cold.
This is brutal out here.
The coldest air in years gripping the region, bringing bone-chilling temperatures and sub-zero wind chills.
Coming out here and it's single digits even in the middle of the day. Crazy.
Enough to suspend a fork full of spaghetti in midair on top of Mount Washington and create this ice disk in a river in Maine. Even in Portland, a city known for its brutal winters, this cold felt particularly chilly.
It's kind of got that next level cold feeling, honestly. I got some extra layers on.
Throughout New England, folks bundling up to brave the bitter cold.
New England layers, right? How often do I get to wear my double-line mittens?
In Massachusetts, snow and wind created a wintry mess across Cape Cod and dangerous travel conditions on the roads. Meanwhile, in Cambridge, students at an elementary school were forced to evacuate in single-digit temperatures after a small fire broke out in the building. Police and fire crews rushing in to quickly put out the flames. Meantime, in New York City, the air cold enough to freeze this fountain. New Yorkers powered through the day amid freezing temperatures, the coldest daytime high the city has seen in nearly 3 years. Masks during a pandemic, pulling double duty.
This week I started wearing the N95, but if you wear the cloth one over it, I feel like I'm protecting and my face is warm.
Coming up, the battle over voting rights is heating up. After the break, we're live in West Virginia where the pressure is on Joe Manchin.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Senate Democrats moving ahead on voting rights legislation. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer saying we could see some action today.
Leader Schumer, are you prepared to hold a vote no matter what, no matter how it lands?
That bill will basically live or die based on one person. You got it, Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard live in the senator's home state. But first, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is live on the Hill for us. Ali, first you have some big news about the Senate Democrats' weekly lunch tomorrow. We don't often have breaking lunch news. What do you got?
No, and it's nothing that's on the menu, but it's who's coming to dinner in this case. President Joe Biden will be coming to the Democratic caucus lunch tomorrow. It's one of the few times that he has come to the Hill to lobby for a signature proposal. He did it twice around the Build Back Better agenda, at that point huddling with House Democrats, trying to get them over the line on that critical piece of legislation. And now it seems like he's going to try to do it again with his Senate colleagues on voting rights. I would note, though, that the last two times he came here, it wasn't what he did in the room that got that legislation over the line. And the second part of that Build Back Better agenda is still languishing in the Senate. So it's unclear what the president's presence is going to do, but it is possible that he could at least crystallize a path forward for these senators as they try to figure out what, if any, rules changes they want to make to actually get this over the finish line.
Ali, I want to play a little bit more of what Senator Schumer told reporters this morning. Take a listen.
So we're having a lot of serious, long, and intense meetings with Senators Manchin and Sinema. Last night, 9 senators met with Senator Sinema for 2.5 hours. This morning, 9 senators and I met with Senator Manchin for an hour. And we are trying to come to a place. We're not there yet. I wouldn't want to delude anybody into thinking this is easy.
Ali, it cracks me up that he says we're having serious, intense, and long meetings, and you see people escorting children out behind him. I don't know if that's what it's come to, but what do you know about those meetings, and what are the major issues that are hanging things up?
It's the how. It's the how are they actually going to do this? Because the hangups are the realities of the Senate in this modern era. The fact that all 50 Democrats are on board for the Freedom to Vote Act, you can see what's in it on your screen. This is one of the things that Senator Joe Manchin was key to negotiating with some of his colleagues, including Reverend Warnock and some other senators who have been key to this conversation on voting rights. That is one of the things that, as I was just with some House Democrats, the Congressional Black Caucus, they were repeatedly calling it the Manchin Freedom to Vote Act, really trying to brand it as Manchin's so that if it fails, which at this point it is expected to, it looks like more of a personal failure to the West Virginia senator. So that's the branding and political effort going on here. But those meetings and smaller huddles that we have seen from senators on this side of the aisle are with Manchin and Sinema trying to figure out if there's any budge room, any wiggle room for them to actually say that they are okay with a rules change. That doesn't look like it's going to happen. They're pretty dug in based on my conversations with sources. So the next question becomes, is Chuck Schumer willing, once that voting rights legislation comes to a vote and likely fails on the floor, is he willing then to move on to a vote on changing the Senate rules, which will also likely fail because they don't have all 50 Democrats in line for it. But there are some senators up here who say, hey, we were elected to take votes, let's take these. And that's kind of looks like where it's heading right now.
Ali, we're talking so much about the Democrats. How about the GOP? What are they saying about voting rights this afternoon?
Yeah, I mean, look no further than what Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said about Joe Biden's speech yesterday. Check it out.
The president repeatedly invoked the January 6th riot, while himself using irresponsible delegitimizing rhetoric that undermines our democracy.
I mean, so you heard it right there. McConnell not mincing any words as he went after Joe Biden. McConnell also wasn't the only Republican to do that. People like Senator Mitt Romney also went after the president's remarks yesterday. So really just a stark difference between the way that you see Democrats talking about this issue and Republicans talking about this issue. In no way surprising, but when you see these sides so clearly staked out in their territories, it also underscores the bigger reality here, which is that without Republican buy-in, you're not going to see Joe Manchin up for changing the rules. You're not going to see Kyrsten Sinema up for changing the rules, and you're certainly not going to be able to overpass the filibuster. You need those votes in order to actually pass this voting right legislation, which keeps us right in this same static place that we have been in. Democrats saying this is imperative, but not able to actually do anything about it.
Ali, voting rights advocates say they want a plan from President Biden to pass this legislation. If Leader Schumer holds a vote and it doesn't pass, I mean, what's next? And what's at risk if the Biden administration loses the support of voting rights advocates? It seems like there is a lot on the line here.
Yeah, it's that political capital, and you cannot remind enough, we are in a midterm year right now. Democrats on the campaign trail, and I spent the last 5 years straight covering campaigns on Republican and Democratic sides of the aisle. Democrats repeatedly told voters, put us in the majority, and you will see action on all of these important policy issues, from voting rights to gun violence prevention to the larger themes of the Build Back Better package, combating climate change. They haven't really been able to do many of those things, and on voting rights, they are making it such an inextricable link with the foundation of democracy, which it is, that if and when they fail on this, voters are certainly going to have to look at them and question what they got for their majorities. It's a midterm year. It's the things that Democrats are going to have to continuously vote on. And so, yeah, there's the political cost of it. But I have to say, I was just with members of the Congressional Black Caucus as well, and they have repeatedly made this case. They're not afraid that black voters who delivered this White House in many ways for Joe Biden and delivered Senate and House majorities for Democrats, they're not concerned that black voters will stop voting, but they are concerned with this erosion of the fundamental right to vote here in this country. They have framed it as yet another moment in the civil rights movement, bolstering that right for Americans or falling short of that fight.
Yeah, the bottom line, voters want to see some action. Who knows who's going to deliver on this one at this stage of the game. Ali, thanks so much for reporting today.
Thanks, my friend.
So voting rights all hanging on the filibuster and the senator from West Virginia, or so it seems. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is in beautiful Charleston. Vaughn, what is Senator Manchin saying about these talks today?
You know, just down the hall from where Ali is at, Garrett and some other Capitol Hill reporters ran into the senator here from West Virginia just earlier today. Take a listen to part of that exchange.
What'd you make of the president's speech last night?
Good speech. He did a good speech.
I mean, did it change your opinion at all on any of these, on the Senate rules changes?
We're all still talking.
There have been echoes of the last year down those hallways there of Joe Manchin when it comes to the very questions that were posed to them there about where he stood when it came to the filibuster in order to pass major pieces of Democratic legislation there up on Capitol Hill. But even with this argument here from President Biden yesterday in Georgia to make an exception essentially here for these voting rights reforms, Joe Manchin is still holding out here. Chuck Schumer has set up the deadline in which he says he will essentially force the hand of Joe Manchin to vote up or down to allow these measures, which Joe Manchin says he supports, to proceed. Right now, though, the majority of this Democratic Party here apparently appears, because of the likes of Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema, and others, that legislation will not be ever seeing the light of day.
Vaughn, we have heard that line. We're still talking several times before and on other issues here. Another huge one for the White House, the Build Back Better plan. It's also hung up on Senator Manchin. Here's what Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal said today on CNBC.
The House bill had a few more things in it that Senator Manchin had not agreed to. And typically in the legislative process, that's a discussion. You can take those things back out if you really can't get 50 votes. And I think in the end, our view is that we can do Build Back Better, very close to the framework that Senator Manchin committed to the president on.
So let's talk about what's going on there in West Virginia, Vaughn. I mean, coal mining is huge. The miners' union is pushing Manchin now to support the president's agenda. How does that up the pressure?
Right. The coal miners union is calling on Joe Manchin to reconsider essentially his withdrawal from those more immediate talks there around Build Back Better. But this hits just at the heart of the role that Joe Manchin is playing in this Democratic Party right now. You know, there was the parking meter attendant here walked by just a bit ago, and he shakes his head at me and he goes, Broadway Joe. You know, seemingly everything is happening around Joe Manchin. And the reason why Democrats have turned their attention to voting rights is because of Joe Manchin, and because Joe Manchin essentially suggested that he was done with talks about Build Back Better. And so these two crucial pieces of legislation here, Build Back Better and now these multiple pieces of voting reform measures, are held up largely because of Joe Manchin. That's a reality. You know, one can debate again the premise of, you know, Kyrsten Sinema has been there by Joe Manchin's side, suggesting if in fact you do roll back the filibuster in this scenario, Republicans will use it to have more severe reversals when they take the Senate majority into the future. But those are the tough conversations and, again, the tough reality that Joe Manchin finds himself here in the middle of.
Vaughn, I love the Broadway Joe reference. I just hope that Senator Manchin doesn't show up in Congress in a fur coat, but hey, you never know these days. What are you hearing from folks in West Virginia there about their state and about their senator getting so much political attention, besides the guy you heard from there walking past the parking meters?
Right, there's some frustration, like that individual, clearly a Democratic voter. But I was talking to another gentleman, Christopher Smith, who considers himself to be a centrist Democrat. He said, like Joe Manchin, he wasn't even so sure whether Democrats should pass Build Back Better in the form that it was passed by the House there, and ready to be prepared for a vote in front of the Senate. But at the same time, you got to take into account Donald Trump won here by 39 percentage points in 2020. And when you look at this state politically, Joe Manchin is up for re-election in 2024. He won his last race by just 3 percentage points. And that is where, you know, I talked to two Republicans earlier today who said that they've always voted for Joe Manchin and would again, but are watching the way in which he helps or does not help Democrats pass some of these major pieces of legislation here. At the same time, you know, for the Democrats who are here, there's frustration because they understand that there may be just a window of a couple months in which Joe Manchin will any longer be relevant to the political conversation.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard in Charleston, West VA, thank you so much. It has been nearly a decade since the Costa Concordia capsized just off the coast of Italy. NBC's Kelly Kobiea catches up with some of the ship's survivors next.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
It was one of the worst maritime disasters of the century. 10 years ago tomorrow, 32 people died when the Costa Concordia cruise ship crashed into rocks off the tiny Italian island of Giglio. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella talked to some of the survivors.
It was supposed to be a dream cruise, sailing around the Mediterranean Sea for a week in mid-January. But 10 years ago this week, it turned into a nightmare for the over 4,000 passengers and crew on board. The liner crashing into the rocks after dark, seawater rushing in. Janice and Ian Donoff were on their honeymoon.
Do you still think about that day 10 years ago?
I think it's the feeling of panic. This is what's carried through over the 10 years and is just as strong now.
The captain had been performing a sail-past salute of Italy's Giglio Island and went too close. The ship lost all power and tilted on its side.
Please remain calm.
Its terrified passengers disoriented and struggling to escape in complete darkness.
The people were shoving and pushing.
A feeling of helplessness.
When I was on a ladder trying to get out, a big man literally pushed in front of me and trod on my foot. I literally fell off the ladder.
Eventually, they made it out. But because the ship was tilted, the lifeboats wouldn't drop down. They and hundreds of others were stranded, perched on the side of the ship for hours in the cold, while passengers clambered down a rope ladder, the equivalent of 11 stories. Eerie video taken by divers from inside the ship revealing the damage. The captain left the liner before all of the passengers were off. The Italian Coast Guard screaming at him to get back on board and help with the rescue. Nate and Carrie Lukes from Alaska were on board with their 4 daughters, trying desperately to keep the family together.
When everybody was rushing for the lifeboats, that I felt like they were going to get trampled, and putting my arms around them and letting the sea of people go by us.
The rush to get to the lifeboats was chaotic.
It's really a melee there. The best way to describe it is it's very similar to the movie Titanic. People were jumping onto the top of the lifeboats and pushing down women and children to try to get to them.
The accident forced changes in the industry, like carrying more life jackets and holding emergency drills before leaving port. After a 16-month salvage operation, the stricken ship was refloated and towed away to be scrapped. Today, survivors like Ian and Janice still grateful to be alive.
I said that, if we survive this, then our marriage will have to survive forever.
Coming up, a New York City man evicted from his apartment illegally. Now he's scared to go back. His story next.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
This is it, right?
New York's eviction moratorium doesn't run out until Saturday, but the lawsuits are piling up from tenants saying they've been kicked to the curb. One of them spoke to NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns. Here's his story.
El vino me sacó con un tubo en la espalda, un tubo metálico. En la espalda me sacó de la puerta, me quitó mis llaves, me quitó mi celular, todo.
Mr. Solis thought he was safe at home in February 2021 when he says he was pulled out of his bed, forced out of his apartment, and violently assaulted. The culprit wasn't a random attacker. He says it was his landlord's son. These allegations are part of a pending lawsuit between Mr. Solis, his landlord, and her son.
Ellos me amenazaron de que si yo volvía para acá me matarían.
In the lawsuit, Mr. Solis says the altercation put him in the hospital. When he got home, he says it was in disarray. Most of his belongings were gone or destroyed. Out of fear for their safety, he and his wife chose to sleep elsewhere. And when they returned later in the week, the locks were changed.
Siempre, cuando yo vengo a recoger la correspondencia, siempre vengo con personas porque tengo miedo a que cumplan su amenaza.
Mr. Solis brought 2 cases against his landlord in housing court. The first in December 2020 for harassment he says started months before the alleged attack by her son. The second for illegally locking him out of the apartment after the alleged attack. He says the nightmare started when he lost work as a sales consultant because of the pandemic and struggled to fully pay his rent. New York, where he lives, still has an eviction moratorium in place until January 15th.
In many ways, it's prevented only the legal evictions, the ones in which landlords can go to court and ask a judge to listen to a case and order an eviction of a tenant. But it's also spurred these types of illegal evictions and harassment.
Mr. Solis is just one of many people who have brought lawsuits claiming they were unlawfully evicted from their homes. Throughout much of the pandemic, there's been eviction moratoriums, both federally and at the state level. How much has that prevented evictions?
We've seen a lot more of those types of cases, unfortunately, where people feel like they can take the law into their own hands, where there's this sense that it's my home, not yours, and I can do whatever I want to you while you live in there.
New York is the only state with a full eviction moratorium still active, though a few states have some exceptions. An advocate concerns grow as the end of the moratorium gets closer.
You know, we're all holding our breath, but it could be really bad. There could be thousands and thousands of cases of eviction.
Nationally, there is no moratorium in place anymore. NACA, the Neighborhood Assistance Corporation of America, launched a team of economic advocates in October 2021 to help renters facing eviction, a team that didn't exist before the pandemic. That team is helping more than 30,000 renters, and NACA says about 20% of those people are dealing with unlawful eviction cases. They also said they're seeing the highest numbers in places like Georgia, North Carolina, and California.
You see it on a daily basis where we hear from a tenant who came home and all their belongings are on the street.
According to NACA, the leading cause? Money. Its CEO telling NBC News tenants are getting locked out for back owing thousands of dollars in rent or getting priced out of their homes, particularly by corporate landlords.
They don't see the tenant as a human being. They see that tenant as a number, as a way to make more money.
A common thread housing advocates are seeing in these situations, regardless of location, is lack of help from law enforcement.
There is a culture about not getting involved in disputes between landlords and tenants. They'd rather just tell people to go fight it out in housing court.
So these landlords are basically able to do everything they want with impunity.
The NYPD has not responded to NBC News' request for comment. The department's patrol guide outlines how uniformed members should take action when there is probable cause of an unlawful eviction. Mr. Solis won his illegal lockout case in housing court and has his keys back, but he lost the harassment case against his landlord. His civil case is pending in the state Supreme Court for the alleged assault and harassment. The attorney for Mr. Solis' landlord says his client is refraining from making public comment, but says, quote, "My client has confident that when given the opportunity to present the facts to the court, she will ultimately be vindicated. NBC News reached out to the landlord's son through his attorney, but did not receive comment, though in court documents he denies the allegations against him.
What was it like to come back from the hospital and essentially not have a home anymore?
Había frío, no tenía yo de llevar a mi esposa ni siquiera a descansar, al menos a taparse del frío. Muchas cosas que no las puedo describir.
Mr. Solis and his wife are now staying with a friend. The one place they should feel safe, their home, is a place they're scared to go back to.
Es mucho terror, mucho miedo, mucha desesperación. Saber que si yo estoy aquí, mi vida está en peligro.
She started out as an undocumented immigrant in California. Now she's an investment banker on Wall Street. NBC News Now top story anchor Tom Llamas shows us how playing the game of squash helped a young Mexican-American woman attack life, both on and off the court.
At 4'11", Reina Pacheco may not look intimidating, but in the game of squash, she's a giant. Running opponents like me all over the court.
There we go. Now I'm working you. Now I'm working you.
It's a game she takes seriously because it taught her to dream big.
There were points in my childhood that I just wasn't sure. And when you're undocumented, nothing is secure, right? Everything is a question mark.
At times homeless and constantly in fear of being deported, this type of racket sport was nowhere on Reina's radar until a squash program came to her school in San Diego.
We take low-income students from areas that are often never seen squash before, so they spend half of the time studying and half of the time training squash.
It's not like you can go to a soccer field and play anytime. I had to take a bus ride at 4 a.m. in the morning to get to the squash courts by 7 a.m. And I would go to school and do it all over again at night.
The work ethic she developed paid off.
I started to slowly beat everyone on the team, and that became pretty easy. And then I started to slowly realize that I needed to get outside of California.
Reina would go on to earn a scholarship and play at Columbia University, later joining the Pro Tour. She's now an investment banker on Wall Street. Her life story so compelling, it was portrayed on Apple TV's miniseries Little America.
This is life. We don't always get another shot.
Okay, when you go back in there, a little bit more positive, a little bit more focused, a little bit more sharp.
Her first coach gets emotional when he looks back.
It's powerful.
Proof, he says, this program works.
It's more than a sport.
Yeah, it's life, you know. You see students that really comes from a goal to do better in life.
Currently, there are more than 2,000 kids enrolled in Squash and Education Alliance programs across the U.S. Organizers say 94% of their kids graduate and go to college.
She is proof that squash can change kids' lives.
100%.
You think other kids can be like her?
100%. Not only in San Diego, but in Harlem, Bronx, North Philly, all those urban squash programs all over the country and the world now are producing Reinas everywhere.
So I think that when you step on a squash court and in a different country, in a different court with a different language, and you do it consistently, you become really good at adapting and you become really good at being brave all the time.
Learning to first navigate the court to later lead in life.
All right, there's the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street done for the day. The Dow managing to squeak out just a little bit of a gain, up about 20 points there. And there goes the bell. We'll have more on today's big business stories, including the CPI report. And we'll tell you how they affect you coming up in this next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here is what's happening. Presidential promise, the Biden administration sending millions of COVID tests to our nation's schools. When will they get there, and will they be enough to keep classrooms open? Crisis cash. Do you have enough money stashed away? How some companies are enticing employees with emergency savings accounts. And a legendary leader. Colleagues remembering former Senator Harry Reid as he lies in state at the U.S. Capitol. We start with that White House plan to increase testing in schools. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is in Washington, D.C. Kelly, the administration providing 10 million more tests for schools each month. Hit us with the how and the when here, if you will.
Well, this certainly signifies, Allison, how the administration recognizes that one of the top priorities of keeping schools open requires more tests, and how to do that. In part, the pipeline of tests is already available with some of the funding that has gone into different school systems around the country, billions of dollars, also ventilation and other mitigation methods. And today, the coordinator for the president's COVID response talked about how they will try to get this new batch of tests on such a grand scale into different school systems, especially those that are requesting it and those that have greater need. Here's Jeff Zients.
These 10 million additional tests available each month will allow schools to double the volume of testing they were performing in November. The president is clear. The nation's schools can and should be open. And we have given state and local leaders the resources to ensure they can be open.
So if you're saying, I can't find tests in my local pharmacy, where are these coming from? Well, officials say that they are going to be leveraging some of the existing relationships they have with manufacturers and laboratories to try to get these tests available to schools. They are going to be working with schools, especially in high-need areas, to try to keep that flood of available testing so that kids can remain in schools. This is an acknowledgement that they believe children in classrooms is the preferred approach, as opposed to kids who have to stay out of classrooms because of the spread of Omicron, which is so significant. Of course, they always talk about vaccinations for children being highly recommended, and school-age children are eligible. Allison?
Kelly, the White House says Dr. Tom Inglesby will be the new testing coordinator. Could you tell us about him and what exactly his job will be?
Well, this is also a new twist, and there are some saying, well, wow, why now, and why didn't this happen sooner? Well, the White House is expanding its team, and Dr. Inglesby is coming from Johns Hopkins, and he is described as a physician who has extensive experience in this kind of public health preparedness and infectious disease, and he will be working in trying to coordinate the lane of testing, where there are a number of people who bring different expertise to this. Of course, we know the medical expert who advises the president is Dr. Fauci. We know the head of the CDC is Dr. Walensky. And testing, we have seen, has become an urgent matter, has been all the way through, but right now with the volume of spread of Omicron and the need for testing, and testing being a gateway to get back to the office or the classroom, he will be on board and has come on board in the last couple of weeks, but was introduced today officially to try to coordinate how is testing getting out to the public. And this also comes at a time when the administration has promised to mail tests out to the public, to start up a website, which is not yet online, and to make tests free and tests reimbursable through private insurance. So they're trying to ramp that up with 500 million tests, again, at a time when many people are finding it very difficult to get tests through online or local pharmacy purchases. So there's a real need, and they're trying to respond to that need by putting a face and a name and an expert in charge of this piece of the puzzle.
Kelly O, kicking off our 4 o'clock show on a Wednesday. It does not get better than that. Thank you so much.
Good to see you.
You too. In just a few days, about 150 million Americans won't have to pay for at-home COVID tests. Their health insurance will cover them. So which tests qualify, and how do you get them? NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent has all the details.
Starting this weekend, millions of Americans will be able to pick up free COVID tests over the counter, the cost covered by their health insurance.
Because Omicron spreads easily, especially among the unvaccinated, it's critically important that we know who's infected. That means we need more testing.
The White House will require health insurers to pay for 8 at-home rapid tests per person per month.
The government is basically enabling people who can't afford it otherwise to afford it. If they have insurance, they get covered by insurance. The government itself is buying tests and distributing them. I mean, all of these things will help alleviate some of the shortage.
The new mandate is taking effect on Saturday as the Omicron variant surges nationwide. The Biden administration trying to boost access to tests that are often so hard to find.
It's probably not enough, but it's a great start because a lot of people can't even afford out of pocket, even if we had the tests available.
So how will it all work? Eligible tests do need to be approved by the FDA. The Department of Health and Human Services says people can pick up the tests at their insurer's preferred pharmacies or stores with no out-of-pocket payment. Or you can buy the test somewhere else and then file a claim for reimbursement. So if you buy a test online instead of at a preferred pharmacy, your health insurer would still be required to reimburse you up to $12 per individual test. And these tests will not be subject to a deductible or copay. So for a family of 4, all covered by the same plan, they'll be able to get up to 32 free COVID tests per month. But this new requirement does not include those who are uninsured or on Medicare.
I do think that this could be an incredibly important blind spot, especially since many of the people who have had to deal with COVID and had no access to testing or treatment in the first place have been those who are uninsured.
Still, Dr. Kavita Patel says easier access to more regular testing for millions of people might help us start to get back to normal.
How often we test really depends on what our goals are. Right now, our goals are to try to just decrease this surge. But in the future, soon, our goal should be to be able to feel confident at work, at play, recreationally, on trips, even without our masks. And I think that means that we will need to have a balance with how often to test.
The new requirement is set to impact about 150 million Americans nationwide who are privately insured. And as we enter another year facing the pandemic, COVID testing could be here to stay.
Think of testing now the way we think about other basic health goods. We don't even think twice about having a blood pressure monitor if you have high blood pressure, or a monitor to check your sugars if you're diabetic. Having these COVID tests now becomes something very normal and very routine that we can expect probably for the rest of our lives.
While Floridians were waiting in long COVID testing lines, 1 million rapid tests sat in a warehouse in West Palm Beach until they expired. Or did they? NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez reports those tests may be usable once again.
Always want to have, enough tests so that if people need them, they can send them down.
Here's Florida Governor Ron DeSantis announcing last week that up to 1 million COVID test kits expired at a state facility late last month after they sat there for a year.
No one really wanted them for many, many months. As the expiration date was coming, they had already gotten one extension. They had asked, can you do more? Can you do more?
The FDA is now authorizing the extension of this type of test's shelf life from 12 months to 15 months after Abbott Labs, the company that makes them, requested the change. This new guidance prompting the Florida Department of Health to distribute the 800,000 to 1 million tests they'd considered expired. They say they'll be administered at emergency management offices, county health departments, hospitals, and long-term care facilities. Now, Governor DeSantis assured those tests had not previously been shipped out because they weren't needed.
There wasn't a lot of demand for them. They've been sending them out as requested. There was no withholding anything.
But not everyone agrees that's the case.
Anybody, especially living in the state of Florida, who saw what was going on at all of these testing sites, knows that that's not true.
Dr. Tina Carroll Scott is the medical director of the South Miami Children's Clinic.
My first reaction, honestly, was complete disbelief. And probably anger shortly after that, to see that we had so many tests that were sitting there and were available, and we did not have that type of access. I actually work in a low income area of Miami, and a lot of my patients could not even afford, even if they could find the test, they couldn't afford it.
She says the demand for COVID tests in Florida was there before the holiday surge.
Those tests should have been distributed to every single school, public school. They should have been distributed to every single clinic working in underserved areas, including mine. They should have been distributed to hospitals everywhere. For me, it's reprehensible, I think, on some level, that would not have been done.
Governor DeSantis did not respond to our request for an interview. This as Florida adds nearly 175,000 new cases of the virus between Saturday and Monday, and new testing sites open in South Florida to meet the rising demand. Headlines now of test shortages, scams, and limited access across the country.
Wait time exceeded 3 hours at one point today.
You know, the vaccines are a critical part of ending this pandemic, but it's a Swiss cheese approach. It's a layered approach. You know, we also need testing. You know, we need fast, cheap, reliable testing as part of this solution as well.
Superintendents in some school districts are back in the classroom standing in for sick teachers. NBC News Now correspondent Zinkley Esamwa has more on the COVID crisis in our education system.
As Omicron surges on, teachers are calling out with COVID, leading to a potential crisis across the nation's schools.
We would like our students to test negative.
In Chicago, in-person classes resume Wednesday. The teachers union reaching a deal with the city after a heated standoff.
Nearly everyone and every student and every staff member in the building had an interaction with someone who had COVID.
The pandemic amplifying a teaching shortage that was already brewing. Nationally, the ratio of educator hires to job openings is on the decline. In June 2021, the ratio was 0.65 hires for every open position. By September 2021, just 0.38. Today, this shortage fueled further by the raging pandemic.
We are underestimating how difficult the job is right now.
Kate Diaz is currently a substitute teacher and president of the Connecticut Education Association.
We're exhausted. I have teachers telling me, I'm barely having time to, go to the bathroom, let alone actually do some work.
The tension palpable, extending through the educator pipeline.
I have personally been involved with several of our superintendents who have actually been contemplating suicide. They've had to deal with the controversies over whether schools should open or not open. And most recently, this thing with critical race theory.
Dan Domenech says superintendents typically managing teachers now find themselves back in the classroom. In Boston, Superintendent Brenda Casalias says she taught an elementary school class in early January because of teacher absences.
Said, I'll clear my calendar and I'll go over and teach a 4th grade class.
In West Contra Costa, California, school was canceled Monday and school office staff were deployed to cover staffing shortages. The superintendent, Chris Hurst, even substitute teaching at an elementary school. But this teaching shortage is not just bringing educators to the classroom. St. Louis Cardinals player Harrison Bader was even tapped to substitute teach in a St. Louis elementary school.
If there are any substitute teacher openings, let me know.
Still, amid the lighter moments, a grim reality.
As long as we don't have the high level of vaccination on our population, it's going to continue.
What is the impact on students? You really have a transient teacher population covering. Those kids don't have the same experience. They don't develop a relationship. There's not a consistency, a normalcy to that class.
Ann Zinkley joins me live now. So Zinkley, the big concern for so many parents, will my kids catch up by the end of the school year with all that's going on? What are educators telling you on that?
Yeah, Allison, educators are echoing that sentiment, right? They're saying oscillating between in-person learning and, well, I was going to say work from home, but remote learning is going to ultimately have a detrimental impact on students. I spoke with Kim Anderson. She's the executive director of the National Education Association. Here's what she had to say.
There's no substitute for individualized attention. There's no substitute for that. And so when you have teacher shortages and other educators who are short, like bus drivers, nurses, counselors, individual students get less than what they deserve. There is a lack of ability to personalize the educational experience to meet the unique needs of every single student, as we should be doing.
And the reality is we won't know until years to come what the ultimate impact on students will be, Allison.
Zinkley, the Education Association in Connecticut staged a blackout today. Tell us what happened there.
Yeah, so this blackout was an effort in solidarity, right? They're saying it's not that we're not going to teach. It's not that we're not going to the classroom. But this is actually video from just this morning. Teachers wore black in solidarity with calls for more safety protections. They're saying we want to teach in the classroom, but we want to feel safe doing so. And this is just one of many movements happening around the country that we're going to have to keep following closely. Allison.
So thankful for our teachers, especially these days. The work they are doing, just incredible. Zinkley, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, Senator Harry Reid returning to the U.S. Capitol one last time. How friends and colleagues are remembering the Nevada senator.
I'm going to change your life. Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions? Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Tis that time again. Let's check in with NBC News digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the headlines from NBCnews.com. What's going on, Maya?
Hey, Allison, we start in San Diego, where a new report found the medevac plane that crashed in December was the result of a difficult maneuver at low altitude. All 4 people on board died after the jet struck power lines. Florida lawmakers joining Mississippi in introducing a bill to ban abortions after 15 weeks. Florida's bill would make exceptions in cases of serious medical emergencies for the mother or fetus. Argentina facing temperatures above 104 degrees Fahrenheit. The historic heat wave is straining power grids, with local leaders warning residents to seek shelter and stay hydrated. Thailand is looking to charge a tourist fee starting in April. The 300 baht fee, which is about $9 US, will be used to develop attractions and cover accident insurance for foreign travelers. And the Senate passing a bill to posthumously award the Congressional Gold Medal to Emmett Till and his mother, Mamie Till Mobley. The Chicago teen was murdered by white supremacists in 1955, and his death propelled the civil rights movement. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you so much. Senator Harry Reid remembered today on Capitol Hill, the Nevada lawmaker lying in state.
We celebrate Harry Mason Reid's final return to the Capitol because we must. Few have shaped the workings of this building like our dear friend from Nevada. Few have dedicated their lives to the work of the people quite like Harry did. And today, our feelings of both loss and gratitude are immense.
President Biden, as you can see there, paying his respects to Senator Reid this afternoon at the U.S. Capitol. NBC News senior political reporter Sahil Kapoor joining me now from the Hill. Sahil, when Harry Reid retired back in 2016, he picked former Nevada Attorney General Catherine Cortez Masto to replace him. She made history, the first woman from Nevada and the first Latina ever elected to the U.S. Senate. How did she pay tribute to Reid today?
Senator Cortez Masto, as well as Senator Jackie Rosen, the other senator from Nevada, have both paid tribute to the late Harry Reid with speeches. They've honored his legacy. They've talked about his humble beginnings, how he rose from there to hold just about every office that many young politicians aspire to. He was a legislator in the Nevada Assembly. He was lieutenant governor of the state. He ran Nevada's influential gaming commission before he got elected to the House of Representatives. He served there for a while, and for the last 30 years of his career was a U.S. senator, ultimately rose to be Senate Majority Leader for a period of 6 years. This was an extremely important legislator, one of the most of our lifetimes. They talked about how he was instrumental in passing major pieces of legislation, most notably the Affordable Care Act during Barack Obama's presidency when Democrats had the trifecta. Let's play some of what Catherine Cortez Masto had to say.
He had this uncanny ability to know when to reach out to you, to either support you or give you advice or just kind of commiserate with something that may have happened. And I'll never forget those moments. I actually still have a recording of his when he reached out to me to say how proud he was of one moment of something that I had done. I mean, that just shows you who he truly was and the compassion behind the man.
And there's that personal touch that many of his colleagues, his former colleagues, as well as staff members talk about that was unique to him. One of the reasons he had such a bond with people he worked with.
Let's talk a little more about Reid's legacy. Sahil, what will he most be remembered for, do you think? And where do we see his influence in politics today?
One of the most important things he'll be remembered for is the Affordable Care Act. He was the Senate Majority Leader when Democrats had 60 Senate seats and needed every last one of them to break a filibuster and get that bill through in 2009. And of course, it went through a near-death experience early in 2010. And Harry Reid, along with then Speaker Nancy Pelosi and President Obama, found a way to bring it back from what was seen as a moment of death for the legislation and ultimately get it passed. There was also Wall Street reform back in 2010 that Harry Reid was Senate Majority Leader, led the charge for. A lot of legislation, too many for me to list. There was also, notably, one thing he's remembered for is 2013, Harry Reid led Democrats in the Senate in making a major change to the filibuster rule to allow judges, most judges, and executive branch nominations to be confirmed with 51 votes. This was a major shift in Senate rules at the time, and Harry Reid gave a blistering speech on the floor. I still remember covering it at the time, talking about how this place was broken and needed changes in the rules. That is a speech that I think many Democrats will be looking at and reflecting on now as they're back around to a similar debate as to whether the filibuster should be preserved or changed for legislation.
Sahil, before you go, a question on the January 6th investigation, if you don't mind. The committee now wants to talk to House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. What can you tell us there?
A brand new letter from the January 6th committee dropping over the last 20 or 30 minutes. They're asking House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy to provide information and appear for an interview with the committee. Now, specifically, the committee says he had conversations with former President Donald Trump on the day of January 6th. There are reports that they were quite a heated conversation. We know shortly after that, he said the former president bore some responsibility for that attack and that Joe Biden was the legitimate winner of the 2020 election. So the committee is asking him to come in and simply talk about the conversations he had before, during, and after that attack with Donald Trump, because they believe that's essential to their investigation of stitching together the events of that day, understanding what led to it, and getting a sense of what the Trump team knew about it.
All right, Sahil Kapoor, thank you very much. President Biden's tough talk yesterday, a wink and a nod that he might run for re-election. In his new analysis, NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen writing, the president has rung in the new year with a campaign-style tone at a moment when he risks losing influence if Democrats start to see him as a lame duck. John joins me now. John, President Biden has said he plans to run again in 2024 if he's in good health. You write, in bookend speeches delivered at the U.S. Capitol on Thursday and in Atlanta on Tuesday, Biden portrayed himself as the central player in a mostly partisan battle for the survival of the republic. What else in those speeches tells you this guy is getting ready to run again?
Well, there are a couple of things, Allison. Number one, these speeches were given with Vice President Kamala Harris. It's not that typical for a president and vice president to speak at the same events, but you saw Kamala Harris speak before Joe Biden at in the U.S. Capitol. Remembrance of January 6th. Then you saw her yesterday in Atlanta. So the full ticket is there together. These are much more partisan speeches, much more aggressive speeches, much more political speeches than Joe Biden is accustomed to giving as president of the United States. A real reminder to a lot of his allies and supporters of what he was like on the campaign trail. And of course, he kept using his mantra from the 2020 campaign. That the United States is in the battle for the soul of the country. So this was Joe Biden campaigning, and I think when you look at him having said that he was going to run for re-election and a lot of Democrats not believing it, this is more of him showing.
John, Biden's approval rating hovering around 43%, according to the latest Real Clear Politics polling average. You spoke with several Democratic strategists. What did they say about his numbers?
Well, the numbers for presidents these days are, mired in bad spots, right? You've got Biden with the latest Quinnipiac poll at 33%. Look, the Democratic strategists know that if their party's going to be viable in the next election and beyond, they've got to get some momentum going. The first midterm for any president is usually difficult, and I don't think there's any difference of expectation, at least in terms of how the House turns this coming November. At the same time, Biden has found a floor. I think he's been pretty close, and also just to note, any one poll may be an outlier. What we've generally seen from Biden is numbers in the low 40s.
John, Faiz Shakir, who worked on Bernie Sanders' 2020 campaign, told you the White House suffers from a perception of weakness that stems in part, he said, from Biden's trying to steer clear of intense partisanship early in his presidency, adding, as a result, over the course of a year, he's lost some political standing because people have lost the thread of what are you fighting for? Who are your opponents? How hard will it be for Biden to win back his political clout with supporters? How do you fix that problem that you're not fighting with enough people?
This is the great conflict of the Biden presidency. He came into office saying that he was going to bring in a new tone. He was going to be civil, that he was going to be able to bring people together. And while he's been trying to do that and having very little success, Republicans don't want to deal with him at all. While he's been doing that, Democrats are wondering, where's the anger? Where's the fire? I think that anytime a political candidate identifies the opponent, tells the troops who it is they're fighting, that has the effect of binding the supporters to that candidate. And so, if Biden wants Democrats to love what he's doing, he'll serve up red meat and yell and scream, or at least scold Republicans in strong terms.
The people want a little bit of yelling, it seems. John Allen, thank you. It's always great to see you, and a hint of the Allen family Christmas tree. We appreciate it.
It's a Valentine's tree. My daughter demanded that we put up hearts on the Christmas tree, so I don't know if you can pick it up at home, but there's hearts on the.
We are seeing it, and that is an awesome idea. We could all use a little bit of that spirit heading into February. Tell her we absolutely love it.
Good to see you, Allison, and I will do that.
Thanks. The new workplace benefit, emergency savings plans, what companies are ponying up to get people to work for them.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It is time for the bottom line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. The Consumer Price Index out this morning. Inflation hasn't been this hot in 40 years. But the good news, prices aren't going up as much in December as they did in November. Make sense? NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle explains even more.
Well, you didn't need the official numbers to come in to tell you that things have gotten expensive out there, but we do have the data. The Consumer Price Index was reported earlier today, and we've seen prices go up, inflation rise 7% year over year. That's the biggest jump we've seen since 1982, and we're seeing it across the board. New cars, used cars, eggs, meat, housing, and not just new homes, but rentals as well. And while economists say this is all tied to COVID, supply chain issues, labor shortages, we are still in it. And things like housing, for example, that remain high, even with new construction increasing, they're not going to pop up with new homes in the next few months, maybe not even the next year or so. So it's a frustrating time for Americans. And while the unemployment rate is low and wages are up, it doesn't really matter if you have a bigger paycheck if everything costs a lot more.
A lot of people squirreled money away when the pandemic first hit, but not so much in 2021. Nearly 1 in 5 Americans saying they didn't save anything at all last year, according to a survey from Magnify Money, and employers are taking note. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson here now. So Sharon, companies are now helping their employees build up those emergency savings funds. What are they offering?
Well, it's really interesting because more than a quarter of companies, according to one survey, are offering Roth-like features. We've talked about this. These are after-tax contributions that they allow people to put into account to build up emergency funds. And about 26% of companies are doing that already. About 60% of companies have said they're interested in doing it. And we talked to Voya Financial, which is one company that has been offering these types of incentives to its workplace clients since 2020. And they say during that pandemic, the interest has been growing.
Folks did not have a short-term savings vehicle, and their backstop was their retirement plan. And so they were tapping their long-term savings options in order to meet short-term savings needs.
Now, we're not talking about a ton of people doing this, but it's only about 3% according to some surveys, 2020 and the first half of 2021, but that's still the highest percentage on record that this company has been looking at in terms of people tapping their 401k plan. So part of it was the ability to do it with the CARES Act was a little bit easier for folks to do it, but part of it is also like they need that money and they're going to where they have it. A lot of times that's in their 401k or their retirement plan at work.
So let's talk about what an emergency fund should look like. Conventional wisdom has always been put 3 to 6 months worth of your expenses away in one of those funds. How has the pandemic changed that?
Well, your living expenses have changed likely, and in some cases, your financial situation has changed in terms of the income that you have coming in. It goes back to the same rule of thumb that we always talk about. What's coming in, what's going out. You need to have a sense of that. And at the beginning of the year, great time to get that started. Figure out what money you need to live on month to month. Don't worry about 3 to 6 months if you don't have nearly that amount. Try to figure out how much it costs you to live just for 1 month and make sure you at least have that much saved.
Sharon, health savings accounts, HSAs, are a financial wellness benefit that I think a lot of people have become more familiar with during the pandemic. For people though who aren't so sure, haven't really used one, why put your money in one of these?
Well, if you have a high deductible health insurance plan, this is an opportunity for you to stash money away and actually be able to then use that money for immediate healthcare costs and long-term healthcare costs as well. But the fact that you can use them for immediate needs during this crisis, they've made it extremely popular for a lot of people to choose to put money into an HSA. This is what one researcher told us about it.
If you put money into an HSA, that money is going in on a tax-deferred basis. The earnings on those funds are tax-free, and then the distribution, provided that they are used for qualifying medical expenses, are also typically tax-free.
So those are 3 reasons why some people are putting money in. You can also put in a significant sum of money. This year, $3,650 for a person who has individual coverage through a high deductible health plan. And if you have family coverage through that type of plan, you can put in up to $7,300 this year into an HSA. So it's something to definitely consider if you have the ability to do so. But be ready to pay that high deductible, too. You got to make sure you have the money in the HSA perhaps to cover that high deductible before you are able to use it for other needs.
Yeah, I've become a little more HSA savvy over the last year, and they are really useful once you realize all the things you can spend them on. Sharon, so let's talk about all these emergency savings options. How much money can employees put into them? I know it varies depending on who you are, what your situation is, what your company's offering, but what should people know about how much they can save here?
Well, it does vary widely in terms of the way companies have set these up and how much money you can put in every year. But you can put in up to $10,000 a year at some companies into a plan or a benefit that allows you to access that money anytime you need it in case of an emergency. So it's something to look into to see if your company has it. They may not call it a rainy day fund or an emergency fund. Some call it a sunny day fund, whatever. You just want to find out, do I have a benefit that lets me take my money out without being penalized because of my age and without having to pay taxes on that money when I take it out?
Yeah, that makes a huge difference. Sharon, thank you so much. You always come on and help us become more financially savvy. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Have a good one.
See you soon. A debt trap. That's what some consumer advocates are saying about payday lenders, calling their offer of short-term, high-interest loans predatory. Now states across the country are passing new laws to protect borrowers. NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicky Nguyen takes a look at the reforms and has some tips for folks who are struggling with debt.
Jennifer Williams, a Mississippi mother, was having trouble covering her expenses on a school teacher's salary. So she turned to a so-called payday lender.
I started with $200, and then when it was time for me to rewrite, I increased it to $400, and that was the start of my payday lender journey.
That one loan turned into how many loans?
At the end, I had a total of 9.
Payday lenders provide customers like Williams with short-term, small-dollar loans. But unlike traditional banks, they don't require credit checks or consider whether a borrower can reasonably repay loans. The catch, shockingly high interest rates, often as much as 400%.
It caused me so much stress so many headaches, nights of crying, trying to figure out how I'm gonna get to the next pay period.
So you called it quicksand. How would you characterize that cycle?
I put it like a habit. You need it.
That quicksand is trapping a lot of borrowers. One study found that 76% of payday loans are used to pay off previous ones. A revolving door of debt with increasing interest. While lenders say they're providing a necessary service to help people with these small loans, many consumer advocates call the industry predatory.
They are designed to be a debt trap.
Lauren Saunders is the associate director of the National Consumer Law Center in Washington, D.C.
How do these types of loans perpetuate a cycle of poverty?
They perpetuate the harm we've seen in communities of color who have been deprived of income and assets.
In Mississippi, where Williams lives, there are more payday lenders than McDonald's, Burger King's, and Starbucks combined, according to state estimates. And a new study concludes the industry overwhelmingly targets Black and Latino communities in advertisements. Some states are taking steps to help. So far, just under 20 states and Washington, D.C. have passed laws restricting interest rates that lenders can charge on payday loans. This summer, Hawaii capped rates and fees at 36%. And while broader federal legislation has stalled, Darren Williams, CEO of Southern Bancorp, an Arkansas-based lender, says institutions like his are already helping consumers.
People need access to small dollar lending. There's a more responsible and responsive way to do that.
His bank runs a learning center that offers financial classes, free tax prep, and low interest loans.
Low wealth people also want to build wealth. And so if we can help you save and start accumulating wealth and pass down for generations, then we can help break this cycle.
Jennifer Williams says Southern Bancorp's program worked for her.
What were the lessons you took away?
We went through topics as small as bringing your lunch to save money instead of going out and then buying a meal every day, or grabbing water instead of buying that soda, creating a monthly budget. We had a plan to address our financial situations and a new start on life, honestly.
Experts say if you need help, check online for available financial literacy classes. Many are now offered on Zoom. Ask your credit card or utility company for a repayment plan and save any windfalls like your annual tax refund for an emergency fund.
They prey on the vulnerable or the weak.
For Jennifer, who took out her first payday loan in 2008, it took about 8 years to get out of debt.
How did it feel when you paid off all of those loans?
I can't even describe it. I got my life back.
Apple is trying to take a bite of Major League Baseball. It may bid for the MLB weekday package. That would be its first foray into live sports. An agreement would, for the first time, align the most valuable U.S. tech company with the pro sports media package. That reporting's from CNBC.com reporter Jabari Young, who joins me now. Jabari, awesome to have you back on the show. Thanks for hanging with us. You spoke to people with knowledge of the deal, which was first reported by the New York Post. They didn't want to be named because those discussions are confidential. But what did they tell you about the package Apple might bid on?
Well, Allison, it's good to see you too. Happy New Year. And, you know, the package will be similar to something like ESPN had. Remember, this is just a carve out of what ESPN originally had, the Monday night and Wednesday night games. And so, you know, it may not look exactly like that, you know, because it's Apple. It might be some different type of presentation, but it's going to essentially be weekday games. Whether or not Apple is in this for the long haul, who knows? But this is just a test for them, I believe, because, you know, Amazon, if you look at the way Amazon got into sports, it was the same type of trajectory. You start with something small, you get the feeds from the local regional sports networks, and then you kind of play around with the concept and see if people are drawn to you. Listen, I have an 8-year-old. When she gets to pay her own bills, which I hope is soon, but not too soon, she's going to be involved in streaming. She's going to be streaming. She doesn't know anything about the cable model. She doesn't know where to find MLB Network on the cable model. She knows where to find on Netflix, on Amazon, and maybe on Apple Plus, TV Plus, if she ever gets around to subscribing, which I'll have to pay for. But still, this is one of those things that, you know, it's just a perfect alignment between baseball and a new tech company, because you're going to need different distribution, especially if regional sports networks continue to not have a business model in place for the future of streaming.
Well, look, Jabari, I have to say it's never too early to make your 8-year-old pay for her own streaming, and I love that she's so into it. It means that that she knows how to find news now. That's terrific. We love that. You tweeted a great question. Would Apple really pay $150 million per year year to $350 million per year for MLB weekly games. Media rights expert Lee Burke told you absolutely. As you mentioned, Amazon recently closed a $1 billion deal with the NFL to stream Thursday Night Football. So let's talk about why these companies are willing to make such a huge financial investment. Is it purely access to eyeballs, or is there more to it?
Well, it's about bringing people into your ecosystem. You know, remember, I've never watched Ted Lasso. I want to because I heard it's a great show. Right now, I may have to subscribe. Perhaps if I have a little baseball that is if I have a little baseball that I'm going to watch with it, perhaps I have more of an incentive to sign up for it. So I think that the business model is not necessarily in right now. You're not looking at this as a 5-year, 10-year plan. You're looking something way down the line. Again, the distribution is what matters here. And baseball is trying to get in front of young fans. Where are young fans at right now? On the phone. And notice this is an Apple phone, right? Perfect distribution. I look at my phone, it's right there. So this is one of those things where it's a long-term play. But listen, Apple has $100+ billion just sitting there.
Yeah, they got the cash to burn. Exactly.
Right. Yeah. So 350 may be bad, or it may be a lot of money for a traditional regional sports network or a national network to put that type of money out for something that's really not exclusive. But for Apple, again, this is about testing tech. This is about testing streaming to make sure that you can handle the abundance of people that will be watching that sport live. And who knows, maybe this opens up an opportunity for a bigger package down the line.
All right, Jabari, we got to talk for a second here. Let's get real. I thought I was the last person alive to watch Ted Lasso. I cannot believe that as a sports business reporter, you are not watching Ted Lasso.
I don't have Apple TV Plus. Listen, the value proposition, it wasn't enough for me. I know it was only $5, but it's okay. I watched Ted Lasso, but what else do I get? I have HBO Max, though. I love that because I'm a big Curb Your Enthusiasm guy. But if they get baseball, perhaps I might have a little bit of incentive. And listen, this could set up something bigger for the NBA. If they get that, who knows? I might be in there, too.
All right, we might get you there. Listen, I know you're not supposed to do this. I'll call you after the show. I'll give you my login. You have got to watch this show. It is so good. You would love it. Let's talk about.
Appreciate that.
Oh, you got it. Hey, you come on our show, I'll help you out. Let's talk about the fans, though. I mean, really, we keep talking about you're not paying for a streaming service like that. There are people who just want to watch the baseball game, and they've had it. They've got 7 different streaming services. I mean, I look at my phone, and I'm like, okay, I've got Hulu. Yeah, I have Amazon, too, because I have that Amazon account. Oh, wait, I got Apple. Enough already. Where does this leave people who are just can't do it anymore? That's it. They're not, cutting any more cords. They're not signing up for any more streaming services. They just want to watch the game.
Well, listen, we just said you're watching Ted Lasso, right? You're going to do me a favor and hook me up with your password. And now I might have to go out and get my own account if I like the show, but you already got a hit. You got the content there. Remember, this is about getting people into your ecosystem. It's not about trying to lure people who already have regional sports network channels who still have the cable model, which is not necessarily going to fall off a cliff overnight. It's still going to be people involved in that ecosystem, but this is about thinking long term. And if you can continue to build up the content, remember, you're going against Netflix. You're going against Amazon. You're going against people with other options for content. So you got to keep building onto your content, because guess what? I don't know how long Ted Lasso is going to last, right? So if I know it's only going to last 5-6 years, after that show goes off the air, what do I do then? This is about setting up something bigger. Baseball's Apple's entry point is right now, and for $350 million a year, $150 million a year, which is nothing to Apple.
They got the
can
cash.
get in for that. I think it's a good deal.
They got the cash. Listen, I'm just going to argue also. I think you probably have the $5-6 a month, but that's another story. We can have that conversation another time. I can't wait.
Inflation. You see, I was just watching. Inflation is high. I just went to Walmart. Okay, a pack of sausage was like $6 and bacon was like $10. That $5 is going here. Inflation's high.
I'm so with you on the bacon. I buy the thick cut and I can't take it anymore. It's so expensive. The days of bacon on sale for $2.99 are gone. You're paying for Apple on top of it, and it's a problem. Jabari, I cannot wait to hear from you when you finally watch Ted Lasso and you say, so this is what all you people have been doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Allison.
Jabari, always awesome to see you. We'll catch you soon. Coming up, a sexual abuse lawsuit against Prince Andrew is going forward. Why a federal judge rejected the prince's request to toss the case.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A federal judge rejecting Prince Andrew's request to dismiss a sexual abuse lawsuit from Virginia Giuffre. She claims he assaulted her when she was a teenager. Prince Andrew has repeatedly denied that allegation and has said he doesn't remember meeting her. NBC News reached out to a representative for the prince about today's ruling, but hasn't heard back yet. Virginia Giuffre's attorney, David Boies, saying in a statement to NBC News, Ms. Giuffre is of course pleased that Prince Andrew's motion to avoid a trial has been denied and that evidence will now be taken concerning her claims. She looks forward to a judicial determination of the merits of those claims. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Cobier is outside Buckingham Palace to tell us where this case goes from here.
Well, this wasn't particularly a surprise, but it is a big legal loss for Prince Andrew. A New York federal judge ruling today that this lawsuit against the Duke of York cannot be dismissed, at least not at this stage. The Duke of York is being sued by Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre, who alleges that she was forced to have sex with him when she was 17 years old. Now, the Duke's lawyers had argued that he should be covered under a legal settlement that was agreed between Giuffre and the late billionaire Jeffrey Epstein back in 2009. Giuffre had sued Epstein more than a decade ago, accusing him of grooming her for sex, of abusing her, and of trafficking her. Now, that lawsuit was settled in 2009 in exchange for a $500,000 payment to Giuffre, and included in that settlement was a clause saying that she would not sue any other potential defendants. That was the phrase that Prince Andrew's lawyers keyed in on. The judge said that that was not a point that he could decide, that that was something that would have to be left up to a jury. So the trial moves forward. It should be noted that Prince Andrew has continuously and consistently denied all of the allegations, and that he claims that he has no memory of ever meeting Virginia Giuffre. But this really is the worst case scenario for the palace as well. Prince Andrew stepped back from his royal role back in 2019. He's no longer represented. He has no office here at Buckingham Palace. He has his own private spokespeople to talk for him, and his own legal team to fight this lawsuit. But the palace really wanted the focus going forward this year to be on the Queen, on the celebrations of her 70 years on the throne. They wanted that to be what everyone was talking about, not a lawsuit moving forward against Prince Andrew. Of course, now we're looking down the road at the next several months of stories, frankly, of documents and evidence being exchanged between the two parties potentially, and whether or not Prince Andrew is able to keep some of that from the public domain. At this point, the trial is set for sometime in the fall.
I have learned enough to know that there were things we simply
did not get right. And I must take responsibility.
UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson apologizing in Parliament today for attending a Bring Your Own Booze party at Downing Street during a COVID lockdown in May of 2020. So could that scandal force him to resign? NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has the latest from London.
Yeah, we heard from a somewhat shaken and humbled-looking Boris Johnson today, the Prime Minister of Britain. He looked like he was very upset by this revelation and by the enormous amount of scolding and opprobrium that has come directed his way. Now, of course, this isn't Boris Johnson's first scandal. He's survived many before, but this isn't even the first scandal with regards to parties that he held under COVID conditions. This is like the third or the fourth party that he's had that has been revealed to the public and that has caused outrage in the past. So why is this one so different? Well, now it looks like the British government and the British public have really just lost patience with him. I spoke with a political analyst here in Britain about Boris Johnson's moment. Here's what he had to say.
Is the Prime Minister now in the greatest political jeopardy that he has been since he became Prime Minister?
I think so, yes. I mean, quite clearly. What we're into, and again, as I said a couple of moments ago, I think that he has enemies, that is for sure. He's lost close political alliances.
Yeah, and those political enemies aren't just in the opposition Labour Party. They're also within Boris Johnson's own Tory or Conservative Party. They are increasingly losing patience with the Prime Minister and, his what they're calling lies. And actually, some members of the Tory or Conservative Party have come out and said that the Prime Minister needs to resign. And for that, they're joined with about 2/3 of the British public. According to the most recent polling, 66% of Britons want to see Boris Johnson's back.
Coming up, a medical miracle, how an infant and 3 others survived a chopper crash in Philadelphia.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I'm going to change your life. Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours. In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
An incredible survival story. A medical helicopter carrying an infant crashed into a neighborhood near Philadelphia Tuesday night. Everyone inside managed to get out alive and no one on the ground was hurt. It's just incredible. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more on this miracle landing.
The NTSB is investigating why this medical helicopter crashed Tuesday in a residential neighborhood just west of Philadelphia. But what's truly remarkable is that everyone on board, including a 2-month-old baby girl, survived.
It was absolutely insane. I've never seen anything like this.
I literally see the chopper in the sky, like right there. And so I'm stopped. But then there was a moment where I realized this is going to hit the ground. So that's when I pulled in the reverse.
This man was driving his family and says he barely missed the aircraft.
This is absolutely a miracle from the Lord.
A miracle, witnesses say, right next to a church.
It's an absolute miracle here, what you see behind you. How this, and there's no debris, no wires down, no trees.
The chopper had been flying to Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, carrying 2 crew members, a nurse, and the infant.
Everyone is out of the helicopter.
All 4 were able to escape the mangled wreckage even before emergency crews arrived. But witnesses say they could see the chopper was in trouble moments before the crash.
We heard the loud noise, we looked up, and we saw how low the helicopter was.
According to FlightAware, the chopper first took off from Maryland around 10:30 Tuesday morning. Minutes later, it landed with no apparent problems about 20 miles away in central Pennsylvania before taking off again. It was about 40 minutes into that next flight when tracking data shows the aircraft dropping altitude. That's when authorities believe the pilot noticed a problem.
What the pilot was able to do is amazing, because our reports indicate that he first started to experience some trouble on Route 1 and was looking for somewhere to land.
Tense moments in the sky for more than a mile before the pilot finally brought the chopper down. A spectacular landing that saved lives.
Can't wait to meet this gentleman, shake his hand for getting this plane down on the helicopter the way he did.
That does it for us on this Wednesday. Hallie Jackson starts now.
We're coming on the air with some breaking news from Washington in just the last hour. The House's top Republican getting the formal ask from the January 6th committee to tell them what he knows. We're talking about leader Kevin McCarthy, who apparently talked with former President Trump that day. Well, now the head of the January 6th committee says they'll subpoena McCarthy if they have to, if it comes to that, to find out more about those talks. We're going to break down what else they're looking for next. Plus, we're going to hit the scramble to keep schools open in this COVID surge and the new push to get you N95 masks sent to your house for free. Plus, our NBC News scoop on just how much trouble a GOP congressman might be in facing allegations of sex trafficking. Coming up, the explosive new details from Matt Gaetz's ex-girlfriend. Then, moms in the military are close to finally getting the care they need. We're looking at how a new law will help in today's original. And Novak Djokovic not helping his case to get into Australia for next week's Open, not after that new double apology about his travel documents and past COVID status. A former tennis pro joins us live with how this plays on and off the court. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we got a packed show for you tonight. We're getting right to that news about Kevin McCarthy, right? He's the top Republican in the House over what he knew about the attack on the Capitol and when he knew it. The January 6th committee's chair, Benny Thompson. Listen, this is all breaking in just the last couple minutes. And in just the last couple minutes, Benny Thompson has said he's interested in McCarthy's interactions with former President Trump, then White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and other top officials. The letter also points out the congressman's comment on the House floor days after the insurrection, where McCarthy even acknowledged the former president did have some responsibility for the riot. Still, got a note here. McCarthy was one of the 147 Republicans who voted to overturn the legitimate results of the 2020 election. Now, a fair number of people that the committee has looked for information from have not played ball. But Chairman Thompson thinks McCarthy will cooperate. If he doesn't, they're not ruling out a subpoena. This is really significant news. I want to go to Sahil Kapoor on Capitol Hill. And Sahil, the reason why this is notable, right, the reason we're coming on the air as this is broken in the last 45 minutes to talk about it, is that we're talking about a man who, if Republicans win back the House in the midterms, which some political observers think is certainly likely could happen, he's very likely to end up as Speaker of the House, right? So this request for information is notable. It's also voluntary. It's not a subpoena, at least not yet, right?
Hallie, I just lost you there, but I think I know what you were asking me. This was a 6-page letter by the January 6th Select Committee asking for, as you point out, voluntary cooperation from House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. They say they want to know about his conversations with former President Trump before, during, and after the January 6th attack. We know after the fact, McCarthy appeared troubled by what happened. He appeared shocked by what happened, said Trump bore some responsibility for that attack. Benny Thompson, the chair of the January 6th committee, says in a statement here, I'm just going to read from it, "We also must learn about how the president's plans for January 6th came together and all the other ways he attempted to alter the results of the election." Now, McCarthy, as someone who is understood to have spoken with Trump on that day, is central to this investigation in the sense that they're trying to stitch together what happened on that day and all the events that led up to it. And in large part, what the goal was, what the end game was, how much the president and the White House and the legal team knew about what was going to happen, and what their culpability is in precipitating that deadly attack.
Sahil Kapoor, who I believe is using his Hallie Jackson ESP to telepathically communicate since I think his IFB went down. Can you hear me yet, Sahil, or no?
I can hear you now, Hallie.
Oh, my God, it's a miracle. Thank you. So, Sahil, listen, I think it's important to talk about here Benny Thompson's optimism, because he just told one of our colleagues, House producer Kyle Stewart, that he thinks McCarthy will cooperate, right? He seems confident McCarthy will do that. But here's the thing, Sahil, you know as well as I do that Kevin McCarthy does not look highly upon this January 6th Select Committee. He thinks it's partisan, even though there are 2 Republicans that sit on that committee.
I'm not sure where Chairman Thompson's optimism here is coming from. Look, on a certain level, it's understandable that he is trying to remain optimistic right now. I mean, what is he going to say? I don't think he's going to cooperate. Then why put out this letter in the first place? He's trying to do what he thinks his job is, which is to go where the facts lead him. There is real evidence that Kevin McCarthy has some information, at least in the sense that he had conversations with former President Trump. They want to know what he said, what the then president said. And it is also notable that last May, our eagle-eyed colleague Haley Talbot pulled up a comment from Kevin McCarthy saying, sure, when asked if he would testify about his conversations with Donald Trump at the time. So he has in the past indicated that he'd be willing to do this. But to your point, Hallie, Kevin McCarthy wants to be Speaker of the House. He knows he needs Donald Trump's support to do it. Any indication that Kevin McCarthy would be cooperating with this committee would make its way to Donald Trump. He would be very unhappy about it, put out one of his trademark statements, and it could endanger Kevin McCarthy's dreams of that gavel. So I would be very skeptical, regardless of what Benny Thompson says, that McCarthy will cooperate.
Just so I can do my due diligence here, I assume we have reached out to Kevin McCarthy's office and have not heard back about this yet, right?
That is correct. We have reached out to Kevin McCarthy's office as of the beginning of this segment. We had not heard back, and I'm checking now. We have still not heard back, according to my cell phone.
Feel free to check your email, because our other colleague, Ali Vitale, has just confirmed, as you and I were having this conversation on the air, Sahil, that Kayleigh McEnany, the former White House press secretary, has met virtually with the January 6th committee today. This is also very interesting. She was supposed to have a deposition initially in early December. That was postponed. This is according to a source familiar with the meeting. This is interesting, too, because Kayleigh McEnany was obviously, again, in the White House as this was going down, somebody who the Select Committee believes could have information that's important to their investigation. And by the way, she's a pretty familiar face, I think, to folks. She was the public face of the administration from the press response perspective for the end of the Trump administration, and was also a regular over on cable news.
And that news just flashed across both of our screens. It is certainly interesting because Kayleigh McEnany is someone who, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, was at the Trump White House till the end for the duration of his presidency. So she had proximity to the former president before, during, and at least for some point after the events of January 6th. And they want to know from her, as they want to know from everybody who was in that orbit, information that they had regarding what the White House knew, what they were planning, and what they did or perhaps didn't do on the day of. Hallie.
Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, thank you so much for that reporting, for that breaking news, as we're both checking our phones to keep up with all of it. Sahil, thank you. Not too far from where we are on Capitol Hill, you've got the White House, right, just down the road, scrambling to try to keep schools open, even with so many districts going virtual because not enough teachers were able to go to work safely. And the key, the White House thinks, to keeping the doors open, testing. The White House today promising to send out 10 million more COVID tests for K through 12 schools. Plus, they've named a new testing coordinator. But here's the bazillion-dollar question, right? Will it help? Omicron is responsible for virtually all the COVID in this country right now, 98.3%. In the past 24 hours, there have been more than 900,000 new infections. To put that into context, 300 more people got COVID since I started talking about it just now. Over the last 2 weeks, COVID hospitalizations have gone up 84%, doubling in the states you see here in red, mostly in the West, the South, and New York. They're up in the Northeast. But today, the CDC director is reiterating that the Omicron variant actually is not as bad. It's not as severe as the Delta variant. After we heard, basically, brace for the inevitability, you will probably get COVID, they say, because the infection rate is so much higher with this variant. Our White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell, is here in Washington. Kelly, it's great to have you with us. Listen, we keep hearing about more and more schools going remote. Today, in your home state, in Cincinnati, right, it's happening. It's happening in the Twin Cities. Schools in Nevada, including in Las Vegas, are canceling classes for 5 days, starting on Friday. And now the White House is saying, okay, 10 million tests a month. Feels like a big number. When you crunch it, you got 50 million kids in public schools alone. Talk me through the plan here and what you're hearing from experts on whether it's actually going to work.
Well, the idea, as you know, is to use the test to stay philosophy, that if there are enough tests, they can keep classes open, and that is the goal. Kids in classrooms, they believe, is the better way. But when they're swamped with Omicron, it becomes a problem. So how to try to address that? Well, in some ways, there's a funnel of money that goes to schools from the American Rescue Plan, and that is one way to try to get tests into schools, as well as ventilation and other things, other kinds of mitigation. And now they're saying we're going to try to add 10 million more tests a month. They're also saying we're going to try to target those tests to schools that need them in high-need areas. Certainly, if you're looking for testing in places, if people, moms and dads, are trying to buy them on store shelves, that can be difficult. It can be hard to find those tests. So testing at school could be one solution. But do the numbers add up? Where do these tests come from if you can't get them at the store? Well, one of the ways the administration says they're going to try to leverage existing relationships they have with labs and businesses they've been working with where the testing capacity may exist, but the numbers could quickly be exponentially kind of out of their league. But they're trying to address it by showing that they are looking to, especially at-need school systems, rural school systems, et cetera, where the school system will request these tests. They're not just going to drop them in places. Yeah. So there's got to be communication. But the numbers are tough, and the need is so great as the testing capacity is exhausted by the way Omicron is spreading. Of course, they're also saying school-age children are eligible for vaccines, and they'd like to have that go at greater numbers because children's vaccination rates are low, much lower than the administration would like.
There's another piece to this, too, Kelly, which is masks. And I think, listen, a lot of people are talking about this. The White House, I have to imagine, is looking at this behind the scenes, too. You've got the CDC suggesting they're going to maybe update their site about masks. They're strongly considering making better masks available to everybody. You had Senator Bernie Sanders today introducing a bill that would send everybody free N95 masks, 3 of them, right? Where's the White House on this? Is that something that they believe should be a priority?
Well, we've been asking that question, and when we see those sort of smoke signals, when there are rumblings, evidence of, for example, officials wearing the N95s that used to wear cloth masks themselves, when we see those sort of indications that there is a change in the actions of officials, the way they're talking about it, the encouragement coming from officials, we wonder if that is kind of pushing what will eventually be formal guidance. We have not been told that formal guidance is imminent. We're told they're looking at it. One of the difficulties is the availability of those masks, the counterfeit problem, and so forth. What they are saying is the highest quality mask you can get a hold of is what you should be wearing, and that the cloth masks are not providing enough protection, but a mask is better than no mask, and that certainly an N95 or a KN95, there are a variety of different types that are tight-fitting. Right. Those are the best. I've got mine right here. We wear them when we're not on camera, as you know. Yes. And that gives you more protection. And so we expect that there could be an adjustment, but it has not come yet. We're asking that every day, as you would expect us to, Hallie.
Kelly O, juggling her mask, her ringing phone. Maybe it's the president on the other line. You go pick it up. You go get it, girl. That's okay. We're glad to have you, Kelly. Thank you so much for that reporting. Here's another thing the White House is dealing with, right? The economy. President Biden saying inflation is too high and squeezing family budgets. And you are probably feeling this because there's this new report out tonight confirming what most of us already know if we're like looking at our budget. We're paying more for basic stuff that wasn't always this expensive. According to December's report, inflation went up 7% over the past year. You know the last time we saw that big of an annual increase? The Go-Go's were top of the charts. That's a long time. Do you even know who the Go-Go's are? I had to Google it. Here's how this is affecting you, right? In the past year, the cost of filling up your gas tank went up almost 50%. You probably know that. There's a lot of reasons for that, but look at meat, eggs, bacon. Bacon prices alone are up 19%. Eggs, 11%, meat, 15%, housing, 5%. Some of this stuff is cents. Some of this stuff is real big dollars, but either way, you're paying a little bit more. At the same time, the money people are bringing home is not totally keeping up with costs. The average hourly earnings dropped more than 2% for the year. Ron Insana is here to break it down for us. Ron, I'm so glad to have you on because I think you can speak in like regular human terms for people like me who are not economic reporters.
On occasion.
Listen, 7% increase, that feels like a big headline. But month to month, the rate of inflation is actually slowing down. Do you feel like this isn't as bad news as it might feel like right now?
Well, people keep trying to compare it to the 1980s, and I know, Haley, that you were not around when Belinda Carlisle was leading the Go-Go's in Our Lips Are Sealed and all those other songs that were very popular at the time.
I stan Belinda Carlisle, obviously, you know, but yeah.
Or the Bangles, for that matter. But look, the stagflation of the late 70s and early 80s included double-digit unemployment, double-digit inflation, and double-digit interest rates. This is not the environment in which we find ourselves now. And from my perspective, and I've been making this case for months now, the inflation we're experiencing here is the result of pandemic-induced supply disruptions. I think the Federal Reserve believes that that is largely the case. We've seen inflation decelerate. There is concern that it could become a little more embedded than people had anticipated, because although you showed wages down year over year, actually, in many cases, wages have gone up because of the shortage of labor that also exists as a result of the pandemic. And so many people have seen their wages rise at the same time that prices have gone up. And so they've been able to pay higher prices for basic goods. Where we're really, having difficulties, computer chips to potato chips, everything that makes cars go and food get delivered to your home have gone up in price. And so I think that we're stuck there for a little while longer. But today's data, and we saw this in the behavior of the stock market and the interest rate market, was somewhat encouraging because it didn't get worse.
Which is good. Nobody got freaked out and spooked. I look at companies like General Mills, like Campbell's, like Kraft Heinz, which have already said they're probably going to raise prices in 2022. They also raised them last year. What needs to happen to get those prices down?
Well, you just need more supply. I mean, you really just need more stuff to come online. Now, we're not a huge grain importer, which is kind of interesting for the likes of a Kellogg or others. But again, the price of grain is not the biggest cost component when it comes to a box of cereal. It's marketing, it's shipping. Shipping has been a big problem for every industry. Transporting, whether it's overseas or overland, has been extremely costly. And we're short 100,000 truckers in the United States. So we have these bottlenecks that are keeping things from getting to the shelves. So we really need to adjust for all those problems before inflation comes down meaningfully. I think a lot of us believe that'll happen in the second half of this year, and we may struggle with this for the next several months.
Part of this, too, is that we know the Fed has hinted that they are likely to cut inflation, raise interest rates. I think I'm saying that in layman's enough terms. So what should we be doing? What should people be doing with their money, Ron, right? Like, if we know that this is probably going to happen, that the Fed's going to try to take these moves, should people be doing things different when it comes to 401ks or credit card bills, et cetera?
Well, credit card bills, tend to be higher interest rate expenses than normal interest rates. And they're not really pegged to the rates that the Federal Reserve controls. So when you're looking at a credit card, it's usually 15 to 20%. You want to pay that down if you can, if you have excess cash. Yeah, a mortgage. Look, mortgages are still historically extremely cheap. A 30-year mortgage is 3.6%. right now. That is not big money in the overall scheme of things. Just to go back to 1980 or 1981, my first car that I purchased, a used 1979 tan four-door Chevy Nova with a couple thousand miles on it.
Wow.
You have no idea how popular I was on college campuses with that car. The interest rate was 20.5%. So this is radically different. If you're about to buy a house, buy the house. If you're saving in the stock market for the long run, don't change your plans based on this. We're likely to see a stock market correction sometime this year. My thesis is that Main Street does better than Wall Street, but we've had 3 really, really strong years on Wall Street. And so slightly weaker performance this year would be expected.
Ron Insana, please send a pic of you in the car back in 1981, pal. I'd love to see it.
And a full fro, by the way, if you'd like to see that.
It just keeps getting better. Ron Insana, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, if you live in the Midwest and the Northeast, did you get a chance to try to thaw out a little bit today? If not, maybe tomorrow, right before you get another blast of intensely bitter cold. If you're in Florida or somewhere warm, count your blessings, because even though it got above freezing in New York yesterday, look at this. It was cold enough to freeze this fountain. You're about to see it. But everyone from commuters to construction workers were still out in the frigid air. And if you're not blown away by that frozen fountain, how about this? A fork full of spaghetti frozen in midair. That was on top of Mount Washington in New Hampshire, where it was negative 30 degrees. Al Roker is joining us live here. So, Al, what is the deal here, right? Listen, I say this every time we come on. You come on in the summer, I say it's summer, it's hot. You come on in the winter, we say it's winter, it's cold. It is, but it's really, really cold, right? Freezing yesterday. And this isn't over yet for people who are dealing with this, as we like to call it in the news biz, the bitter blast of cold air.
That's right. Hallie, we got a little bit of a reprieve today. 40 never felt so good here in New York City. But take a look at what's going to be happening, unfortunately, temperature-wise. Chicago, for example, tomorrow, 34 degrees. But by Saturday, down to 24 degrees. St. Louis, 50 tomorrow, 32 on Saturday. New York City, 46 degrees tomorrow. By Saturday, 20 degrees. Atlanta, 57, down to 50 by Saturday. Now, here's what we're watching. A big clipper system coming out of Canada is going to bring snow from the plains to the Midwest. Now, what we know right now, through Saturday morning, accumulating snow for the Midwest from the Dakotas all the way down into Iowa, anywhere from 6 to 8 inches of snow. Strong winds, blowing snow, near blizzard-like conditions. Saturday, the cold air meets this Gulf moisture. We're going to have a wintry mix to the north with storms to the south. What we know is Sunday, snow will develop across the Appalachians, and this is very dangerous, Hallie, significant ice storm possible for the Carolinas. The warm air aloft is going to meet that snow and change it and melt it down to rain. But then that rain is going to hit the ground, which is at 32 degrees or lower. And so we could be looking at significant icing from southern Virginia all the way into eastern Georgia. I mean, we're talking about power outages and big problems, standstill problems. Could be a real mess for airports of Atlanta, Raleigh on Sunday. Now, what we're watching, take a look. This storm system now makes its way up the coast. The location of the rain-snow line is still undetermined. We don't know where that's going to set up, but it will determine the rain-snow totals along I-95. If the track keeps along the coast, that would bring the heaviest snows to places like Roanoke, Pittsburgh, Washington, right on the border, Rochester, back to Knoxville. But if that track moves out into the ocean 50, 60 miles to the east, we're talking heavy snow along I-95, Boston, New York, D.C., Norfolk, Raleigh. And so right now, what we're looking for by Monday, heavier snow, inland sections of New England, inland sections of New York, and all down the spine of the Appalachians. But, Hallie, you know we're going to be watching this, and we'll come back tomorrow and bring you updates as to what we think is going to happen.
You better watch out, Al Roker. I'm going to hold you to that promise. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. And thank you for keeping us updated on everything we need to know. We want to go overseas, where today Russia is nowhere closer to backing down the 100,000 troops it has on Ukraine's border. With these high-level talks, the first time that NATO officials have met with the Kremlin since 2019. You see the American delegate there she is, Wendy Sherman. But right now, no new agreements, no breakthroughs, nothing that points toward de-escalation. Now listen, Vladimir Putin's reps are not apparently issuing ultimatums. They are insisting again that they're not planning to invade. It's just that American officials are pretty skeptical because the troops, they're still there. You're seeing them conducting live-fire military drills along the border. And given Russia's fairly recent history with invading Crimea, officials take the Kremlin's word with a gigantic grain, a boulder of salt. Andrea Mitchell is here to break this down for us. And Andrea, we're so glad to have you on, fresh off your exclusive interview with the woman we just saw, Wendy Sherman, the Deputy Secretary of State. And she pointed out something interesting, this idea coming from Russia that Ukraine is supposedly a threat to them. She's pretty dismissive of that.
Well, and for a very good reason, Hallie. Russia, Ukraine, Russia, superpowers, nuclear weapons. Ukraine gave up all of its nuclear weapons under a deal with the U.S. back in 1991, 92. Remember the Nunn-Lugar agreement from the Senate? They deactivated all of their nukes back then. They were part of the Soviet Empire, and they had nuclear weapons stationed on their land. And after the Berlin Wall came down and all that, so Ukraine is not a nuclear power, and since 2014 is just building up its military. To think that Ukraine, little old Ukraine, is a threat to big superpower Russia is laughable, and that's what she was kind of saying today. But she also said for the first time something interesting, that Russia, with all those troops, live fire exercises, as you point out, they don't have to invade, cross the border to face the NATO sanctions that were outlined for them in these meetings. They could do other things. They could turn out the lights in Ukraine, as they did back in 2014 and 15 with a big cyber attack. They could continue disinformation and misinformation and provocation, or a hybrid kind of attack. So she basically said this. Take a listen.
I think that if President Putin, either through invasion, coercion, subversion, hybrid attacks, some other way to undermine the stability and the sovereignty and the governance of Ukraine. If he takes action in that regard, the entire international community will respond in a way that lets him know that we know exactly what has occurred here.
And, you know, geography is everything. Today, they were all at NATO. So it was 30 NATO countries, including the U.S., and NATO is a defense alliance lined up against Russia. And for 4 hours, telling Russia just what they would face if they took action. And Russia was saying, NATO, you shouldn't have expanded towards us, and you shouldn't allow Ukraine or Georgia or other former Russian countries, you know, countries that were part of the Russian Empire, part of the former Soviet Union. You shouldn't let them become part of NATO. We find that threatening. So they were laying out basically their opening arguments. It wasn't a negotiation. Now we have to find out, as she pointed out, does Vladimir Putin really want to negotiate at all? Right. No one seems to know what it is he wants, and experts disagree. We've talked to a lot of them today. I was just back from a State Department briefing. They don't know what Putin wants to do. But why they worry? Why would he put 100,000 troops on the border if he weren't going to do something? Is it really like Vladimir Putin, the guy who takes off his shirt and goes, you know, bare-chested, riding the horses and into the water and plays hockey? And they remember all those fake hockey games where he wins all the time? Yes. The goalie just sort of rolls over. Well, that's Vladimir Putin. And so is he really going to just have all those troops in there and then not do anything? That's scary.
Andrea Mitchell, yeah, those photos. Nobody wants to be the guy who blocked the Putin goal. You know what I mean?
Right.
In Russia. Yeah, Andrea Mitchell.
No one's heard from them again.
Yeah, seriously. It is great to have you on. Thank you so much for being with us and for that great reporting and great exclusive. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, you remember those accusations Congressman Matt Gaetz was facing for alleged sex crimes? We're getting some new signals just today that the case is heating up. The key witness who just testified before a grand jury and what that might mean for the Republicans' future in the story NBC News scooped in just a second.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. That letter you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Good
morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
We are learning a lot today about just how serious those accusations of sex crimes against a Florida congressman really are. There had been speculation for a little bit, but now Matt Gaetz' ex-girlfriend has apparently testified to a federal grand jury, which might mean big trouble for Gaetz. Here's the deal. We know this investigation has been going on for more than a year. Now, legal sources familiar with the case tell us Gaetz is being investigated for 3 separate crimes: the sex trafficking of a 17-year-old, violating the Mann Act, which criminalizes taking women across state lines for prostitution, and obstruction of justice. We should note, Gaetz has not been charged. He has denied all of these allegations, saying he's never paid for sex and never had sex with a minor as an adult. The reporter behind this story, behind this scoop, is joining us now, Mark Caputo, I believe making his NBC News Now debut. So, Mark, it's great to see you, especially with a story like this. A hell of a scoop. Gaetz' ex-girlfriend has been talking to prosecutors about the possibility of this immunity deal for months. Now she's testified. Explain why this is so significant.
Well, it's so significant because, all prosecutors want to have the best evidence possible to make a case, especially if you're trying a congressman. And right now, the 2 main witnesses in this case appear to be the alleged victim of the alleged sex trafficking and Joel Greenberg, a man who was a former local county tax collector, the Seminole County tax collector in Florida, who has loads of credibility problems. He's pleaded guilty to sex trafficking this very person when she was a minor, when she was 17. Also, he falsely smeared a rival as a pedophile. This is not the kind of guy you want to hang a case on if you're a prosecutor. The alleged victim in this case has far fewer credibility problems, but you're thinking, if you're a prosecutor, they're thinking in terms of a jury in kind of a conservative area, the Middle District of Florida. The woman now works in pornography and does sort of a hardcore pornography without being too graphic about it. So they also don't have, from what we understand, clear evidence showing that Matt Gaetz paid for sex with this 17-year-old or that he committed these other crimes. They need more evidence. They need someone who could kind of connect the dots, be a bridge between these gaps. And it appears to be his ex-girlfriend is that person. There was, during one point, at some point in 2021, Gaetz was on the phone with his ex-girlfriend and another woman in the case who was going to be speaking to prosecutors or the grand jury. And in that 3-way call, it was recorded by this third woman. It is suspected that Gaetz may have obstructed justice by trying to get people to lie or change their stories or whatever. He denies that, by the way. The ex-girlfriend appears to have been, or is alleged to have been by some, a part of that plan to obstruct justice. So she was facing a charge. Prosecutors were saying, look, we're going to charge you with this. She was saying, look, I have some testimony you might want. And in exchange for that testimony, she doesn't get charged. Now, we don't know if that immunity deal has been inked. But we do know that today she went to the grand jury and she spoke to them for a number of hours.
So that was my question of, oh, sorry, Mark.
So there's an indication that she did get that deal. Her lawyer is a guy named Tim Jansen, by the way. He's based in Tallahassee, where I am right now. He has a reputation of being a master of the immunity deal. A few years ago, he got immunity for a man who admitted to committing murder in return for the man showing where the body was for the murder he had committed 17 years before. So this is her lawyer. He knows what he's doing.
First of all, that's fascinating. Second of all, I was going to ask about what else do we know about this deal that she may have cut here? Have we heard, listen, Gaetz has been vehement in denying this, right? This, though, and why I think this is so significant and why we're glad to have you on, I mean, people have been talking for a little while, right? I think people who were following this case, like, hey, maybe Matt Gaetz is in some trouble here. Boy, if this isn't the biggest flashing signal that, like, yes, he may really, really, really be in some trouble here, what else would be,
That's hard to say. I mean, there can be other witnesses. We are unaware of any other evidence. Obviously, prosecutors, we haven't reported this yet. I haven't, but just a little tidbit of some of the stuff they've done. In one case at Joel Greenberg's gated community, they got the gate logs from 2017 to even find out the pizza man and the types of pizza that were being delivered. So it gives you an idea of how intense the focus from DOJ has been. Now, with that all having been said, one of the problems with speaking quickly about this or doing relatively short stories that don't dive into the legal aspects of it, this is still not a slam dunk case. case. You're trying to prove that a person in 2017, a number of years ago, had sex with this minor, and B, had paid for it. So those are two elements of the crime they have to prove. And in addition to that, Gates has money, and he knows how to comport himself. And very often, you've seen prosecutors are leery of bringing cases against high-profile public figures who have the money and wherewithal to defend themselves. So, just because his ex-girlfriend is testifying does not mean that he's definitely going to get indicted. And just because he gets indicted does not mean he's going to be convicted.
That's so important. Wait, Mark, listen, you can't come on the show and say you don't have enough time to talk about stuff. What else? We're going to give you all the time you need. What is an important point that you think needs to be made about this story that hasn't been made?
Well, I think another one is the nature, and we have to write it this way. We have to report it this way, sex trafficking. When you think sex trafficking of a minor, you think of the original ambit or purpose of the statute, which was to prevent sex trafficking rings, people from getting lots of kids together, trading them across state or even national lines, and operating pedophile rings. What you have here with Gates falls under the ambit of the statute, but it is not the typical fact pattern that you see with most sex trafficking of a minor's case. This is a person who allegedly he had sex with when she was 17, just a few months shy of being 18. She was not being pimped, from what we gather. She was on a sugar daddy website called Seeking Arrangement, according to information gleaned from the indictments against Greenberg. And she had sold herself as being 18 at the time. Now, that having been said, the sex trafficking of minor statute has what's called strict liability, which means if you have sex with someone who's underage and if money changes hands, you are guilty of sex trafficking of minor, even if you thought they were 18, even if they showed you a fake ID, it doesn't matter. So there are some complications and nuances to the charge. There's some uniqueness potentially if prosecutors bring charges against Gates, because again, this is not your typical sex trafficking of a minor case.
Mark Caputo, we are so glad to have you on talking through this great reporting. Thank you for providing all the facts and all the context around it. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Here on the show. It is a seriously not great week for Boris Johnson. Remember those parties during lockdown we told you he was hosting? Well, today he's apologizing for them, kind of. We'll explain why some people say it is not enough. Plus, Prince Andrew's lawyers, I should say, tried to get that sexual abuse lawsuit he's facing thrown out of court. Why a judge says not so fast.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, members of Congress and President Biden paid their respects to the late Senator Harry Reid today. He was lying in state at the Capitol Rotunda. You can see President Biden walking up just a couple of hours ago. The late Senate Majority Leader had pancreatic cancer and died last month at 82. He served in Congress longer than anyone else in Nevada's history. Number 2, a U.S. judge is letting a sex abuse lawsuit against Britain's Prince Andrew move forward. Virginia Giuffre alleges he sexually abused her when she was 17. The prince's lawyers tried to block the lawsuit, arguing he couldn't be sued because of a settlement between Giuffre and Jeffrey Epstein. A federal judge says, nope, that's not the case. Prince Andrew has denied all the accusations against him. Number 3, a traveler was arrested yesterday at an airport in Honduras after reportedly getting into the cockpit of an American Airlines plane and damaging it. This supposedly happened when people were boarding a flight headed for Miami. Number 4, the American Cancer Society says the number of people dying from cancer is going down. Why? Because of early detection and treatment options for lung cancer. That's a big part of it. This annual report says the overall death rate from cancer has dropped by about a third from 1991 to 2019. And number 5, just coming into us, Ronnie Spector, lead singer for the iconic girl group The Ronettes, has died after a brief battle with cancer. We've all heard her classics like Be My Baby and Baby I Love You. She was 78 years old. Let's head overseas now, because today was the day British Prime Minister Boris Johnson faced the music for attending a party at 10 Downing Street, right at the height of the 2020 lockdown. If you've been watching this show, you know we've been talking about not just this party, but others that have come to light that happened apparently during the really tough part of the pandemic. Johnson apologized, kind of, to Parliament. He said he went to the party for 25 minutes, said he thought this BYOB thing was a work event, but he did acknowledge the hypocrisy of it all. Listen to it for yourself.
I know the rage they feel with me and with the government I lead when they think that in Downing Street itself, the rules are not being properly followed by the people who make the rules.
Still kind of an open question whether Bojo survives this politically. You've got some members of the opposition already saying he should quit. Some people in his own party are not too happy either. Matt Bradley, 24 hours ago, promised he would come back and talk to us about this tonight. We have held him to that pledge. So, Matt, I'm glad to see you. Gorgeous backdrop tonight, too. What's the deal, right? I mean, we talk about how Boris Johnson has survived scandal after scandal, but this one feels like he's in some real crosshairs, even from his own party, at least not right now. Can he ride it out?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting question, Hallie, because, as I mentioned to you earlier on MSNBC, not only has he survived scandal after scandal, he's actually survived this very scandal. Parties that were held under COVID. This is not his first rodeo. This is like the 3rd or the 4th time that he's been brought in front of the public to demand and ask questions about why he was partying when the rest of the country was isolating. So will he be able to weather it this time? Well, now there's a couple things against him. Before, obviously the opposition, the Labour Party, they made a meal out of all of these things, and they're going to be doing it again. They're doing it right now. And in fact, I want to show you a quote from Keir Starmer. He's the head of the Labour Party. Here's what he had to say during today's proceedings in Parliament.
After months of deceit and deception, the pathetic spectacle of a man who's run out of road. Is he now going to do the decent thing and resign?
So it's not just Keir Starmer, the opposition. He's always against Boris Johnson. The real problem for Boris Johnson is the opposition within his own Tory or Conservative Party. Those people, some of them his most loyal acolytes, they are drawing up articles to try to get him not impeached here. That's not what happens here. All they have to do really is get 15% of their own party to withdraw confidence from him, and he'll be put to a vote within his party. There doesn't need to be a national election. There doesn't need to be an impeachment. All he needs is a couple of people, 50 people, it's not a couple, it's more than that, 50 people within his own party to write letters and demand that he step down, that they have a new internal party election. That could happen very soon.
He still has some allies in his own party, though, Matt, right? This isn't like everybody's unanimously against him here. There are some people who support him, some people who say, oh, no, that was actually a very sincere apology.
There are some people who were really pleased with his apology. And the fact of the matter is there are a lot of things here that anybody who's going to be outraged at this is going to look at. They're going to have to do a little inventory themselves of all the times that they broke the COVID rules themselves. And that happened, of course, all the time. We've been inundated with messages from people about how, they watched from remotely, heard about their parents dying or they weren't able to attend weddings or things like that. That's all, of course, very devastating and things that this government has to answer to. But at the same time, these were a lot of young people who were working at 10 Downing Street. 10 Downing Street is also the residence of the prime minister, so he didn't leave his home when he actually attended this party. And remember, those who want to see a legal consequence for the prime minister, that's going to be tough because at the end of the day, this is a really, really minor crime. It'd be like opening up a new investigation into a parking ticket 18 months ago. The police just don't do that, Hallie.
Matt Bradley, live for us there in London. I don't know where in London, Matt, but again, beautiful evening. Thank you for staying up late for us in the field. Coming up here on the show, moms who serve in the military facing battles on the front lines and here at home when trying to get proper health care. The new law that could be a major help when we come back.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. First, from our Southeast Bureau, Florida Republicans filed a bill Tuesday that would ban most abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. It's similar to a Mississippi law that's currently under review by the U.S. Supreme Court. Florida Democrats say they're going to fight this. Our Northeast Bureau reporting all 17 of the people killed in that Bronx building fire have been identified. 8 kids died in the fire that happened on Sunday. The youngest victim, just 2 years old. The city's medical examiner's office says all the victims died from smoke inhalation. And from our West Coast Bureau, the American Red Cross is warning about the country's first ever blood crisis. This is a problem in the LA area, and to get people to donate, the Red Cross will automatically enter donors into a raffle for Super Bowl tickets. That's in LA next month. People who donate this month can also win some other stuff too. Now, to today's original in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. Imagine, just for a minute, you were deployed to a war zone. You put your life on the line. You also had to worry about pumping breast milk. What about having postpartum depression and PTSD from combat at the same time? Well, the number of women in the military keeps growing, from 14% to 17% over the past decade. And calls to serve the maternity needs of this population keep growing too. Our Ali Vitali explores how a new law is hoping to finally give moms in the military the care that they need.
After 20 years and 9 deployments in the Army, Vivian Richards knows all about readiness.
Readiness is like the biggest concern of any leader in the military, right? Do we have the personnel trained to the necessary level to go out and execute these combat missions?
But in 2010, she was also ready for a new challenge: motherhood. In becoming pregnant and then having her first baby, it became clear that the system, as it existed, was not necessarily built with her in mind.
When women integrated into the military, instead of going from gender-specific language like male or man, it was just kind of crossed out and put soldier. But that was not necessarily inclusive, right, of the female experience or the needs of a female soldier.
She gave birth at a military facility because of her active duty status, where, due to shortages of OBGYNs, neonatal nurses, and midwives, Richards says she never even met her doctor until she showed up to deliver.
When I got there, I had a medical team I'd never seen before. I've never met the nurse, I'd never met the doctor, I'd never met anyone.
It led to a birth experience that left Richards feeling unsafe. NBC News has reached out to the military facility but didn't hear back. Then, after 8 weeks of leave with her newborn, it was back to work.
While I did not deploy overseas within that window to a combat environment, I've had really close friends who are like struggling to like pump milk because they're still nursing their babies and they're on their way into a combat zone. And so there's a lot of commercials and media attention when a dad comes home and maybe is meeting their child for the first time. There's not a lot of coverage of a mother who leaves a 6-month-old baby and then comes back to a baby that's now walking and talking.
But Senator Tammy Duckworth, a fellow veteran and mom herself, is bringing that attention and legislating to fix it.
Protecting Moms Who Served Act of 2021.
The bipartisan Protecting Moms Who Served Act became law in December of last year, and it seeks to broaden the focus of veteran care to better serve the women who serve our country, pushing millions of dollars into streamlining maternity care at veterans' health care facilities and studying maternal mortality rates among veterans, the first study of its kind ever.
Why did it take so long to make these changes?
Not enough women in leadership positions. And as we've gotten more women into higher levels of leadership, this becomes an issue. And this, I was able to bring this up because I had my lived experience.
Now, Richard says it's about applying lived experience into legislation that works for everyone and flipping the military's perceived readiness narrative around pregnancy from Richard's experience.
Pregnancy is a threat to my readiness. Postpartum depression is a threat to my readiness. That bonding period after delivery is a threat to my readiness if I can't turn and deploy that soldier rapidly back into the fight.
To this.
You can't put our military in a place where for 15% of its workforce we say, because you're going to get pregnant and that pregnancy has a negative effect on our readiness, you have to choose. Well, a lot of women choose to go and become moms and start their families and leave the military. That is millions and millions of dollars of training that goes out the door.
Ali Vitale is joining us now live. Ali, I'm so glad that you did this story for us. Thank you so much, because it is so important, right? And this law, what it does, another piece of it, study things that have never been studied for, like mental health among military moms. That is huge.
Among military moms, but also military-specific causes that can cause complications in pregnancies, and of course, maternal mortality rates for female veterans. That's one of the things that we've seen the Vice President's office bring more attention to. It was a key issue in the 2020 campaign, but certainly when you look at the numbers, around 20 deaths result from 100,000 live births, according to CDC stats from 2019. That number doubles for Black women giving birth. Right. It's a stunning problem, and the fact that there's so little data around it is also stunning, something that this bill seeks to fix.
There's also, I think, this, and you heard Richards talk about this, right? How men are perceived versus women when they hold their babies, that they're like, oh, women are bad moms for being in combat, et cetera. I mean, that is a stigma that exists, but you have people like Senator Duckworth who are trying to really push back against that.
But you heard her talk there about lived experience applying to legislation. And I do think that it's a moment where you have to step back and look at what reflective democracy can do for people, both in terms of demographics, having more women in spaces where policy is being made and where attention is being brought to issues that impact women specifically, but also lived experience for Duckworth as a female veteran herself. She's someone who was historic as the first lawmaker to give birth while serving as a senator several years ago. The fact that she had her daughter with her on the Senate floor during votes was something that was notable at the time, when really bringing your kid to work is something that moms do almost every single day. So it is a moment where you can look at inclusive lawmaking and inclusive